The very family member that Zuo Mu had risked his life to protect. Li Mashua pierced through his trust at his most desperate moment and pushed him into hell. His furious cry tore through the darkness as the young man jolted awake, gasping violently, sweat soaking his pillowcase. Fragments of memory surged back and he died. The room before him, the familiar furnishings, the medical chart beside his pillow all sent shockwaves through his heart. Could he have been reborn? Had he actually returned to the day before the game's arrival? Zuo Mu sat up in stunned silence, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Instinctively, he picked up the medical chart beside him, taking in every detail: name, age, diagnosis, injuries, treatment plan, car accident, abrasions, head trauma, poisoning, bed rest. Every detail pointed to fate's reversal. Zuo Mu muttered under his breath as the floodgates of memory burst open. His parents had died young. The Li couple had raised him. Li Mashua had been like a sister since childhood, and the three of them had cherished and protected him like a treasure. But just days ago, nightmare had struck. Poisoning at home, the Li couple returning to save him, only to die in a car accident on the way to the hospital. They had traded their lives for his, leaving behind endless guilt and a vow to protect Li Mashua, even at the cost of his own life. But when exploring the ancient god's ruins, with divine artifacts and skill books in hand, the future had seemed within reach. Yet at that very moment, his most trusted sister betrayed him. Li Mashua used a special item to lock onto his life force, draining all his health in the moment he was most relaxed. The young man's face showed shock, rage, and bewilderment, while Li Mashua wore an expression of relief and madness. Actually, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. You've all been controlling me since we were kids, not letting me do anything, even questioning my relationships. Now they're dead, and you still want to restrict me. Why should you? Her confession plunged Zuo Mu into an icy abyss. The poisoning that day had been Li Mashua's own doing. She had only wanted to break free from constraints, never expecting rescue to become a death trap. I'm not sad about their departure. I feel incredibly free instead. The girl picked up the divine artifact, her cold smile cutting like a blade. You should thank the game for letting you live this long. Now that your value has been drained, with this artifact, Brother Shao-Chi will naturally be pleased. And Shao-Chi was nothing but a man who only knew how to use her. Zuo Mu had desperately tried to stop it, never imagining that the family he'd protected his whole life would turn and conspire to kill him. Li Mashua laughed maniacally. Now I'm completely free. All beliefs and vows crumbled to ash. Zuo Mu's heart was filled with 100 emotions: anger, unwillingness, regret, resignation. Everything turned to smoke. In the end, he left only one furious roar, pouring out all his emotions. Li Mashua, you're not human. Pulling out the 4-tube, Zuo Mu got out of bed and walked to the mirror. The handsome face reflected back was made even more pale and gaunt by illness and torment. He knew that during his days in a coma, Li Mashua had never visited. Only the 4-drip installed by doctors had sustained his life. Meanwhile, Li Mashua had hastily buried her parents, taking just half a day to cast aside the past and embrace her new life. Time passed, and 1 hour remained until the game's arrival. Zuo Mu entered Li Mashua's room. The girl's room was neat and fresh, but beneath the faint fragrance lurked hypocritical shadows. Zuo Mu sneered, searched for a moment, and successfully found what he needed. Closing the door, he returned to his own room, packing his belongings into his backpack one by one, finally taking one last look around the home, filled with memories. He stood at the doorway, no longer showing any attachment. From now on, it's my own destiny. The door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off all the past. The streets were empty, with stray cats and crows facing off in the black night, an ominous quality pervading the silence. Zuo Mu walked alone through the dark alleyways, entering a warehouse at the end of a deep lane. The key turned, the rolling door lifted, revealing simple furnishings in the moonlight: a bed, cabinet, desk, and computer. This was a place he had rented years ago for game-boosting work, hidden and safe, perfect as a hideout after the Heaven's Call game arrived. In the new order, evil acts like murder for treasure and imprisoning players were rampant. Only by hiding one's true identity could one survive. The rolling door fell, shutting out everything outside. As time drew closer, Zuo Mu arranged his clothes and supplies, lay down fully dressed, his heart full of anticipation. In this life, he had cast off all shackles and traveled light. Finally, he could fight for himself. The clock struck 12, and the system notification suddenly rang out. Welcome to Heaven's Call. Congratulations on obtaining the skill Midas Touch. Zuo Mu? A skill? Midas Touch? This was the skill book from the treasure chest. Zuo Mu never expected that the unremarkable skill book from the treasure chest would travel back through time with him. Although he had never heard of this skill before, anything that emerged alongside an ancient divine artifact couldn't possibly be ordinary. He felt a surge of anticipation. Please enter your username. Without hesitation, he typed the name he had used in his previous life, Mu Zuo. Please select your class. This time, he chose his beloved assassin class. In his past life, to protect Li Mo Shui, he had forced himself to play as a tank, yet still managed to break into the top 100 through sheer skill and game sense. But what truly made his blood boil was the high mobility and burst damage of assassins, which perfectly matched his lone wolf playstyle. Moreover, the hidden class that would be discovered later required an assassin to unlock the job change. Enjoy your game. As the system notification ended, brilliant white light flooded his vision, and Zuo Mu stepped into the game world once again. Drifting white clouds, endless green grass, warm sunshine overhead, and cooking smoke rising from the nearby starter village, this achingly familiar scene instantly ignited his memories. After all these years, he had returned here, and couldn't help but whisper in amazement. Players began materializing around him, all looking bewildered. Is this a dream? It feels way too real. Heaven's Call launched at midnight. Most people were asleep. What's happening? I was just taking a dump. How did I suddenly end up here? The speaker drew disgusted looks as everyone quietly stepped away. I was playing a game. How did I end up inside one? No way. I have work tomorrow. Zuo Mu knew that returning to reality would take at least 12 hours. Ignoring the noisy crowd, he opened his character panel to figure out what that skill book really was. Character stats. Username, Muzwa. Lives, 3 death at 0. Level 1. Class, Assassin. Health, 80 Constitution 20. Mana, 50 Spirit 10. Physical attack, 10 Strength 2. Physical defense, 2 Constitution 0.5. Magic attack, 10 Intelligence 2. Magic defense, 2 Spirit 0.5. Strength, 5 affects physical attack. Constitution, 4 affects physical defense. Health, health regeneration, resistance. Agility, 6 affects attack speed, movement speed. Intelligence, 5 affects magic attack. Spirit, 4 affects magic defense. Mana, mana regeneration. Available attribute points, 5. Character stats are generated based on the player's real-world physical condition and selected class. Just like in his previous life, his stats were well-rounded and balanced. But this time, there was an additional section below the basic attributes. Skill, Midas Touch. Effect, use golden points to enhance any skill or equipment. Golden points, 12. Acquisition method, chance to drop when killing monsters at or above your level. This is a game-breaking skill. The brief description was earth-shattering. Even Zuo Mu, reborn as he was, felt waves of excitement crashing through his heart. Compared to that ancient divine artifact, this was the real treasure from the chest. With enough golden points, skills and equipment could be enhanced at while legendary gear was within reach. I just wonder how high chance to drop actually is. As long as it's not published by Tencent, it shouldn't be too ridiculous. He grumbled internally. The system announced the official start of the game. While others were still panicking, he had already efficiently equipped the starter 3-piece set, gripped his short blade firmly, and fixed his gaze with determination. He opened the equipment panel. Novice Sword, Level 1 Common. Physical Attack 2. An unremarkable novice sword that will rust with prolonged use. Novice Clothes, Level 1 Common. Constitution 2. Unremarkable novice clothes that will tear with prolonged wear. Novice Boots, Level 1 Common. Agility 2. Unremarkable novice boots that will develop foot odor with prolonged wear. Zuo Mu glanced between the 3 pieces of common equipment for a moment before finally selecting the novice sword. A translucent window immediately popped up before his eyes. Enhanced Novice Sword? Costs 1 gold point. He clicked Confirm without hesitation. Novice Sword enhancement successful. Novice Sword, Level 1 Bronze. Physical Attack 5. Agility 1. An unremarkable novice sword that seems like it won't rust anymore. The blade's dull iron color took on a light copper sheen. Zuo Mu felt a surge of joy. The quality had indeed improved. And that sword, which had probably never imagined it would one day be enhanced, was no longer the mediocre weapon it once considered itself to be. He clicked the window again. Enhanced Novice Sword? Costs 2 gold points. It needs 2 points now. Zuo Mu felt slightly disappointed. Apparently, it wouldn't stay at 1 point forever. If other players heard this complaint, they'd probably glare holes right through him. Novice Sword enhancement successful. Veteran Sword, Level 1 Silver. Physical Attack 10. Agility 2. Bleeding. Causes bleeding damage equal to 20 of attack power per second for 5 seconds. The blade gleamed with cold light and actually came with an attack effect. When Zuo Mu swung it, the air itself seemed to be cut with faint bloody lines. The window appeared for the 3rd time. Enhanced Veteran Sword? Costs 3 gold points. 3 points? How is this calculated? Zuo Mu shook his head, but still decisively clicked Upgrade. Veteran Sword enhancement successful. Veteran Sword, Level 1 Gold. Physical Attack 20. Agility 5. Bleeding. Causes bleeding damage equal to 40 of attack power per second for 5 seconds. Slow. Reduces movement speed by 30 for 1 second. I really don't know what kind of idiot would enhance this thing to gold level. He mocked himself, but then grinned. Worthy of a gold weapon indeed. The stats had doubled, and it even gained a slow effect. The window popped up for the 4th time. Enhanced Veteran Sword? Costs 6 gold points. The required points jumped straight to 6. Seemingly, each upgrade consumed the sum of all previous costs. Zuo Mu speculated silently, but temporarily suppressed his desire, investing his remaining gold points into the other two pieces of equipment. Novice Clothes Enhancement successful. Novice Boots Enhancement successful. Veteran Clothes, level 1 silver. Constitution 5. Health 50. Robust, increases health by 20. Are you sure you're a novice? Veteran Boots, level 1 silver. Agility 5. Physical Defense 1. Magic Defense 1. Resilience, increases resistance by 20. Resistance reduces negative buff effects. See the wear marks on the soles. Clearly from a veteran. So powerful. In his previous life, it wasn't until long after the game launched that professional teams finally managed to defeat bosses and obtain the first silver equipment. But now, before the game had even truly begun, he already had silver and gold in hand. After allocating all 5 attribute points to strength, his character panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Muzwa. Lives, 3 death when reaching 0. Level 1. Class, Assassin. Health, 276. Mana, 50. Physical attack, 40. Physical defense, 6. Magic attack, 10. Magic defense, 3. Strength, 10. Constitution, 9. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 5. Spirit, 4. Available attribute points, 0. Skill, Touch of Gold. Use gold points to enhance any skill or equipment. Gold points, 0. As an assassin, his primary attributes of strength and agility were now maxed out. Could fight, tank, and run, making him virtually invincible during the novice period. After organizing his equipment, Zuo Mu turned and headed swiftly in the opposite direction from the village. Normally, he should stay in the novice village to accept quests and grind monsters for experiencia, process he knew better than anyone and was confident he could easily outpace all other players. However, at this moment, he had something more important to dogo: obtain that hidden class. Before long, Zuo Mu reached the edge of the jungle. Scattered around were level 1 monsters: wild rabbits. HP 50-50, physical attack 10, physical defense 1. The system description read, "What adorable little white rabbits. They smell absolutely delicious." The area was currently empty with no other players in sight. But Zuo Mu knew that soon this place would be packed with people, possibly even creating the awkward scenario of several players standing around a single rabbit, waiting for respawns. He drew his sword and charged forward, targeting the nearest wild rabbit. His blade sliced through the air, and 2 damage numbers appeared, 32 and 13. The rabbit's health bar instantly dropped to nearly 0 while being inflicted with a slow effect. Zuo Mu stepped back as the wild rabbit's pounce missed its mark. Another 13 appeared, followed by a system notification. You have killed a wild rabbit. Experience gained, 10. Bleeding effect has cleared the remaining health. Easy as pea, a one-shot kill. He bent down to collect his spoils. Rabbit meat 1, copper coins 3. Looking around, countless white figures dotted the deeper parts of the jungle, hopping endlessly. Time to begin the clearing mission. Zuo Mu quickly mapped out a hunting route and used his exceptional agility to weave through the rabbit population. Each time he passed a monster, he delivered a basic attack. The slow effect prevented them from keeping up with him, and they turned into experience orbs before they could even counterattack. You have killed a wild rabbit. Experience gained, 10. You have killed a wild rabbit. Experience gained, 10. Within moments, the notification updated. You have killed a wild rabbit. Experience gained, 10. Gold point gained, 1. Finally, a gold point dropped. By rough calculation, it took about 50 wild rabbits to drop 1, roughly a 2 chance. Absolutely abysmal odds. Reaching level 2 would require killing 200 rabbits, which would yield maybe 3 gold points even with good luck. As Zuo Mu continued his harvest, he grumbled internally. He really wondered what kind of mindset the first person to discover this hidden class must have had. His true objective was precisely that hidden class, the Shadow Dancer. It was an assassin-type class with 4 tiers: S, A, B, and C. Attire, and tire were limited to 100, 1,000, and 10,000 players respectively, while steer had only 1 slot in the entire server. Shadow Dancer was the sole steer class. Its incredible burst damage and mysterious movement techniques allowed its wielder to toy with enemies, stealing bosses, killing for treasure, ambushing, and backstabbing. In his previous life, the Shadow Dancer had even assassinated a top guild leader right in front of all the guild members and escaped unscathed, leaving them grinding their teeth in fury. However, the requirements for obtaining such an overpowered class were so bizarre, they made one question reality: kill 1,000 wild rabbits without taking a single hit, or start over from 0. No wonder Zuo Mu complained about how bored the first person to achieve this must have been. It also explained why this class wasn't discovered until the mid to late game in his previous life. You have killed a wild rabbit. Experience gained, 10. Gold point gained, 1. This time it took nearly 70 kills before another one dropped. Meanwhile, players began trickling into this part of the jungle from the distance. Thanks to Zuo Mu's clearing efforts, the monster density here had thinned considerably, which indirectly helped these newcomers. Because soon enough, people would learn what having 3 lives really meant. Are those the rabbits from the quest? They don't look very aggressive. Several newcomers crouched behind the bushes, pointing and whispering. Another player nodded in agreement, watching the group of wild rabbits peacefully grazing ahead, seemingly defenseless. He had been farming smoothly, and finally someone was tempted to try. A player charged forward, swinging his beginner sword down hard, only to deal pathetic single-digit damage. Suddenly, the rabbit spun around, kicked with its hind legs, and its claws tore through the air, striking the player's chest with a sickening sound as a bloody wound appeared instantly. The intense pain jolted the player awake, but before he could retreat, his dodging movements had already drawn the aggro of several nearby rabbits. The rabbit swarm surged forward one after another, overwhelming him in an instant. The first death notification appeared in the newbie village. If Zuo Mu hadn't cleared out many monsters beforehand, this guy would have died even faster. At the respawn point, he stared at the interface showing remaining lives, 2, and shuddered for the first time. Would he really die if his lives reached 0? The onlooking players finally understood. It wasn't that the rabbits were easy to farm, but that Zuo Mu was too powerful. Zuo Mu moved through them with his sword while player corpses continuously spawned on the ground, creating a stark contrast between the two scenes. Why can he kill them in one hit? Look at the sword in his hand. That beginner sword looks different. Upon closer inspection, that beginner sword had been enhanced multiple times, with a longer blade gleaming menacingly. Everyone started talking at once. That weapon is definitely rigged. Is he the developer's favorite? Bro, will you sell that weapon? 100,000. 100,000 in cash thrown into the world. Chat only earned a cold glance from Zuo Mu after the heavenly summons. Paper money had become worthless. In the early game, how could the value of a gold-tier weapon be measured by money? Some learned from others' mistakes and targeted isolated rabbits. Some formed groups. Others tried to steal kills and failed miserably. The rabbit spawn points suddenly became chaotic. Those farming monsters, those stealing kills, and those dying and respawning all mixed together. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to player Zuo Mu for reaching level 2, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 assignable gold point. The level up rewards boosted his main attributes further, 5 to each of his class's dual main attributes, and 3 to all other attributes. Unfortunately, his luck was average. After killing 200 rabbits. He only got 2 gold points, totaling just 3 points. From now on, only killing monsters at or above his level would drop more. Zuo Mu looked toward the increasingly crowded outskirts, then turned to scan the depths of the forest. The real rabbit hordes were there. The outskirts were just a buffer zone to help newcomers familiarize themselves with the controls, while the monsters in the forest were denser and more dangerous, though not dangerous for him. After putting all 5 free attribute points into his assassin main attribute, agility, Zuo Mu squeezed through the crowd and plunged into the shadow-heavy forest. The canopy blocked out the sky, and the player's noisy chatter was quickly left behind. In his field of vision, colorful health bars appeared everywhere. All rabbits. He raised his sword again, weaving through the rabbit swarm, each flash of his blade accompanied by falling rabbit corpses and coins entering his pouch. The quest progress bar shot up rapidly, soon completing most of the task. Just as he was about to finish the quest in one final push, a deep roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. Zuo Mu paused, looking toward the sound, and saw a massive beast slowly rising 3 times the size of a regular rabbit with fur that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The system tag clearly marked it, Bronze Tier Monster, Rabbit King. Who would have thought I'd run into the Rabbit King boss here? In his previous life, after entering the game, Zuo Mu had been solely focused on leveling up to find Limashua. Back then, he completed the newbie quests on the jungle's outskirts and left in a hurry, never discovering this monster hidden deep within. Rabbit King. Quality, Bronze. Level 4. HP, 10001000. Physical attack, 100. Physical defense, 10. Skills. The bare numbers on the panel made Zuo Mu want to turn it into a large spicy rabbit head hot pot. But he understood that 100 attack points were enough to bring him to critical health in just 2 hits. Under level suppression, the skill section showed only question marks, but he remembered the data from his previous life. Savage Charge, high-speed rush that deals massive damage to targets in a straight line. This was the very skill that had dropped the first silver-grade equipment and nearly wiped out an entire professional team. About 10 meters away, the Rabbit King stood as tall as a person, its hind legs thick and powerful, claws embedded in the dirt, sharp front teeth gleaming coldly, crimson round eyes fixed on Zuo Mu, nostrils snorting turbid air as if ready to pounce at any moment. Don't tell me it's actually targeting me. Zuo Mu smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight. Even though bosses usually required an entire team to defeat, he had confidence. But the quest progress was right before him. One touch would ruin everything. If he retreated to the outskirts to grind monsters, too many players and too few monsters would drag down efficiency. Moreover, having finally encountered a boss, giving up would be truly painful. However, the Rabbit King gave him no choice. Its hind legs scraped the ground, grass flying, front paws lowering the precursor to a charge. Zuo Mu hesitated no more, his aura instantly transforming. Expert confidence burst forth. If you want to fight, then let's fight. As a former top 100 player, how could he allow a mere boss to act so brazenly? He quickly opened his panel and clicked on Veteran Boots. Enhance Veteran Boots. Consume 3 gold points? Confirm. Enhancement successful. The boots flashed with light and advanced to gold grade. Veteran Boots Gold. Agility 8, Physical Defense 3, Magic Defense 3. Passive Resilience. All resistances 20. Active Swift. Movement Speed 20. Appearance. Adorned with gold and silver. At this crucial moment, he didn't spare any gold points, already forming a battle strategy. Use the Golden Sword's slow effect combined with the boot's massive agility boost to kite the boss with alternating fast and slow movements. Even more surprising was drawing swift, further boosting movement speed. He glanced at his character panel. Character, Muzwa Lives, 3. Level, 2 Class, Assassin. HP, 348 MP, 70. Physical Attack, 50 Physical Defense, 9. Magic Attack, 16 Magic Defense, 7. Strength, 15 Constitution, 12. Agility, 29 Intelligence, 8. Spirit, 7 Unallocated points, 0. Skills, Stone to Gold. Consume gold points to enhance any skill or equipment. Gold points, 0. With agility skyrocketing to 29 points, plus the swift effect, his speed was terrifying. Zuo Mu bounced in place twice, feeling his body incredibly light. But the boss gave him no time to adapt. The Rabbit King's hind legs kicked off powerfully, dirt exploding, dust swirling as it transformed into a gray shadow rushing forward. In an instant, it was right in front of him, its raised claws gleaming coldly as they swung down with tremendous force. Zuo Mu positioned himself carefully, watching for the right moment before dodging to the side with perfect timing. Boom! The muddy ground where he had been standing exploded, sending dirt flying in all directions as a deep claw mark was gouged into the earth. If not for the enhanced agility provided by his reinforced beginner boots, he never would have survived that lethal strike. Riding the momentum of the missed claw attack, Zuo Mu swept his blade horizontally in a backhand motion. 2 damage numbers flashed on screen, 32, 9. The boss's attack had missed, and its movements were noticeably sluggish as it turned around. Taking advantage of its slow reaction, Zuo Mu rolled forward to steady himself, secretly pleased. As long as he could survive the first wave of attacks, he'd be able to control the rhythm from here on. With that thought, he charged forward again, driving his sword toward the Rabbit King's soft belly. 45, 9. A critical hit notification appeared on screen. Massive claws came crashing down from above, but he sidestepped once more, narrowly avoiding the attack. The slow effect only lasted 1 second. Had to land another basic attack before it wore off to maintain the debuff. So Zuo Mu kept moving, dodge, strike, dodge again, maintaining a steady rhythm of damage output while circling the boss. To the Rabbit King, he was like an annoying fly that it couldn't swat no matter how furious it became. Its claws repeatedly smashed the ground beneath, leaving the surrounding area covered in cracks, while the boss's health dropped to 1/3. As the health bar approached the danger zone, Zuo Mu became even more cautious. He knew the Rabbit King could unleash its savage charge at any moment, and he needed to keep enough space to dodge. Just then, everything changed. Footsteps and voices suddenly invaded the battlefield. 5 players appeared, 4 of them flanking a middle-aged man in the lead, all wearing hostile expressions. "Boss, there he is. He's soloing the boss," someone whispered. Zuo Mu glanced over, his brow furrowing slightly as he raised his guard. The leader grinned. "Hey there, brother. You look like you're having a tough time. Want us to lend a hand? Get lost. If you don't want to die, stay out of my way," Zuo Mu replied coldly. Haha, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. The man dropped his false friendliness, drew his weapon, and signaled his companions to form a circle around Zuo Mu. The voice sounded familiar, but Zuo Mu had no time to think about it. The boss was still attacking relentlessly, and he couldn't break his combo chain. Seeing the 5 players slowly tightening their encirclement, he warned grimly, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave now, and I won't pursue this." The man laughed as if he'd heard a joke. "Kid, please get a grip on reality. You don't seriously think you're the one surrounding us 5, do you?" The others burst into mocking laughter. "But hey, I can give you a chance too," the man said with a smirk. "Hand over your weapon and transfer 100,000 yuan. Consider it payment for your life." So it was the guy who had tried to buy his weapon with money earlier. Zuo Mu remembered him now, sneering inwardly at the man's pettiness, actually bringing people to PK him for his gear. "Good memory," the man said, brandishing his weapon. "So what'll it be? Submit quietly, or resist." Zuo Mu was done wasting words. His resolve hardened. "If you want to steal my equipment, then let me show you how a real player fights." He dodged the boss's claws once more, then suddenly spun around and charged straight at the leader. The few meters disappeared in an instant. Caught completely off guard, the man reflexively swung his blade. 11. System notification, Jean Laoban's party has attacked you. Zuo Mu's lips curved into a slight smile. That's exactly what I was waiting for. In Heavenly Summons, attacking other players first would result in a red name status. Being red named meant double death penalties, immediate arrest by guards upon entering cities, and if one team member attacked, the entire team would share the red name. Zuo Mu was exploiting this rule, patiently waiting for his opponents to strike first so he could avoid any penalties. Boss Jin's probing attack landed lightly on Zuo Mu's shoulder, barely causing any damage. Zuo Mu immediately counterattacked with a simple, unremarkable slash that instantly drained more than half of Boss Jin's health bar. The explosive damage left Boss Jin stunned in place. Without pause, Zuo Mu sidestepped and leaped, perfectly dodging the massive claws swinging from the boss behind him. He casually threw out a slowing skill and lunged toward Boss Jin again in the next second. Throughout this entire sequence, he never even turned his head, relying purely on advanced combat prediction and his 29 agility points. Only when the towering, furious Rabbit King pounced toward him did Boss Jin snap back to reality, screaming as he fled. Attack together. He's being held back by the boss. The other four weren't fools. They had all witnessed Zuo Mu's effortless movements, ridiculously high damage output, and agility, causing them all to hesitate. Just a bunch of mercenaries. Zuo Mu chuckled softly. Capture the leader to capture the bandit. She had been targeting Boss Jin from the start, and the intimidation effect was immediate. Attack now? He can't handle 5 people at once. Another 10,000 for each of you. Seeing his teammates still hesitating, Boss Jin's eyes turned red with desperation. The additional 10,000 finally swayed them. The 4 men's expressions hardened as they charged forward together. Zuo Mu sneered inwardly. Money makes the world go round, but will you live to spend it? If not for his mission and being entangled with the boss, disposing of these 5 would be a matter of minutes. Glancing at the gradually converging enemies and the Rabbit King about to go berserk, Zuo Mu frowned slightly and made a silent decision. Time to gamble. He suddenly abandoned fighting the players and focused entirely on reducing the boss's health. Seeing this, all 5 relaxed simultaneously. It seems Zuo Mu didn't dare face 5 opponents and planned to focus on clearing the boss first. Boss Jin wasn't satisfied, coldly instigating. All the aggro is on him. Let's find opportunities to harass him and prevent him from farming peacefully. Though no one responded, the 5 maintained their attack formation, ready to strike at any moment. Zuo Mu dodged while frantically attacking. The Rabbit King, already low on health, quickly reached critical condition. Just as the 5 prepared their sneak attack, the Rabbit King's long-accumulated fury exploded. It stood upright on its hind legs, scarred muscles trembling slightly, releasing a hoarse roar toward the sky. Its blood-red, nearly black eyes locked onto Zuo Mu as its body leaned forward, powerful leg muscles suddenly tensing red fury skill, savage charge. This was exactly the moment Zuo Mu had been waiting for. He had deliberately positioned himself between the boss and the 5 players, planning to use the boss's power to quickly clear the field. The instant the skill activated, his nerves reached maximum tension, his body moving before his mind could react, sliding sideways in one swift motion. He dodged it by a hair's breadth. However, the other 5 players had no knowledge of this skill, and even if they did, they couldn't possibly dodge it. To them, one moment the player and monster were locked in combat on the battlefield, and the next instant they suddenly separated. Zuo Mu ghosted to the flank like a specter, while the Rabbit King hurtled toward them like a cannonball. Beyond with a deafening crash, trees along the path snapped in half, debris flew everywhere, and the ground was carved into a deep furrow as dirt tumbled and rolled into the trench below. The sheer force was terrifying. The explosive shockwave instantly blasted the 5 players into airborne shrapnel. They tumbled and screamed through the air as their health bars hit 0, wiping them all out without exception. The once noisy forest fell silent in an instant, with only the rustling of falling leaves remaining. Zuo Mu's lips curved into a slight smile. They even dropped equipment? Scattered across the ground were health potions, mana potions, copper coins, and several pieces of newbie gear. Their red name status had cost them a full half of their possessions. However, he couldn't be bothered with this junk because the Rabbit King was weakened. The boss that had just unleashed its skill now had an arched back, saliva dripping from its fangs, heavy breathing making its chest heave, and the crimson glow in its eyes flickering dimly. Zuo Mu closed in with his blade, unleashing strikes like a torrential downpour strike, while the iron is hot. The Rabbit King let out a low growl, trying to turn and counterattack, but with its health nearly depleted and trapped in a weakened state, it could only take hits passively, retreating step by step. You have slain Bronze Tier Boss Rabbit King. Gained 1,000 experience, gained 1 gold point. Congratulations on being the first to slay Bronze Tier Boss Rabbit King. Reward: 10 reputation, 1 gold coin, 1 gold point. Server-wide announcement will be made. Server-wide announcement 3. Hua region player Mu Zhua has achieved the first kill of Bronze Tier Boss Rabbit King, unlocking the reputation system. While the system messages continued scrolling, The massive Rabbit King had already crashed to the ground, its body dissolving into scattered golden light. The poor boss never managed to land a single hit on Zuo Mu, though it did manage to take 5 players down with a final act of spite before death. While Zuo Mu's side remained calm, the world chat exploded instantly. Rabbit King? What the hell? I'm still trading blows with little rabbits, and someone's already killed a boss. Respect to the master. Bringing honor to our Hua region. Big brother Muzwa. Please carry me, I can cosplay as a little white rabbit for you to conquer. Baka. Why wasn't it our Sakura region that got first kill? Muzwa is clearly from our Kimchi region. Quickly apply for region transfer. Just a clown from Hua region. First place should belong to Eagle region. While the outside world buzzed with excitement, Zuo Mu simply let out a long breath. Though it appeared effortless on the surface, it had actually been extremely dangerous. In his previous life, when players tackled the Rabbit King, it was over 10 hours after server launch, with everyone at level 4 or 5 and properly equipped. Today's him was merely level 2, having to solo the boss, and most critically, he couldn't take a single hit or the hidden quest would instantly fail. He could only accomplish all this thanks to that super 3-piece set, the intelligence advantage of a returner, and top-tier operation skills and awareness honed through countless trials. An unexpected bonus was that he had activated the reputation system early. The importance of reputation needed no explanation. NPC favorability, shop discounts, higher-level quests. These were just basic benefits, while deeper hidden rewards required even higher reputation to unlock. Among these was one crucial function that wouldn't become available until much later. Suddenly hearing scattered footsteps and approaching voices, the outer monster spawns had been cleared, and many players were beginning to venture deeper into the forest. Zuo Mu crouched down and swept up all the health potions, mana potions, and copper coins dropped by the 5 players. Stuffing even the newbie gear into his backpack selling junk was better than nothing. Then he turned toward the Real prize, the Rabbit King's drops. Golden light seeped through gaps around the boss's corpse, making Zuo Mu's pupils gleam. He couldn't help but wonder, would silver tier equipment appear this time? Zuo Mu searched the boss's corpse and collected all the dropped items from the ground. There were 4 items in total, 56 silver coins, rabbit ears, a rage potion, and a skill book. The silver coins were self-explanatory. With the currency system's 110 ratio of gold to silver to copper, his account now held over 2 gold pieces in savings. The rage potion was a common, yet expensive consumable. Upon consumption, it temporarily boosted strength and agility, but when the effect wore off, the user would fall into a weakened state with all attributes reduced by 20%. This, life gambling, item could often save lives at critical moments. Next was the skill book kick. Skill effect. Consumes 50 magic points to deal 5 of attack power as damage to the target and forcibly interrupt their action. Requirements. Caster's mental attribute must not be lower than the enemy's. 30-second cooldown. System description. Use your strong, powerful hind legs to kick them. Finally, there was a piece of equipment. Zuo Mu curiously clicked to examine it. Rabbit ears. Level 4. Quality, silver. Restriction, female characters only. Attributes, agility 4, physical defense 2, magic defense 2. Special effect escape. When health drops below 10, movement speed increases by 20 for 10 seconds. Note, if you happen to be male and happen to have this particular preference, then go ahead and wear them. So this was the legendary silver-grade equipment. The attributes were impressive, making it top-tier survival gear, but unfortunately only wearable by female characters. Zuo Mu shrugged and decided to find an opportunity to sell it for cash. After finishing his inventory of the spoils, he immediately clicked on the skill book. System notification. Skill kick learned. He then opened his attribute panel and focused on the newly acquired skill. The system prompted again. Enhance skill kick for 1 gold point. It really was possible. Zuo Mu's heart leaped with joy, and he confirmed without hesitation. Kick power kick 1. Cost, 40 magic points. Effect, deals 10 of attack power as damage, interrupts action, and adds 0.5 seconds of stun. Requirements. Mental attribute must be at least 2/3 of the enemy's. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Evaluation. Your legs pack, quite a punch. After enhancement, all the skills values improved across the board, gaining stun control while the requirement conditions became more lenient. Zuo Mu could almost foresee that after leveling up once or twice more, this thing would definitely become a godly skill. The system immediately presented a new option. Enhance skill power kick for 2 gold points. It seemed that whether enhancing equipment or skills, the required number of gold points followed the same pattern. This time, Zuo Mu chose not to continue strengthening the skill, as it was already sufficient for his current needs. He saved his remaining 2 golden points, planning to allocate them after his class change. After a moment's thought, he tapped the rabbit ears on his head. Strengthen rabbit ears. Cost, 1 golden point, just as he suspected. He confirmed his theory strengthening costs depended on the number of times enhanced, not equipment quality. Given this, it would be wiser to save precious golden points for high-quality equipment in the future. Speaking of golden points, besides the 1 point from the first boss kill, defeating the boss itself had dropped an additional point. A 2-drop rate shouldn't have been lucky enough to proc twice in a row, suggesting that stronger monsters had higher drop rates, though this theory still needed verification. After organizing all his rewards, Zuo Mu looked around. There were noticeably more players than before. He muttered to himself, I need to complete the quest and change classes quickly. There's still much to do. Most players had reached level 2 by now, with those in the lead hitting level 3, and a few exceptional players even touching level 4. Due to his pre-class change quest requirements, Zuo Mu had barely approached level 3. However, level wasn't his real concern. He could catch up anytime he wanted. What he truly needed was to leverage the information in his mind to accumulate more resources in the early game and rapidly build his advantages. It was worth noting that after the first logout, governments, corporations, and even ordinary organizations worldwide quickly regained their composure, rapidly collecting and consolidating intelligence, integrating resources, and formulating next steps. When players logged in again, various teams and guilds would spring up like mushrooms after rain. Human adaptability had always been remarkable. No matter what circumstances they faced, people could always accept, confront, and move forward in the shortest time possible. With his thoughts settled, Zuo Mu didn't rush back to grinding monsters. Instead, he found a nearby wild rabbit to test his new skill. Cold light flashed, and 31 and 13 damage numbers appeared in red. The rabbit raised its paw to counterattack, but he lifted his leg and kicked hard, stun, with an additional 5 damage. The small creature was interrupted, bleeding on the ground, and died before the stun wore off. Excellent. Zuo Mu nodded with satisfaction. If he'd had this skill during the boss fight, there would have been no need to risk letting the boss use its area-clearing ultimate. After testing his skill, he once again buried himself in his rabbit grinding enterprise. You killed a wild rabbit. Experience gained, 10. You have consecutively killed 1,000 wild rabbits without taking damage. Visit Beggar Lu in the newbie village to claim your special reward. Finally completed, Zuo Mu let out a long breath. Looking at the bustling players around him, he felt nothing but numbness. Even glancing at another rabbit now made his stomach churn. At the same time, he gained even more respect for that legendary man who had once become famous by grinding rabbits. Collecting himself, he turned toward the newbie village. This was his first time actually entering the village since starting the game. At the village entrance, the elderly village chief Li tottered forward. Young warrior, wild rabbits are rampaging outside the village, destroying all our crops. Could you help us eliminate them? Village chief Li offers quest, rabbit infestation. Accept. Quest details. Objective, help the village chief kill 50 wild rabbits. Progress, rabbit meat 050. Rewards, experience, 1 silver coin, class weapon. Zuo Mu thought to himself, this clearly wasn't about crop destruction. The villagers just wanted meat. In Heaven's Call, while players determined their class from the start, it only truly unlocked at level 5. Before level 5, everyone could only wield the Novice Sword. The class weapon reward from this quest was just a level 5 white grade item, but it was still useful for current players. He clicked accept and immediately pulled out 50 portions of rabbit meat from his inventory to hand to the village chief. Quest, rabbit infestation completed. Experience gained, 500. Silver coins gained, 1. Obtained newbie dagger. With the system notification, his level increased to 3, gaining 5 allocatable attribute points and 1 golden point. Zuo Mu was already close to maxing out his level 2 experience, so this quest pushed him straight to level 3. After leveling up, he didn't rush to allocate his free attribute points, planning to wait until after his class change to decide. He also had no intention of replacing his dagger. After all, the 30 damage penalty for using equipment outside one's class wouldn't take effect until level 5, and the attribute benefits from the veteran's sword were worth far more than 30%. His inventory was packed to the brim, so he headed straight to the shop to clear out excess items and change his class. But as soon as he reached the entrance, the commotion from inside and outside hit him like a wave. Standing at the counter was a woman with striking presence and an aloof temperament. Light armor outlined her graceful figure, her hair casually pinned up, revealing porcelain-like skin and handsome features. This frost-like beauty was currently engaged in something completely at odds with her image. 500 copper for this health potion? You're practically a scammer. Miss, you can't just say things like that. Quality goods, fair prices for all. The shopkeeper's face flushed red. Too expensive. How about this 200 per bottle? I'll take 3 bottles. The shopkeeper was stunned. In all his time selling, he'd never encountered a player who dared to haggle with an NPC. Fine, I'll compromise 1,000 for all 3 bottles. Get lost. If you're not buying, don't cause trouble here. You set up shop, but won't let people buy things. Hearing the familiar voice, Zuo Mu's heart stirred. He looked up and smiled. It was indeed his old friend from his previous life, Jiangli, future national team captain, outwardly heroic and spirited, with a resolute and aloof personality, incredibly powerful, and with one unique hobby. She always haggled when buying things, and always cut prices in half. By now, sweat was beading on the shopkeeper's forehead. Finally, unable to withstand her persistence, he waved his hand in frustration. Fine. 1,000 it is. He actually pushed the 3 health potions across to her. The watching players were dumbfounded. Even Zuo Mu, who had witnessed this scene many times before, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Being able to successfully negotiate with NPCs was probably something only Zhongli could do in the entire game. Zuo Mu even suspected this might be her hidden skill. Seeing that haggling worked, the crowd immediately started making noise. Damn it! Give us refunds! The shopkeeper raised his hand and cast a fireball spell, sending everyone scattering in panic, instantly clearing the street. Zuo Mu suddenly thought of something. He turned and went to the empty space next to the shop, paid the stall fee, and set up his booth. Only one item was displayed on his stall: rabbit ears. Since the game hadn't been open long, everyone was busy with quests and leveling up, so there were hardly any decent items on the market. He was essentially the first to test the waters, naturally attracting a large crowd of players instantly. Wow, this big shot is already selling silver-grade equipment. Must be selling it because the gender doesn't match. It costs 1 gold. My entire fortune is only a few silver. Big brother, I want it. Can I pay with my body? Noise rose and fell around him, but Zuo Mu sat quietly behind his stall, expression calm. Sure enough, before long, a clear female voice rang out. Can this equipment be a bit cheaper? Zuo Mu suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and looked up, responding softly. Sorry, this price is already very reasonable. This price was indeed quite fair. In the early stages of the game, a silver-grade piece of equipment was worth far more than 1 gold, especially one with life-saving properties. Zuo Mu had his reasons for selling at such a low price. Zhongli frowned slightly, her fingertips holding the fluffy rabbit-eared helmet. Though her gaze showed hesitation, she didn't continue bargaining. She simply loved cute things too much. She knew this equipment was worth at least 1 gold coin, but her purse was painfully light. I could pay in installments, settling within 3 days, Zhongli began, only to have Zuo Mu cheerfully cut her off. Deal. His quick agreement made Zhongli's heart tighten. Premium equipment, bargain price, and installment plans? This was practically a gift from heaven. But when did good things ever fall from the sky? She tried to figure out Zuo Mu's intentions, unable to make up her mind. A player nearby couldn't contain himself any longer and called out. Brother, I'll take that equipment. I'll pay in full within 2 days. Zhongli bit her lip, unwilling to miss this chance. Here's 10 silver coins. I'll give you the rest within 3 days. Hey, brother. The man's face flushed with urgency. 1 day? I'll pay in full in just 1 day. Sorry, she was here first. Zuo Mu gestured to complete the transaction. The man glanced at Zhongli's cool, beautiful face and smiled knowingly with that all men understand expression before reluctantly walking away. Zhongli took the equipment, her fingertips stroking the soft rabbit ears, puzzled. This person seemed to be deliberately selling to her. A woman's sharp sixth sense was quite accurate. Zuo Mu was indeed doing it on purpose. If not for fear of seeming too obvious, he would have simply given it to her. The reason was simple: repaying a debt. In his previous life, Zhongli had recognized Zuo Mu's skills and potential early on, extending an olive branch on behalf of the nation. Zuo Mu had politely declined due to his preference for working alone and needing to care for Limashua, and the two had become acquainted through this. Later, during a ruins expedition, Zhongli led the team, with Zuo Mu joining as external support. However, a traitor in the group leaked the ruins coordinates to players from the Sakura region. Everyone was ambushed and forced to fight while retreating. Zuo Mu held the front line, but facing his sworn enemies from the Sakura region, he got carried away with the killing and ended up surrounded. Zhongli, who had already broken through, turned back without hesitation upon seeing his situation. But facing overwhelming numbers, though the two killed many enemies together, they ultimately both perished. From Zhongli's perspective, you're my person, so I'm responsible for you to the end, even if it costs my life, especially since it was a traitor from my own team who got you into trouble. While Zuo Mu felt, since I accepted payment, any risk is mine to bear. Besides, I could have retreated but got hot-headed myself. In that era when everyone lived in fear, Zhongli's actions were like starlight in the darkness, something Zuo Mu had always remembered. Meeting her again in this life, he used this equipment as a greeting and a way to repay old debts. I'll add you as a friend and give you the rest of the money later. Zhongli's notification pulled Zuo Mu back from his memories. All right. After the friend request was accepted, Zhongli looked at him again, her eyes deepening. Are you Muzwa? Only then did Zuo Mu remember he was now famous, and nodded slightly. That's me. Zhongli's expression grew even more complex. The gaming master is being so nice to me. Could he have taken a fancy to my looks? If Zuo Mu knew what she was thinking, he'd probably cough up blood first, then mentally tag her as overly imaginative. After parting ways, Zuo Mu headed to the village entrance. There, a disheveled, raggedly dressed beggar named Lu crouched by the wall holding a broken bowl. As soon as Zuo Mu approached, the man's eyes lit up and he grabbed Zuo Mu's stained sleeve. Wow, incredible, incredible. Do you know? Spiritual light is shooting out from your crown chakra. At such a young age, you've already developed such strong muscles and bones, truly a martial arts prodigy seen once in a century. When you open your meridians someday, you'll really soar like a dragon. As they say, if I don't enter hell, who will? The responsibility of punishing evil and protecting the innocent falls to you. I have a profession here, originally 1,000 gold, but seeing our connection, I'll give you a discount. 2 gold, 92 silver, 63 copper. How about it, Zuo Mu? What left Zuo Mu speechless wasn't the beggar's words, but the fact that he had exactly 2 gold, 92 silver, and 63 copper on him. The old beggar squinted and held up 3 fingers with a confident expression, as if he had already calculated Zuo Mu's wealth perfectly. Zuo Mu grumbled internally. This old guy is sharp as a tack, but his hands moved decisively to empty his coin pouch. Forget 3 gold. Even if the man demanded an outrageous 1,000 gold, he wouldn't hesitate. A flash of light erupted, and a system notification suddenly exploded before his eyes. Congratulations. You have obtained the Strength Hidden class, Light Dancer. Zuo Mu eagerly opened his class panel. Class, Strength Light Dancer. Class feature 1 solitary. A lone wanderer roaming the mortal realm. If you join any party or guild, experience gain will be reduced by 90. What? The first feature hit him like a thunderbolt, making his scalp tingle. But he quickly composed himself, forcing himself to rationalize. Such harsh restrictions were probably for balance, indicating the class had enormous potential. Sure enough, the second feature instantly confirmed his suspicion. Class feature 2 Unity. Strength and agility attributes merge, taking the sum of both. Zuo Mu held his breath. From now on, strength and agility would combine directly, effectively doubling each stat. Attack power, movement speed, and attack speed would all skyrocket. This feature alone was enough to crush most hidden classes. No wonder there was an experience penalty. Next came the skills. Passive skill Insight. Normal attacks deal additional true damage equal to 50 of attack power. His heart pounded. Unity had just doubled his attack power, and now Insight added another 50 true damage on top of that, which could be further enhanced with golden points. This wasn't just a passive, it was practically a second burst trigger. Passive skill trade-off. For every 1 of health lost, damage, movement speed, and resistance each increase by 3. Now Zuo Mu understood why no one could handle that Light Dancer veteran on the class rankings. The lower the health, the stronger they became. Once health dropped below 50, all 3 attributes nearly doubled. Imagine being able to practically fly at half health, and with resistance maxed at 100, slows and immobilizations would be virtually useless. I don't have nearly enough golden points. I want to upgrade every skill, he thought with mock frustration. Active skills. 1. Backstab. Consumes 30 mana, teleports 10 meters behind target, deals 300 attack power damage and stuns for 0.5 seconds, 20-second cooldown. It even comes with a stun? Must be hitting their pressure points. 2. Dash Strike. Consumes 50 mana, instantly charges forward 10 meters, dealing 200 attack power damage to all enemies in the path, 50-second cooldown. Better make sure the enemies line up first. Even the system's cold notifications seemed tinged with mockery. 3. Stealth. Consumes 50 mana, lasts 20 seconds, cannot be detected during this time. The next attack after stealth deals additional 200 attack power damage, deactivates upon attacking, 60-second cooldown. Learning stealth just to do this? What's the difference between this and the Monkey King stealing peaches? Zuo Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 3 active skills: single target, area attack, and stealth, all core assassin abilities, but far more vicious than regular assassin versions. Especially the stealth. Most stealth abilities could be countered by certain skills or items, but the Light Dancer's stealth was completely undetectable. After reviewing all the skills, Zuo Mu had only one feeling: powerful. True to its name, it delivered massive damage, ultra-high attack and movement speed, capable of taking enemy heads amidst thousands of troops without a single leaf touching his body. Having finished browsing the profession panel, he gripped his remaining 2 golden points, ready to immediately boost his strength. Skill Insight Enhance. Skill Stealth Enhance. With 2 confirmation sounds, golden light surged into the panel, and the cold data rapidly refreshed before his eyes. His movement speed was already overflowing, so stacking more damage output would be most cost-effective, while stealth was a must-upgrade, ideally reaching the perfect state where duration and cooldown timing align flawlessly. Skill panel after refresh. 1. Midas Touch. Consumes golden points to enhance any skill equipment. Current golden points, 0. 2. Fierce Kick Enhanced 1. Consumes 40 mana, deals 10 attack power damage to enemies, interrupts actions and stuns for 0.5 seconds. Condition mental attribute 23 of enemies. Cooldown 20 seconds. Your legs pack quite a punch. 3. Insight Passive Enhanced 1. Basic attacks deal additional 70 true damage based on attack power. 4. Trade-off Passive. For every 1 health lost, Damage, movement speed, and resistance each increase by 3. 5. Backstab. Consumes 30 mana, flash behind an enemy within 10 meters, dealing 300 attack power damage, and stunning for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. It even stuns? Maybe you hit their nerve. 6. Leap Strike. Consumes 50 mana, rapidly dash 10 meters, dealing 200 attack power damage to enemies in path. Cooldown 50 seconds. Better have enemies line up before using this skill. 7. Stealth Enhanced 1. Consumes 40 mana, lasts 30 seconds, cannot be detected during this time. First attack after stealth deals 300 attack power damage and breaks stealth. Cooldown 50 seconds. You learn stealth just for this? What's the difference between you and the Monkey King stealing peaches? With attribute points allocated, the character panel was also refreshed. Character panel. Zuo. Lives, 3. Level, 3. Profession, Light Dancer. Health, 420. Mana, 100. Physical attack, 138. Physical defense, 11. Magic attack, 22. Magic defense, 8. Unity strength agility, 59. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 11. Spirit, 10. Available attribute points, 0. Reputation, 10. Only level 3, yet his attack had broken 100. If he encountered those 5 pursuers again, it would be just 4 words cutting through like butter. With the class change complete and combat power dramatically increased, the next step was leveling up. Zuo Mu set himself a goal: reach level 5 before logging off, so he could directly challenge the special boss and open treasure chests on his next lodge. In level 5 was required to leave the newbie village, and only then would the game truly begin. With about 3 hours left before logging off, he believed it would be more than enough. He found the village chief again to accept quests. Village chief Li stroked his beard solemnly. Young warrior, your attack has surpassed 100, showing great strength. Could you assist the village in clearing the monster-occupied mine and restore our mining operations? System prompt. Village chief Li has issued the quest Glory of Old Days. Do you accept? Quest information. Glory of Old Days, rank hidden quest. Content. Go to the mine and eliminate the invaders. Progress. Clear mine monsters. Rewards. Experience points. 1 gold coin. Mine set 3 pieces. Wonder what monsters are inside. It's even opening a dungeon. Zuo Mu was both surprised and excited. Glory of Old Days was the game's first dungeon, with main rewards being the Mine Amulet, Mine Necklace, Mine Ring. Collecting all 3 would unlock additional attributes. He hadn't expected the trigger condition to be breaking 100 attack power. It seemed his wings had once again invisibly advanced the course of history. Hidden quests ranked the same as hidden professions, and this dungeon quest was unique and shrank. He clicked Accept without hesitation. The system prompted again. You have accepted the shrank hidden quest Glory of Old Days. This was a 5-person team quest, but the Light Dancer's special nature stripped him of the ability to form teams, while also granting him the qualification to face everything alone. And this quest officially opened the curtain on the story of heavenly summons. After the ancient wars that ravaged the Tianlu continent, the 3 races humans, demons, and devils established a precarious balance of power. The surface calm was merely a thin veil, beneath which dark currents stirred as the devil race's razor-sharp fangs once again tore through the barriers of peace. This time, could the human and demon races join forces? What sinister conspiracy lurked in the shadows of the devil race? All the clues to these answers lay buried within a seemingly insignificant little devil creature. The mine quest would be the beginning of it all. With this thought, Zuo Mu shifted his gaze from the system panel back to reality, rapidly recalling every step of the dungeon in his mind. The ordinary monsters posed little threat. The real challenge lay with the final boss. Though he had just switched to the shrank hidden class, Light Dancer, and was equipped with silver and gold gear, this solo challenge against higher-level enemies meant any carelessness could prove fatal. This boss was nothing like the Rabbit King he'd faced before. Before he knew it, Zuo Mu had arrived at the quest location behind the village. The setting sun blazed across the horizon as he stood at the cave entrance with sword in hand, his elongated shadow piercing the darkness like a spear. The mine quest begins. The mine shaft was narrow and deep, with water droplets seeping from the damp stone walls. Zuo Mu crept along the wall and soon reached the first open area. System information flashed before his eyes. Bat. Level 4. Health, 300,300. Physical attack, 30. Physical defense, 2. These fluffy little things dare call themselves vampire incarnates. Zuo Mu gripped his sword tightly. Though bats had low attack power, they were extremely agile and appeared in swarms, causing many teams to fail here on their first attempt. The moment he revealed himself, 5 bats simultaneously locked onto their target. Sharp screeches filled the air as they dove toward him. Zuo Mu touched his toes to the ground and leaped backward, dodging their encirclement. His blade gleamed as he executed backstab, instantly appearing behind the nearest bat. 300 critical kill. Bat defeated, experience 70. True damage plus bleeding effect caused the damage to overflow completely. The remaining 4 bats pressed their attack. Zuo Mu casually activated stealth, causing the monsters to instantly lose their target and fly about in confusion. He approached the second bat and struck with a basic attack. 300, another instant kill. This level is nowhere near enough, Zuo Mu muttered, pulling out a blue potion and downing it. Fortunately, he had stocked up at the shop beforehand, or that old beggar NPC would have swindled him dry. Before the bottle hit the ground, he kicked backward with his heel brutal kick, interrupted a sneak attack from behind, while simultaneously activating Swift Strike. His form streaked like a meteor, his sword trailing 3 afterimages. 278. 300. 300. 3 bats had their health bars emptied, all instantly killed. Is this the power of Light Dancer? Zuo Mu whispered to himself. The strength of this class far exceeded his expectations. The peak seemed within reach. He sheathed his sword and examined the drops on the ground. 8 silver coins and 24 copper, plus 3 bat wings. Bat wings could be used in alchemy. Provided one had learned the skill, otherwise, they could only be sold to shops. Unfortunately, he still hadn't triggered the golden drop rate. With the first monster spawn cleared, Zuo Mu turned to venture deeper. Just then, a crisp clang echoed behind him, like pottery shattering. Immediately after, a piercing shriek cut through the air. In this moment of sudden change, he calmly turned around only to see an inconspicuous clay pot in the corner break apart as a devil creature soared into the air, hovering in space. The demon creature resembled a mass of inky black clouds, with wisps of dark energy swirling around its form and a pair of crimson demonic eyes embedded within. A status panel instantly appeared. Shadow Demon, level 5 elite monster. HP 600,600. Magic attack 50. Physical attack 30. Physical defense 3. Magic defense 3. Well, what a cute little thing. Zuo Mu quipped casually. The shadow demon suddenly materialized but didn't advance forward. Instead, it turned and charged violently toward the depths of the mine shaft. Bunga deafening explosion shook the ground, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. The entire tunnel trembled as if struck by an earthquake, then fell into dead silence. Zuo Mu knew exactly what this was. The shadow demon's scripted self-destruction sequence, designed to collapse the only passage and create dramatic tension. With the interlude over, he continued deeper into the mine. In the next open area, 7 shadow demons floated scattered about, all in a dormant state. As elite monsters, they possessed both ranged dark energy projectiles and diving ram attacks, combining magical and physical capabilities. This area would normally allow for pulling monsters one by one, but Zuo Mu stepped directly into the center of the monster pack and raised his sword. 180. All 7 shadow demons awakened simultaneously, their piercing shrieks scraping like nails on glass as dark energy projectiles filled the air. Zuo Mu's form flickered and vanished, and the first wave of attacks exploded into a crater where he had been standing. Taking advantage of the chaos, he flashed to the side of the wounded shadow demon and swung again. For 120. You have slain a shadow demon, gaining 120 experience. A level 5 elite monster fell in just 2 strikes under his hand. Next, he stopped using skills and pushed his movement technique to its limits, weaving through the monster pack like a constantly refracting beam of light. Dark energy projectiles grazed past him. Diving shadow demons became black bullets that missed their mark every time. With each dodge, blade light flashed and shadow demons fell one after another. Zuo Mu's fluid grace and lethal efficiency made him appear more like a true shadow demon, elegant, elusive, and coldly efficient in his harvest. This aggressive approach wasn't mere bravado. He was forcing himself to adapt to a new combat style, transitioning from his former role as a frontline tank to dancing through enemy formations, using mysterious footwork to avoid damage while relying on overwhelming damage output for swift elimination. This was the true combat rhythm of a light dancer. In moments, only one shadow demon remained clinging to life in the mine. Its dying strike was easily dodged, and he finished it off with a follow-up blow. You have slain a shadow demon, gaining 120 experience and 1 gold point. A gold point dropped. As expected, higher quality and level monsters have better drop rates. Zuo Mu silently confirmed his hypothesis, tallying the loot. Besides coins, there were also 3 magic crystals. Magic crystals served only one purpose: exchanging for reputation, which made them precious commodities that all high-level players sought to acquire long-term. After clearing the battlefield, Zuo Mu headed toward the final monster spawn point, the boss area. It was an extremely spacious but deteriorated mine chamber, with cracked walls and rubble scattered everywhere. Over a dozen shadow demons floated up and down in the open space, guarding the boss seated firmly in the center. Strangely enough, this boss wasn't a shadow demon at all. It was a person. The towering boss stood before them, wearing a tattered miner's helmet atop his head and ragged mining clothes draped over his massive frame. His eyes glowed crimson red, and his face remained utterly expressionless. In his right hand, he dragged a heavy mining pickaxe thicker than an adult's leg. The black iron pickhead was wreathed in dark magic, so sinister it seemed ready to devour all surrounding light at any moment. With each step forward, the blunt pickhead carved deep grooves into the rocky ground, sending sparks flying. Phantom Miner Bronze Tier LV.8 HP 23002-300. Physical Attack 250. Magic Attack 250. Physical Defense 10. Magic Defense 10. Skills. The information panel popped up before Zuo Mu's eyes, the golden attribute text glaringly obvious, yet the skills section remained firmly locked. Zuo Mu held his breath, his nerves taut as a bowstring, opening with stealth. His form dissolved into a wisp of distorted air as he crept along the rock wall toward the boss. His dagger flashed with cold light as he aimed for the facial weak point and struck hard. 378. The Phantom Miner, who had been wandering aimlessly through the mine tunnel, erupted in fury from this surprise attack. His crimson eyes suddenly dilated, and just as he was about to roar skyward to vent his rage, Zuo Mu activated Backstab in the same instant, flashing behind him for another strike. 384. Stunned. The roar was cut short, stuck in his throat. Seizing the initiative, Zuo Mu didn't pause for a moment. His twin daggers danced up and down like torrential rain battering rotted wood. Meanwhile, the phantom minions scattered throughout the mine finally reacted, shrieking as they rushed to reinforce. As the stun duration neared its end, Zuo Mu delivered a vicious kick, chaining another control effect 1.5 seconds of hard control. In this brief window, he pushed his damage output to the limit, managing to shave off nearly half the boss's health bar in a flash. The stun wore off and the boss awakened in a rage, while attacks from surrounding minions crashed down like an avalanche. In this critical moment, Zuo Mu's speed reached its peak as he ghosted through the dense offensive, simultaneously dodging the boss's sweeping counterattack and the heavy pickaxe that grazed past his face. If only I had more mana, he muttered under his breath, downing a mana potion while his feet never stopped moving, weaving left and right to avoid the shrieking arrow-like bursts of dark magic. Once his status was fully restored, he dove back into the monster pack, dancing on the edge of his blade. As the battle reached its midpoint, he had cut down all but the last two phantom minions, and the boss's health had dropped below one-third. The entire mine had been smashed to pieces by that massive pickaxe, with stone fragments flying everywhere. Suddenly, the boss threw back his head and released a deafening roar. His massive arms gripped the stone pickaxe tightly as he began spinning in place like a shot-put athlete. Initially slow, but after a few breaths his speed increased dramatically, creating overlapping afterimages like a tornado-generating machine. The howling airflow whipped up flying sand and debris, and a visible whirlwind erupted from beneath his feet, rapidly expanding to nearly cover the entire mine. Skill: Tornado Strike. At this moment, the only safe zone was the small blind spot at the center of the boss's rotation. Zuo Mu touched his toe to the rocky debris and positioned himself precisely at the origin point. The raging windstorm roared past his sides, the cyclone carved by the mining pickaxe howling around him, yet unable to harm him in the slightest. Though he had dodged the attack, he immediately became a sitting duck for the two remaining phantom minions. Zuo Mu remained calm and composed, raising his daggers once more. The two sides exchanged blows back and forth, as if they had entered a turn-based game. You hit me once, I hit you back once. Seeing Zuo Mu's health drop to half, the boss's skill finally ended. During the brief respite, he thrust his blade through the last remaining minion. System text flashed. You have slain a shadow demon, gained 120 experience, obtained 1 gold point. Sure enough, another gold point dropped, once again confirming his theory that higher-level monsters have better drop rates. Zuo Mu didn't linger in combat and immediately disengaged from the battle circle. The remaining shadow demon didn't pursue, but suddenly contracted to the size of a fist, then violently expanded. Bang! The shockwave sent stone debris flying throughout the mine tunnel. It had self-destructed. The last shadow demon in the dungeon would always self-destruct, a move that had caught countless newbies off guard, which was exactly why Zuo Mu had deliberately left two monsters alive. As the dust settled, he used stealth to get right in front of the boss, his dagger slashing at its throat, followed by a reverse blade strike and a vicious kick in an unbroken combo. His low health state triggered bonus damage, and the weakened shadow demon miner had no time to counterattack as its health bar was instantly depleted. You have slain bronze tier boss shadow demon miner, gained 5,000 experience, obtained 1 gold point. Level increased to 4, gained 5 allocatable attribute points, obtained 1 gold point. Congratulations on being the first to clear the dungeon. Glory of yesteryear awarded with 30 reputation, 2 gold coins, 2 gold points. Server-wide announcement will be made. Server-wide announcement. China region. Player, Mu Zuo first to clear dungeon, Glory of yesteryear. Unlocking 3 dungeon quests. Wow. Master Mu is on TV again. Damn. How is it this guy again? Dungeons? Where? I want to do dungeon quests. Are we even playing the same game? I'm still getting beaten up in the newbie village while he's already clearing dungeons. Big brother Mu, let me warm your bed. What the hell is the system doing? That's clearly from our kimchi region. You got lucky once. Think you'll get a second time? Only we Eagle region can be the strongest. Jiang Li, who was grinding levels, stopped his attacks and gazed thoughtfully toward the village in the distance. In just a few minutes, Zuo Mu had become the center of attention. While many players were still getting familiar with the controls, he had already made the leaderboards multiple times. Now he began tallying his gains. 1. Reached level 4 with experience to spare bonus reward for fighting above his level. 2. Gold points. 2 from minions, 1 from boss, 2 bonus from system, totaling 5. 3. Various coins and magic crystals. Most importantly were those 3 accessories, but he'd have to turn in the quest first to claim them. Overall, this first clear was a huge profit. Suddenly, he noticed a metallic glint on the ground. Miner's pickaxe quest item. Try giving this to the village chief. Exclusive first clear drop. Zuo Mu speculated silently, deciding to turn it in later. With the boss's defeat, the mine passage was completely cleared. Returning to the village, he found village chief Li. Quest Glory of Yesteryear completed. 3,000 experience, 1 gold coin, novice earrings, novice necklace, novice ring. The dungeon was now officially open to all players. The 3 white grade accessories added a total of 5 spirit points, but the real key was the set bonus. Miner's Glory 33. 100 mana points. 50 mana recovery. With this effect, he wouldn't run out of mana after just casting 2 skills. After completing the quest, Zuo Mu handed the pickaxe to the village chief. Oh, you actually brought this back? This is the Miner's Glory of Yesteryear. The old man's wrinkled face showed genuine pride from the heart, his rough fingers gently caressing the old pickaxe. Thank you, young warrior. The village will soon be able to restart mining operations. With the item submitted, the set bonus transformed once again. Miner's Glory 33. Mana 200. Mana recovery 100. Miner's Blessing blocks 1 fatal attack. The workers have power. After completing the dungeon quest, Zuo Mu reached level 4. Having allocated his newly acquired attribute points, he counted his remaining resources 5 golden enhancement points. His enhancement strategy was already clear, skills first. Skill benefits were permanent, while equipment was merely transitional. However, the short-term boosts from equipment were equally important and couldn't be completely ignored. After a moment's consideration, he upgraded each of his 3 untouched skills by 1 level. Skill Trade-off, Enhancement Successful. Skill Backstab, Enhancement Successful. Skill Dash Strike, Enhancement Successful. He invested the remaining 2 points entirely into stealth. Golden light flashed repeatedly as his professional skills improved across the board. 1. Insight, Passive Enhancement 1. Normal attacks deal additional true damage equal to 70 of attack power. 2. Trade-off, Passive Enhancement 1. For every 1 health lost, gain 4 damage, for movement speed, and 4 resistance. 3. Backstab, Active Enhancement 1. Costs 30 mana, teleports behind an enemy within 15 meters, deals 400 attack power, and stuns for 1 second. 15-second cooldown. It can even stun? Must be hitting their pressure points. 4. Dash Strike, Active Enhancement 1. Costs 40 mana, charges 15 meters forward, dealing 300 attack power to enemies in the path. 40-second cooldown. Better make sure the monsters line up nicely before using this. 5. Stealth, Active Enhancement 2. Costs 30 mana, undetectable for 35 seconds. Next attack deals additional 400 attack power. Attacking breaks stealth, 45-second cooldown. Learning this skill just for sneak attacks? What's the difference between this and Sun Wukong stealing peaches? He had prioritized upgrading stealth to 2 because he planned to balance its duration with its cooldown before his second return to reality. After reaching level 10, he could bring skills back to the real world that would be when his revenge truly began. With some time remaining before the forced logout, he decided to use up his remaining daily dungeon attempts. Each person had 5 chances per day, more than enough for leveling. Entering the mine again, he didn't need to accept the quest from the village chief this time. The difficulty interface appeared: easy, normal, hard. Zuo Mu clicked hard, without hesitation, and the familiar intense pressure washed over him. This time he didn't immediately clear the bats. Instead, he stood still, letting the monsters tear at him until his health dropped to half before casting Dash Strike. A streak of light flashed, and the bats were instantly eliminated. Thanks to the balance effect of his trade-off passive, as his health decreased, his damage, speed, and defense all skyrocketed. The shadow demons couldn't even complete a full round before being obliterated. The sudden speed increase nearly made him lose his grip on his weapon. Only after slashing through the boss did he gradually adapt to this newfound agility. Unfortunately, as his level increased, the golden point drop rate decreased. This run only yielded 1 point from the boss. With the boost from balance, his clear speed was lightning fast. In no time, he had completed all 5 dungeon runs. His character reached level 5, gaining 5 allocatable attributes, with the system awarding an additional golden point. Combined with the 6 points dropped from the 5 runs, he had accumulated 7 points total. Before he could allocate his points, the system notification arrived right on schedule. Returning shortly. We look forward to your return tomorrow. Whoosh, blinding white light swept across, sending everyone back to reality. The real world instantly came alive with chatter. Finally back? My warm little nest. Return tomorrow? Don't tell me we'll be summoned in again tomorrow. I only have one life left. I don't want to go. In front of their screens, thousands of players simultaneously let out the same anguished cry. With the arrival of the divine summons, the real world seemed on the verge of losing control at any moment. Chaos. Let chaos reign. Screw the mortgage and car payments. I'll never have to pay them again. Someone typed furiously on the forums, venting their frustration. Others sighed. Reality is too boring anyway. The game is much more interesting. At this moment, Earth's emotions were split into distinctly different fragments. Some wept tears of joy as family members who had temporarily virtualized reappeared. Others, completely unaware of what was happening, could only huddle in fear in the corners of their living rooms. Still others had just logged out of the game, still savoring the thrill of combat. And of course, some had remained forever in that world made of data. Faced with this situation, governments moved fastest. Government departments rapidly integrated information, deployed the most professional teams to analyze massive amounts of data day and night, calmed the public, maintained order, and secretly formed response teams to prepare for the next large-scale divine summons login. The list notably included 27-year-old Jiang Li. Unlike the chaos outside, Zuo Mu huddled in a storage room packed with cardboard boxes, holding a freshly prepared cup of instant noodles, steam fogging up his glasses. He slurped his noodles while frantically refreshing forum posts. The shelves behind him were crammed with compressed biscuits and drink cans he'd stockpiled from his days as a professional power leveler, making the small storage room look like a wartime granary. He sifted through the overwhelming flood of online information, carefully checking to ensure he hadn't missed any crucial intelligence. After all, it had been too long since his peak period, and many details remained only as blurry outlines in his memory. Suddenly, a post with explosive click counts caught his eye. The poster had documented in detail their entire process of obtaining a hidden class. 1. The time and location where they accidentally triggered the quest. 2. The required items and routes for the quest. 3. The final attributes and unique skills of the class. What? There are hidden classes. I'll try it too when I go back in. Thanks for sharing, Master. May you live in peace. The replies below scrolled by at lightning speed. Scrolling further down, Zuo Mu stumbled upon a lengthy analysis post about himself. Mu God, God of the Chinese region. The author analyzed from multiple angles including boss AI and underground dungeon difficulty, highlighting how he had single-handedly triggered game content twice ahead of schedule, giving the Chinese region a global advantage. The professional terminology was impressive. Poster, Jiang Hu Qian Shaosheng. So it's him. Zuo Mu adjusted his glasses. Qian Shaosheng had mediocre skills but possessed extremely sharp professional insight and clear logical thinking, with an almost obsessive dedication to studying the game. He loved gathering intelligence from everywhere, and a single short comment from him could influence countless players' decisions. Later on, he would establish an intelligence network spanning the entire game continent, truly a legendary figure. Scrolling further, he finally found a genuinely useful help post. Poster, Whirlwind Little Bull. Title, Help Man Can't Lift, What to Do. Content, I was buying equipment at the blacksmith shop and seemed to trigger a hidden quest. The boss wants me to help him forge, but I can't lift the hammer at all. Is there any solution? Seeing these words, Zuo Mu's eyes immediately lit up. Almost forgot about this skill. It was a passive skill whose only function was allowing players to equip gear up to 2 levels above their current level. The quest was blank, limited to only 1,000 people worldwide. As for can't lift it, the reason was brutally simple. Insufficient strength attribute less than 50 points. As long as strength 50, you could swing the hammer and complete the quest. With his class's natural bonuses, he already met the requirements, so he decided to head straight to the blacksmith shop in the next login. Just as this thought settled, his computer screen suddenly flickered. All web pages froze simultaneously. Then a full-screen red announcement popped up. Zuo Mu's heart sank. The government had finally made its move. At the same time, phones, televisions, and even the advertising screen on the convenience store cash register downstairs all switched to the same display. To all citizens, the divine summons has descended globally. The following information is now public. 1. Each person indeed starts with 3 lives. Those whose life count reaches 0 cannot return. 2. All individuals aged 15 to 55 will be summoned into the game, without exception. 3. When summoned into the game, one's physical form in reality will virtualize and become untouchable. 4. The true cause of the divine summons arrival remains unknown, and no other dangers have been discovered. 5. Please remain calm, maintain normal life, play the game normally, and avoid casualties whenever possible. The nation will spare no effort to maintain normal order, protect all citizens, form teams to clear the game promptly, and provide assistance. Please trust in your country. Compared to other countries, China responded the fastest and remained the most stable. While there were occasional minor disturbances on the streets, they were typically quelled by local security forces within half a day. In contrast, overseas there were waves of protests, riots, and even looting sprees, with some smaller nations experiencing complete governmental collapse. Zuo Mu opened the news and felt a sincere admiration in his heart. His homeland was truly powerful. The phone on his desk suddenly vibrated with urgent buzzing. The caller ID showed Xiao Shui. Zuo Mu's brow twitched as murderous intent flashed through his eyes. His 5 fingers tightened, causing the phone case to emit faint cracking sounds, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging hatred in his chest, and switched the phone to silent mode. "I'll let you live one more night," he muttered under his breath before heading to the bathroom for a cold shower, then collapsing into bed to rest. Li Mashua never contacted Zuo Mu unless she needed to use him. With the heavenly summons approaching, she naturally thought of this tool. On the other end, in a hotel suite, Li Mashua lay naked and curled in Xiao Qi's arms, her body still trembling with lingering pleasure. How is it? That idiot still won't answer. She pressed redial, watching the screen light up and dim again, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it! How dare he not answer my calls? Xiao Qi held a cigarette between his lips while his other hand casually kneaded the soft curves in his embrace, his smile lazy. Try calling again. With such an obedient and clever person, we should naturally squeeze out every bit of value. The ringtone went unanswered again. Li Mashua frowned. Still not answering. Could he be dead? No way, he's not that weak. Xiao Qi exhaled smoke rings, flicking ash into a water glass. Forget it. Young Master Long's plan is to directly capture some people and keep them contained. I'll be in charge of watching them, and you'll naturally get your share of the benefits. Brother Xiao is the best. Li Mashua cooed sweetly, slowly leaning down at his suggestive glance. Less than a minute later, Xiao Qi lit another cigarette, pale blue smoke swirling around them. Beep beep beep, the alarm clock rang abruptly. Zuo Mu stretched out his long arm to turn it off, got up to make a simple breakfast, wolfed it down, then began strength and endurance training. His body, still weak from recent illness, needed improvement. He knew that as more game abilities mapped to reality, his physical fitness had to catch up quickly. The day passed in a blink, and the heavenly summons descended once again. The difference was that from now on, it would only mandate 8 hours daily, with the in-game time flow adjusted to triple speed corresponding to 8 real hours for exactly 1 full day in the game. Welcome back, enjoy your game. A flash of white light returned the players to the game world. Zuo Mu first allocated all his level-up attribute points, then headed straight to the village blacksmith shop. Master Zhao, need any help? Blacksmith Zhao stood bare-chested, his dark, muscular torso gleaming with sweat. He held red-hot iron with tongs in one hand, and raised a hammer high with the other, sweat rolling down along his muscle lines. He glanced up at Zuo Mu, set down his tools with a clang, leaned back into his rocking chair, and casually wiped his face with the towel around his neck. Come on, hammer away. Zuo Mu smiled and rolled up his sleeves, grasping the heavy iron hammer. The moment he gripped it, Blacksmith Zhao's half-closed, contented eyes flashed with brilliance, his lips curving into a satisfied smile. Zuo Mu's current strength was far beyond 50. Mu's life count, 3 level 5 class light dancer. Health 564, mana 410. Physical attack, 198, physical defense 14. Magic attack, 34, magic defense 11. Unity, 89, constitution, 21, intelligence, 17, spirit, 21. Available attribute points, 0, reputation, 40, 89. With such stats, swinging the heavy hammer was like child's play. Morning light poured down, casting woodchip-like golden rays on both their shoulders, one wielding the hammer with tensed muscles, the other squinting and lounging in his chair, dozing peacefully. Passing newbie players muttered quietly, "What's wrong with this guy? Instead of leveling up and doing quests in the morning, he's here swinging a hammer? This blacksmith has issues too. Last time I tried to fish for information about whether he had any quests, he just told me to start hammering without offering any benefits. Like hell I'd do that for free. Maybe it's just youthful energy with nowhere to go. To be young again." Zuo Mu grumbled internally while looking up at the blacksmith, rough in appearance, but surprisingly tight-lipped. He casually asked, "May I ask your age, sir?" Without looking up, the blacksmith replied flatly, 21. While Zuo Mu was hammering away with sweat pouring down, the system friend notification chimed. Jiang Li was his only friend on the list. "Jiang Li Muzhua, where are you?" "I'm coming to pay." Zuo Mu blacksmith shop. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Li arrived with 3 teammates. At the entrance, the 4 of them watched through the forge and anvil as Zuo Mu wielded a hammer taller than himself. The priest girl in the team whispered in amazement, "Sister Jiang, is this how the master plays? So unique." Jiang Li suppressed her own curiosity and walked into the shop, slapping a gold coin onto the anvil. Muzwa, here's 1 gold. Thank you for the equipment. The moment the coin hit, system notifications thundered like a bell. Quest: the blacksmith's trial brank hidden completed. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, Blacksmith's Recognition. Blacksmith's Recognition passive can equip gear up to 2 levels above your current level. The glow from the skill panel captivated Zuo Mu completely, leaving Jiang Li momentarily ignored. The warrior in the team scoffed with displeasure. Just because he's got some skill doesn't mean he should act so arrogant. Jiang Li shot him a fierce glare, and the warrior immediately shut up. Zuo Mu snapped back to attention and asked Jiang Li calmly, "What's your strength attribute?" Jiang Li paused, then answered honestly, 51. Not bad, you've stacked quite a bit of gear. Here, hammer away. Zuo Mu handed over the hammer. Knowing she needed his help, Jiang Li took the hammer without hesitation. Abandoning any concern for appearance, she swung with both arms. Sparks flew as sweat trickled down her cheeks, her strength and form creating a captivating sight that drew passing male players to stop and stare. The priest girl stared wide-eyed at Zuo Mu. Their usually stern and aloof Captain Jiang was actually being pushed around by this guy. The warrior looked thoroughly displeased but was silenced by another glare from Jiang Li, forcing him to turn away. The last team member was a tank, built like a wall, standing quietly in place. As the hammering continued like drumbeats, Zuo Mu refocused on skill enhancement. Skill: Stealth enhancement successful. Skill: True sight enhancement successful. Stealth 3, completely undetectable, consumes 30 MP, lasts 40 seconds. The next attack after stealth deals 500 attack damage, breaks stealth upon use, 40-second cooldown. Now stealth duration can finally change seamlessly, and true damage has shot up to 90. Zuo Mu calculated mentally. Now almost no one could survive his full combo. He'd save the remaining 2 enhancement points for later. When Jiang Li was panting from exhaustion, she saw Zuo Mu finish his operations and immediately looked at him expectantly. Zuo Mu gave her a slight nod. Her expression grew complex, but without time to dwell on it, she casually handed the hammer to the disgruntled warrior. Here, your turn. The warrior was bewildered. This thing gets passed around. Just as he started to complain, Jiang Li's sharp gaze forced him to swallow his words. Fine, you're the boss. I'll hammer. He reluctantly stepped forward to swing. While the warrior hammered, Jiang Li handed Zuo Mu the prepared payment. Besides the gold coin, there were an extra 10 silver coins. Zuo Mu counted them and understood this was a gesture of goodwill and an invitation for future cooperation. The national team was always generous, especially since Jiang Li was an old friend. He was happy to work for the country. However, Jiang Li's opening words were more direct and formal than he'd expected. I sincerely invite you to join the national team. Zuo Mu had to repeat the conversation they'd had once before. Sorry, I don't like being tied down, but if you need help, feel free to come find me. All right, you're welcome anytime as long as you're willing. Seeing his resolute expression, Jiang Li could only settle for second best. Actually, I do have a favor to ask. Want to run a dungeon? Zuo Mu asked first. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. How did he know? At this stage, players were all doing basic quests to level up. Though the dungeons had been unlocked early by Zuo Mu, almost no one could clear them. For rapid advancement, dungeons were the optimal solution. The fact that Jiang Li had brought 3 teammates only confirms Zuo Mu's guess. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. I'd like to hire you to carry our team. Sure, all the coins and magic crystals you get are mine. Zuo Mu was straightforward. Magic crystals? This was Jiang Li's first time hearing about them, but she trusted Zuo Mu wouldn't cheat her. Deal. After the transaction was settled, Zuo Mu secretly glanced at the top of Jiang Li's head. Nothing there. She had hidden her rabbit ears, which left him slightly disappointed. As the captain of the national team's first squad, she had to maintain her image after all. If those fluffy rabbit ears were bouncing adorably in the wind while she passionately commanded from the platform, morale might take an interesting turn. Just then, a notification popped up in the resentful housewife warriors channel. The big, simple-minded Tank Deshan looked blankly at Jiang Li, then glanced at Zuo Mu with guilt and admiration. Captain, should I smash it? Wait until your strength hits 50, then come smash it immediately. Got it. Zuo Mu joined the party, and the group headed straight for the dungeon. In his previous life, he'd met Jiang Li much later, so these 3 were all new faces to him. Warrior Wan Go, Tank Deshan, Priest Girl Meng Duo, not the one who throws kitchen knives. All 3 were military personnel, and the priest was even a military medic within a rank hidden class blesser, practically a god-tier support. Jiang Li herself hadn't awakened her hidden class yet, but Zuo Mu knew her opportunity wasn't far off. In the future, she would become a God-Slayer blade. In the team, the petite Meng duo had quite an impressive chest, with bright eyes and a few freckles, looking exactly like a chattering little sparrow. Throughout the journey, she kept asking questions. God Mu, why are you so strong? God Mu, what's in the dungeon? God Mu, why does Sister Jiang act like a wronged little wife in front of you? Zuo Mu was getting a headache from all the questions, so Jiang Li reached over and pinched Meng Duo's ear, finally giving them a moment of peace. The mine entrance soon appeared, Anything we should watch out for? Zhongli asked steadily. Don't wander off. Zuo Mu answered while opening the dungeon and walking straight in. In the darkness, the first wave of bats came swooping down. Before anyone could check their attributes, Zuo Mu's figure flickered, blink strike, descended, and blood mist scattered instantly area kill. So strong. Everyone thought the same two words simultaneously. Wow, God Mu is amazing. Meng Duo's eyes were full of stars. Sister Jiang, were you overwhelmed by his power? Zuo Mu felt helpless as Jiangli pinched ears again. When the dungeon opened last night, Jiangli had tried it solo but couldn't even survive the bat's focused fire, losing a life for nothing. That's why she came to find Zuo Mu. Now she was completely certain her decision was absolutely correct. Just how deep did his strength run? Jiangli stole a glance at Zuo Mu's delicate profile in the darkness. Her mind was in complete chaos. Why is he helping me so much? Does he really like me? But we barely know each other. If he confesses, what should I do? Would rejecting him break his heart? The country needs talents like him too. Her thoughts raced faster and faster, making her cheeks burn in the night. Zuo Mu was focused ahead and completely oblivious to her inner turmoil. Biomanether explosion echoed from deep within the mine tunnel. All four jumped in unison as a new wave of monsters surged forth. When the second wave of shadow demons charged, Zuo Mu shifted his stance and became a blur. His maxed-out movement speed carried an elegant, cold wind as he delivered strike after strike in ruthless succession. So fast was the thought that instinctively popped into everyone's mind. Wow, Mu God, you're so fast, the cute priest couldn't help but exclaim. Zuo Mu merely nodded indifferently, while Zhongli quietly tugged at her ear, her heart racing again. Soon, they reached the final boss area. When the interface lit up, all four gasped simultaneously. The resentful female warrior looked at Zuo Mu in disbelief. This boss, can we even handle it at our current level? Stay put. Zuo Mu lazily flourished his sword and vanished stealth, backstab, brutal kick, merciless combo. The boss's health bar instantly plummeted. When the monsters clustered together, he executed a teleport strike, clearing the entire mob group along with the boss before the ground warning circles even had a chance to appear. Only one small shadow demon remained on the field, trembling not from fear, but charging up for self-destruction. Bang! Light scattered like confetti. Everyone stood slack-jawed, too stunned to even form a third thought. And so, the group numbly followed Zuo Mu through 5 consecutive dungeon runs. When it ended, they handed over all the gold coins and magic crystals to Zuo Mu while gaining massive experience and a complete 3-piece equipment set, having done virtually nothing the entire time. The resentful female warrior watched her experience bar skyrocket and posed an existential question. Is leveling up really this simple? Sister Jiang, won't Mu God stay with us? Why don't you sacrifice your feminine charms? He's so handsome, it wouldn't really be a loss. The cute priest was half joking. Jiang Li's cheeks turned even redder as she grabbed the priest's face and squeezed it playfully. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Zuo Mu ventured alone into the deep forest. He passed through level 1 rabbit clusters, skirted around level 3 wild boar groups, waded through level 5 spider nests, and reached the level 7 monster zone forest wolves. The data panel displayed. Forest wolf LV.7. HP 12001200. Physical attack 90. Physical defense 8. Seeing the note that read ha husky, Zuo Mu didn't even spare it a second glance, vanishing into stealth and slipping through the gaps between the wolf pack. His real target was the poisoned toad by the river not far ahead. Upon reaching the riverbank, he was surprised to find dozens of people had already surrounded the boss. The battle had clearly just begun. Poisoned toad silver rank LV.8. HP 80008000. Physical attack 90. Magic attack 180. Physical defense 20. Magic defense 15. Skills. Its body was covered in glistening bumps that made one's scalp crawl. High health, high attack, but slow speed, exactly the target Zuo Mu had set for his pre-level 10 equipment sprint. Even with others already engaging it, he had no qualms about kill-stealing after the heavenly summons descended. The rules had changed, and only strength could protect what one wished to guard. As long as he didn't kill indiscriminately, he felt no psychological burden. A quick scan revealed about 50 people in the attacking force, their equipment gleaming brilliantly, their level substantial. To assemble such a team at this stage, the commander must be among the current elite. Zuo Mu's gaze fell on the commander at the Riara golden greatsword and a full set of luxurious equipment. He himself still wore novice gear, with only 2 gold and 1 silver weapon hanging at his waist, but he knew his class was his strongest trump card. Before reaching level 10 and entering the main city, he had to catch up in terms of equipment. That voice sounds familiar. Zuo Mu quietly approached the edge of the battlefield. Taking 2 more steps closer and seeing the commander's face clearly, his eyes sharpened, and without a word, he drew his golden sword. The leader was quite handsome with a roguish charm, and paired with his luxurious equipment, he was absolutely dazzling. His name was Kuang Tianshan, Zuo Mu's old nemesis from his previous life. Kuang Tianshan came from a powerful family background, using his clan's influence to recruit countless experts while controlling the top-tier guild Tianshan. In the game, he could command wind and rain, capable of anything. This man acted as arrogantly as his name suggested, like a wild dog stalking its prey. Whatever he set his sights on, he had to have. If you wouldn't give it up, he'd throw money at you. Still refuse, and he'd simply take it by force with his hammer. In his previous life, Zuo Mu had obtained a god-tier life-saving item and planned to give it to Li Mashua, but Kuang Tianshan had his eyes on it. After negotiations fell through, the man simply resorted to robbery. Zuo Mu had to sacrifice 2 entire lives to fight his way out and protect the item, but was subsequently hunted daily by Kuang Tianshan's subordinates, living in misery for a long time. The seeds of hatred were planted deep in his heart then, and now was the time for harvest. At this moment, Zuo Mu stealthily approached, and, no longer caring about any red name penalties, struck with his sword. The light blade flashed, nearly emptying Kuang Tianshan's health bar, though he stubbornly clung to a sliver of life. Zuo Mu wasn't surprised while Kuang Tianshan was arrogant. He wasn't stupid. Knowing he had countless enemies, he deliberately chose the tank class and stacked the finest life-saving gear, earning him the nickname Mad Turtle. It was precisely because of this that he had obsessively pursued that life-saving item back then. Before the sword light faded, Kuang Tianshan's previously passionate commanding voice came to an abrupt halt. Before he could react, Zuo Mu flashed behind him and struck again with his backstab. With a swoosh, the Mad Turtle didn't fall, but was instead wrapped in a golden shield the invincibility necklace had triggered. Zuo Mu was secretly alarmed. He even had this equipment? This item added no attributes, but automatically activated when receiving damage exceeding one's health, creating a 5-second invincibility barrier. Truly an excellent life-saving artifact. With the assassination attempt failed, Zuo Mu immediately went invisible again. He had timed it perfectly, striking in the very last second before his stealth ended. As the golden barrier lit up, the Mad Turtle broke into a cold sweat, not from fear of death, since he had invincibility. What truly chilled him was Zuo Mu's terrifying damage output. As the most durable tank in the entire server, he knew his own toughness well, yet Zuo Mu had reduced him to critical health with just a single basic attack. Surround me for protection. Detection spells, light me up. Kuang Tianshan, experienced as he was, instantly regained his composure and issued orders. Mages and priests spread their skills in a carpet search, but still couldn't find any trace of the assassin. In fact, Zuo Mu was hiding not far behind him, quietly waiting for his stealth cooldown. He won't just leave like this. Kuang Tianshan's gaze remained vigilant. With invincibility about to end, he commanded in a deep voice. You few guard around me. Priests buff me and be ready to heal at any moment. Everyone else continue fighting the boss. Use detection spells as soon as they're off cooldown. Zuo Mu sneered. This spoiled turtle's brain wasn't bad, but unfortunately, he was facing me. The golden barrier gradually dimmed as Kuang Tianshan looked up at the sky and called out loudly. Muzwa, give me a reason, let's see if we can resolve this. My Tianshan guild may not have much else, but we've got plenty of money. His tone remained as arrogant as ever. It wasn't that he was scared, he had his eye on Zuo Mu's abilities and hoped to recruit him, ideally getting his hands on that equipment for himself. This little scheme couldn't escape Zuo Mu's notice. He knew full well that once he made a move, the other party would immediately see his character name. At that moment, over 50 players lined the riverbank in a tight formation. Shield warriors and knights formed the outer ring, with a circle of priests positioned inside, ready to cast healing spells at a moment's notice. Zuo Mu squinted as he assessed the situation, his mind already made up. Reveal himself voluntarily, use blood vengeance as an excuse to get close, then unleash a devastating attack. He strolled out from the bushes, his expression calm as he approached Kuang Wuguwei. The crowd immediately tensed, swords, staffs, and crossbows raised in unison, awaiting Kuang Wuguwei's command. Oh, whatever grudge you have, don't let it get in the way of money. Kuang Wuguwei adjusted his blindingly bright purple gold heavy armor and grinned with the unmistakable air of capitalism. Follow me from now on, and you'll live the good life. How about it? Zuo Mu responded with casual pleasantries while thinking to himself. Just as I thought, hiding nearby, with high-level stealth skills that even the system detection can't reveal. Meanwhile, Kuang Wuguwei signaled to his allies, quietly issuing the prepare to attack command. Zuo Mu suddenly stopped. What grudge? I have a feeling you're going to betray me, so I've decided to strike first. Kuang Wuguwei nearly choked on his own salivate, expected some melodramatic reason, like stealing a woman or destroying a family, but just a feeling. This excuse was even more outrageous than his own attitude. Kid, you're asking for death. Kuang Tianshan Kuang Wuguwei's game ID growled through gritted teeth, about to order a full assault. Zuo Mu moved first. A flash of teleportation light, and his figure instantly swept past the outer circle, taking out several fragile mages and assassins before landing right in front of Kuang Tianshan. Despite his tank shield and multiple buffs, the attack still stripped away half his health, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The surrounding players reacted quickly. Warriors and assassins rushed to the rescue. Mages and archers provided ranged fire support. Priests frantically cast healing spells. Huang Tianxin raised his heavy sword as his damage reduction skills blazed to life. But Zuo Mu was fast air aside kick forcibly interrupted the block and added a stun effect, followed by a basic attack, then a backstab flash behind his target for additional damage and another stun, then a fluid combo sequence. The priest's healing bar had barely started rising when Huang Tianxin's health was already depleted, and he returned to the newbie village with shock written all over his face. His turtle shell shattered, unable to produce a second invincibility necklace. With their leader gone, chaos erupted. Zuo Mu sheathed his blade and went invisible, easily avoiding the barrage of area attacks while waiting for his skills to cool down. Don't panic. Keep the boss controlled and blast those empty areas. I don't believe we can't smoke him out, shouted Lackey number 1, taking command. As his invisibility was about to expire, Zuo Mu silently approached and delivered a backstab plus basic attack with maximum damage, instantly dropping number 1. The crowd stared at the corpse. The second in command is gone. Hold steady. Young Master Huang is on his way. Number 2 struggled to maintain order. 40 seconds later, another backstab appeared, and number 2 met the same fate. Number 3 had barely opened his mouth when a blade flashed, making him the third corpse. With the leaders falling one after another, the formation instantly collapsed. The out-of-control boss knocked down several players while the rest fled in panic. Seeing this, Zuo Mu emerged to pursue, harvesting the remaining low-health players like wheat before finally stopping on the empty riverbank. The rest had long since scattered. In the distance, young Master Huang, upon learning of his force's annihilation, burned with rage and secretly swore, "Mu Zuo, I'll make you understand the price of crossing me." The feud between the two was truly established from this moment. With the battle over, Zuo Mu's name had turned bright red, but he didn't plan to level up in the wilderness anyway, gradually clearing his infamy and perhaps even finding some reputation-clearing items. He sheathed his weapon and turned toward the riverbank. Looking at the poisoned toad with only a sliver of health remaining, this was his real purpose for coming here. The poisoned toad is thick-skinned and incredibly tough to kill. Though clumsy in movement, it possesses 2 abilities that strike terror into players' hearts. The first is Poison Mist. The bumps covering its body can spray green toxic clouds at any moment, instantly blanketing the entire battlefield and dealing massive continuous magical damage on contact. What makes it worse is the completely unpredictable timing, entirely dependent on the boss's whims. The second is the area effect physical skill Stomp. The poison toad suddenly leaps high into the air, then crashes down with its massive body, sending shockwaves and stunning effects rippling outward upon impact. Though it has a wind-up animation, it's equally unpredictable. Most deadly of all is its habit of chaining these 2 attacks, first stunning, then poisoning, a true party wiper combo. Facing such a troublesome boss, Zuo Mu remained calm and composed because he was fast enough. He activated stealth to close in, and with a flash of cold steel, his sword pierced straight into the toad's soft white belly, triggering a weak point attack. After landing the first hit, he deliberately stayed close. The poisoned toad lashed out with its tongue in a basic counterattack, instantly draining 1/3 of his health. Zuo Mu's second strike pierced the same spot again, scoring another weak point attack. The tongue whipped out once more, leaving his health bar at just 1/3. When his health plummeted nearly 70, his talent passive activated. Damage, movement speed, and resistance all surged by 280. In that moment, he spun around and drove his blade through a backstab. The damage display showed a terrifying 1352. With nearly triple damage from his passive, quadruple multiplier from the backstab, plus true damage and the golden sword's sharpness, even a level 8 silver boss couldn't withstand many such hits. If not for the forced combat disengagement after prolonged stealth, he could have easily cleared this without taking damage. This strike clearly hurt the poisoned toad. It let out a muffled roar from its chest, kicked hard with its hind legs, and launched itself high into the air. Boom. The moment it landed, dust and debris scattered everywhere, making the very ground shake 3 times. Fortunately, Zuo Mu had retreated in advance and was only caught by the shockwave, which left his boots dusty. Immediately after, the bumps all over the toad's body began to swell. Hiss. Poison mist gushed forth, so thick you could barely see your hand in front of your face, quickly engulfing the boss entirely. Zuo Mu frowned. At this concentration, he'd collapse from poisoning in less than 2 seconds. But he remained patient, simply charging up his abilities while waiting for skill cooldowns. This cunning toad seemed to have gained intelligence, stubbornly hiding deep within the poison cloud and refusing to move. Both sides reached a standstill. As the green mist gradually thinned and the massive shadow reappeared, its health bar had recovered by more than half. Apparently, the poison mist also had a healing effect. No wonder it refused to come out. Zuo Mu's brow furrowed. If that's the case, he'd have to go for maximum burst damage. He launched Ruthless Combo once again. 1. Shift Strike, a lightning-fast dash that dealt damage while closing distance instantly. 2. Stealth into Backstab, delivering massive damage with stunning effect. 3. For consecutive basic attacks. 4. As the stun ended, he followed up with Brutal Kick. 5. Then several more sword strikes. By the time the stun completely wore off, the poison toad's health remained at only 1/5. Now it was the toad's turn. It used its old routine. Stomp sent dust flying. Poison Mist immediately followed to provide cover. Then it used the mist to heal its health bar, shot back up to 4/5. Both sides temporarily ceased fighting. After the cooldowns reset, Zuo Mu executed another ruthless combo, reducing the boss's health to 1/6. The opponent responded with the same Stomp Poison Mist healing sequence, recovering to 4/6 health. This cycle continued repeatedly. Both sides rested for half an hour. You have slain the silver tier boss Poison Toad, gaining 10,000 experience points and 1 gold point. Level increased to 6, gaining 5 distributable attribute points and 1 gold point. Congratulations on your first kill of the silver tier boss Poison Toad. Rewards: 50 reputation, 3 gold coins, 2 gold points. Server-wide announcement incoming. Player Mu Zuo from the Chinese server has achieved the first kill of silver tier boss Poison Toad 3. In the poison-shrouded swamp, the massive toad covered in green spots finally crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its slimy skin could no longer pulsate as it collapsed into a lifeless heap with a wet splat. Finally over, Zuo Mu exhaled deeply in frustration. Throughout the entire battle, the boss had acted like a coward, hiding in the poison mist and constantly regenerating health without launching a single counterattack. His high burst damage had maxed out the healing mechanism, nearly driving him insane. You weren't such a coward in my past life, you damn frog. The ground, previously washed by toxic fog, was now filled with golden light. Notifications flooded the prompt bar. Obtained 1 gold 62 silver. Obtained Vampiric Dagger. Obtained Toad Light Armor. Obtained Guild Token. Obtained Disaster Ward Charm. Congratulations on obtaining the Guild Token. Guild function unlocked. Rewards: 100 reputation, 3 gold coins, 3 gold points. Server-wide announcement incoming. Player Mu Zuo has obtained the Guild Token, unlocking Guild functionality 3. A token actually dropped? Standing in the center of the golden light, Zuo Mu's heart skipped a beat. Guild tokens only had a chance to drop from silver tier bosses and above, with nearly 0 probability below level 10 inches his previous life. The world's first token had dropped from a gold tier boss in the teens, much later in the game. Now this item lay quietly in his palm, cold and heavy, foreshadowing countless troubles ahead. Sure enough, the world chat exploded. Brothers, I'm completely numb. Baka, 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 Siba, 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 shit, shit, shit. Godmu, God of the Chinese server. Godmu, Dawn Guild offers big money. Godmu, Genesis Guild offers big money. Godmu, Flower God Guild offers big money. Zuo Mu had long set his friend requests to block, but this didn't stop the major guilds from sharpening their knives. Blocking us? No problem. Grab the gold. Meet at the village entrance. Let's camp him. Even the recently reconnected, young Master Kuang, sent people to make contact everywhere. In his friends list, Jiang Li's avatar lit up. Jiang Li, Mu Zuo, did you get the guild token? Zuo Mu, I can sell it to you. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Li began overthinking. Why is he being so straightforward? Only selling to me? What's the price? What if he asks me to pledge myself to him? Zuo Mu, I'll give you the token in a bit. 2,000 magic crystals, 500 gold, pay me tomorrow. Jiang Li shook her head. Snapping back to reality, this price was practically dirt cheap for the world's first token. Jiang Li deal. Meet you at the blacksmith shop. Zuo Mu's logic was simple. The first guild should be established by the national team, and could only be the national team. He didn't want to take that responsibility. With the deal settled, he finally had time to examine his spoils of war. Vampiric Dagger. Quality: Silver level 8. Physical attack 50. Vampiric. Attacks carry 5 lifesteal effect. Can be manually disabled. Description: this thing is basically a mosquito's proboscis. Stab him. Drain him. The dagger was entirely dark purple, as if condensed from poison mist. The grip was rough, yet comfortable, fitting perfectly in his palm. Having just reached level 6, continuing to use the golden sword would incur a 30 damage penalty, while this dagger only needed 1 point to upgrade to golden. Obvious choice. Enhance. Vampiric Dagger enhancement successful. Vampiric Dagger enhancement successful. Vampiric Dagger. Quality: Dark Gold level 8. Physical attack 120. Agility 10. Vampiric. Attacks carry 20 lifesteal based on damage dealt, can be manually disabled. Poison coating. Attacks carry poison damage equal to 20 of attack power, lasting 5 seconds. Description: this thing is basically a mosquito's proboscis. Stab him. Drain him. The world's first dark gold equipment was born. The blacksmith shop's passive ability conveniently allowed him to equip level 8 weapons. Zuo Mu said nothing, simply storing the golden sword that had fought alongside him into his backpack. His gesture resembled someone relegating a trusty van to the garage. Toad light armor, level 8 bronze constitution, 10 health 100. This bumpy outfit, do you really want to wear it? The stats were indeed decent, significantly better than the old gears Zuo Mu was wearing. He simply swapped out his old equipment, but didn't spend materials to enhance it for him right now. The defensive benefits weren't worth much. Only one item remained in his inventory, the disaster relief charm. Red-named boy, your forehead shows dark omens. You'll face bloodshed soon. It was precisely because of this talisman that Zuo Mu had agreed to meet Zhang Li in the village. You have used the disaster relief charm. Red-name status removed. With his status cleared, he allocated all the attribute points he'd accumulated from leveling up. Next came skills. He had 5 golden points left in his bag, dropped from the dungeon run with Zhang Li earlier. Skill enhancement trade-off successful. Skill enhancement leap successful. Trade-off passive 2, for every 1 health lost. Damage 5, movement speed 5, resistance 5. Leap 2, consumes 40 mana, rapidly leap forward 20 meters, dealing 400 attack damage to enemies in path. 30-second cooldown. Zuo Mu muttered to himself. Better make sure enemies line up properly beforehand. The damage boost from both skills was quite impressive. After finishing his preparations, he turned toward the large, solitary round stone in the middle of the river, his true objective. Suddenly, 3 consecutive server-wide announcements exploded across the screen. Eagle Region player, rather die, has obtained life count, activating life system 3. Zuo Mu's steps faltered as he smiled bitterly. Too bad. 1 step too late. The world chat instantly erupted. Did you see that? First place can only be our Eagle Region. Yeah, rather die. Where's Muzwa from Hua Region? Wasn't he supposed to be amazing? Please, God Mu was just giving you guys a chance. Always taking first place might make you cry. Just 1 announcement, and you're already bragging? Did our God Mu say anything when he got 3 announcements? Country S number 1. Congratulations, Eagle Region. Bootlicker. Go send rather die an application. The treasure chest Zuo Mu was about to open had also been intended for life count, but now that someone beat him to it, he took it in stride. There were countless capable people. How could anyone monopolize all the benefits? He stepped onto the round stone, spun 3 times in place, then jumped 3 times. Splash, the stone shattered on cue, revealing a treasure chest wrapped in flowing light. In the world of Tian Zhao, there were always inconspicuous corners hiding treasure chests in unimaginable ways, like that spin jump in place, unlocking sequence just now. The discoverers of the dancer class were like this, and treasure chest discoverers were the same. Each person measured the world with their unique perspective, making this place so complex and colorful. You have opened the treasure chest. Obtain life stone 1. Obtain gold coins 2. Life stone, used to gain 1 life count. Stop staring and eat it. Zuo Mu stored the stone away. After the life system activated, there were 3 core points. 1. Life count could be obtained through special items and quests. 2. Life count could be exchanged using reputation points. 3. Life count could extract game abilities into reality. The first method relied on luck. The second was the mainstream approach. This was also why magic crystals remained so highly sought after. The most important thing is the third point. In reality, whether you're powerful or not depends on whether you have enough life points. After using a life stone, the life count on his panel increased by 1 mission accomplished. Zuo Mu reactivated his stealth ability and headed toward the newbie village to complete his trade with Zhang Li. Along the way, he calculated silently. Once he reached the main city, he'd need to get himself a mount first. Although he had built-in movement bonuses, he was still stuck with his own 2 legs, his personal bus Route 11, which couldn't match the speed or convenience of a proper 4-legged ride, not to mention the additional features like storage space that mounts provided. When he reached the newbie village, he was stopped in his tracks by the scene before him. The village entrance was more crowded than a market day. Hundreds of players waved large signs, forming a human wall. Mu God. Dawn Guild offers big money for your token. Mu God. Genesis Guild offers big money for your token. Mu God. Flower God Guild offers big money for your token. Mu God. Premium Sugar Mama offers big money for companionship. Something strange seemed to have slipped into those slogans. Unable to contact Mu God directly, these guilds had resorted to this desperate measure. Zuo Mu had no choice but to layer on another invisibility spell and squeeze through the gaps in the crowd. Hey, who stepped on my foot? You guys outside? Has Mu God arrived yet? Stop pushing. Not yet. All the major guilds are still waiting. After finally breaking through the human wall, he let out a long breath. It was more exhausting than fighting a boss. Crossing the street to the blacksmith shop, he found Zhang Li already waiting there, looking around anxiously. Zuo Mu deactivated his stealth and gently tapped her shoulder. You're here. Yeah, got delayed by the crowd outside. I understand. Zhang Li brushed back a strand of hair and smiled softly. Thank you for being willing to sell me the token. Zuo Mu waved dismissively and placed the token, veteran sword, and veteran armor into the trade window. I'll sell you these 2 pieces of equipment as well, whatever price you think is fair. After receiving them, Jiangli blinked in surprise. Golden tier equipment? Veteran sword? She looked up at Zuo Mu in confusion. Was golden tier weaponry already being phased out? Didn't this look like a newbie sword? Zuo Mu gave her a look that said, "Don't ask, because I don't know either." Thank you. Jiangli quickly produced the 200 gold coins and 1,200 magic crystals she had prepared. I was pressed for time and could only gather this much. I'll give you the rest tomorrow. No problem. With the trade completed, he turned to leave. Jiangli watched his tall, straight figure recede. To her, Zuo Mu remained shrouded in mystery, unknown identity, formidable strength, every move seeming to anticipate the future. The blacksmithing skills, collecting magic crystals in advance. Most importantly, he kept helping her. But now wasn't the time for overthinking. She needed to rush to level 10 and establish her guild. With these 2 pieces of equipment, her team's leveling speed would increase significantly. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu arrived at village chief Li's location. You have accepted the quest, Wild Boar Tusks. You have accepted the quest, Poison Spider Cave. You have accepted the quest, Drive Away the Forest Wolves. You have accepted the quest, Secret of the Stone Golem. He accepted all 4 major newbie main quests in one go. Then he wandered through the village streets and alleys, sweeping up every available task: fabric from the tailor shop, herbs from the pharmacy, and commissions from village chief Li's countless relatives, not missing a single side quest. After organizing his quest log, Zuo Mu stood outside the village, drew his sword against the sunlight, and officially began leveling up. Then he quietly activated stealth and squeezed his way out through the crowd. Today, Zuo Mu was exceptionally busy. At dawn, he darted into the lush jungle where wild boars rustled through the silent underbrush. At noon, he climbed an old locust tree, using his dagger to pierce a beehive and watch golden honey drip down the blade. By evening, he scrambled up rocky slopes to the mountainside, pulling medicinal herbs from their roots in the damp stone crevices. Forest, grassland, ponds, treetops, mountain hollows, caves. His busy figure could be spotted in every corner around the starter village. His hard work paid off. First, he finally reached level 9. His luck was also on point, with his golden points bursting to 11 in one go. Adding the 1 point he'd saved earlier, that made 12 total. He also collected quite a few scattered copper and silver coins. Equipment-wise, he completed his final piece of starter gear, the Novice Hat. Novice Hat, white quality, level 6. Stats, Constitution 4. Description: here's a hat to complete your set. Now get out there and make something of yourself. With mediocre stats, Zuo Mu naturally couldn't bear to waste golden points on it. In the game Heaven's Call, characters could equip 7 items total: 3 armor pieces, 3 accessories, and 1 weapon. The system would gradually fill empty slots after players left the starter village. Apart from his sharp dagger and protective cloth armor, he still wore starter gear in all other slots. Zuo Mu planned to complete equipment overhaul when he reached level 10 and left the village, so he saved all his golden points to enhance everything at once after the gear swap. His current skill damage was already excessive, so holding off wouldn't affect his output. He possessed the Unity talent, meaning the strength and agility he gained per level equaled what others got in 1.5 to 2 levels combined. The higher the level, the more dramatic the gap became. Muzwa, level 9. Class, Light Dancer. Health, 860. Mana, 530. Physical attack, 428. Physical defense, 20. Magic attack, 58. Magic defense, 20. Unity, 154. Constitution, 42. Intelligence, 29. Spirit, 33. Unallocated attributes, 0. Reputation, 190. This string of data on his character panel was truly terrifying. For a level 9 player, 154 points in strength and agility was monstrous. Fully equipped players of the same level could boast about being top tier if they reached 100 points. Not to mention 428 physical attack combined with the Light Dancer's incredibly high skill multipliers, giving Zuo Mu the illusion of being invincible within the starter village. With everything prepared, he set his sights on the starter village's final main quest. Main quest, Secret of the Stone Golem. Objective: deal with the stone golem blocking the only path out of the village. Progress: clear the exit route. Rewards: experience points, 1 gold coin, warrior's proof. System message: congratulations on meeting graduation requirements. Now go take this final qualification exam. Earn your warrior's proof and see the real world beyond. The stone golem was considered the strongest boss of the newbie period, not designed for one person, not even for one team, but as a calamity reserved for the entire starter village. Back in the day, elite players at the forefront had attempted it as a group, only to be brutally repelled. Later, they had to wait for the main force to assemble and overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Zuo Mu had been one of those foot soldiers then. This time, he would solo it, because he was a light dancer. Zuo Mu followed the village's main road outward. The path beneath his feet was chewed ragged by wild rabbits. while heavy breathing from wild boars echoed in the distance. Poisonous spiders lurked under dead leaves, their legs trembling alertly, and jungle wolves prowled in the shadows, their amber eyes gleaming green. Zuo Mu flew past, leaving only wind-scattered fallen leaves in his wake. Assassin, focus on damage output. Draw the aggro over here. Tank, fall back. Priest, heal up fast. Mage, cast slow first and save your mana. Keep it up. The boss is below half health. Zuo Mu stopped in his tracks upon hearing the voices. Someone's fighting a boss. He pushed aside the vines and followed the intermittent battle cries deeper into the dense jungle. Within a minute, an open clearing came into view. A five-person team was besieging the Jungle Wolf King. Jungle Wolf King Bronze Tier, Level 9. HP, 8000-8000. Physical Attack, 250. Physical Defense, 14. Magic Defense, 8. Skills. Are wolves pack animals or solitary creatures again? Zuo Mu wondered to himself. The 5 players were all young, with the leader being a few years older than the rest. Their movements were clean and precise, their tactical coordination nearly seamless. What they all shared was that stubborn determination in their eyes and absolute obedience to their captain's commands. He focused his attention on the captain, average height, with an unhealthily pale complexion, yet quite pleasant to look at. The Wolf King's health was steadily declining under their concentrated assault. Got any ideas, brother? The captain was the first to notice Zuo Mu watching from a distance, his voice cold and detached. Zuo Mu paused for a second, then smiled and shook his head. Just taking a look. Thanks. The captain replied politely, though the wariness in his eyes didn't fade. The other 4 members also kept their sharp gazes fixed on Zuo Mu, clearly ready to react at any moment. But Zuo Mu didn't move, nor did he have any intention of stealing their boss. She recognized this person. Nuancheng. Despite his cold and taciturn demeanor, his name was quite warm. Nuancheng was an orphan, as were the others in his team. Before the game's arrival, their orphanage had been forcibly demolished by developers, and the old director who tried to stop them had died a tortuous death. The group of children became homeless, forced to survive in the city's shadows. Being the oldest, Nuancheng shouldered the responsibility, becoming both brother and father figure to them. His position was unquestionable. Despite his tragic background, he maintained a warm heart, hence the name Nuancheng Warm City. Later, he founded a guild called One Big Happy Family, accepting only orphans, and their combat power was formidable. In his previous life, both Zuo Mu and Nuancheng valued loyalty and righteousness. With similar backgrounds and compatible personalities, they had an extremely close relationship. He never expected to encounter him again so soon in this life. This guy I have to save you right from our first meeting, Zuo Mu grumbled internally while maintaining a slight smile. The reason he was crouching nearby watching was because he knew this team was about to face disaster. They would soon be wiped out. Brother Cheng, the boss has 1/3 health left. Will that guy try to steal it? An archer asked. Nuancheng glanced at the relaxed Zuo Mu nearby. Focus on the boss. If he dares make a move, I'll make him regret it. Just as the Wolf King's health bar was nearly depleted, it suddenly leaped backward and raised its head in a long howl. A whoa! The sharp wolf cry pierced through the forest. Zuo Mu stood up, dusting off his pants. Time to get to work. The boss's sudden action made everyone's hearts skip a beat, thinking it was about to unleash its ultimate skill, but it only howled twice. However, Zuo Mu's movement made them even more vigilant. After standing up, he didn't draw his weapon but looked around as if waiting for something. After a tense moment, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. Rustling sounds spread from all directions as dozens of jungle wolves burst through the trees. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light as they surrounded everyone in a circle. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with provocation, locking onto Nuancheng's group. The tide of battle had instantly reversed. This was the Jungle Wolf King's skill calling for backup. The small clearing was completely surrounded by wolves, layer upon layer. With an alpha wolf standing in the center, there was absolutely no chance of retreat. Faced with this sudden crisis, the players showed no signs of panic. Brother Cheng, didn't expect this boss to have such a trick up its sleeve. We might be done for. So what? It's just one life. We'll go back, level up, and farm again. Nuancheng gripped his weapon tightly, his voice steady. Who's scared? Everyone focus and give it your all. Think of it as skill practice. Right. With Brother Cheng's words, everyone immediately rallied their spirits. The wolf pack crouched low, slowly tightening their encirclement at a crawling pace, their sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The players held their breath, knuckles white, but never took a single step back. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and the whoosh of weapons cutting through air came from outside the circle. Then, swish, 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 continuous damage numbers exploded above the wolves' heads, followed by one piercing howl after another. Zuo Mu, who had been lurking on the periphery, finally made his move. He leaped forward in a single bound, and the moment he landed, his blade traced an elegant arc as a large swath of wolves crashed to the ground. Brother Cheng, it's that guy, someone in the team exclaimed. What kind of terrifying damage is this? Nuanqing squinted at Zuo Mu, initially thinking he was there to steal their kill, but unexpectedly, he was actually helping them out of their predicament. Attack. Since he's helping us, we can't just stand here watching. You got it. However, they never got the chance to act. With one area effect skill from Zuo Mu, the wolf pack instantly lost more than half its numbers. Then he weaved and dodged through the mob, taking down a wolf with almost every basic attack. The ridiculous damage output left everyone momentarily forgetting to attack. Even the alpha wolf was stunned, its low growl of a woo stuck in its throat. In the blink of an eye, the menacing wolf pack was completely cleared out as if they had never existed, leaving only grass swaying gently in the breeze. The boss is about to flee, Zuo Mu reminded them calmly. Only then did everyone snap back to reality and work together to instantly kill the lone alpha wolf. After the kill, Nuanqing put away his weapon and walked straight towards Zuo Mu, proactively opening a trade window. Thank you for your help. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Here are all the drops from the alpha wolf. He held nothing back, even adding all the gold coins he had on him as long as it could spare his family members from losing a life. He was willing to give anything. No need, Zuo Mu refused decisively. When I need something, just help me with one favor. Nuanqing committed this debt of gratitude to memory and nodded solemnly. Deal. I'm Nuanqing. He added him as a friend. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. You're Godmo. Hearing the words, Godmo, the others all turned their surprised and reverent gazes toward him. The god of the Chinese region, the legendary Mu who frequently topped the leaderboards, had actually saved them here. Zuo Mu simply nodded. I'll find you when I need something. With those words, he turned and left. Could God Mu ever actually need something from us? The group murmured in low voices. The legendary master wasn't as cold and arrogant as they had imagined, but they didn't know that Zuo Mu had acted only because they were them. Watching his figure disappear into the forest, Nuanqing silently added in his heart, thank you for protecting my family. From now on, I'll repay you even unto death. Zuo Mu emerged from the jungle and finally reached the end of the path. There, a massive boulder nearly 10 meters tall blocked the center of the road. As he stepped into the aggro range, cracking sounds came from within the giant stone, and the ground trembled lightly. The boulder visibly swayed left and right, suddenly developing multiple fissures that quickly spread and widened. Through the cracks, one could faintly see demonic energy connecting them together. With a thunderous rumble, the massive boulder slowly formed feet, then legs, followed by a torso, arms, and finally a head. At last, a stone giant over 10 meters tall stood towering before Zuo Mu. Roar! The deafening bellow sent flocks of birds bursting from the forest, their wings beating frantically as they fled in panic. This was the final boss of the newbie village, the Demon Stone Giant. Demon Stone Giant Golden. Level 10. HP 80 000 80000. Physical attack 500. Magic attack 500. Physical defense 200. Magic defense 200. Skills. Defeating it would break through the level 10 barrier. However, its terrifying stats were intimidating: 80,000 health points, 500 dual attack power, and a staggering 200 physical defense that most players couldn't even penetrate. Zuo Mu's heart tightened as well, yet he couldn't suppress his excitement. His true confidence came from his passive skill Insight. Insight passive. After 3 enhancement, basic attacks deal additional true damage equal to 110 of attack power. Taking advantage of the pre-battle moment, he first downed a potion, not a healing potion, but poison. He deliberately reduced his health to 1/3 to trigger bonus damage output. While letting the boss directly lower his health would be faster, it risked instant death from a single punch, a risk he dared not take lightly. Battle commenced. Zuo Mu immediately closed in, unleashing a ruthless combo. What should have been over 10,000 damage barely broke 1,000 against the Demon Stone Giant, with most of the credit going to true damage. The boss's high physical defense also significantly weakened the stun effects of his skills, demonstrating its formidable resistance. After finishing his combo, he flashed backward as a massive fist crashed down where he'd been standing. Boom. The ground trembled, creating a deep crater. That was the Demon Stone Giant's first skill, basic attacks with area damage and stun effects. For multiplayer teams, it was practically a team-wipe machine. Fortunately, the resistance granted by Insight saved Zuo Mu from being stunned, though he still lost some health from the shockwave. As the boss retracted its fist, he landed a few more strikes. Fist shadows pounded repeatedly, leaving the forest floor shattered and scarred. Zuo Mu steadily chipped away several thousand health points while his own health reached critical levels, forcing him to activate his dagger's lifesteal effect. When his skills cooled down, he closed in for another combo, pulling his health back to a safe range. Though it appeared perilous, he maintained firm control of the battle through high mobility and true damage. When the boss's health dropped below half, Zuo Mu's heart tensed. The second skill was coming. The Demon Stone Giant suddenly froze, and all the stone blocks composing its body separated, clattering down into a pile of rubble on the ground. Yet black, demonic energy still connected each stone. The next second, all the stones rose into the air, spreading out like a giant net covering the sky above, each node a heavy boulder. The only way out was to run. Zuo Mu spun around and sprinted, racing beyond the net's edge. The stone net plummeted with a thunderous crash, sending dust skyward. Wild monsters in the forest scattered in terror. What's happening? Was that an earthquake just now? No idea. I was grinding monsters when they suddenly turned and ran. Cough. Cough. Zuo Mu waved away the dust before his eyes, his toes barely touching a large stone at the very edge of the giant net. Even with his current speed, he had only just escaped the skill's range. In his previous life, he had died to this very move, the memory still vivid in his mind. The scattered stones on the ground reformed under the pull of demonic energy, and the demon stone giant took shape once more. The second round of assault began. Facing the reformed golem, Zuo Mu launched his second assault. He unleashed his full skill rotation once again, then glided along the giant's perimeter. With his terrifying movement speed, he dodged while carving successive wounds with his dagger, steadily grinding down the boss's health bar. This time, however, he remained exceptionally cautious, his gaze locked on the giant, ready to retreat at any moment. He had never witnessed the third skill's complete effect in his previous life before being instantly killed. If the second skill was already this terrifying, the final one would only be stronger. Yet Zuo Mu felt no fear, confident that his high speed could handle whatever came. After several minutes of Hitandran tactics, the golem's health finally bottomed out. Suddenly, Zuo Mu's heart skipped a beat as an ominous premonition washed over him. The giant bent forward dramatically, its massive stone frame beginning to contract inward. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fracturing echoed continuously as fissures rapidly spread across its entire body, like a vase covered in cracks. Dark, purple demonic energy coursed through the gaps. Zuo Mu's brow twitched, and he turned to flee. The next instant, the golem straightened its back with explosive force. Whoosh, 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 countless stone fragments broke free from its body, transforming into a dense barrage of projectiles like an out-of-control machine gun, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The ground was riddled with craters, the deafening sound of stone impacts filling the air. Though Zuo Mu's speed was considerable, he had started running too late. The stone rain covered everything. He thought this attempt would end in failure once again, but an unexpected notification appeared. You have received fatal damage. Miner's Glory Set skill, blessing, activated. Set equipment destroyed. The sky-filling projectiles pierced through his body, yet his health bar remained frozen, completely motionless. Simultaneously, crack, crack, his necklace, amulet, and ring shattered one by one, falling as gray-white fragments at his feet. Instead of the expected death screen, Zuo Mu stood there stunned, then remembered. The upgraded Miner's Blessing was designed to block one fatal attack. The scattered broken equipment across the ground marked the complete destruction of his three-piece set, but it had earned him a precious second life. Zuo Mu's eyes reignited with fighting spirit as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a deep red potion, Berserker Elixir. Popping the cork, he downed the entire contents. You have used Berserker Elixir. Strength and agility increased by 30. Surging power and agility exploded within his body, perfectly stacking with his dancer class's ultra-high speed. Zuo Mu felt more nimble and powerful than ever before. Meanwhile, the golem, having expended its third skill, clearly entered a prolonged weakened state. Its stone body had shrunk by a full size, now only twice human height, yet it still retained the terrifying foundation of a golden boss. It looked up at that persistent fly, its eyes blazing with demonic light, anger nearly taking physical form. Why wasn't that guy dead yet? One filled with fighting spirit, the other consumed by rage. Battle was about to erupt once more. The next moment, two figures, one large and one small, charged toward each other, beginning the most primitive close-quarters combat. With his temporarily explosive stats, Zuo Mu no longer relied on frequent evasion. When his health dropped, he forcibly recovered it through his dagger's embedded life-steal enchantment, channeling all his energy into precise, vicious attacks. The golem, its skills exhausted, could only swing its rocky fists in wild downward strikes, each accompanied by dull, explosive sounds. Technique? It no longer existed. This moment belonged only to the lightning-fast collision of fist and blade, the most direct confrontation between man and man. However, the giant overlooked a crucial factor. While Zuo Mu could rapidly restore his lost health through life-steal, it had no means of recovery. The gap in their health bars widened mercilessly with each exchange. This was a passionate battle, yet one without suspense. As Zuo Mu's dagger gradually chipped away at the boss's health points bit by bit, the Magic Stone Giant finally collapsed. You have defeated a gold-tier monster Magic Stone Giant. Experience gained. Gold points 1. Level increased to 10. Attribute points 5. Gold points 1. Congratulations on your first kill of a gold-tier monster Magic Stone Giant. Reputation 300. Gold coins 10. gold points 3. Server-wide announcement triggered. Player Mu Zuo from the China region has achieved the first kill of Gold Tier Monster Magic Stone Giant 3. As the system notifications rang out continuously, golden announcements scrolled across the screen non-stop, impossible for any online player to ignore. Immediately after, another quest notification appeared. You have completed the final Starter Village quest secret of the Stone Golem. Areas beyond Starter Village are now unlocked. Reputation 500, gold coins 15, gold points 5. Server-wide announcement triggered. Player Mu Zuo from the China region has opened the main city passage. Areas beyond Starter Village unlocked 3. With the boss defeated, the world chat was instantly flooded with congratulations. All hail God Mu. God Mu, you're my idol. Where are the Eagle region dogs? Come out. Where are the Cherry Blossom region bootlickers? Come out. Mu Zuo is clearly ours. Screw you, Kimchi region. Your entire Kimchi region should belong to us. Kimchi region, come acknowledge your ancestors. God Mu is God Musilent until he strikes, then earth-shattering. Eagle region, Cherry Blossom region. At this very moment, many players with faster progress in various starter villages were struggling with how to defeat the final Magic Stone Giant. Like Zuo Mu in his previous life, they were using repeated deaths to scout the path, then desperately trying to organize teams for a forced breakthrough. Unfortunately, most people were reluctant to waste their precious lives when facing real life or death moments, leading to mutual hesitation and insufficient team firepower. Only when everyone realized they'd never escape the starter village without going all out would they truly fight with everything they had. Therefore, everyone understood just how troublesome the Magic Stone Giant was. For Zuo Mu to single-handedly defeat the boss was nothing short of turning impossible into accomplished. The evaluation of him came down to just 2 words: strong. Incredibly strong. Players in the same starter village as Zuo Mu had inadvertently struck gold. No longer would they need to repeatedly die to that disgusting stone monster. Once they reached level 10, they could leave the village unobstructed and head to the main city, truly beginning their gaming journey. After ending the battle, Zuo Mu received the final gift dropped by the Magic Stone Giant. Obtained 6 gold, 32 silver. Obtained Life Stone 1. Obtained Magic Stone Heavy Armor. Obtained Magic Stone Helm. Obtained Magic Stone Boots. Obtained Skill, Blessing. Blessing. Zuo Mu immediately opened his skill panel. Blessing passive. Can block 1 fatal attack and gain 1 second of invincibility effect. Cooldown, 3 days. Seeing the description, an irrepressible smile appeared in his eyes. It was precisely thanks to the blessing effect that blocked fatal damage that he had been able to counterkill the Magic Stone Giant. Now that the skill came with a genuine invincibility effect, its value exceeded any equipment. Skill Blessing learned. Skill Blessing enhancement successful. Skill Blessing enhancement successful. Skill Blessing enhancement successful. Skill Blessing enhancement successful. Without hesitation, Zuo Mu spent 12 gold points for 4 consecutive enhancements. Blessing passive enhanced 4. Can block 1 fatal attack and gain 3 seconds of invincibility effect. Cooldown, 12 hours. The corner of his mouth curved upward as an irrepressible exhilaration surged through his chest. The life-saving measure he had fought tooth and nail for in his previous life was now firmly in his grasp, and even more powerful than before. The skills and items in the Heavenly Summons world are incredibly diverse and bizarre. Even after experiencing 1 cycle of reincarnation, Zuo Mu couldn't guarantee he'd recognize half of them, making his life-saving skill, Blessing, absolutely crucial. Not only did it significantly increase his margin for error, but it could also be extracted into reality. System notification: you have used a life stone. Lives 1. Next came the 3-piece armor set dropped by the Magic Stone Giant. 1. Magic Stone Helm level 10 silver. HP 300. Constitution 20. Physical defense 5. Magic defense 5. Damage reduction. Reduces incoming damage by 10 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note: I'll form the head. 2. Magic Stone Heavy Armor level 10 silver. HP 300. Constitution 20. Physical defense 5. Magic defense 5. Shield. When HP drops below 50, gain a shield equal to 30 of maximum HP. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note: I'll form the body. 3. Magic Stone Boots level 10 silver. HP 300. Constitution 20. Physical defense 5. Magic defense 5. Resolve. Removes all negative status effects when used. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note: I'll form the Stinky Feet. Set effect Stone Guardian 33 activated. Additional HP 500. Additional HP 10. Talk about tough as nails. Zuo Mu couldn't help but exclaim this 3-piece defensive set could directly boost HP by over 2,000 points while covering both physical and magical defense, though it was clearly tank-oriented. If their current team's tank wore this, he could practically stand his ground against anything, truly embodying one man holding the pass against 10,000. He sent screenshots of the stats to Zhongli. Mu Zuo. Selling to you, screenshot attached. Zhongli, want it? I'll give you everything tomorrow. Meet at the blacksmith shop. Muzwa, see you in a bit. With all business in the newbie village cleared and darkness falling, Zuo Mu decided to return to the village to turn in quests and rest tomorrow. He could set off for the main city. Heavenly Summons rule. If daily rest is less than 8 hours, all attributes are halved the next day, and experience gain is halved. Rest is free in the newbie village, but costs money in the main city unless you buy property. At Village Chief Lee's place. Quest, Secret of the Stone Demon completed. Reward, Warrior's Proof. Warrior's Proof, the only credential needed to enter the main city. Begin your adventure. Players from Zuo Mu's village were quite fortunate. They only needed to reach level 10 to obtain the Warrior's Proof, without having to challenge the party wipe machine, Magic Stone Giant. Under the night sky, the blacksmith shop was brightly lit. Jiang Li had already arrived, followed by the nearly 2-meter-tall tank Deshan. Jiang Li spoke with heartfelt gratitude. Muzwa, thank you so much. This armor set is incredibly important to us. I can't use it anyway, take it. Zuo Mu raised his hand to confirm the trade. The equipment quickly transferred to Jiang Li's inventory, then was passed to Deshan. The young man was like a child receiving his dream toy, immediately putting on all 3 pieces. The bright silver heavy armor wrapped around his sturdy frame, instantly maximizing his sense of security. He excitedly touched the helmet and tapped the chest plate, his face showing undisguised enthusiasm and innocent joy. Several times he opened his mouth, then held back, as if unsure how to express his gratitude. Jiang Li withdrew his gentle gaze and softly explained to Zuo Mu. Sorry for the scene. He's only 15, but due to certain circumstances, his mental capacity permanently stopped at 8 years old. His physical talents were excellent, but unfortunately, his intellectual limitations prevented him from fully utilizing them. However, he has one distinctive trait, an extremely strong protective instinct, willing to risk everything to safeguard those he deems important when danger strikes. Jiang Li raised her head toward the distant blue-gray mountains, her voice low but resolute. He's also the orphaned son of my father's comrade in arms. After speaking, she shifted slightly, gesturing for Zuo Mu to look together at the towering mountain range. Whenever there was a chance to enhance his ability to protect others, Zuo Mu always felt genuine joy, and this moment was no exception. Thank you again, Muzwa. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze, her tone solemn. From the beginning until now, the help you've given me is beyond any material measure. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, her breathing quickened. To be honest, I don't know what you truly want. But, she straightened her spine, gazing at him earnestly. If you ever need me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Zuo Mu remained silent, quietly studying her eyes. Under his intense gaze, Jiang Li felt her heart flutter with panic. She unconsciously swallowed, suppressing her chaotic thoughts, before hearing his calm voice. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Zuo Mu. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, her lips parting slightly, then broke into a smile as warm as spring breeze. I'm Jiang Li, same name, as in reality. 2 hands clasped together in the evening's afterglow, warmth overlapping. As twilight faded and moonlight hung in the sky, after a day of fierce battles, people began to fully enjoy the precious night. Singing and laughing around campfires, whispering softly under tree shadows, some indulging in drunken revelry, others harboring worries about tomorrow. All walks of life, each striving to live. Zuo Mu returned to his room early, lying down fully clothed, quietly awaiting dawn. About to return, extract abilities? Character attributes: extraction successful. Skill extraction, stealth successful, blessing successful. Remaining lives, 2. Looking forward to your return tomorrow. Revenge begins. The system prompts rang clearly in his ears. Zuo Mu had originally planned to extract attribute stealth, but defeating the boss had also granted him a life stone and the blessing skill, providing an extra layer of protection. Reality differs from games. Each person has only one true life. Back in the real world, on his bedroom bed, his previously ethereal body gradually solidified until completely restored. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils were like still water, calm on the surface yet concealing turbulent undercurrents. He rose, changed into form-fitting athletic wear, opened a drawer, and retrieved a short blade with restrained cold gleam, once merely a collectible trinket, now a weapon of vengeance. With a mere thought, stealth activated instantly, as if innate. At the end of a dilapidated narrow alley, a rolling shutter suddenly lifted, then quietly descended, as if controlled by invisible hands. The alleyway fell silent again, leaving only mottled shadows cast by dim streetlights. How could Zuo Mu be certain of Li Mo Shue's whereabouts? He knew, of course. On this day in his previous life, he had exhausted all efforts to discover where she was fooling around with Shao Qi, then rushed over. Strangely, Li Mo Shue neither resisted nor refused, obediently following him home. Afterward, she still occasionally visited Shao Qi, but spent most of her time by his side. Only after his rebirth did Zuo Mu understand that her abnormal compliance was part of Shao Qi's scheme to keep him stable, making him willingly work for the pair like inexhaustible leeks, harvested crop after crop. until finally uprooted when old and frail. At this thought, Zuo Mu tightened his grip, the short blade clicking softly. His rage lay buried deep, yet pulsed hotly through his veins. Unfortunately for them, this time they hadn't planted leeks, but bitter fruit, and now it was time for them to taste what they had sown. In the outskirts of Hong City, there lies a scenic area with beautiful lakes and mountains that rarely sees visitors. This is an exclusive high-end villa district with tight security, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to approach. By the lakeside stands a luxurious villa with marble-clad exterior walls and glass curtains reflecting the shimmering water, resembling a hidden palace. In the living room, golden crystal chandeliers illuminate a girl's delighted eyes as she exclaims, "This villa is gorgeous. It's going to be ours now that Long Xiao has given it to me." She caresses the marble railings, her voice filled with excitement. "Brother Xiao Qi is the best." The girl turns around, smiling sweetly at the young man beside her. Xiao Qi's lips curl into a smile. "The most important part is the basement downstairs, where we store our valuable cargo." As he speaks, his eyes turn cold and cunning. Vis-a-vis, the walkie-talkie at his waist suddenly crackles with static. "Brother Xiao, the microsurveillance is calibrated, and we've spotted some suspicious individuals." Xiao Qi grabs his earpiece. "There are always some ugly small fry who don't know their place. Hold the walkie-talkie. I'm coming right away. Don't act rashly. Set up the trap. I don't mind catching a few more sheep." Copy that. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away from the villa, in a patch of bushes, Nuanqing and several companions crouch low, keeping watch. "Brother Chung, that's the villa. Little Stone and the others were captured and taken there. Are you scared?" Nuanqing asks in a low voice. "Not at all. As long as we can rescue Little Stone and the others, we're willing to die together." Everyone's gaze is resolute. "Good." Nuanqing takes a deep breath. "Xiao Fei, go invisible and scout ahead. Be careful." "Understood." Xiao Fei, the assassin in the team, crouches down, activates his skill, and his entire form becomes like a shadow scattered by wind, silently gliding toward the villa. Every member of Nuanqing's makeshift rescue team had spent 2 lives extracting abilities. While first extractions typically only enhance basic attributes, they were determined to risk everything, investing both lives into skills and attributes to maximize their combat power. Few others would dare take such risks. In the surveillance room, dim lights illuminate dozens of glowing screens. Nuanqing's team's movements are clearly visible on thermal imaging. "Brother Xiao, someone's approaching invisibly, probably scouting the situation." Xiao Qi glances at the screen. "Let him in. You guys go ambush in the back garden and capture him the moment the scan reveals him." "Yes, Brother Xiao." Several subordinates grab electric net guns and alloy nets, spreading out into the garden in advance. Xiao Qi stares at the screen with a cold smile. Do they really think only they have skills? It turns out that to guard the sheep in the basement, Long Xiao had also given Xiao Qi's group 2 life points to extract abilities, promising greater rewards once they entered the main city. He had also invested heavily in creating a luxurious prison in the basement that could rival any fortress. Thick alloy doors with magical engravings that even unlimited fireball spells couldn't burn through. In the back garden, artificial hills, fountains, and ornamental trees are arranged like a maze. Xiao Fei carefully chooses a path through the blind spots. At this moment, he's pressed against a tall sycamore tree, waiting for his invisibility cooldown to finish. The surroundings are so quiet that only the sound of fountain water splashing into the pool can be heard. Not a single person around. Xiao Fei frowns, scanning the area again. Once his cooldown resets, he goes invisible again and rushes forward. Approaching the back door, he crouches halfway and peers through the window gap to observe the interior structure. At that very instant, a steel wire net as thick as a thumb comes whistling down from above. Oh no! Before he can finish speaking, he's already trapped tightly, unable to move his limbs. Before he can even cry out, blue-white electric arcs light up between the net wires, crackling and buzzing as excruciating pain and paralysis instantly overwhelm his consciousness. The bushes behind the wall rustle as several mocking faces emerge. What a fool! Did he really think he could break into a place like this? Ha ha! Several men carried the freshly caught sheep down to the basement. A damp light bulb swayed overhead, casting dim yellow light on the stone steps and illuminating bloody footprints. Xiao Qi stood at the corner with a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke curling around his mouth. Li Mashue obediently offered him a light with both hands, the flame illuminating his sharp gaze. He glanced up at the surveillance screen, where Nuan Chung and his team were crouched tensely in the bushes around the villa's perimeter. "Brother Chung, it's been so long with no movement. Could something have happened to Xiao Fei?" someone whispered anxiously. Nuan Chung snapped a dry branch in front of him with a crisp crack, then drew a long blade from behind his shoulder that gleamed coldly in the darkness. "Move," he said in a low voice. "The enemy wants to force us through the front door." The team immediately drew their weapons, pushed through the bushes, and charged straight toward the villa's main entrance. Watching the monitors, Xiao Qi sneered, the cigarette curling at the corner of his mouth. "Really think you're the protagonist? With that, he extinguished the burning cigarette, but against Li Mashue's exposed collarbone. A soft hiss sounded as the girl's shoulder trembled slightly, but the pain was quickly replaced by a strange intoxication, her eyes becoming hazy. Brother Xiao, grab your gear. We have guests. Copy that. Nuan Cheng and his team moved swiftly, reaching the entrance in the blink of an eye. The door creaked open, and Xiao Qi swaggered out with over a dozen men, surrounding them completely. The numerical disadvantage was obvious. You've come such a long way. Come in and sit down, we've prepared rooms for you, Xiao Qi taunted. Before he finished speaking, a fireball whooshed through the air, heading straight for his face. Xiao Qi stepped aside as a muscular, heavily tattooed man quickly raised his shield. With a thunderous crash, the flames scattered like water droplets hitting stone, leaving no trace. Impatient, Xiao Qi didn't even bother to blink. Release my people. Sure, as long as you. Before he could finish, Nuan Cheng's eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly attacked. His teammates also struck simultaneously, engaging Xiao Qi's guards. The tank in front of Xiao Qi raised his shield to absorb Nuan Cheng's fierce strike, sparks flying. Xiao Qi's expression darkened instantly as he stepped back and signaled his men to flank them. Nuan Cheng's team was outnumbered, facing 2 or even 3 opponents each, barely holding on with their initial skill bursts. As soon as the shield in front was knocked aside, Nuan Cheng charged again, flashing past several enemies with his blade aimed directly at Xiao Qi's throat. Knew clearly that capturing the leader was their only chance of victory. However, his body suddenly froze. Nuan Cheng stared in shock as Li Mashue stepped out from behind Xiao Qi, magical light flickering at her fingertips. The binding spell had taken effect. Xiao Qi laughed mockingly. Did you really think everyone else was stupid? Open fire. Several figures emerged from the corners, raising their gun barrels in unison. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as tranquilizer darts found their targets precisely, and Nuan Cheng's teammates collapsed one by one. Nuan Cheng gritted his teeth, gunfire exploding in his ears, his eyes blazing with fury, but his body went limp as the anesthetic took effect. Don't worry, it's just tranquilizer. Xiao Qi crouched down and grabbed Nuan Cheng's chin, smiling coldly. How could I bear to kill you? You're worth much more alive as laborers. Drag them away, to the basement. His subordinates carried the bodies away and began cleaning up the scene. Just then, something unexpected happened. A dark figure suddenly materialized from the shadows by the courtyard wall. Cold steel flashed as a short blade swung out, and 2 men carrying bodies collapsed with blood lines across their throats. Who's there? Xiao Qi roared in shock and anger. The tank raised his shield protectively, while the remaining members quickly adjusted their formation, charging their abilities and reloading their tranquilizer guns. The dark figure stepped forward, moonlight revealing a lean proselyte, was Zuo Mu. Who are you? Xiao Qi struggled to suppress his alarm. Zuo Mu flicked the blood from his blade, his voice low and hoarse. Someone here to collect a debt. Zuo Mu's sudden appearance left everyone at the scene stunned and bewildered. Zuo Mu? Someone in the crowd gasped. Xiao Qi's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Li Mashue also stood frozen in place. Nuan Cheng, lying on the grass, struggled to turn his head and squeezed out a hoarse cry from his throat. Mu God? Zuo Mu merely cast a cold glance around the scene, and without another word, his figure flashed as he grabbed a nearby subordinate who hadn't had time to react. You're asking for death. Xiao Qi flew into a rage, waving his hand. Attack. Kill him. Li Mashue suddenly snapped awake, screaming furiously. Zuo Mu, have you lost your mind? How dare you touch brother Xiao Qi's men? However, Zuo Mu remained completely unmoved, his long blade dancing through the air, mercilessly harvesting the lives of Xiao Qi's subordinates. Li Mashue shouted in exasperation. Stop it. How dare you disobey me? He casually glanced back, that sharp, icy gaze seeming almost tangible. Li Mashue trembled all over from the shock, her throat feeling as if crushed by a heavy weight, unable to squeeze out a single word. Several gunmen pulled their triggers upon seeing this, tranquilizer darts cutting through the air. Zuo Mu dodged to the side, his blade sweeping across the throat of the nearest person, blood spurting forth and staining the grass beneath his feet deep red. He moved through the battlefield like a phantom, swift to the point of being almost a shadow, like the grim reaper himself descending. How can he be so fast? Xiao Qi watched with terror. Realizing that bullets couldn't lock onto Zuo Mu at all, the men simply discarded their guns and grabbed heavy broadswords and iron clubs weighing dozens of pounds for close combat. Relying on attributes extracted from the game, their physiques had dramatically enhanced, making these weapons feel weightless in their hands. In ancient times, they would have been enough to sweep across battlefields. Unfortunately, their enemy was Zuo Mu. If bullets couldn't catch him, these heavy weapons certainly couldn't either. In Zuo Mu's vision, all movements seemed to be dragged into slow motion as he effortlessly dodged and counterattacked. In less than a few minutes, the battle ended without suspense. Corpses lay scattered across the grass, the air thick with a nauseating smell of blood, and the soil soaked deep brown with gore. Only Nuancheng and a few others remained convulsing on the ground, while Shao Qi and Li Mashue stood dumbstruck. Zuo Mu, drenched in blood with murderous intent surging around him, locked his frost-like gaze on Shao Qi and approached step by step. Shao Qi's knees went weak as he collapsed with a thud. Don't, don't kill me. Li Mashue suddenly came to her senses, stepping forward to block his path. I won't let you hurt him. If you have the guts, kill me instead. Yes, yes, kill her. Brother Mu, please spare me. Shao Qi quickly chimed in, his voice filled with the humility of someone begging for their life. Li Mashue seemed unsurprised by these words, still desperately protecting Shao Kai's poison of love had long since invaded her very bones. Zuo Mu looked down at the two of them, his voice low and cold. Is this all you've got? Yes, yes, I'm just a dog. Shao Qi nodded repeatedly. Please spare me. Take Li Mashue with you. You're not real siblings anyway. Do whatever you want. I've already trained her well for you. Li Mashue's face turned deathly pale at these words, yet she still looked up with a cold laugh. Zuo Mu, do you dare kill me? Can you face my dead parents? Zuo Mu smiled slightly and asked in return, wasn't their death caused by you? Li Mashue's delicate body trembled, as if her throat had been seized, unable to utter a single word. Zuo Mu pulled out an exquisite small bottle, the dark purple liquid inside shimmering eerily under the light. He tossed the bottle at Li Mashue's feet. It was the remaining half bottle of poison he had found in her room. Li Mashue stared at the bottle by her feet, her brow furrowed and her eyes complex. How could he know? Then, madness gradually crept across her face. So what if you know? Li Mashue looked up with a twisted smile. So what if I did it all? You only ever restricted my freedom, never caring about what I wanted. You all deserve to die, she shrieked, her voice tearing. Standing in the way of me and brother Shao Qi being together, you all deserve to die. Zuo Mu quietly watched her go mad, his eyes cold as stagnant water, no longer showing the slightest emotional fluctuation. Zuo Mu no longer cared to argue, because she was beyond salvation. At that moment, Shao Qi, who was lying behind them, secretly poked Li Mashue, and a flash of excitement gleamed in her eyes. Nuancheng caught everything in his sight, screaming internally, Mu God, be careful. But he could only manage a muffled grunt from his throat. Bind! With Li Mashue's low shout, Zuo Mu's body suddenly stiffened. Shao Qi sprang up, rubbing his palms together to create a blazing fireball that shot directly at Zuo Mu's face. Let's see how you dodge this. The flames engulfed Zuo Mu completely. Heat waves surged forward, distorting even the air itself. Shao Qi and Li Mashue stared eagerly at the center of the flames, but found no trace of a human figure. Did he burn to ashes? Shao Qi wondered, taking half a step forward. The next second, a blade pierced through his chest. Crimson blood trickled down the cold steel. Shao Qi looked down, only managing to think, how is this possible, before he couldn't even turn around, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Dead. Only then did Zuo Mu's figure emerge from behind the flames, cold and sharp as a blade. Li Mashue was still excitedly searching for the corpse when she heard the sound and turned back, her entire body freezing, her face filled with disbelief. From Nuancheng's perspective, Zuo Mu had been swallowed by the fierce flames, then walked out unharmed. Teleporting behind Shao Qi for a fatal strike had deliberately shown weakness to draw out their trump cards, because he possessed the blessing. Li Mashue broke down completely. She threw herself onto Shao Qi's corpse, tears streaming wildly as she shook him desperately. Brother Shao Qi, this is impossible. Suddenly raising her head, her gaze pierced Zuo Mu like a sharp blade. Zuo Mu, you're not human. That familiar line now, it was her turn to scream it. She grabbed a piece of broken glass from the ground, ignoring how the sharp edge cut her palm and made blood flow freely, charging at Zuo Mu like a madwoman. But now she was as fragile as a little rabbit. Zuo Mu raised his hand, gripping her slender neck and lifting her effortlessly. The glass shard fell as Li Mashue's bloodied hands desperately clawed at his wrist in futile struggle. Warm blood dripped from her arm onto the back of Zuo Mu's fingers, and struggle and confusion flashed in his eyes. The Li couple's most beloved daughter is going to die by my hand? After all, they once raised me. Zuo Mu, do it. Are you scared? Ha ha, cough cough, Li Mashue laughed hoarsely. Zuo Mu's eyes gradually turned cold. The debt of gratitude has been repaid through you. Now it's time to settle the score for you trying to kill me, twice. Li Mashue, now you're the one who owes me. His grip tightened suddenly. Cough. Don't you want to know about your parents' death? Zuo Mu trembled, his fingers loosening slightly. My parents' death? Li Mashue greedily gasped for air. There's more to their death than meets the eye, and my parents knew about it too. Now only I know. Guess whether I'll tell you. She laughed maniacally. Wanna know, Zuo Mu? Ha ha. Too bad I don't plan to tell you. You killed my brother Shao Qi, so I'd rather die than tell you. You'll never know the answer. Crack. Zuo Mu's 5 fingers tightened. Then go die. Li Mashue's head lolled to one side, her final rage frozen on her face. The blood-soaked villa returned to silence. Revenge was complete. After completing his revenge, Zuo Mu felt neither the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled nor the lonely desolation of an ending. Instead, his heart was like a still mirror, without a single ripple. After that betrayal, it seemed he would never again laugh with joy or weep with sorrow. The hidden truth Li Mashua mentioned before her death had suspected it all along. In childhood, his parents claimed to be members of some association, but little did he understand what those 3 words meant. One day, the couple hurriedly packed their belongings, saying they had to carry out an important mission. That departure became their final farewell. The news the Li couple brought back was chillingly cold. The ship they boarded had accidentally sunk, leaving no trace of their bodies. Zuo Mu knew this matter was full of suspicious points, but at the time he was busy caring for Li Mashua and had no time to investigate further. Now that all burdens were lifted, that cloud of doubt pressed against his heart once more. He lowered his gaze to Li Mashua's corpse, his expression serene. Nuan Cheng and his group finally recovered from their terror, stumbling forward while supporting themselves against the wall. Zuo Mu turned around to see several pale, exhausted faces. I never expected to meet you here. Thank you again for saving our lives. Nuan Cheng's eyes were full of gratitude. Which of you has fire abilities? Zuo Mu asked. Nuan Cheng paused, then turned to push forward the only ability user in their team. What does Master Mu want to do? Burn her. Zuo Mu pointed to the corpse at his feet. Nuan Cheng guessed he was venting his anger and didn't ask further, simply signaling his companion to act. Quosha blazing fireball fell, and scorching black flames quickly consumed the body. The air filled with the smell of burning flesh and blood. The firelight reflected in Zuo Mu's indifferent eyes as he searched around, finding a medium-sized ceramic jar. He held it in his palm and quietly stood guard nearby until the flames died out. Downstairs, Nuan Cheng's group wasn't idle either. They found keys on Xiao Qi's body, opened the basement iron door, and rescued the imprisoned Xiao Shitu, Xiao Fei, and other strangers. The half-grown child Xiao Shitu threw himself into Nuan Cheng's arms, crying and shouting, "Brother, I finally found you." Nuan Cheng stroked the back of his head, softly comforting him. It's okay now, let's go home. The rescued strangers showed various emotions. Some roared about finding the mastermind and forming alliances for revenge. Others hung their heads and fled through the door, seeking only to survive. Nuan Cheng said nothing more, signaling with a glance for his team to regroup, and led his close companions back to the first floor. The fire had died, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. Zuo Mu crouched down, carefully gathering the ashes into the ceramic jar, then wrapped it carefully in a canvas bag he found. Only then did Nuan Cheng understand Zuo Mu wasn't venting anger, but preparing to bury Li Mashua. Is Master Mu planning to bury her? He asked quietly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zuo Mu. Zuo Mu spoke calmly. I'm Gu Cheng. Nuan Cheng gave his real name, his expression solemn. You've saved us once again. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask, and I'll risk my life for you. Zuo Mu nodded and was about to leave when suddenly the camera overhead made a harsh buzzing sound. A sinister male voice came through the speaker, making the air suddenly cold. Mu's Nuan Cheng, is it? You have quite the nerve, daring to release my sheep. You shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have provoked me. Even through the speaker, you could feel the rage on the other end. Remember, my name is Long Outyin. Whoosh. Nuan Cheng fired a clean shot that shattered the surveillance camera in the corner, then turned to sneer at the speaker. Annoying. Even if you don't come for me, I'll come for you. Mu Shun, we're heading out now. Call us if you need anything. After finishing their business, everyone quickly dispersed. Watching his companions leave, Zuo Mu headed alone to the back hills of Hong City. The afternoon cemetery was silent, with pine needles crunching softly underfoot. He crouched down in the empty space beside the Li couple's tombstone, used a shovel to dig a small pit, gently placed Li Mashua's urn from his bag into it, then carefully covered it with soil and patted it flat. After finishing everything, he bowed slightly to the tombstone. It doesn't matter who owes whom. Everything is over now. Thank you for raising me and keeping me company. Farewell. Back at the warehouse, he threw his body heavily onto the mattress, staring at the gray-white ceiling as his mind went blank. All events had ended too suddenly, yet seemed inevitable. With his thoughts drained, he fell into a deep sleep. His dreams were fragmented, but he remembered only the final scene: his parents, whom he hadn't seen in years, pushed through the door carrying an ancient wooden box. Inside lies the secret of this world. Before Zuo Mu could get an answer, he opened his arms and lunged forward, but embraced only emptiness. Suddenly, a system voice rang in his ears. Welcome back, enjoy your game. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the village inn. While reality had been filled with bloodshed and violence, it seemed only an instant had passed in the game. Stretching lazily, his eyes regained their clarity and determination. All old scores settled. Now there was only one thing left: getting stronger. Just as he was about to head to the main city, Jiang Li called out from behind, wanting to give him money and magic crystals. They agreed to meet at the blacksmith shop. Thank you for the token and equipment. Jiang Li handed over a bulging backpack. Zuo Mu glanced inside. for 100 gold and 1,500 magic crystals, considerably more than they had originally agreed upon, but he accepted it without hesitation. I need you to do me a favor. What is it? Zhang Li's eyes immediately lit up. This is basic information about my parents. Help me find out everything about them. Zhang Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. I'll arrange for someone to investigate as soon as I get back and tell you immediately when I have results. With that, she entered her phone number into his terminal. After saying goodbye, Zuo Mu set off on the official road to the main city. The city gates towered high, their blue-gray stone appearing solid and imposing in the sunlight. The gate guards verified his warrior credentials and raised their halberds to let him pass. The city remained prosperous. Wide, clean streets crisscrossed everywhere, shops lined up in rows. Hawking voices, bargaining sounds, and children's running footsteps wove together, creating a scene both lively and orderly. The deeper into the center he went, the sparser the vendor calls became. Grand mansions and taverns replaced roadside stalls, and patrolling soldiers' armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Zuo Mu knew he had reached the heart of the main city. A city lord's mansion lay ahead. His first destination, however, was the building beside it, the Reputation Service Center. The glass automatic doors slid open silently, revealing surprisingly modern interior decor. The sweet young lady behind the counter flashed a professionally trained smile. Welcome. What service would you like today? Simultaneously, a system panel popped up with options. Zuo Mu selected Exchange and invested all 1,500 magic crystals from his backpack, 10 magic crystals for 1 reputation point. The panel numbers flew rapidly before finally settling at 1,260 points. Ordinary players typically struggled to break 1,000 points even after reaching level 30, and they constantly had to use reputation to buy lives. 500 points for just 1 life, making it nearly impossible to save reputation. Zuo Mu, however, didn't even consider exchanging for extra lives. He knew the coordinates of numerous life stones and didn't lack such survival measures. For him, reputation had far more important uses. The panel suddenly flashed. Reputation has reached 1,000 points. Activate rank title. You have obtained a rank title. The Mystic lower grade rank title is quite simple. It follows the hierarchy of Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with each level divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The corresponding reputation values are 100, 500, and 800 respectively, and each subsequent level adds a 0 to the original value. Zuo Mu's total reputation had just broken through the Mystic level threshold. The difficulty increases dramatically beyond Mystic level. At least Zuo Mu had never seen anyone reach Heaven level, and only high-tier titles could unlock more privileges. Now, he had gained the qualification to freely enter and exit the City Lord's mansion, plus an additional shop purchase right. Would you like to purchase a shop? The moment the system prompt appeared, Zuo Mu immediately spent 500 gold to buy a store located on the main street in the city center. The price wasn't actually outrageous. The hard part was having the qualification. Moreover, the rules were rigid. Each player could only own 1 shop per city. Zuo Mu acted quickly because he planned to use this shop as a stable source of gold coins in the future, which held an extremely important position in his overall long-term strategy. Would you like to purchase a house? Housing had much lower reputation requirements. Yellow lower grade was sufficient. Zuo Mu spent another 50 gold to buy a medium-sized residence in a quiet alley. As long as he could sleep there, he had no interest in luxury. After settling the real estate matters, he returned to the City Lord's mansion. 2 armored guards at the gate stood motionless, letting him pass without a sideways glance. Zuo Mu navigated through corridors and courtyards with practiced ease until he reached the reception hall. Inside, an elderly man with graying whiskers wearing a blue robe stood upright, not a wrinkle in his sleeves. This was Butler Bai of the City Lord's mansion. For a long time to come, Zuo Mu would frequently deal with this old butler. Young hero, Butler Bai nodded slightly. There are reports of monster disturbances at the Heroes' Cemetery. Could you please go and clear them out? Side quest: clear monsters from Heroes' Cemetery. Objective: eliminate the monsters within Heroes' Cemetery. Rewards: experience points, coins, reputation points. Description: Heroes' Cemetery is the resting place of fallen warriors. Drive out the monsters and restore its peace. After leaving the newbie village, quests were divided into only 2 types: hidden quests and side quests. And City Lord's mansion commissions were another major channel for gaining reputation. Zuo Mu clicked accept and left the mansion. Next, he would focus on City Lord's mansion quests while getting his newly purchased shop up and running. However, before that, he needed to handle several miscellaneous matters: updating equipment, stocking goods, and setting up displays, recruiting staff. Leveling up would have to wait. There were too many things to do. He wandered through the alleys, turning 7 or 8 corners before finally locking onto his target, a beggar. Zuo Mu grumbled internally. 9 times out of 10, special quests were hidden with beggars. The beggar lay on a worn straw mat with a straw hat covering his face, snoring continuously. Zuo Mu raised his foot and kicked him awake without ceremony. Get up! The beggar sat up abruptly, looking around with bleary eyes before spotting Zuo Mu. Zuo Mu spoke roughly. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? His attitude wasn't rudeness, but a necessary condition for activating the quest. If he inquired politely, the other party would only lazily reply, don't disturb my sleep. Only by being more impatient than the beggar would the quest trigger. Subsequently, the beggar would ramble on, sending people running all over the place to fulfill a series of bizarre requests. Logically, players willing to patiently complete these unreasonable requests should be very gentle, but gentle people couldn't activate the quest in the first place. Zuo Mu didn't know why either. That's just how the game was designed. At the city gate, a beggar huddled in the corner waved with a grimy smile. Hey there, big brother. I'm feeling a bit cold and could really use a warm cotton coat. Without asking questions, Zuo Mu turned and headed straight to the clothing store in the northern district, picked out the thickest cotton coat, and handed it to the beggar. The beggar wrapped himself in the coat, his eyes lighting up, then spoke timidly again. Big brother, my mat is pretty thin too. It would be great if I had a folding bed. So Zuo Mu jogged through the bustling main street to the general store in the southern district and carried back a folding bed. As soon as the folding bed was set up, the beggar looked down at his cracked and broken bowl, rubbing his hands together. Big brother, my begging bowl is no good anymore either. If only I had. For the next 2 hours, Zuo Mu practically turned the entire main city upside down. If he hadn't known the terrain like the back of his hand, it would have taken much longer. In the end, he even had someone run to the jewelry shop to fetch a delicate hairpin, though he really couldn't figure out what a beggar would want with a hairpin. When the hairpin dropped into the beggar's palm, the pile of items behind him had grown into a small mountain. A system notification popped up. You have completed the quest. The little beggar's troubles shrank. Reward obtained. Chinkoan bag. Inventory automatically upgraded to Chinkoan bag. Space increased by 1,000 slots. This was exactly what Zuo Mu had been dreaming of, a unique inventory upgrade item. With the Chinkoan bag, he'd have enough inventory space for the entire game, and even the biggest quests would be a breeze. Leaving the beggar's corner, he walked straight into the main city's potion shop. Give me 1,000 bottles of basic poison. The shopkeeper looked up to confirm the amount and efficiently packed them. All right, here are your 1,000 bottles of basic poison. Zuo Mu bought the poison in bulk to activate his passive skill at any time. He also knew that purchasing over 1,000 bottles of the same potion would trigger a hidden quest. Sure enough, system notification. Accept quest, dwindling materials shrank. Quest details. Fire mushroom stock is running low. Please collect fire mushrooms for the shopkeeper. 10001000. Reward. An ancient recipe lost to time. Fire mushrooms? Zuo Mu's heart stirred. Those only grew in the fire fusion cave, where elite monsters and a powerful boss guarded the entrance. For other players, this was a nightmare of a solo quest, but for him after his rebirth, it was just a matter of making a few extra trips. However, the difficulty didn't end there. Fire mushrooms couldn't be stacked, so regular inventories would fill up after just a few dozen, requiring multiple trips back and forth. Add to that the fact that Fire Fusion Cave was a special map that only quest holders could enter and exit, and fire mushrooms were non-tradable items. This meant most players would have to make trip after trip, running their legs off, and still not getting the strength reward. But Zuo Mu had the Chinkoan bag, with 1,000 slots of space enough to transport all the fire mushrooms in one go. This ancient recipe might look like just a health potion formula, but it could restore health by percentage, making it valuable throughout the early, mid, and late game. In his previous life, the first player to obtain it didn't recognize its worth and planned to sell it cheap. An unknown small merchant smelled opportunity, spent everything he had to buy it, and eventually became a tycoon, filthy rich. The original owner regretted it so much his guts turned black. This showed just how precious this Shrank quest reward recipe truly was. At just level 10, Zuo Mu had already completed 3 Shrank hidden quests. This was the confidence of someone reborn. He casually stocked up on a few more common potions, pushed open the shop door, and strode into the bustling crowd. Fire Fusion Cave, here we go. Leaving the main city, Zuo Mu set off on the road to Fire Fusion Cave. Behind the city gates, dust swirled as players poured in from all directions like a tide, their clamor rising into the air. Halfway through his journey, a crisp system announcement suddenly rang in his ears. Main city population has reached 1,000 players. Leaderboard function activated. The leaderboard's open? He paused mid-step, his fingers quickly tapping open the interface. Level rankings. 1. Better Off Dead, the upgrade maniac who pioneered the life system enhancement. His first place position came as no surprise. 2. Long Out Yin. 3. Mad Sky God. These two commanded vast human resources, making hired power leveling a routine affair. Zuo Mu was certain the captives in that villa were merely the tip of the iceberg of Long Out Yin's influence. 4. Real Estate Agent Sakura District. 5. Eagle District. 6. Eagle District 2. Unfamiliar IDs that didn't sound like any renowned big shots. 7. Zhongguoren Kimchi District. 8. Jin Bukhuo Kimchi District. Names that reeked of patriotic sentiment. also recognized as top players in the Kimchi district. 910. Two nobodies who would likely be knocked off the rankings soon. Zuo Mu's own ID ranked 89, the result of his relentless quest grinding. In fact, he had been the first to reach level 10 and enter the main city. Jiangli ranked 56th, while Nuan Cheng held 74th place. The chat channels had erupted into chaos. Did you see? Only Eagle District claims first place. Country S number 1, with Sakura District close behind. Where's your Hua District's Mu God? Wasn't he supposed to be amazing? How come he's not even in the top 10? Mu God strategies are beyond your comprehension. Just making it to the top 10 temporarily, what's the big deal? Our Hua District has 2 in the top 10. Did we say anything? Mu God strikes without warning. When he moves, it's earth-shattering. He simply disdains competing for the top 10. Just then, a system pop-up blocked his view. Your equipment has made the rankings. Display username publicly? Zuo Mu decisively clicked no, then switched to the equipment leaderboard. Equipment rankings. 1. Vampiric Dagger Dark Gold Tier, claiming the top spot without question. 2. Golden Bow Owner, better off dead. 34. 2 pieces of defensive gear, both belonging to Mad Turtle, maintaining his characteristically turtle-like style. 5. Veteran's Sword currently wielded by Jiangli. 6. Veteran's Boots belonging to Zuo Mu. 710. All silver tier equipment. The channels buzzed with excitement again. Holy crap, I thought silver equipment was already powerful. What the hell is dark gold tier? Blind guess it's Mu Gods. Everything's always your Mu God. Why can't it belong to a Kimchi District player? Exactly. Kimchi District Masters, reveal yourselves. Which master owns that dark gold dagger? Paying top dollar. Wanna buy it? They might not even sell. Dark gold equipment is priceless at this stage. Hey. Is no one noticing the veteran's sword and veteran's boots? What the hell are those things? At the bottom of the leaderboard interface, hints suggested that mount, pet, and guild rankings would gradually open in the future, though they weren't yet available. Your weapon's vampiric dagger and veteran's boots have made the rankings. Reputation gained, 75. First place awarded 50 points, with each subsequent rank decreasing by 5 points. 2 pieces of equipment combined for exactly 75 points. Leaderboards automatically update every 3 days. Zuo Mu closed the panel without another glance. No matter how lively the leaderboards became, they were merely an interlude for him. Right now, he had far too many important matters to attend to. Zuo Mu didn't pay much attention to this ranking. He had too many crucial tasks ahead and couldn't spare time for leveling at the moment. After a long and arduous journey, Zuo Mu finally reached a desolate mountain region. Nothing grew here. The scorching air clung to his skin like molten metal, and the dark brown ground radiated heat like an industrial furnace running at full capacity in midsummer. With waves of heat surging upward, molten lava flowed beneath the surface. At the foot of an unremarkable hill, he cleared away several loose rocks, revealing a buried cave entrance, and dove in without hesitation. You have entered the special map Molten Cave. Violent heat waves immediately assaulted him at the entrance, while intermittent shrieks echoed from the dark depths. Zuo Mu quickly pulled out a pale blue potion and drank it down. You have used Frost Potion. Provides resistance to hot environments. Duration, 30 minutes. The Heavenly Summons world frequently features extreme environments. Without appropriate potions, players will suffer negative effects. Continuous health drain is the most common consequence in hot environments. The potion's coolness flowed down his throat as he gazed into the deep cave and stepped inside alone. As he ventured deeper, all outside sounds vanished, leaving only his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The cave walls were no longer smooth but covered with intersecting cracks, like a deliberately shattered spider web. Tap! A pebble fell from the wall beside him, the crisp sound startling in the silence. Zuo Mu stopped and held his breath, waiting patiently. He only knew the general process of this hidden quest. All the details required personal exploration. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air. He quickly retreated as a dark shadow brushed past him and struck the opposite wall with a dull thud. By the firelight, he could see what it was: a serpentine monster over 2 meters long, but only as thick as chopsticks, with vertical pupils and a forked tongue, radiating deadly menace. Molten Viper. Level, 15 Elite. Health, 50005000. Physical attack, 130. Physical defense, 15. Magic defense, 15. These were the creatures that lurked in cracks, waiting to ambush. More vipers were already poking their heads out from the crevices, clearly the first wave of guardian monsters. Zuo Mu gripped his dagger in reverse, spinning the blade. Backstab activated. 3214. Following up with a normal attack, the first Molten Viper died instantly. You have killed a Molten Viper. Experience gained. Gold points 1. Not bad luck. He whispered, immediately going invisible and leaping back. The next second, multiple vipers crashed into the wall and ground where he had been standing, producing a series of dull impacts. Elite monsters were indeed incredibly fast. Zuo Mu raised his hand again, downing a poison potion, then flashed behind the nearest viper. opening with stealth damage before using blink strike to weave through the group, dealing damage. In less than half a minute, over a dozen Molten Vipers lay dead. This quest typically required level 20 or above with full premium equipment to barely complete. Yet he could easily sweep through it at only level 10. This was the terrifying power of the Dancer class. After clearing the first wave of monsters, the loot was quite substantial. An additional 2 gold points and a glossy snakeskin hat. Snakeskin hat. Level 15 quality, bronze. Attributes: agility 10, attack speed 10, movement speed 10. Note: made from genuine snakeskin. Since the game's launch, this was the first time Zuo Mu had seen equipment drop from non-boss monsters, especially while farming elites above his level. The drop rate was clearly abysmal. The attributes were perfectly suited for him, though unfortunately it required level 15 to equip. Fortunately, he still had his passive ability. Skill: Blacksmith's Recognition passive enhancement successful. The Blacksmith's Recognition passive enhancement 1 allows wearing equipment up to 5 levels above one's current level. The enhanced skill perfectly enables equipping level 15 gear. Snake Leather Hat enhancement successful. Snake Leather Hat. Level 15 silver. Attributes: agility 15, attack speed 15, movement speed 15. Skill: flash teleport within 1 meter range, 1 hour cooldown. It even gained a skill? The attributes perfectly match the assassin class, and with the short range flash, it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Zuo Mu put the snake leather hat on his head, tilted back to chug a blue potion, and continued deeper into the molten cave. Rounding a corner, he suddenly noticed a half-percent high hole in the rock wall beside his feet, extremely well concealed. Peering inside, he found 3 fist-sized eggs lying there. Molten Viper egg consuming grants 1 free attribute point. How did it manage to lay eggs this thick? Zuo Mu muttered. Since free attributes were rarely obtainable except through leveling, he simply swallowed all 3 snake eggs. System notification: you used Molten Viper egg 3, free attributes 3. After allocating his attributes, Zuo Mu rounded the corner, and a blazing red glow suddenly illuminated his face. Before him lay a massive molten cavern. Bare rocky ground on the left, black and jagged. On the right, a churning lava lake with constantly bursting bubbles, scorching waves distorting the air and painting the entire cave blood red. Even stranger, fish-like creatures continuously leaped skyward from the lava, creating massive sparks when they splashed back down. About a meter long, completely crimson, with burning black rock fragments embedded in their shells and sharp claws beneath their bellies. Molten Clawfish. Level 17 elite. HP 60006000. Physical attack 20. Magic attack 130. Physical defense 25. Magic defense 15. Ready-made grilled fish. The moment Zuo Mu stepped into their aggro range, swarms of molten claw fish dragged blazing trails as they crawled ashore, fangs flashing wildly. They first clamped their mouths shut, bellies swelling, lava dripping from the corners of their mouths. Then with successive bang-bang sounds, fiery red lava balls erupted forth in overwhelming waves. Zuo Mu shifted his footing and executed a clean side leap, the lava balls smashing into the stone wall behind him, igniting a wall of flames. Having dodged the first volley, he charged into the monster pack with his enhanced speed, unleashing a full combo as blade light flashed rapidly. His high movement speed caused all the clawfish's projectiles to miss completely, allowing him to weave through the group freely, reaping at will. System notifications flooded the screen. You killed molten clawfish, gained experience N, gold points 1. The experience bar jumped frantically, and after clearing 2 waves of monsters, Zuo Mu shot straight to level 11. Gaining an additional 10 free attribute points and 2 gold points. 10 gold points after level 10? Just like attributes, every 10 levels marks a new tier. The change in his status panel, showing main attributes 10 and others 6, confirmed this theory. After allocating his attributes, he swept the coins and newly dropped equipment on the ground into his backpack. The drop rate from fighting monsters 7 levels above was quite impressive, not only dropping equipment, but also yielding 6 gold points. Lava Amulet, level 15 bronze. Health 100. Mana 100, physical defense 6 ordinary stats, but it perfectly compensated for Zuo Mu's most lacking resource, mana. Lava Amulet enhancement successful. Lava Amulet, level 15 silver, health 200, mana 200, physical defense 8. Additional effect abundance. When mana is insufficient to cast skills, instantly restore to full, 1 hour cooldown. 1 pendant to manage the mana bar, not bad. Zuo Mu contentedly put away the amulet, deciding to save the remaining 9 golden enhancement stones for after completing the quest. Just as he was about to move, 3 consecutive system announcements rang in his ears. Soul of China Guild established. Guild rankings now open. Monster Siege will begin in 31 minutes. Soul of China Guild, prepare your stronghold defenses. 3. Pretty quick moves. Zuo Mu muttered to himself. Zhang Li had clearly met the creation requirements and rushed to establish the guild first. The system would reward them with a stronghold, but only if they could defend it during the monster siege. Fortunately, level 1 siege difficulty wasn't high, it was more like a hidden benefit, with weak monsters whose drops could be used to upgrade the guild. He continued deeper. The lava gradually disappeared, replaced by a vast hollow. The damp stone ground beneath his feet was carpeted with golden mushrooms stretching endlessly, their entire forms glowing like countless miniature suns illuminating the cavern. The fire mushroom fields, his quest objective. Zuo Mu immediately crouched down to harvest them. His dimensional bag opened wide as he stuffed them in continuously, and in no time half the fire mushrooms were in his possession. Strangely, the boss remained completely silent. At that moment, his private chat window flashed urgently. Zhang Li. Zuo Mu. Need help. According to plan, Zhang Li should be defending the stronghold right now, which shouldn't be difficult for their national team. For her to call for emergency aid, there was only one possibility. Zuo Mu, someone's attacking your stronghold. Zhang Li. Yes. The intelligence Zhang Li received indicated that a large group of siege players had been secretly organized by Long Ao Tian. He wasn't after the rewards, but wanted Soul of China's establishment to fail. After all, the first guild title would be enough to attract top players. Even with national backing, Soul of China couldn't stop some people's profit-seeking mentality. So Zhang Li used the megaphone repeatedly. Welcome all players to participate in Soul of China's defense. All participants will be rewarded. Megaphones unlocked at level 10, costing 1 gold each, and Zhang Li spent money without hesitation. The world channel instantly became lively. The goddess is starting a guild. We must help. Let's go. No one can stop Soul of China. Many players decided to help defend, but since Zhang Li had used the guild token early, the overall level was low. They already had to deal with waves of monsters, and now with Long Ao Tian's organized players added to the mix, the situation was tense. She had no choice but to seek Zuo Mu's aid. Just as Zuo Mu was about to reply, a rumbling sound came from beneath his feet. The entire cavern shook violently, dust and stones falling from above. He steadied himself and saw a small stone hill not far away suddenly shatter with a thunderous crash, and from within emerged a massive monster. The long-awaited boss finally appeared, a massive lizard. The lava monitor, level 20 bronze quality, with 20,00020,000 HP, 300 physical attack, 100 magic attack, 40 physical defense, 30 magic defense, and a skill slot showing Godzilla. Its enormous body, thick tail, magma-like hide, and gleaming fangs and claws gave it an overwhelming presence. Still, this was a solo quest with just a bronze-level boss, and with nearly a 10-level gap in his favor, Zuo Mu wasn't worried at all. Figured defeating it was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, conversations unfolded simultaneously in the communication channel. Zuo Mu, I can't leave right now. I'll be there later. I'll send someone to help you first. Zhang Li, thank you. Zuo Mu, Nuansheng, I need you to do something. Go help Zhang Li defend the stronghold. Nuansheng, Mu God, you don't need to ask. We're almost there already. Wherever Long Ao Tian shows up, how could I miss it? Don't worry. Clearly, Nuansheng had also gotten word that Long Ao Tian was secretly organizing players for a siege. Zuo Mu reminded him. Be careful, I'll be there soon. He knew Nuansheng's group was all down to their last lives, so he made sure to warn them. As soon as he finished speaking, the lava monitor's massive tail swept toward him. Zuo Mu shifted his feet slightly and dodged gracefully, then pulled out a poison vial and drank it down, pushing his health to the limit. In that case, let me show you what a true dancer can do. His form suddenly accelerated as man and lizard began their fierce battle on the scorching lava ground. At the same time, the guild stronghold battle reached fever pitch. The cramped stronghold was completely surrounded by monsters, packed tight with no way through. Zhang Li stood atop the gate's battlements, her face weary but still focused. More than anyone, she wanted to charge into battle, yet she had to stay and command. As the assault progressed, enemies had pushed close to the stronghold's perimeter. From a dark corner in the distance, Long Ao Tian quietly directed his forces. Though arrogant, he was quite clever. Even with the advantage, he didn't rashly launch a frontal assault. Instead, he used the passively spawning monsters as cover, constantly harassing the defenders and tying down Zhang Li's forces as much as possible. Without his interference, the monsters could have been cleared in time rather than accumulating so densely. Fortunately, the tank Deshan held firm at the front lines, the priest Ming duo gritted her teeth to maintain healing, and the warrior Wan Ge weaved through dealing damage, preventing a complete rout. But Zhang Li knew in her heart this was just slow death. He'd eventually be overrun. We can't wait any longer. She gripped her golden sword, preparing to leap down from the gate. Just then, an unfamiliar squad burst in from the flank. Each member's eyes burned with determination as they cut down Long Ao Tian's people on sight, every strike vicious. Their leader was pale-skinned and short in stature, but fought like a whirlwind. It was Nuansheng. Reinforcements. Hope rekindled in Zhang Li's heart. The fresh troops quickly changed the tide of battle. With Long Ao Tian's forces tied up by Nguyen Cheng, Jiang Li's side finally had breathing room. Tank Deshan's pressure eased dramatically. Priest Ming Duo's weary face broke into a smile, and Wan Go fought with renewed vigor, cutting through monsters. If they could just hold a little longer and clear the dense monster swarms, they'd free up their hands to concentrate their advantage against Long Ao Tian. Jiang Li's lips curved slightly as she finally stepped out from the gate, her golden sword tracing a bright arc. No need for commands now. Instead, she should strike while the enemy was still reacting, push hard to stabilize the situation, and then turn the tables completely. With Jiang Li joining the battle, the center of the battlefield gradually shifted outward, and the scales of victory began to tip in her favor. On a distant hilltop, Long Aotian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the sudden change in the situation without showing the slightest panic. "Oomph, is this all the cards you have to play?" He sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as ice. "Lu Bo, show them what a real trump card looks like." "Yes, boss." The black-clad man behind him immediately acknowledged the order in a low voice. Lu Bo was completely wrapped in night-black clothing, with a mask covering most of his face, and behind him stood an entire row of uniformly dressed shadows. This unit was precisely the Black Guard that Long Aotian had painstakingly cultivated. Every member was a genius he had carefully selected from among top-tier experts, then equipped with gear forged at great expense. Most deadly of all, they had all trained in assassin classes, with rare professions hidden among their ranks, capable of killing without a trace. As for what methods Long Aotian had used to secure their absolute loyalty and obedience, only he knew, and it certainly wasn't through clean means. With a gesture from Lu Bo, the Black Guard instantly activated their class talent mass stealth. In the next second, all the shadows across the battlefield seemed to come alive as they silently infiltrated the crowd. At that moment, Wanga was triumphantly clearing monsters, riding high on their favorable situation. Suddenly, a chill struck over. A dozen black shadows appeared without warning, surrounding him completely. Wanga only managed to catch the unmistakable killing intent in their eyes before fury exploded within him. But before his first sword thrust could land, more than 10 daggers had already sliced through the air. The massive burst damage instantly depleted his entire health bar. Even as Wanga fell, his face remained frozen in anger and unwillingness. "Wanga!" Mengduo in the distance had just raised her hand to cast a heal when the healing light froze at her fingertips. Shield Warrior Dashin reacted fastest. With only the word protect left in his consciousness, he roared skyward and charged forward with his massive shield. "This is all my fault. I must have revenge." The metal shield swept horizontally, but ultimately couldn't withstand the assassin's chain backstabs. Seconds later, Dashin collapsed heavily to his knees, blood staining the shield's surface. Mengduo stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why do this? Woo woo woo. She didn't notice that the Black Guard was already closing in around her like a tightening net. On the other side, Nuanqing was stretched too thin, desperately trying to hold back the enemy's main force, and could only watch helplessly. In that life-or-death moment, a cold light tore through the night. Jiang Li flashed into the fray, raising her sword in a series of strikes, forcibly breaking through the encirclement and taking down several assassins on the spot. With her back to Mengduo, her slightly weary voice carried blade-like determination. "Meng, stand up. They'll be back. I need your support. You're not some useless support. Your role far exceeds that of ordinary combat personnel." Her words struck like a hammer, awakening Mengduo. She quickly wiped away her tears, her gaze rapidly becoming resolute. "Right, they'll be back. I need to support Sister Jiang. I'm going to kill them." Healing waves surged forth like a spring, and continuous buff skills pushed Jiang Li's stats to their limits. Jiang Li charged forward with her sword, auras stacking behind her. Her movements were so fast they nearly left afterimages as she engaged in close-quarters combat with the surging Black Guard. Meanwhile, Nuanqing's four-person team managed to stabilize the main battlefield under pressure, but with the Black Guard's full involvement, their advantage was once again neutralized. As the stalemate dragged on, signs of defeat began to appear on Nuanqing's side. Jiang Li's squad faced even greater difficulties. They had to clear monsters while guarding against assassin ambushes, rapidly draining both stamina and mana. Even though she had already changed to a hidden class and fought like a goddess of death, leading Mengduo in and out of battle, she still couldn't turn the tide. The defeat of the Hua Jihun Guild seemed inevitable. Jiang Li suddenly struck with her sword in front of the stronghold, the blade's light slicing through a wild monster's throat as blood splattered to the ground. She used this strike to unleash the fury burning in her chest. Her cold eyes pierced through the swirling dust, locking onto Long Aotian, who was hiding behind distant rock-sile. "Remember this debt." A fierce battle cry cut through the chaos as Jiang Li charged straight into enemy ranks, ignoring her shattered armor. The moment her figure disappeared into the black-clad army, Mengduo frowned deeply, pressed her lips tight, wiped the blood from her cheek, and rushed in after her. This burst of energy was like a final flash of light before death, brief but brilliant. However, the merciless battle soon provided its answer. Exhaustion would inevitably come. In less than 10 minutes, both women were the first to collapse from fatigue. More than half of the black-clad army remained, their dark shadows layering around the two like the walls of a pit of despair. Jiang Li looked up as those shadows pressed down like a coffin lid. Besides anger, her heart was filled with deep guilt. Most guild members had only one life left, yet they still fought to the death. If only she had been better prepared, more cautious, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you all. Clear tears fell, glistening then shattering. The moment the teardrops hit the ground, a cold light flashed like lightning. The black-clad soldiers in front fell silently, their blood reflecting a blinding brightness in the sunlight that forcibly swept away the sorrow on Jiang Li's face. She looked up sharply to see a slender figure standing tall. Was Zuo Mu. That silhouette was like a ray of sunlight piercing through her chest. Jiang Li froze, then felt a surge of grievance like a bullied child seeing family, wanting nothing more than to throw herself into their arms and cry. She bit her lip, suppressing her emotions, as her eyes reignited with fighting spirit. It's not over yet. The battle has just begun. As long as Zuo Mu is here, everything will be fine. Seeing Zuo Mu appear, the weight in Wan Cheng and the others' hearts instantly lifted. Their spirits soared as they charged back into battle with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Meng Duo burst into loud tears like a bursting dam. Zuo Mu, God, why did you take so long to come? They bullied me. Her cries echoed across the battlefield. Zuo Mu said nothing. The black blade between his fingers spun lightly, cold light flashing as his gaze swept coldly over the remaining black-clad army. Their alertness instantly heightened, and almost simultaneously, they all vanished from sight. Zuo Mu's lips curved into a slight smile as his own figure slowly faded. After a brief silence, the battlefield suddenly erupted with piercing screams. 1, 2, dozens of black-clad assassins reappeared out of nowhere, but all had fallen to the ground, their blood forming sticky rivers. In the blink of an eye, corpses littered the wasteland while Zuo Mu stood in the center, radiating killing intent. The detection skill dropped by the previous boss kill had been enhanced multiple times by him, making these lurking assassins completely visible to his eyes. The black-clad army that had given everyone such trouble was now completely swept away by Zuo Mu alone. He looked up, his gaze falling on Long Outyin in the distance. Long Outyan's face looked as ugly as if he'd swallowed a fly. His trump card had been single-handedly neutralized by his opponent, and instantly at that. He had always known Zuo Mu was strong, but he never imagined he was this ridiculously powerful. Victory had been within reach, but now with this god of death's sudden arrival, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. After several moments of struggle, his eye twitched as he finally gritted his teeth. All in. All his forces stopped their guerrilla tactics and pressed toward the stronghold. Go defend the stronghold. Zuo Mu's calm voice cut through the clamor, instantly steadying Jiang Li. She nodded and led everyone back to guard the entrance. In the center of the battlefield, only Zuo Mu and Long Outyin, who had entered the combat circle, remained facing each other. Zuo Mu's gaze was fierce with flowing killing intent, and in the next second, his figure vanished without a trace. The final battle had begun. The siege monsters and Long Outyin versus Jiang Li and Wan Cheng, with the god of slaughter Zuo Mu in the mix. At the start, Jiang Li's side was outnumbered and outgunned, forcing everyone to desperately hold their final defensive lines. Long Outyin advanced with several support players and heavily armored tanks, clearly prepared for any unexpected developments. Just as the protective walls were about to collapse, Zuo Mu teleported onto the battlefield. Cold steel flashed, and a crimson streak of devastation instantly tore through enemy lines. The tanks crumbled like paper before his true damage, while support players fell to critical health before they could even attempt healing. Long Outyin had anticipated Zuo Mu would target him directly and expected terrifying damage output, but the sight of his entire screen being cleared in an instant still sent chills down his spine, planting seeds of retreat. Before he could even turn around, a backstab flash brought death to his doorstep. A white flash's invincibility item triggered once again. Top players certainly had endless trump cards up their sleeves. With Zuo Mu's appearance, the other mages and supports finally snapped to attention, unleashing waves of abilities. Slows, blinds, and silences all converged on him, but Zuo Mu shredded through each one. Only a few targeted spells managed to scratch his health bar. He gripped his daggers tighter, triggering life steal as his passive stacked up, frantically harvesting nearby targets while waiting for the invincibility cooldown to end. Regular projectiles couldn't keep up with him, and rare targeted abilities couldn't deliver fatal damage. Lifesteal kept restoring his health as he maintained complete control over the killing rhythm. Long Outyin watched his frontline fall like wheat before a scythe, his eyes filled with nothing but absurdity and despair. He pressed his lips together and finally squeezed out a single word: retreat. His trump cards were exhausted, but the game had just begun. The score could be settled later. This was his final dignity. As the enemy forces began withdrawing, Jiang Li and her team felt the pressure lift dramatically. As long as they cleared out the remaining monsters, they would have successfully defended. But Jiang Li still felt regret they hadn't made the enemy pay a steep enough price. Soon she realized that Zuo Mu never intended to let them escape. He dropped his health below the safety threshold, burst into maximum movement speed, and transformed into a cheetah charging into the fleeing enemy ranks. The previously orderly formation instantly shattered into chaos and scattered screams. Wancheng and the others watched with boiling excitement. Long Outyin frantically pulled out speed-boosting items and sprinted away, but his dash couldn't match Zuo Mu's shadow step. The death-like figure closed in, delivering a clean combo. Long Outyin crashed to the ground. With their leader gone, the remaining small fry scattered even more desperately. Zuo Mu couldn't be bothered to chase them further and returned to support Jiang Li in clearing the remaining monsters. The battle concluded in just a few short minutes. Enemy forces routed, monsters eliminated, and their base battered but still standing. Under the slanting evening sun, Jiang Li, Wancheng, and the others dragged their weary bodies over to Zuo Mu's side, their faces filled with joy and excitement. At the crucial moment, Zuo Mu single-handedly turned the tide, like a deity descending from heaven. Everyone's admiring gazes focused on him, with the same sentiment echoing in their hearts. Mu God is truly incredible. The battle finally came to an end, and Jiang Li approached with Meng Duo, Wancheng, and several others. The brief smoke of war had yet to fully dissipate, with scorched earth and rubble still hot underfoot, while residual energy fluctuations in the air bore witness to the fierce struggle that had just concluded. Muzwa, thank you. She called out Zuo Mu's nickname directly in front of everyone, her voice carrying undisguised respect. Without you, we never could have won this battle. Mu Shun, you're absolutely incredible. Wancheng and his companions gazed at him with burning admiration, their worship unconcealed. Behind Jiang Li, Meng Duo still had faint tear tracks on her face, and upon seeing Zuo Mu, moisture welled up in her eyes again, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Zuo Mu didn't rush to respond, but suddenly asked, "Can you track down Long Ao Tian's whereabouts in the real world?" Jiang Li was stunned. She naturally understood the weight of Long Ao Tian's behind-the-scenes interference, and also realized that as a national representative, she shouldn't overstep boundaries to investigate players' real-world information. "Once we find him, I'll inform you immediately," she finally gave a definitive answer. Hearing this, Wancheng and his companions perked up. Zuo Mu nodded slightly, and Jiang Li turned to Wancheng and the others. "Thank you for your help. Without you, Hua Zhihun couldn't have held out until Muzwa arrived." "No problem at all. We already had a grudge against Long Ao Tian anyway, so this was a golden opportunity we couldn't ask for." Wancheng smiled casually. "Once I finish dealing with guild matters, I'll properly thank you all." As Jiang Li finished speaking, she turned to take command, comforting the battle participants, tallying casualties, and distributing reward tasks flowing like a tide. Zuo Mu said no more. "Go ahead and handle your business. I have other matters to attend to." All right. After brief pleasantries, everyone went their separate ways. Returning to the main city streets, where the stone pavement was dyed golden red by the setting sun, Zuo Mu headed straight for the potion shop to complete his quest. It should be noted that guild stronghold battles are special combat scenarios where players must choose either defensive or offensive factions before entering the battlefield, so no red name records would appear. The old alchemist behind the counter accepted the quest items, and system notifications immediately popped up. Quest, dwindling materials completed. Experience gained. Mu Shui formula upgraded to level 12. Free attribute points 10. Gold points 2. The massive experience from the Shrank Hidden quest instantly boosted Zuo Mu to level 12, followed immediately by the quest's ultimate reward. Mu Shui formula. Upon learning, grants mastery of Mu Shui potion crafting. You have mastered Mu Shui potion crafting. Mu Shui potion restores 10 health per second for 5 seconds upon use. This was a legendary divine remedy in Tian Zhao. Its terrifying power lay not in instant massive healing, but in percentage-based recovery regardless of how thick one's health bar was. 5 seconds could restore half health, and 2 bottles equaled full health. Compared to ordinary health potions on the market that restored fixed amounts and whose prices rose with increasing health pools, Mu Shui potions would never become obsolete. Now that the recipe was exclusively in Zuo Mu's hands, this would become his primary source of income throughout the entire game. Beyond the potion, the quest itself brought abundant rewards. 1. 2 level increases with soaring attributes. 2. 2 pieces of equipment and a snake egg dropped from previous battles. 3. An investigate skill book that dropped extra from defeating the boss, plus a high-quality mage weapon which he had given to Wancheng before leaving, and the latter had gladly accepted, deepening the friendship forged through battle. 4. A life stone, along with a substantial sum of gold coins and gold points. After upgrading all skills, the numbers in his attribute panel glowed brilliantly. His current attributes could only be described as luxurious. Character stats. Mu's Washing Level 3, Class 12, Light Dancer. HP, 1360 MP, 630. Physical Attack, 614. Physical Defense, 38. Magic Attack, 88. Magic Defense, 25. Unity, 247. Constitution, 53. Intelligence, 44. Spirit, 43. Available Attribute Points, 0. Reputation, 1335. Skill Points, 1335. Midas Touch, 1 golden point available for enhancing any skill or equipment. Blessing Passive 4, blocks 1 fatal attack and grants 3 seconds of invincibility, 12-hour cooldown. Blacksmith's Recognition Passive 1, can equip items up to 5 levels above current level. Opening the attribute panel, a dense array of data flooded the screen. HP 1360, MP 630, Physical Attack 614, Physical Defense 38, Magic Attack 88, Magic Defense 25, Constitution 247, Intelligence 53, Spirit 44, Available Attribute Points 43, Reputation 0, Skill Points 1, 335. Everything laid out clearly. Most striking was the Midas Touch, 1 golden point that could instantly transform any skill or equipment with enough investment. A series of enhanced skills were all upgraded. 1. Blessing Passive 4, blocks 1 fatal blow and grants 3 seconds of invincibility, 12-hour cooldown. 2. Blacksmith's Recognition Passive 1, can wear equipment up to 5 levels above current level. 3. Detection 2, consumes 50 MP, reveals stealth units 10 levels above, and displays monster information, 20-second cooldown. A few more levels, and it's practically X-ray vision. 4. Fierce Kick 1, consumes 40 MP, deals 10 attack damage, interrupts and stuns for 0.5 seconds if spirit 2/3 of enemies, 20-second cooldown. Quite the leg strength. 5. Insight Passive 3, basic attacks deal additional 110 true damage. 6. Trade-off Passive 2, for every 1 HP lost, damage, movement speed, and resistance each increase by 5. 7. Backstab 2, consumes 40 MP, teleports behind target within 20 meters, deals 500 attack damage, and stuns for 2 seconds, 12-second cooldown might actually hit a nerve. 8. Leap 3, consumes 40 MP, dashes 25 meters dealing 500 attack damage to enemies in path, 25-second cooldown. Better have enemies line up first. 9. Stealth 3, consumes 30 MP, lasts 40 seconds undetectable, next attack deals 500 damage, attacking breaks stealth, 40-second cooldown. Learning stealth just for this? Like a monkey stealing peaches. Zuo Mu had maxed out true damage, backstab, and area attacks. These were his main damage dealers. If Dragon Proud Sky saw this character sheet, he'd probably drop dead on the spot. After completing the quest, he headed to the street front shop he'd previously claimed. As the first to act, this location sat perfectly at the convergence of foot traffic. Everyone doing quests, shopping, or leaving the city had to pass by. The storefront was spacious with a back room that would work perfectly as a potion workshop. Please select shop name. He typed Mu Xiao, without hesitation, a tribute to being born in summer. Hire a shopkeeper? Zuo Mu chose a mid to high tier shopkeeper. Since he was only selling one product for now, it would suffice. Please select items to stock. He clicked Bloodbath Potion, and a new prompt appeared. Hire employees? Handcrafting potions was too time-consuming. The Heavenly Summons system thoughtfully provided an auto-production with blueprint option. Zuo Mu hired 3 employees in one go, stuffed his stockpiled materials into the warehouse, set up automatic restocking, and priced the potions at 50 silver. Expensive for current players, but those who used them would understand their value would skyrocket later, and price increases were inevitable. Rough calculations showed that selling just 50 bottles monthly would cover labor costs. With a production cost of 3 silver per bottle, the profit margin was absurd. This was exactly why that small-time vendor from his previous life became incredibly wealthy from a single blood potion. The shop was now officially operational. Just then, a system announcement blared. Jiang Li's announcement. Soul of China Guild officially established. We stand rooted in our nation, serving the people as our duty, showcasing the glory of China. We welcome talented individuals to join enthusiastically. Zuo Mu finished setting up the shop, and Jiang Li's announcement was posted. This series of actions rang out like 2 crisp gong beats, officially announcing that the guild was on track. Just as he closed the interface, his friends list lit up with messages. Jiang Li, Zuo Mu, are you free? We're waiting for you at Qingyan Restaurant. Zuo Mu, sure. Qingyan Restaurant was located directly across from the City Lord's mansion, at the end of the main thoroughfare that players called Golden Avenue. Every dish here was priced in gold coins. Even a small plate of drinking peanuts cost gleaming gold. To show her gratitude, Jiang Li generously declared she'd cover everything. Compared to the massive profits from the siege battle, this expense was just a drop in the bucket. The siege monsters had provided experience and coins that filled everyone's wallets, plus dropped plenty of quality equipment that directly stocked the guild warehouse. Even more valuable were the abundant building materials that fell: stone, metal, mithril, magic crystals, laying a solid foundation for base construction. Blueprints for arrow towers, shops, buff altars, and more kept coming. These were just the tip of the iceberg for future guild benefits. When Zuo Mu arrived at the restaurant, familiar faces were already gathered around a window table. Jiang Li's group of 4, several people from Nuancheng's crew, plus himself, all companions who could trust each other with their backs. Mu Shun, Nuancheng's group stood up, their respect unconcealed. Mu's, while you're here. Jiang Li smiled, with Wan Gu and Deshan beside her grinning warmly. Compared to their previous caution and wariness, Jiang Li's mindset had completely shifted. Zuo Mu's kindness to her was beyond counting. She only remembered one thing: if he asked, she would give her all to help. Meng Duo was the most lively, pulling Zuo Mu to sit down. Great master, please sit here. Her chatterbox seemed freshly oiled, babbling nonstop, exposing Jiang Li's embarrassing stories, serving food to Zuo Mu, teasing Wan Gu, pouring water, and handing napkins to Zuo Mu, clearly the atmosphere coordinator of the group. The dishes arrived quickly: ginseng stewed snow goose, tiger bone honey ribs, spiritual carp sashimi. The steam and aromas intertwined, making one almost forget they were in a game. The young people had limited alcohol tolerance, but couldn't resist their high spirits. After a few drinks, they completely loosened up. Nuancheng's group clinked glasses boldly, while Jiang Li, under Meng Duo's encouragement, drank several cups in a row, her fair cheeks flushing pink. Meng Duo seized the moment to tease. Guild leader Jiang has such a girly side too, and was chased around the room. Jiang Li held a wine pot in one hand while laughing and scolding. The decisive battlefield heroine now seemed like the girl next door. Zuo Mu didn't drink, only holding clear tea while quietly watching everyone's antics. Laughter echoed among the sandalwood beams and pillars, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. For the first time since his rebirth, he didn't need to scheme, and was no longer alone. Warmth seeped into his heart like a gentle stream, and he could clearly hear the walls around his heart melting bit by bit. After the feast, everyone left with drunken smiles on their faces. Zuo Mu returned to his room, collapsed into the soft bed, let emptiness fill his mind, and soon fell into deep sleep. About to return, extract abilities? Successfully extracted the backstab skill, 2 lives remaining. Looking forward to your return tomorrow. When he opened his eyes again, Zuo Mu had returned to reality. He took stock of his gains: 3 major skills in hand: blessing, invisibility, and backstab, enough to make him invincible in the real world. After tidying up a bit, he fried some bread slices and heated milk, eating while waiting for Jiang Li's message. Last night she had said that once back in reality, she would immediately start searching for his parents' whereabouts, and would have progressed soon. Sure enough, his phone vibrated. Hello, Zuo Mu, it's Jiang Li. I found something. The voice on the other end was lowered. The details aren't convenient to discuss over the phone. I'll send you a location, let's talk in person. All right. The location was a quiet, secluded military family compound. Zuo Mu activated his invisibility and rushed over, stopping at Jiang Li's door according to the address. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. A crisp response came from inside. The door cracked open, and a slightly flushed face peered out. Jiang Li was stunned for a moment. Zuo Mu's speed was faster than she had anticipated, and she hadn't had time to change clothes. In the end, she still opened the door and let him in. The heating was sufficient inside. Jiang Li wore a fluffy onesie pajama, soft and cozy, with bunny ear hood hanging down her back and matching bunny slippers on her feet. She looked adorable in pink and white, a stark contrast to her usual efficient image. She looked down shyly, her toes drawing circles on the floor, secretly regretting not having grabbed the chance to change clothes. Zuo Mu remained calm, obviously already knowing this other side of her. What news did you find? Zuo Mu got straight to the point. When it came to business, Jiang Li immediately put aside her shyness and brought him a glass of warm water. It's quite unusual indeed, not convenient to discuss over the phone. Just as they sat down, her phone rang again. Sorry, it's from the team. She turned to answer. What? Roger that. After hanging up, her expression became serious. An urgent mission just came in. Let's make this quick. With that, she rushed into the bedroom and closed the door to change, reporting through the door. Strictly speaking, your parents aren't dead, but missing. They belong to a mysterious organization called Eternal Life. The sound of rustling fabric came from behind the door. Eternal Life? Zuo Mu pressed. Yes, the information we can access is limited. As she finished speaking, the bedroom door opened, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Jiang Li had changed back into her efficient combat uniform, her hair neatly tied up, continuing as she walked. We only know that this organization collects certain things globally and conducts activities that can't see the light of day. She locked the door and headed downstairs, holding a hair tie in her mouth while using both hands to put her long hair up. According to the clues, there are 2 locations worth investigating. The first is an abandoned shrine in the mountains, where Eternal Life organization members have been seen coming and going frequently. The second is in the land of cherry blossoms, the destination of that sunken ship. When they reached the intersection, she stopped and looked seriously at Zuo Mu. Your parents' secrets involve far-reaching implications. Perhaps they didn't want you to know in order to protect you. Jiang Li earnestly advised. So you must be careful. Jiang Li knows Zuo Mu won't give up. So if there's anything you need from me, you must tell me. This was all the information Jiang Li had uncovered, and Zuo Mu had pretty much guessed the gist of it. An abandoned shrine on Qing Mountain? Let's go check it out then. He calculated silently. Qing Mountain was located in the hills behind the city's outskirts, and the fact that the clue led to their own city was clearly no coincidence. Should we head over now? Jiang Li jingled the keys in her hand. Yes. I'll take you there. It's on my way anyway. A few minutes later, a black warrior motorcycle slid to a stylish stop right in front of Zuo Mu. The sleek body of the bike complemented Jiang Li's tall, slender figure perfectly, her striking presence marred only by an almost overlooked pink sticker. Zuo Mu climbed onto the back seat. Want to hold on a bit tighter? Jiang Li reminded him. He simply wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Jiang Li muttered to herself. Is it really necessary to hold on that tight? Though a smile played at the corners of her mouth. The engine roared to life, and the bike shot forward, leaving a trail of red taillight streaks as they quickly left the city behind. Qing Mountain wasn't far, and with Jiang Li speeding along the way, it didn't take long to reach the foot of the mountain. Let me know if you need help, me mission is almost done too. She called out, revved the engine, and rode off alone. Zuo Mu looked up to survey the mountain. Qing Mountain was neither tall nor short, unremarkable in appearance, making it hard to associate with any secrets. He followed a small path overgrown with weeds up the mountain. Jiang Li had said the shrine was halfway up the mountainside, accessible by following the trail. The mountain path had been abandoned for ages, with knee-high weeds brushing against his pants. The deeper he went, the more completely the city's noise was left behind, leaving only the chirping of insects and birds accompanying his light footsteps. After about 2 hours, the narrow path suddenly opened up, revealing a clearing swallowed by wild grass. The grass still showed traces of having once been level ground. In the center of the clearing stood a solitary, dim wooden structure, the abandoned shrine. Zuo Mu was no stranger to this shrine's origins. Hundreds of years ago, a wealthy merchant who was rich beyond measure suddenly contracted a strange illness that left him unable to speak or walk, and countless renowned doctors had failed to cure him. When his family was at their wits' end, a mysterious person visited one night and spent the night in the same room as the merchant. The next morning, the merchant emerged in high spirits, laughed heartily 3 times toward the sky, and all his pent-up troubles vanished. Meanwhile, the mysterious visitor had disappeared as if they had never existed. When others pressed to know who the visitor was, the merchant only smiled without answering. The next day, he ordered the construction of a shrine. The shrine had a unique design. 1 room each in front, back, left, and right, surrounding a central wooden house that contained a shrine altar with a stone statue half the height of a person. The statue was lifelike, but had no facial features. Its face was completely blank. The shrine didn't even have a name. Even stranger, from the time the shrine was built, no one in the merchant's family fell ill for 100 years, and everyone lived past 100. Thus, the incense offerings gradually flourished. Now the wooden structure was dilapidated, its paint peeling, and when Zuo Mu pushed open the door and entered, he indeed saw that damaged stone statue. Its face remained blank, with its right arm raised horizontally, as if it had once been holding something. Zuo Mu continued to recall this story. Legend has it that the old wealthy landowner lived to be 130 years old, and still appeared remarkably vigorous. Local rumors tell of a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, when the village ancestral temple suddenly caught fire. The flames instantly reduced the entire temple to charred ruins, yet the wooden shrine in the center remained completely unharmed. After the villagers worked together to extinguish the blaze, the old landowner stumbled into the ruins to investigate. The moment he approached the wooden shrine, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed on the spot, mumbling incessantly, "The book! The book!" Following his gaze, people discovered that while the stone statue inside the shrine was intact, the stone book in the statue's right hand had mysteriously vanished. That very night, the old landowner died suddenly, and his family members all passed away within a month. No one dared set foot in the temple again. It wasn't until decades ago, when the local government listed the ruins as protected cultural relics, that the temple site was preserved to this day. As night fell, Zuo Mu circled the temple ruins slowly, exploring every corner. The crumbling walls were covered with vines and ash, appearing desolate, but otherwise unremarkable. He brushed away thick layers of dust and carefully ran his hands over the rough surface of the statue, but found nothing. He could only stand before the broken tiles and rubble, lost in thought. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps on gravel broke the silence. Someone was approaching. Zuo Mu immediately concealed himself, slipping into the shadows. Under the moonlight, a woman slowly approached. Her figure was supple, her slender waist outlined gracefully in a blue qipao, each step seeming to tread upon one's heart. Her skin was like congealed cream, her arms delicate, and her equally slender legs flowed with elegant lines. Yet her face was utterly ordinary, neither beautiful nor ugly, seeming completely at odds with her alluring form. Only her watery autumn eyes held hidden depths of charm. Judging by her eyes and figure alone, one might describe her as devastatingly beautiful. Such a woman prompted only one thought in Zuo Mu's Mindafok spirit. The woman walked to the temple entrance and first bowed deeply to the broken statue. Then she grasped the statue's shoulders with both hands, turning left once, right twice, then left 3 times, as if operating a hidden mechanism. Sure enough, with a soft click, the statue split down the middle, and a bronze sphere the size of a fist rolled to the ground. She bent to pick it up, unscrewed the sphere, and revealed a tightly folded piece of paper. The moment she unfolded it, Zuo Mu flashed out from hiding, his dagger gleaming coldly as it pressed against her snow-white neck. Don't move. Faced with this sudden attack, the woman seemed to have anticipated it, laughing softly with feigned reproach. I thought you couldn't bear to show yourself. Zuo Mu's brow furrowed. What do you mean? The woman raised her hand to cover her lips, her chest curves trembling slightly, her eyes like water-filled lamps. Little brother, hiding in the shadows, were you planning to do something to this humble servant? Sensing he was being teased, Zuo Mu pressed down with his wrist, the blade's edge cutting through skin and drawing a drop of blood that slid down the knife's back. His icy voice squeezed out. Hand over the item and tell me everything you know. Don't test my patience. Yet the woman showed no panic whatsoever. She raised a finger to catch the blood drop and licked it under the lantern-like moonlight, her gaze seductive. Is this what you want? Her other hand displayed the wrinkled paper. As Zuo Mu reached to snatch it, he suddenly felt a surge of scorching danger and quickly retreated. In the next second, the woman actually burst into flames on the spot, fire whooshing around her body. The blaze quickly died down, and she stood there unharmed, except the paper in her hand had turned to ash and scattered in the wind. Fury rose in Zuo Mu's heart as his true essence surged, and he was about to unleash his skills when a surprised voice emerged from the temple's shadows. Are you Zuo Mu? Hearing the woman call out his name, Zuo Mu halted his attack and asked warily, How do you know my name? The woman leaned against the rock wall, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Rather than saying I know you, I'd say I know your parents. The mountain wind swept up the corners of their clothes. Zuo Mu remained silent, fixing her with a cold, hard stare. Oh my, why so fierce? Maybe if you were a little gentler, I'd let you do whatever you want. The woman feigned hurt. But seeing Zuo Mu's complete lack of response, she could only shake her head and sigh. Fine, fine. What a man with no sense of romance. She held up 2 fingers. I can only tell you 2 things. First, the content of the note: north of the mountain, south of the grass, east of the water, west of the sand. Zuo Mu was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head in thought. His brow gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. The woman looked him up and down, catching that instant of change in his expression. Though secretly excited, her face remained composed. Zuo Mu looked up expectantly. The second thing? This second matter is also the most important one. She deliberately drew out her words, then suddenly smiled. My name is Meiqier. Upon hearing the name, Zuo Mu remained unmoved. He sheathed his dagger and turned to head down the mountain. Hey, are you made of stone? Give me some reaction. Meiqier stamped her foot and chased after him indignantly. She trotted along while chattering. Do you know why I sensed someone nearby? It was the scent. Do you know why I kept activating the mechanism even though I knew someone was there? I was fishing. Anyone who could come here must know something. I'm actually the real hunter. The mountain path was dark, with leaves rustling against each other. Zuo Mu paid no attention. Arg, you jerk. No one has ever ignored me like this. Meiqier suddenly stepped forward to block his path, her fingers gripping her chin. Then let me show you. With a sharp rip, she tore off a mask as thin as cicada wings. Beneath the mask was a breathtakingly beautiful face with lustrous skin and eyes like water. Her stunning beauty merged perfectly with her graceful figure, as if she were a fox spirit reborn. However, Zuo Mu simply stepped aside and continued down the mountain. Meiqier stood frozen for a long moment before coming to her senses. She followed him huffily, occasionally bumping him with her shoulder like a wronged little animal. Reaching the foot of the mountain, Zuo Mu's form suddenly became ethereal, melting into the night. Meiqier looked around, confirming no one else was present, then pressed the mask back onto her face. Her delicate nose twitched as she caught that faint scent and quietly followed. In the deep night of the city district, the alley entrance was bathed in dim yellow light. The air mixed the damp smell of brick walls with the stench from garbage bins. Zuo Mu finally materialized, leaning against the wall. Speak. What do you want? The silence of several hours was finally broken. Meiqier perked up, blinking with a smile. In this vast night, don't you want to do something to me? A cold gaze swept over her, and she immediately deflated, muttering under her breath, Stupid man. Zuo Mu turned to leave. She hurried after him with quick steps. All right, I'll tell you. You definitely know what that note means, and you have to take me with you. Impossible. Why not? Aren't you afraid I'm hiding something about what's written on it? Zuo Mu drew his dagger, cold light flashing. Hey, are you even a man? He has absolutely no idea what it means to be gentle with women. Mei Qi'er stood at the alley entrance, her gaze resolute. Even if Zuo Mu didn't show up, she would still find him using that note. Only Zuo Mu understood the code on it, and she had to follow this man no matter what. Zuo Mu sheathed his dagger and pushed through the door into the depths of the dim alley. The door slammed shut with a bang. Umph, jerk. Mei Qi'er spat at the closed iron door and pulled tight the coat she had stolen along the way. She had deliberately changed into a form-fitting qipao, planning to use her charm to make Zuo Mu decode the message obediently, but she never expected there would actually be someone immune to her allure. The night grew deep, and scattered raindrops began to fall, quickly turning into fine, cold drizzle that dampened her shoe tips and hair. She found a broken cardboard box to hold over her head and sat down against the door, shivering from the cold. Since she couldn't manipulate him, she could only shamelessly stick to him to the end. I'm latching onto you. Don't even think about shaking me off. The rolling door suddenly lifted, and the warm yellow light from inside dispelled the cold of the rainy night. Zuo Mu stood in the doorway and simply said, "Come in." Mei Qi'er turned her head away proudly. "I won't." The door came crashing down again. Hey, I'll come in. She quickly stuck her hand in the door gap to stop it and squeezed inside, completely outmaneuvered. The room was sparsely furnished, with a single bed taking up nearly half the wall. Mei Qi'er's pretty face flushed slightly as she muttered under her breath. There's only one bed. How are we supposed to sleep? On the floor. Zuo Mu threw a mattress onto the ground, casually tossed over a blanket and pillow, then lay down on the bed with his back to her. Remember to turn off the lights. Great. So after all this fuss, I'm the one sleeping on the floor. Mei Qi'er was indignant, but still spread out the mattress, fumbled to turn off the lights in the dark, and curled up under the covers. The damp air carried a chill, and though this was her first time sharing a room with a man, he acted like a complete blockhead. For the sake of the clues, she had to console herself and gradually drifted off to sleep. Welcome back. Enjoy your game. The morning system notification sounded, beginning a new game day. Zuo Mu got up, finished washing, and headed out, planning to tackle the city lord's mansion quest first. Last night's assistance to Jiang Li had disrupted his plan. She had originally intended to handle it after completing the fire fusion cave, but now he might as well get everything done at once. There were also several special items nearby that could boost free attributes, and though he only remembered their general locations, he needed to search carefully. He first rushed to Mu Xia's shop to check on operations. At the moment, only a few players were coming and going, with buyers mainly being tank classes. Zuo Mu knew the explosive period for potions hadn't arrived yet for now. He just needed to stockpile. Checking the transaction records, dozens of bottles had already been sold, results better than expected. Even if no one showed interest for several days straight, he wouldn't worry. Demand would naturally outstrip supply in the later stages. Leaving the shop, he headed straight for the quest location, the heroic Spirits Cemetery. The Spirits Cemetery lies in the borderlands between the human and demon territories. In recent years, the demon clan has been stirring with undercurrents, and the quest before Zuo Mu is undoubtedly evidence of their attempts to infiltrate the Spirit Cemetery. The main city where Zuo Mu resides isn't far from here, but since he hasn't reached level 15 yet, he cannot summon a mount and must travel on foot. Along the way, he passes through dense forests that block out the sky, crosses scattered villages where lights still flicker, and treads across endless soft grasslands. At the edge of the grasslands, a desolate wasteland suddenly appears. The borderlands. Bone-chilling winds whip up dust and sand, painting the world in shades of gray and yellow. The entrance to the Spirit Cemetery stands alone in the center of the wasteland, but the gravekeeper is nowhere to be seen. Zuo Mu looks up to see a massive stone monument towering before him. Its surface carved with countless Novice, a roster of heroes who once defended their homeland. Rather than feeling cold or ominous, the monument brings a sense of peace. A system notification quietly appears. You have entered the Spirit Cemetery and gained the Homeland Guardian effect. This effect will be lost upon leaving the Spirit Cemetery. Homeland Guardian. Physical and defense values increased by 20. Zuo Mu cautiously ventures deeper. Before long, a corpse comes into view. Gray hair and beard, wrinkled robes. It's the gravekeeper. The body shows no visible sword or blade wounds, only a ghastly pale complexion and hollow eyes, as if the soul had been torn away. Ah! A piercing shriek suddenly erupts from behind. Zuo Mu instinctively rolls away as a shadow larger and darker than any wraith he'd encountered in the mine sweeps overhead, its two crimson eyes fixed on him. Wraith level 15 elite. HP, 5000. Physical attack, 50. Magic attack, 100. Magic defense, 15. Being closer to demon territory, the wraiths here are purer and more powerful, but still no match for Zuo Mu. As the wraith shrieks and dives toward him, he raises his sword. only to see a dozen more wraiths emerge from the darkness. Kill the small fry and the big ones show up. Zuo Mu sneers coldly, moving like the wind. In mere moments, amid flashing blades, the monster pack lies in ruins. What should be a high-intensity team mission proves light as a feather for the dancer class. Magic crystals and coins scatter across the ground. He picks them up casually, lucky enough to find 2 gold points among the drops. After collecting his spoils, Zuo Mu wastes no time heading deeper into the cemetery. In the deepest section, tombstones lie toppled, stone fragments scattered everywhere in complete chaos. At the center, 3 wraiths that have taken humanoid form are wreaking havoc. Wraith Heaven, level 20 bronze. HP 200, 002, 0000. Physical attack 400. Physical defense 40. Bond. Upon death of any companion, all attributes 50. Upon death of any 2 companions, all attributes 100. Note: you can mess with me, but don't touch my brothers. Wraith Earth, level 20 bronze. HP 200, 002, 0000. Magic attack 400. Magic defense 40. Bond. Upon death of any companion, all attributes 50. Upon death of any 2 companions, all attributes 100. Note: you can mess with me, but don't touch my brothers. Wraith Human, level 20 bronze. HP 200, 002, 0000. Physical attack 200. Magic attack 200. Physical defense 200. Magic defense 20. Bond. Upon death of any companion, all attributes 50. Upon death of any 2 companions, all attributes 100. Note: you can mess with me, but don't touch my brothers. Zuo Mu activates his inspect skill, and the status panels instantly appear. He stares at the 3 shadowy figures, feeling a surge of fighting spirit. These are 3 very powerful bosses. When any one of them dies first, the other 2 will gain a 50 boost to all attributes. If 2 die, the last one receives a 100 boost, making it as powerful as a silver tier boss. Moreover, one specializes in physical damage, another in magic, and the third is well balanced. Following normal monster hunting strategy, you should distribute the bosses according to your team's physical and magic damage composition, then separate and engage them. Most importantly, you need to ensure their health drops synchronously, ideally killing them simultaneously. This is the standard approach, but unfortunately, Zuo Mu isn't standard. He reversed his grip on his dagger and plunged into the monster pack, beginning his deadly dance. Though they were bronze tier bosses, the combined strength of all 3 was no less formidable than silver tier. 1 melee, 1 ranged, 1 physical, 1 magical, plus a balanced troublemaker. All 3 bosses moved incredibly fast with unpredictable movements, coordinated perfectly, and even understood tactics like main assault, flanking, and ambush. In ancient times, 3 heroes battled Lu Bu, now 3 demons battle Zuo Mu. Unfortunately, while Zuo Mu possessed Lu Bu's courage, they lacked the martial prowess of the 3 heroes. The battle was a one-sided affair without suspense. 3 minutes in, the first boss fell, and the other 2 roared in fury as they mutated. 5 minutes later, the second boss collapsed, and the last one roared again, mutating once more and directly evolving into a silver tier boss. This was exactly Zuo Mu's intention. 10 minutes later, the third boss fell, and the mission was complete. Originally 3 bronze tier enemies had become 2 bronze and 1 silver, naturally yielding richer rewards, as evidenced by the guild tokens on the ground. Zuo Mu collected the drops, surprised to discover he had obtained the server's first and second guild tokens. This was the benefit of fighting above your level, as drop rates increased accordingly. Besides the tokens, 3 interesting pieces of equipment had dropped. Talisman of Bonds, Heaven, level 15 bronze, HP 100, physical defense 3, bond. Within 20 meters of 2 other players, shares 50 damage. Talisman of Bonds, Earth, level 15 bronze, MP 100, magic defense 3, bond. Within 20 meters of 2 other players, shares 50 damage. Talisman of Bonds, Human, level 15 bronze, HP 50, MP 50, physical defense 2, magic defense 2, bond. Within 20 meters of 2 other players, shares 50 damage. The 3 dropped items clearly inherited the boss's characteristics. With this skill, the talisman's value was completely comparable to silver tier equipment. These were perfect for players in the same team. As usual, Zuo Mu sent them to Zhongli. Zhongli was already numb to this. She felt like Zuo Mu was playing a completely different game. Why could he always obtain such legendary equipment? Despite her thoughts, Zhongli efficiently arranged a meeting location and prepared the gold coins. Beyond tokens and equipment, there were experience points and gold coins, plus 3 golden points. After all, this was a relatively ordinary quest, so these rewards were already quite remarkable, mainly because Zuo Mu fought monsters well above his level, and one boss had even mutated to silver tier. With 6 golden points total so far, it wasn't an enormous amount. Zuo Mu's current skill enhancement levels were already quite high, and further upgrades required increasingly more golden points. so he decided to save up. His current equipment was adequate, and the dark gold dagger would last quite a while, probably keeping him on the leaderboards for several more days. He didn't particularly need defensive gear, so there was no point wasting golden points unless he encountered equipment that boosted agility and strength, which he might consider enhancing. Zuo Mu left the heroic spirits cemetery and continued deeper into the wasteland mountains, remembering there were several special items nearby that increased attribute points. Eagle District players, congratulations on reaching level 15. Mount system unlocked. 3. What a leveling maniac. Already broke through level 15. Boosie is incredible. First place will always belong to Eagle District. Our hero Boosie. Can we get mounts now? That's awesome. Every quest requires so much running. I want a cool wolf. Come on, what's so special about wolves? If you're going to ride something, ride a lion, the king of beasts. Hey, 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 isn't the topic supposed to be about our great Boosie? Got it, got it. Your Boosie is really amazing. By the way, can we ride dragons? System notifications flooded the screen. Mount system activated. Zuo Mu glanced through the world channel, his fingertips twitching slightly. Images of those legendary divine beasts that once dominated the mount rankings in his previous life flashed through his mind. The snow domain heavenly wolf, the mountain-splitting golden lion, and that flame dragon. He planned to collect them all and distribute them among his own people, better than letting outsiders benefit. Just then, he noticed a group of players gathered around a raggedly dressed old man by the roadside ahead. The old man sat in the dust, hands trembling, voice hoarse. Old man, are you telling the truth? Several demon slaves carried a large chest westward. One of the players bent down to ask. The old man patted his chest forcefully, as if still shaken. The west belongs to the demon territory. Young man, we were servants in Master Lu's mansion. Who would have thought that several demon slaves would break in, kill everyone in the mansion, and steal all of the master's possessions? Boss, there's a treasure chest. Should we go for it? Another player whispered excitedly into their captain's ear. The captain stroked his chin, hesitating when he suddenly heard a companion's low exclamation. Someone's coming. Everyone turned to see Zuo Mu walking over the rubble with a cold expression. The captain stepped forward. Brother, we triggered this quest first. Could you give us some face? Zuo Mu didn't respond, instead quickening his pace. Several people warily drew their weapons. Looking for death? Before the words finished, Zuo Mu's figure vanished like being swept away by wind. The next moment, he appeared behind the old man, cold light flashing. Thud! The dagger pierced flesh. The old man's face froze in shock as he collapsed into the dust. The players were stunned. They thought Zuo Mu was going to steal their quest, not kill the quest. Even more bizarre, a wisp of pitch-black mist rose from the corpse, emitting a sharp shriek before dissipating in midair. Zuo Mu bent down, picked up an envelope from beside the bloodstain, turned, and walked away without even glancing at the group. Only then did the players realize. This old man was clearly a demon in disguise. If they had actually followed him west, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Boss, he seems to have picked up a letter. The captain suppressed his excitement. Let him have it. At least he saved our lives. Humph. Even without him, I wouldn't have fallen for it, someone said stubbornly. Come on, who was practically drooling when they heard about the treasure chest? Another immediately called him out. The captain stepped forward cheerfully, shouting towards Zuo Mu's retreating figure. Brother, thanks for earlier. Could you leave a name? We'll return the favor if we get the chance. Hearing the words, return the favor, Zuo Mu stopped and turned to look them over. From the moment he saw this captain, he felt the man looked familiar, and now hearing his voice, he was certain. What's your name? Zuo Mu asked indifferently. Wu Tianxiang. Zuo Mu's heart jolted in his previous life. This man had considerable strength and was extremely patriotic, always charging to the front lines during cross-district battles. He nodded slightly, leaving behind 2 words. Muzwa. Yuri Mushun. The team captain's face filled with shock as he clearly heard the name. Mushun. It's actually my idol Mushun. One of his teammates couldn't help but cheer loudly. Mushun, my grandmother is your biggest fan. Could you sign something for me? My sister is also your biggest fan. Could we take a photo together? Several team members surrounded him incoherently, their eyes lighting up like bulbs. Zuo Mu found himself unable to move, so the captain had to stretch out his arms to hold back his excited companions. Mu Shun, everyone greatly admires you and respects you for winning countless honors for the Hua region, which is why they're so excited. After speaking, he bowed solemnly again. Thank you for saving us earlier. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Seeing the sincerity on everyone's faces, Zuo Mu had a thought. There is indeed something I need your help with. No problem. Not just one thing. Even 100 would be fine. Mu Shun, what do we need to do? Attack a guild. Zuo Mu's tone was calm. The air instantly froze. Currently, there was only one guild in the entire border region, Soul of Hua. Mu Shun, that's the guild representing our country. Did we hear wrong? One team member's mouth dropped open. Why would the great god of Hua region want to attack Soul of Hua? Another person looked completely puzzled. If you want to attack Soul of Hua, You'll have to step over my dead body first. The most hot-tempered team member immediately drew his sword. I'll expose you when I get back. The captain waved to stop his companion's impulsiveness, his gaze locked on Zuo Mu, his voice turning cold. Let's hear him out first. Zuo Mu just smiled lightly and sent a friend request. I'll contact you when the time comes. After speaking, he turned and left. Boss, are we really letting him go? The hot-tempered team member waved his fist. Let's wait and see. This isn't as simple as it seems. The captain frowned as he watched Zuo Mu disappear down the forest path. Of course, Zuo Mu had no real intention of attacking Soul of Hua. It was purely his momentary mischief. As for the human adventurer he had just slain, it was actually a demon in disguise. Initially, Zuo Mu had only found him suspicious, but using his investigate skill confirmed the identity. The border regions often had infiltrators lurking. Low-level ones specialized in slaughtering passing humans, while high-level ones simply infiltrated the main city as spies. This guy happened to do both. The secret letter he dropped was intelligence prepared to be sent back to the demon race. If he hadn't been greedy and tried to hunt a few more humans on the side, he never would have fallen into Zuo Mu's hands. Zuo Mu casually picked up the thick envelope, weighing it in his hand and calculating. It seemed to record some demon conspiracy inside, valuable enough to equal several side quests. Turning it in to the City Lord's mansion would likely trigger follow-up hidden content. He had always been obsessed with the City Lord's mansion questline, not caring even if his level and equipment fell behind his peers. Reputation was one aspect, but more importantly, he needed to quickly accumulate favor to participate in the ultimate quest in the Imperial City in the future. That was where the qualification line for competing at the pinnacle lay. However, his level couldn't keep lagging forever. Zuo Mu marked an excellent leveling spot in his mind, perfect for grinding experience, while conveniently earning gold on the side. Having made up his mind, Zuo Mu continued toward the Barren Mountains, searching for those special items. Zuo Mu ventured into the Barren Mountains, searching for that conspicuous landmark. This desolate mountain range was completely barren, with grayish-brown rubble spreading across the slopes like a tide. Only the legendary small tree thrived alone among the scattered rocks. The fruits hung from its branches, capable of directly boosting freedom attributes. Zuo Mu memorized the location and climbed up a higher hill. As he gazed into the distance, a vibrant green spot immediately caught his eye. After confirming the direction, he hurried down the slope. As he approached his target, he slowed his pace and silently activated his skill, causing his figure to vanish. There was someone lying beneath the tree, to be precise, an injured male elf. Zuo Mu stealthily approached. Moonlight white hair was scattered on the ground, and his fair, clean skin gleamed faintly in the dim light. The elf's characteristic pointed ears trembled slightly, and mysterious symbols covered his slender body. Most striking was the penetrating wound in his abdomen, with blood mixed with dirt continuously seeping out. His limbs and sides were covered with claw marks, clearly indicating he had just fought a fierce battle with demons. Warrior, could you please, gasp, show yourself? Came the elf's weak but clear voice. The elven race's perception couldn't be fooled by invisibility, so Zuo Mu deactivated his skill. Do you need my help? No need, I'm already done for. The elf gasped, reaching into his chest and pulling out a blood-soaked letter. Please, deliver this to Jialing of the Elven tribe for me. Zuo Mu took the letter, and a system notification suddenly appeared. You have accepted the quest Dying Wish. Type, Rank Hidden Quest. Content, Luojia has entrusted his final hope to you before death. Please deliver the letter to Jialing of the Elven tribe. Current progress, deliver the letter. Reward, unknown. Zuo Mu's heart sank. Another rank quest, and he couldn't reach Elven territory anytime soon. He carefully tucked the letter away. Before he could respond, Luojia had already closed his eyes in silence. Zuo Mu dug a simple grave and buried the elf, then climbed the tree and picked all the fruits one by one. Obtain Sand Spirit Fruit 13. You have used Sand Spirit Fruit 13. Gained 13 free attribute points. Not bad, didn't take much effort. He allocated all the attribute points and returned to the main city. On his way, he sent repeated messages through his communicator. Muzhua, meet at City Hall. Muzhua, meet at City Hall. Zhangli, coming right away. Nuansheng Roger. Mu God. Wu Tianxiang, okay. Wu Tianxiang was the player he had encountered earlier in the wilderness. Upon reaching City Hall, Zuo Mu submitted the Clear Undead from Spirit Cemetery quest. Quest complete. Reward, experience points various, 80 silver coins, reputation 50. Level increased to 13. Gained 10 free attribute points. Gained 2 golden points. His experience had already been close to leveling up, so he naturally broke through. Next, he pulled out the letter dropped by the imposter and handed it to Butler Bai. Butler Bai opened the letter, and his face immediately turned ashen. Incredible. To think there are traitors among the human race colluding with demons. He angrily closed the letter. Young man, well done. I'll report this to City Lord Luo and ensure you receive your deserved reward. But there's one more thing I hope you can accomplish. The system displayed another window. Accept quest, root them out. Type, Shrank Hidden Quest. Content. The letter mentions that someone at the border outpost is colluding with demons, plotting to attack human settlements. To avoid alerting them, please assassinate those individuals and bring back the secret correspondence they've been passing to the demons. Progress. Assassinate 5 traitors. Reward. Unknown. Do you know what assassination means? It means don't let anyone find out. As soon as the system's mechanical prompt ended, you have accepted the mission Eradicate. Shrank Hidden Quest. Zuo Mu silently marveled at his incredible luck. Casually taking down an imposter had actually triggered in Shrank Hidden Quest. He pushed open the door and walked out of the city lord's mansion, where Wu Tianxiang, Nuan Sheng, and Jiang Li were already waiting outside. Seeing the leader of Hua Zhuan standing beside Zuo Mu, Wu Tianxiang finally realized he had misunderstood Zuo Mu earlier. Zuo Mu got straight to the point. Interested in messing with Long Outyin? That single sentence instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Absolutely. What's your plan, Master Mu? We're with you. Master Mu, sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. Tell us, what do you need us to do? Zuo Mu quietly outlined his plan, and after listening, the others' eyes lit up with excitement they could barely contain. After finishing his explanation, he handed the guild token to Nuan Sheng, and everyone dispersed to prepare. The plan was actually quite simple. First sell the token to Long Outyin at a high price, then deliver a fatal blow while he was defending his stronghold, leaving him with nothing. Long Outyin wasn't weak, so why were they so confident he couldn't hold his ground? The answer was simple. They had Zuo Mu. Nuan Sheng took the token to contact Long Outyin. Jiang Li went back to gather manpower. As for why he brought Wu Tianxiang and the others along, anyone with eyes could see that Zuo Mu was gradually expanding his influence. Limited by his profession, he had always been forced to fight alone, but as the game progressed, individual players inevitably had their limits. His criteria for choosing people had only 2 words: character. Although the Li Mashua incident had hurt him deeply, it had also helped him grow. Wu Tianxiang and the others, who could resist temptation and maintain their principles, were exactly what he was looking for. Their ability to break into that area also proved their considerable skills. While everyone was busy with their respective tasks, Zuo Mu wasn't idle, either was leveling up. First, he bought a set of sturdy rope from the shop. Then he left the main city and headed south. The southern area was a popular leveling zone, packed with monsters of various levels and plenty of quests. After crossing through forests and rivers, player sightings became increasingly rare, until finally a massive cliff appeared at the edge of his vision, or rather, an abyss. The abyss was dozens of meters wide, pitch black with no visible bottom, as if it would swallow light itself. Zuo Mu knew this place wasn't as deep as it appeared. Sunlight simply couldn't reach the bottom. He secured one end of the rope and threw the other end down, then began climbing down. At this stage of the game, there were no brief flight or gliding abilities yet, so he had to use this crude method. The bottom of the abyss was his target destination: hordes of elite monsters. Soon he reached the ground and looked up to see the sky reduced to a thin line. Beneath his feet, it was so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, with only the sound of howling wind mixed with faint gnawing noises. Zuo Mu pulled out the light stones he had purchased earlier. They worked like glow sticks, lighting up when struck. He activated several and threw them in all directions, and pale golden light immediately spread out. Under the illumination, the ground revealed a horrifying sight of bleached white bones, those of birds, beasts, and even humans. Even more terrifying, beside the bones stood ants half the height of a person, their bodies gleaming black. Such ants covered the entire bottom of the abyss like a black tide extending beyond sight, and the sounds he had heard were them gnawing on the remaining bones. Bone-devouring black ants, level 20 elite. HP 70007000. Physical attack 150, physical defense 20, magic defense 10. You know how I am with my trypophobia. Swarms upon swarms of bone-devouring black ants, all elite grade. If those 3 previous bosses were thrown into this ant tide, they probably wouldn't last even 1 round. Not even bone fragments would remain. At this stage, no team could escape unscathed, not even the most professional expert groups. But for Zuo Mu, this was exactly the kind of killing field he'd been dreaming of. An irrepressible excitement surged within him as he immediately downed 2 bottles of poison in succession, pushing his health to the lowest warning threshold. Sometimes, he was simply addicted to this thrill of dancing on a knife's edge. Dagger reversed. The leveling hunt officially began. The next second, Zuo Mu ghosted into the ant swarm. Amid flashing cold steel, his dagger slashed, stabbed, and swept each strike precise beyond measure. The disturbed, bone-devouring black ants shrieked in unison, swarming densely until there was barely any ground left to stand on. Zuo Mu moved like the wind, weaving back and forth within the circle formed by the black ants, reaping frantically. As one ring of ants fell, another quickly filled the gap. You have slain bone-devouring black ant, gained experience. You have slain bone-devouring black ant, gained experience. You have slain bone-devouring black ant, gained experience, gained 1 gold point. You have slain bone-devouring black ant, gained experience. Meanwhile, Nuancheng's team had already arranged to put the guild token up for sale. Upon hearing about the token, Long Outyin was determined to have it at any cost, immediately throwing down 2,000 gold to shut out all competitors he imagined existed. Nuancheng's group couldn't stop grinning. They were planning to sell it to him anyway. So where were these supposed competitors? Token in hand, Long Outyin immediately began boasting loudly, claiming that once his guild opened, it would crush Hua Ji Hun underfoot and permanently hold the top spot. His lavish spending style immediately attracted a large number of players to join, and he even established branch guilds in advance. Flashy as he was, Long Outyin wasn't brainless. He knew he had enemies everywhere, and there would definitely be plenty of people coming to cause trouble, especially that Mu Zuo. Every mention of Mu Zuo made him grind his teeth in hatred. The guy had repeatedly ruined his plans, yet he couldn't do anything about it. So he prepared contingencies in advance. Have Lu Bo and Kuang Tianshan arrived yet? Boss, they're here, but... Speak. Yes. They're demanding to double the originally agreed price. Crack. Long Outyin crushed his wine glass, coldly squeezing out a few words. Humph. Give it to him. If not for his worry about Mu Zuo, why would he need to spend such a fortune hiring Kuang Tianshan? Although he wasn't short on money, this expense wasn't small either, especially with their last-minute price increase. Setting down the glass shards, he snorted coldly. Crazy turtle, I'm waiting for the day your guild is established. On the other side, Zuo Mu's companions were also steadily advancing their plan. With the first step already successful, Jiang Li and the others were already itching for action, ready to avenge their shame. Wan Ji's group was even more fired up for battle. Last time, they were wiped out before Zuo Mu could arrive to help. This time, they had to get back everything with interest. Wu Tianxiang rallied his forces, bringing along a large group of reinforcements. These people were generally quite skilled, all hot-blooded, and most were die-hard fans of Jiang Li. Last time when they heard Jiang Li was besieged by Long Outyin, everyone wished they could sprout wings and fly to support him. Now that they finally had this opportunity, no one wanted to miss it. Finally, there was a special team that Jiang Li brought along. You could say they were her good sisters. Sister Jiang, I wonder why your little lover still hasn't shown up. Don't tell me he's abandoned you. Jiang Li's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at the woman beside her. Yet she was completely helpless against her when it came to shamelessness. She was no match for her opponent. The woman had a graceful figure, her magic robe revealing just enough to tantalize. Her wavy hair cascaded freely, and her crimson lips made the beauty mark beneath her eye particularly alluring. With each sway of her robe's hem, her smooth, shapely thighs were exposed, and every step she took seemed to silently enchant souls. Not just Jiang Li, but even the male players who had been pretending to mind their own business couldn't help but steal glances, their eyes darting over yet not daring to stare openly. The woman wrapped her arm around Jiang Li's shoulders, pulling her entire body into her soft embrace, chuckling softly. Little Li, your parents entrusted you to me before they died. Now that you've secretly found yourself a little man, shouldn't your auntie help you check him out? Jiang Li broke free, pouting in quiet protest. Auntie, behave yourself. There are so many people around. Oh my, such a grown girl still getting shy. The woman shrugged, her gaze suddenly shifting to the side. Where did all these eavesdroppers come from? Let me take a look. She walked over to Nuancheng. Is this handsome young man eavesdropping on our conversation? Called out by name, Nuancheng's body stiffened, his hands not knowing where to go as he laughed awkwardly. Big sister, I wasn't listening. Big sister, the woman raised an eyebrow, her smile warm yet spine-chilling. Do I look old to you? No, not old. You're absolutely beautiful. Nuancheng stood at attention, fine sweat trickling down his face from his temples. His subordinates behind him couldn't suppress their laughter upon seeing this scene. Their boss was stumbling in front of a woman for the first time. Oh my, there are so many little brothers here too. Do you also want to listen to our conversation? As soon as the woman finished speaking, everyone scattered, leaving only Nuancheng standing there alone. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. The woman seemed to be surrounded by invisible flames of rage, her fists clenching with audible cracks, even a few strands of her hair standing on end. Humph, that damned Long Aotan. How dare he bully my Jiang Li? I didn't get the chance last time, but this time I'll make him pay in blood. Behind her, the female players shouted in unison. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. Their voices thundered. This woman called Jiang Li's auntie was Ro Qing, barely 30 years old, yet she commanded the only top-tier guild composed entirely of women in the previous life. Her name was gentle, but her personality was fiery, and now her true temperament was fully revealed. Nuancheng quietly tried to slip away but was grabbed by the wrist by Ro Qing. What's wrong, little brother? Is your sister scary? You're not very tall, but you're quite handsome. His subordinates who had run away earlier watched Nuancheng's rigid figure from afar, crying inwardly. It's over. The boss has met his match. In this awkward atmosphere, system announcements suddenly flooded the screen. Aotion Guild established. Monster Siege will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare Aotion Guild for base defense. 3. Immediately after, Long Ao Tian made a high-profile announcement. Ao Tian Guild is officially established. All players who help defend the city will be rewarded. We also welcome new members to Ao Tian Guild. Ao Tian Guild is the strongest. Upon hearing the announcement, all teams quickly assembled. Once they had been forced into passive defense, everyone in disarray. But now the tables had turned, and the blood in everyone's hearts surged. Now the roles are reversed. Feel the pain. The guild had been established, and both teams were fully assembled, but Zuo Mu had yet to arrive. Jiang Li was about to send a message to inquire when a gust of wind swept through, and Zuo Mu strode into the camp. The moment he appeared, everyone simultaneously held their breath. The overwhelming killing intent that emanated from him was like thick, bloody mist, as if the grim reaper himself had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with even a single glance carrying real attack power. Everyone instantly understood just how many monsters this guy had slaughtered. His character panel confirmed this revelation, completely refreshed, brilliantly radiant, with absolutely explosive gains. The first thing that caught their eyes was his equipment slot. Zuo Mu was now decked out entirely in golden gear, having assembled 2 complete sets at once. 1. Bone Armor Set. Bone Armor, level 20, golden. Strength 25, health 400, all skill cooldowns 20. Bone Boots, level 20, golden. Agility 25, resistance 20, movement speed 20, all skill cooldowns 20. Set effect, refresh, 22 activated. Instantly resets all skill cooldowns upon use, 1 hour cooldown. With this set, his skill casting window had been pushed to the absolute limit. 2. Mana Drain Set. Chain of Shadows, level 20, golden. Agility 20, magic defense 10, each attack drains 5 mana points. Ring of Shadows, level 20, golden. Agility 20, physical defense 10, each attack drains 5 mana points. Set effect, Overflow, 22 activated. When mana reaches maximum, can store an additional equal amount of magic value. The 2 sets complemented each other perfectly, meaning Zuo Mu could unleash skills almost continuously without interruption. As for his old equipment, he had also refined his previous snake leather hat and lava talisman to golden quality. Snake leather hat, level 15, golden. Agility 20, attack speed 20, movement speed 20. Skill Flash, can teleport to any direction within 5 meters, 30-minute cooldown. Lava talisman, level 15, golden. Health 300, mana 300, physical defense 10. Skill Replenish, automatically restores mana instantly when insufficient for skill casting, 30-minute cooldown. His dagger remained unchanged for now. After all, it was only level 8, and Zuo Mu planned to wait for something more suitable before replacing it. Additionally, he had discovered 2 life stones and a batch of ant eggs that could permanently boost attributes. His panel stats had risen accordingly. Character name, Mu Zuo. Lives 5. Level 16. Class, Light Dancer. Health 1920. Mana 910. Physical attack 1034. Physical defense 59. Magic attack 124. Magic defense 44. Unity 456. Constitution 71. Intelligence 62. Spirit 61. Assignable attributes 0. Reputation 1335. His physical attack alone had broken the 1,000 mark. Many bosses couldn't boast such outrageous damage output. In terms of skills, he had also obtained a perfectly tailored new ability. Weak point, passive, enhancement 4. Attacks from behind guarantee 100 critical hits. His other skills had also been progressively enhanced to 4. Blessing, passive, enhancement 4. Can block 1 fatal blow and gain 3 seconds of invincibility, 12-hour cooldown. Blacksmith's recognition, passive, enhancement 2. Can equip items up to 8 levels above character level. Scouting enhanced 2 costs 50 mana to reveal stealth units up to 10 levels above your own and view information on monsters up to 10 levels above your own, with a 20-second cooldown. Level this up a few more times and you'll basically have X-ray vision. Zuo Mu scanned through his status panel as skill descriptions rapidly scrolled across his retina. 1. Fierce Kick enhanced 2 costs 40 mana, deals 10 attack damage to enemies, interrupts their actions and stuns for 0.5 seconds. Requirement. Mental attribute must be at least half of the enemy's. 15-second cooldown. Pretty decent leg strength there. 2. True Insight passive enhanced 4 basic attacks deal an additional 120 true damage. 3. True Trade-off passive enhanced 4 for every 1 health lost. Damage, movement speed, and resistance each increase by 7. 4. True Backstab enhanced 4 costs 50 mana, teleports behind a target within 30 meters, deals 600 attack damage, and stuns for 3 seconds. 10-second cooldown. Now that's some serious damage. 5. True Leap enhanced 4 costs 40 mana, dash 30 meters in a straight line, dealing 600 attack damage to enemies in the path. 20-second cooldown. Everyone line up to meet your maker. 6. True Stealth enhanced 4 costs 40 mana, Remain invisible for 50 seconds and cannot be detected. First attack after stealth deals 600 damage. Attacking breaks stealth. 30-second cooldown. Wonder what would happen if you cast stealth again right before the first one ends? Once skills reached level 4, they all gained the true prefix and their effects skyrocketed. With over 1,000 base attack combined with these multipliers, Zuo Mu figured he could solo a level 40 boss without breaking a sweat. A casual strike would easily deal over 10,000 damage. The golden points farmed from those abyss monsters had been invaluable, and his inventory was now packed to the brim with equipment. All those drops meant for an entire guild had been claimed by him alone. Even after picking out what he could use, the remainder still formed a small mountain. Here, divide these up. Zuo Mu turned his bag upside down, dumping all the equipment in front of Jiang Li with a loud clatter. Jiang Li stared in stunned silence for 3 seconds, half joking and half shocked. Did you raid some monster's entire lair? I'll pay you back later. Our new guild just started and we're desperately short on equipment. No rush. Zuo Mu raised his hand, signaling her not to worry. Jiang Li immediately switched into distribution mode, calling Nuan Sheng, Wu Tianxiang, and others forward to make their selections, naturally including her aunt Ro Qing as well. Only then did Zuo Mu notice that the person who had been quietly observing him was none other than the legendary Fiery Tenderness. He'd almost forgotten that Jiang Li's all-female army included such a formidable player. Seeing his gaze, Ro Qing's smile faded as she spoke seriously. Mu Zuo, thank you for helping our Jiang Li so many times. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Wei ladies are every bit as capable as any man. Zuo Mu raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. More than capable back in the day, when these women wreaked havoc in the Sakura district. Male players fled in terror at the mere mention of them, some even developing lasting psychological trauma that kept them from playing competitively ever again. The equipment was quickly distributed, and the team formed neat ranks. Everyone was well equipped, and spirits were high. During the last siege defense, they'd been constantly restricted and ambushed, fighting a brutal battle. Now with roles reversed, they could finally fight freely. The best revenge would be making their opponents taste the same medicine. With this lineup, Long Outyin side would probably just abandon their guild defense entirely. Make the arrangements. Zuo Mu looked toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded firmly, then turned to face everyone, her voice ringing with authority. This assault will combine harassment with main attacks. Nuan Sheng, Ro Qing, Wu Tianxiang, and I will each lead primary squads for guerrilla warfare. The remaining forces will advance with the monsters in a frontal assault. The ladies' army will split into 10 small teams, ready to support any squad that gets surrounded. The orders were clear and organized, lifting everyone's spirits. Zuo Mu silently approved, truly worthy of Jiang Li. Mu Zuo, you're free to act as you see fit. Zuo Mu nodded. Move out. Everyone advance. Jiang Li and her allies joined the battlefield from all directions as the Outyin Guild's defensive battle began. Before them stood the same crude starter base, with wooden walls surrounded by waves of monsters surging forward like a tide, while players inside the stronghold held their ground steadily. Long Outyin now stood at the open gates, commanding the defense. The moment Jiang Li's group entered the fray, the two armies clashed. She led Wang A, Dashan, Mengduo and others like a gleaming blade, cutting straight into the enemy's core from the flank. Wang A and Dashan finally unleashed their full potential, one focused on offense, the other on defense, their sword and shield alternating in a whirlwind through the crowd, leaving chaos in their wake. Under the divine support buffs from Mengduo, Jiang Li became like a blood-armored god of war. Ordinary players couldn't withstand even a single strike from her. The Nuanqing forces fought with fierce satisfaction, their deep-seated grudge against the Outyin Guild finally finding release after being forced into passive defense last time, now able to give their opponents a taste of harassment. Wu Tianxiang led his team's charge. He and his teammates, mostly hot-blooded youth, remembered how their idol Jiang Li had been bullied while they stood helpless, and now their eyes burned with fury as they struck without mercy. Ro Qing was even more ruthless seeing her girl bullied by that scumbag. Her already fiery temper exploded as she hurled skills into the dense crowds like they cost nothing. The Outyin Guild's originally orderly defense line was pushed back step by step under Jiang Li's surprise attack, even being pressed back to the stronghold entrance. Long Outyin witnessed the chaos, but wasn't surprised though would have been shocked if they hadn't come. He raised his hand and waved. Attack! The gates flew open as several elite squads poured out, charging straight at Jiang Li's guerrilla forces, followed by a heavy armored battalion crushing toward Nuanqing's main force. The situation was forcibly stabilized. Long Outyin had clearly prepared well in advance with abundant manpower and resources. His reinforcement troops were uniformly equipped with high-end gear, the guild's carefully cultivated elite forces. Both sides entered a brief stalemate, but Long Outyin's brow remained furrowed. That person still hadn't shown up, so he dared not reveal all his cards. Just then, Ro Qing shouted, "Ladies' army, advance!" An all-female player formation marched onto the field, their bright colors bursting into the bloody front line. creating a scene both fierce and magnificent. Their arrival once again broke the balance as Zhang Li's side surged with renewed vigor, pushing the front line forward. As the defensive battle entered its middle phase and the monster assault intensified, the Outyin Guild began to struggle. Long Outyin pondered for a moment before finally making his decision. Attack. Before his words faded, massive numbers of players emerged from the battlefield's perimeter. Quantiantian's forces. Simultaneously, his prized Black Army also formed ranks and joined the battle, their heavy armor and black cloaks radiating murderous intent. With Long Outyan's trump cards fully revealed, Zhang Li's side suffered their first casualties. Long Outyan gritted his teeth and growled, "I don't believe you won't come out." His wish was soon granted. "Zuo Mu is here," someone whispered. "Zuo Mu, let's begin," Zhang Li called out loudly. "Right." She immediately issued orders. "Rally around me. Everyone gather." All of Zhang Li's forces quickly converged on her position. The moment Zuo Mu appeared, he headed straight for the city walls. The towering city gate made his figure appear even smaller, yet Zuo Mu's attacks were anything but small. At this moment, he stood alone before the gate, his left hand covered in ice, his right gripping a dagger that gleamed with cold light, his movements flowing like water. As his explosive combo landed, the massive durability bar plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. "What?" Long Outyan, defending the city, widened his eyes in disbelief and roared, "What kind of damage is this?" But Zuo Mu had already calculated everything. Knowing Long Outyan's formidable resources, he had Zhang Li and the others engage Hedon first, forcing out all of the enemy's trump cards. Once those moves were exhausted, he would launch a solo assault on the city, compelling Long Outyan's main forces to return for defense, while Zhang Li's team regrouped and launched a devastating counterattack from behind. He wasn't satisfied with merely making Long Outyan's city building fail, wanted to weaken the guild's foundation to the maximum extent. When the plan was first proposed, Zhang Li and Wancheng nodded without hesitation, already convinced by Zuo Mu's strength. Ro Qing and Wu Tianxiang initially had doubts. Could one person really assault a city and draw back an entire guild's main force? Now they believed completely and soul-shakingly. All the players below the city forgot about the skills in their hands, staring in stunned silence at the lone figure with his dagger, watching him strike again and again as the mighty gate visibly trembled. The same question arose in everyone's mind. Is this the God Mu? Meanwhile, Zhang Li and the others seized the opportunity to counterattack, blood spattering everywhere. Long Outyan finally snapped back to reality. Everyone returned to defend. "Kill him." His command was hoarse and desperate, his rationality completely shattered by Zuo Mu's performance. Even if the gate fell, he had to eliminate that man first. Thus, the battlefield presented a bizarre three-layered scene. At the innermost layer, Zuo Mu stood alone before the towering gate. In the middle, a dense tide of players surged to surround him. On the outer ring, Zhang Li, Nuan Cheng, Ro Qing, Wu Tianxiang, and others pursued and harvested frantically in endless cycles. Who would have thought Long Outyan's hatred for God Mu runs so deep that he'd abandon his own city? God Mu is truly God Mu. I declare him my idol. While enemies roared with hatred, Zuo Mu's lips curved slightly. The slaughter begins. He suddenly executed a leap into the core, his enhanced level 4 skills exploding outward, creating a vacuum circle beneath his feet. Then his backstab blade whirled, his form shifting like phantoms, combined with extreme movement speed and stealth, coming and going like the wind. Health bars in the crowd extinguished like fireworks in waves. One person holding off a top-tier guild's main force, yet turning it into a one-sided massacre. Was this even human? The title of Hua region's god was now completely cemented. Though Zhang Li and the others had long been convinced by Zuo Mu, they were still jaw-dropped by the scene before them. Their understanding refreshed once again. God Mu is truly too powerful. Ro Qing sighed inwardly, finally understanding why the proud little Li was willing to submit wholeheartedly. Wu Tianxiang wielded his weapon, expressing his respect in the most primitive way. As the slaughter progressed, Zhang Li's group felt their old grievances completely released, leaving only exhilaration and abundant spoils of war. They had never fought such a wealthy battle. Long Outyan's eyes held only Zuo Mu. Readied with rage, he played his final trump card, a special ranged damage team. Every member without exception mastered at least one targeted attack skill. This was his ultimate trump card, specifically designed to counter Zuo Mu. Long Outyan wasn't stupid, quite the opposite. He was very clever. From his last encounter with Zuo Mu, he had recognized how formidable his opponent was, so he deliberately assembled an elite squad to personally deliver this generous gift to Zuo Mu. At this moment, Long Outyan led his team onto the battlefield, his gaze locked firmly on that lone figure moving in the distance. "Muzwa, this time you won't be leaving alive." Zuo Mu, who had been prowling the battlefield's edge, immediately spotted Long Outyan's movement. He raised his long blade and charged forward, with only one thought in mind. Long Outyan was going to die. As the distance between them rapidly closed, Long Outyan's lips curled into a triumphant sneer, and he suddenly roared, "Fire!" Instantly, a rain of arrows and skill beams wove together into an overwhelming net of destruction, thundering towards Zuo Mu. These attacks were nearly impossible to dodge, so Zuo Mu simply charged straight through, absorbing the damage. A system notification suddenly flashed. You have received fatal damage. Skill blessing activated. 3 seconds of invincibility granted. Zuo Mu timed it perfectly during his invincibility window. He used Leap to flash into the enemy formation, instantly eliminating most of the core team members before closing in on Long Outyin. Long Outyin's pupils contracted sharply, but he still roared ferociously. Keep up the damage. I want to see how long your invincibility lasts. Before he finished speaking, Zuo Mu threw a back blade, and Long Outyin's body also glowed with invincible golden light. The two locked eyes, sparks flying. Without a word, Zuo Mu's form suddenly became translucent stealth. Detection skills crashed down across the area, covering almost the entire battlefield, yet still failed to locate Zuo Mu. Long Outyin stared at the empty field of vision, his expression shifting from cold to frantic. Nothing? Impossible. Keep searching. Detection circles began appearing one after another. Jiang Li and the others watched from behind, hearts pounding, barely able to grip their weapons. Zuo Mu's combat rhythm was too intense, making their every breath tremble. The searches continued to yield nothing, and Long Outyin began to suspect that Zuo Mu had already retreated. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had withdrawn, that was fine. They could organize a counterattack next and save their stronghold. But that death-god-like oppressive presence still lingered, keeping him constantly on guard. The moment the invincibility glow began to fade, a cold gleam silently approached. Zuo Mu appeared like a ghost behind Long Outyin, his dagger making a light cut as the cold metal sliced across his throat. Long Outyin's movements froze, surprise still etched on his face as the system notification pronounced his death sentence. The entire field fell silent instantly. Everyone could only stare in shock as their leader was instantly killed under the watchful eyes of top guild members. Was this the true power of God Mu? Fear spread, and the leaderless enemy forces immediately crumbled. Some Kuang Tian Shun mercenaries, seeing the tide turn and being paid fighters anyway, immediately fled in panic, abandoning their armor. The battlefield became a one-sided hunt. Those who ran fast might make it home, while the slow became souls under the blade. Jiang Li and his team were already numb, knowing only that Zuo Mu was strong, but no one dared measure just how strong. Just as everyone was getting carried away with the pursuit, Zuo Mu suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop, reminding Jiang Li, "The real benefits are with those monsters over there." Jiang Li was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Experience, equipment, and especially the guild materials they desperately needed were all there. He immediately organized the team to return and clear the monsters, with sounds of monster killing and equipment dropping, notifications rising and falling. Before long, everyone's inventory was packed full, and uncontainable smiles bloomed on all their faces. So this was how the game could be played. Yeah, thanks to Mu God, we finally got our revenge, someone shouted excitedly in the channel. This was their first real player-versus-player battle, and everyone fought with pure exhilaration. When the combat ended, the outcome was decided. Zuo Mu sat leisurely to the side, watching his companions clean up the battlefield, feeling a long-lost sense of satisfaction rise in his chest. Ever since that accident, he seemed to be gradually recovering his emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all came alive again, as intoxicating as the dancing on a blade's edge that he had always been fascinated by. Soon after, system announcements rolled across the screen. Outyin Guild base defense failed. Guild disbanded. Keep trying. 3. Immediately after, Long Outyin's fury erupted like a storm. World speaker. Long Outyin Muzwa, you're dead. I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me. Long Outyin. Bounty on Muzwa's head. 5,000 gold for each kill. 5,000 gold coins. The channel instantly exploded. Holy crap, that's a huge sum. With that money, I'd be set for life. But that's Mu God. You might have the desire but not the guts, and even if you have the guts, you don't have the skills. Looks like young Master Long is really desperate, haha. Dare to put a bounty on our Mu God? Come on, let's put a high-price bounty on Long Outyin's head, 1 copper coin each. Among the crowd, some were just watching the excitement, while others with greedy intentions were secretly making calculations. Zuo Mu merely lifted the corners of his mouth. A bounty? This was just the beginning. The real despair was yet to come. Zuo Mu, we won, Jiang Li exclaimed excitedly, but realizing she had called out his real name, she quickly covered her mouth and looked around nervously. Fortunately, no one noticed. Thank you. That battle was so satisfying. Mu God, next time there's something this good, call me first. Oh, let me see just how thrilled little brother Nuancheng is. Roqing peeked over from behind like a cat, teasing. Nuancheng stiffened, cold sweat sliding down his temples. Not that thrilled. Just. His subordinate poked his back and whispered mournfully. It's over. Boss is completely hopeless. Roqing turned to glance at them. and those subordinates immediately put on expressions that said, "I don't know him. Do whatever you want." Wu Tianxiang arrived shortly after, and everyone was finally gathered. Jiang Li brought a pile of equipment and materials to Zuo Mu. "Muzwa, here are all the spoils from this battle." Zuo Mu waved his hand. "Divide them up. There will be many more battles like this in the future, and you all need to improve your strength quickly." Hearing there would be a next time, everyone's spirits soared again, and they accepted without hesitation. "Mu God, here's the money from selling the token. Split this money between you and Wu Tianxiang, and hurry up to establish the guild." Zuo Mu's tone was calm, but both men immediately understood the deeper meaning behind his words, nodding solemnly as they accepted. "Hey, handsome Mu, everyone else got benefits. Where's mine?" Ro Qing glanced sideways at Nuan Cheng nearby. "If there's nothing for me, I might just take his." Nuan Cheng nearly broke out in cold sweat again. Zuo Mu leaned close to Ro Qing's ear and whispered some information. Ro Qing was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up. "Really?" Her expression clearly said, "You even know about this." Zuo Mu nodded. It was a rank hidden quest with only one type of reward, a level 20 silver weapon exclusive to female characters. With the confirmed intel, Ro Qing didn't hesitate and called her female guild members to head to the quest location. "Muzwa, we're going to have a bonfire party later. Want to join us?" Zhang Li asked with hopeful eyes. Zuo Mu shook his head gently. "No thanks, I still have things to do." A flash of disappointment crossed Zhang Li's eyes. "All right then, see you later." After saying goodbye to Zuo Mu, everyone headed excitedly to the bonfire site. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu stepped into the main city's teleportation array once again. As the noise of battle gradually faded away, he looked up at the magnificent city gates, thinking to himself, he still had a special reward to claim. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zuo Mu returned to the city lord's mansion once again. The corridor was quiet, with magic crystal lamps embedded in the stone walls illuminating his footsteps along the way. Just after clearing the abyss, he not only received rewards, but also got a system notification. "You have completed the quest, Abyss Pioneer. Completion requirement. Please go to the City Lord's mansion to claim your reward." Abyss Pioneer Shrank Hidden Quest. Within the endless abyss lies a secret passage leading directly to the demon territory. Please clear the abyss monsters so that explorers can venture deep into the passage. Another Shrank quest. Zuo Mu had long grown accustomed to this after his rebirth. He seemed to be tagged by the system with an Shrank Constitution label. Most of the quests he'd completed were Shrank, and it would actually surprise him if an S didn't appear. Crossing through the ornately patterned bronze doors, he immediately spotted the white-haired butler. "Young warrior, thank you for clearing the abyss monsters for our explorers." The white-haired butler stroked his beard respectfully. "Congratulations on earning 1,000 reputation points. This is the reward for exposing the imposter last time. The city lord is very pleased with you." Zuo Mu thought to himself, truly worthy of an Shrank Hidden Quest. What a generous reward. The butler then handed him a parchment scroll marked with dark, demonic patterns. "Congratulations on acquiring the skill Shadow Wings. This is your reward for the Abyss quest." Shadow Wings. Zuo Mu immediately opened his skill panel. Shadow Wings. Cost, 50 magic points. Effect, summons Shadow Wings, allowing flight at heights up to 10 meters. Flight speed is 150 of player's movement speed. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, is the ground no longer enough for you? A flight skill. Zuo Mu felt his blood surge with excitement. In this realistic game world, flight meant a direct leap in combat power, at least a 50 increase. In his previous life, players with flight skills could be counted on one hand, and even gliding abilities were worth bragging about for half a lifetime. For him, this skill was practically tailor-made. He was already renowned for his ghostly movement speed, and with an additional 150, he wouldn't even need a mount. Moreover, he still had golden points. Skill, Shadow Wings, enhancement successful. Skill, Shadow Wings, enhancement successful. Skill, Shadow Wings, enhancement successful. With 5 golden points remaining from his original 8, Zuo Mu enhanced the skill 3 times in a row. Shadow Wings 3. Cost, 50 magic points. Effect, allows flight at heights up to 20 meters. Flight speed is 210 of player's movement speed. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Note, is the ground no longer enough for you? One more enhancement would allow seamless flight. This single benefit alone was worth all his gains for the day. Seeing him close the skill panel, the butler added in a low voice, "Young hero, this old servant needs you to do one more thing." He then handed over a black token. "Take this token and find our explorers near the abyss. Help them complete their exploration mission in the demon territory." The system panel appeared. Butler has issued quest. Escort a rank hidden quest. Do you accept? Escort a rank hidden quest. Help the explorers successfully complete their exploration mission progress. Completion rewards, experience points, reputation points, gold coins. Just an ordinary quest Zuo Mu accepted without hesitation. It really was a case of the drought-stricken dying of thirst, while the flood-stricken drowned in abundance. Many people couldn't complete a single rank hidden quest in their entire lifetime. Yet for Zuo Mu, it had become perfectly ordinary. Zuo Mu figured this task would take some time, so he planned to complete the assassination mission first. There was another dungeon he decided to try unlocking before taking on the escort mission, but for now, the most important thing was going home to sleep. The game channel suddenly flooded with messages. Team Zhongguoren from Kimchi region successfully cleared Swamp of Fear. Dungeon Swamp of Fear is now open. See that? This is the power of our Kimchi region. Zhongguoren is amazing. Zhongguoren is our god. Yeah. Zhongguoren isn't just your god, he's your daddy too. Ha ha. If Zhongguoren is so amazing and he's my daddy, so what? You're all just jealous. Good boy, son. Daddy won't be jealous of you. Zuo Mu glanced at these messages. Swamp of Fear. The dungeon offered rich experience, but wasn't particularly difficult. The dungeon he was planning to activate was something no one could complete at this stage. Back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed and closed his eyes. Since his rebirth, his sleep quality had been surprisingly good, could fall asleep anytime he wanted. About to return, extract abilities? Successfully extracted skills, Shadow Wings, Investigation, True Choice. Remaining lives, 2. Looking forward to your return tomorrow. This time, the 3 skills he obtained were Flight, Stealth Investigation, and Combat Enhancement. Zuo Mu was certain that no one in reality could restrict him anymore. When he opened his eyes, the room was still dim. Mei Qi'er lay sprawled on the floor, drool soaking her pillow, blanket kicked half off, her collar and waist revealing tantalizing glimpses. Zuo Mu simply pulled open the rolling door crash. Fresh post-rain air mixed with sunlight poured in. Mei Qi'er was startled awake by the commotion. She wiped away her drool, scratched her messy hair, and squinted at Zuo Mu, her morning grumpiness about to explode. She saw him with his back to her, dark wings spreading with a whoosh, instantly filling her entire field of vision. Dawn light filtered through the feathers, casting spots of light on Mei Qi'er's face as she froze in place. The next second, the wings beat powerfully, wind rushing past, blowing her hair neatly backward. Zuo Mu hovered in midair, an irrepressible smile playing at his lips. Activating his stealth ability, accompanied by a whooshing sound, he suddenly shot skyward. Mei Qi'er stumbled to the doorway, only seeing distorted air. Behind her, a fluffy white tail accidentally slipped out, swaying back and forth. Flying truly for the first time, Zuo Mu felt exhilarated, gliding close to the ground, suddenly climbing high, racing with swallows, moving with the wind. Scattered exclamations came from above the city. My skirt. I didn't see anything. Pervert. What a strange gust of wind. He passed through alleys, flew over streets, and finally reached a lakeside in the suburbs. Landing on a dead tree trunk, facing the rising sun, he let the morning breeze caress his face. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this free when Li Mashue betrayed him. No, when the Li couple passed away. Not that either. It was after his parents suddenly left when he was 10. That night, he was forced to grow up. He had to live carefully, take care of Li Mashue, pretend to be mature in front of the Li couple, and plan for the future. He endured such days for 10 years, until Li Mashue's betrayal. Grievance? Zuo Mu had grown far beyond that. What his parents taught him before age 10 enabled him to face everything alone. He raised his right hand, reaching across the distance to gently grasp at the newly risen sun. Wait for me. I'm coming to find you. Zuo Mu returned to his room to find it spotlessly clean. The moment he stepped over the threshold, he heard, "Don't move. Let it dry before you come in." Mei Qi'er was bent over, gripping a mop with both hands, her wispy bangs falling across her forehead as she worked with the serious concentration of a devoted housemaid. The scene was a stark contrast to her usual image as a seductive enchantress desperate to prove her worth so she could follow Zuo Mu in search of clues. She was willing to do even menial cleaning. Once the floor had dried somewhat, Zuo Mu stepped inside. Mei Qi'er immediately presented him with breakfast, like offering a treasure yushio, still steaming hot in a paper bag, soy milk with a thin layer of white mist dancing on its surface. She thrust the bag into Zuo Mu's hands, her bright eyes sparkling with expectation. Eat. Zuo Mu took a bite of the youtiao and said flatly, "All right, what do you want?" Mei Qi'er waved her hands and shook her head. "What do you mean? This is just to thank you for letting me stay the night." "Oh, I see." Zuo Mu finished chewing, wiped his fingers clean, and said, "Good, now we're even. You can go." Mei Qi'er's smile froze instantly. Could there really be a man immune to both charm and kindness? She'd never encountered such a setback. In desperation, she snatched the half-eaten youtiao from his mouth, chewed it aggressively, then grabbed the soy milk and gulped it down. Zuo Mu simply watched quietly as she finished eating, drinking, and set down the cup. Phew, Mei Qi'er wiped her mouth and suddenly threw her arms around his arm. "I don't care. I'm sticking with you. You have to take me along." Zuo Mu remained silent. "If you don't take me, I'll tell everyone you're a heartless cad who abandoned me and our child." Zuo Mu. Mei Qi'er simply hung herself on him entirely, her soft chest pressing tightly against his arm. Zuo Mu extracted his arm and said calmly, It's not impossible. Tell me what you know. Mei Chiyur's eyes flickered as she shook her head. I can't. I promised them I'd never reveal these things. Trust me, I would never harm you. I just have reasons why I must go. They stared at each other for several seconds. Finally, Zuo Mu nodded. Fine. He saw no deception in her eyes, and the secrets she carried about his parents were worth slowly uncovering. Really? Mei Chiyur's eyes lit up, seeming to finally grasp the key to handling Zuo Mu's sincerity. Zuo Mu raised one finger. However, I have one condition. Oh my, whatever big brother wants, little sister will satisfy you, she said coquettishly. Zuo Mu raised a second finger. No, two. Mei Chiyur blinked. Wasn't it just one? First, drop that meaningless seduction act around me. This was the first time Mei Chiyur had heard someone call her natural talent meaningless. Second, you follow my decisions in everything. Clearly, the first condition was a spontaneous addition. Mei Chiyur nodded dazedly, but her mind was stuck on the first condition. Had her charm actually failed? She even wondered if Zuo Mu might be a woman, but immediately dismissed the thought. Women weren't immune to her enchantment either. That left only one possibility: Zuo Mu wasn't human. Catching her increasingly strange look, Zuo Mu frowned slightly. Let's go. Where to? The clue from the note. Oh right. Mei Chiyur snapped back to attention, hastily gathered her things, and they headed out together. The two walked through the morning streets, with Mei Chiyur now dressed in Zuo Mu's loose athletic wear that concealed her graceful figure. Her hair was casually tied back with a simple elastic band, yet her captivating eyes still radiated an irresistible charm that couldn't be hidden. So what exactly did that note mean? She couldn't help but ask. Zuo Mu's gaze drifted into the distance as his thoughts were instantly pulled back to his childhood. Little Mu, do you know there's a magical place called north of mountains, south of grass, east of water, west of sand? Honey, what's all this about mountains and grass? Don't confuse the child. His mother cast a gentle glance at his father. His father laughed heartily. Our little Mu is so smart there's nothing he can't learn. That's right, Zuo Mu is the smartest. His mother lovingly ruffled her son's hair with adoring eyes. Yes, you're the smartest. His father spread out a world map. Come on, find a country on this map that has mountains to the north, grasslands to the south, ocean to the east, and desert to the west. Little Mu searched carefully. I found it. It's Hua country. His father nodded approvingly, and then unfolded a map of Hua country. Now within Hua country, which city meets all these criteria? Mountains to the north, grasslands to the south, ocean to the east, desert to the west. Little Mu bit his finger and frowned as he searched. Found it. It's right here in Hong City where we live. Finally, his father pulled out a map of Hong City. So within Hong City, there's also such a place. Can you find it? This time, Little Mu barely hesitated, his fingertip landing on the same spot as his father's as they said in unison, Luoxia Mountain. It was when he was 6 years old that his father personally told him this answer and took him and his mother to witness a soul-stirring sunset at Luoxia Mountain, the sun setting in the sky, evening clouds reflecting on the mountain. It was one of his few warm memories. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Due to the lack of human presence, the weeds here grew taller than people, but a narrow path trampled by footsteps was still faintly visible. Luoxia Mountain wasn't particularly high. Following the small trail upward, they reached the summit in less than an hour, where the path came to an end. No more path. Mei Chiyur looked around, trying to find any clues. Zuo Mu frowned slightly, as if recalling more instructions his father had left behind. The next moment, he activated his ability. A pair of black wings suddenly spread wide, strong winds stirring up fallen leaves as he soared upward. Mei Chiyur instinctively clenched her fists, worried about being left behind. Fortunately, Zuo Mu stopped midair, surveying the entire mountain range from above. Luoxia Mountain formed a crooked line, covered with trees and wild grass, with several faint trails crisscrossing throughout. He squinted and finally caught the key detail. Several trails coincidentally formed a giant arrow, with the arrowhead pointing directly at a boulder twice the height of a person. His black wings folded as Zuo Mu landed, leading Mei Chiyur to follow the arrow's direction. Soon they stood before the massive stone. Zuo Mu, look. There's a hole here. Mei Chiyur pointed to the center of the boulder. It was an artificially carved groove, and scattered at their feet was a fist-sized stone. She bent down to pick it up and placed it into the groove. It fit perfectly. Looks like someone beat us to it. She frowned with regret, clearly realizing that whatever had been hidden there was already taken. A sudden click shattered the mountain's silence. The cold metallic sound of a gun being cocked sent chills down their spines. A cold, rough voice came from behind them. Don't move. Mei Chiyur was regretting arriving a step too late when the crisp sound of a gun being cocked suddenly came from behind them. Don't move. The cold muzzle pressed against Zuo Mu's back, hard as an ice pick. Mei Chiyur turned sideways and caught sight of their assailant in the fading sunset light. Black tactical gear, a mask and sunglasses covering most of his face. A military buzz cut, clearly no ordinary person. Mei Chiyur's fingertips trembled slightly, but she instinctively looked towards Zuo Mu. The man's expression remained calm, like bamboo unmoved by wind. Tell me what you know. I'll only say this once. The man in black spoke with icy menace. Just as Zuo Mu was about to act, Mei Qi'er spoke first, struggling to keep her voice steady. Sir, we're just tourists here, we don't know anything. Bang. The gunshot exploded without warning. The dark barrel swung around instantly, now pointing directly at Mei Qi'er. Zuo Mu caught the killing intent immediately, moving like a phantom to shield her. Thud, the bullet tore into his right shoulder, blood spraying across Mei Qi'er's pale face in shocking crimson streaks. She froze completely, pupils contracting violently. Having blocked the bullet, Zuo Mu moved again like lightning. In a blur of motion, he appeared behind the gunman, his blade flashing as it severed the tendons in the man's gun hand. Clatter, the pistol hit the ground. The sharp knife simultaneously pressed against the gunman's throat. Tell me what you know. I'll only ask once. But the man in black only smiled mockingly, showing no fear. His tongue moved in his mouth, followed by a sharp crack, and black blood began trickling from the corner of his lips. His pupils dilated as he collapsed straight down. Zuo Mu frowned suicide the moment he lost combatability. What kind of organization were they dealing with? The next second, he detected a faint electronic beeping from inside the corpse. Get down, Zuo Mu shouted, pushing his movement to the limit as he grabbed the still-stunned Mei Qi'er and rolled them both to the side. Boom. The thunderous explosion shattered the boulder where they'd been standing, blasting a deep crater in the ground and sending debris and dust flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Zuo Mu brushed rubble from his shoulder, his thoughts darkening. It seemed his parents' identities ran deeper than he'd imagined, and they'd barely begun this investigation. Mei Qi'er lay where she'd been knocked down, her gaze fixed on Zuo Mu's mangled right shoulder, tears welling in her eyes. She reached out to touch the wound, but stopped midair, her hand trembling, afraid of causing him more pain. Zuo Mu spoke calmly to reassure her. Don't worry about it. I don't know what survival skills you have, but you can't die yet. Mei Qi'er took a sharp breath, forcing back her tears, and retorted defiantly. Who asked you to protect me? I'm not that easy to kill. But her voice carried a trembling sob. She quickly reached inside her clothes, tore strips from her undergarment, and leaned down to bandage Zuo Mu's wound. In all her years, she had never experienced what it felt like to have someone shield her. Others had always looked at her with nothing but desire, and she had always used that to her advantage. Today, that bullet seemed to have struck not Zuo Mu's body, but her own tender heart. Zuo Mu noticed her emotional state, but said nothing, quietly allowing her to tend to his wound. The bullet had actually passed clean through, and his constitution had long since become superhuman. This injury was nothing to him. After bandaging their wounds, both stood up, and Zuo Mu walked over to see if any clues remained. While his back was turned, Mei Qi'er quietly wiped away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes, stealing a glance at Zuo Mu with a momentary softness flickering in her gaze. The explosion's epicenter left only a charred crater, with rubble and scorched branches scattered haphazardly. Forget clues, there wasn't even a complete metal fragment to be found. Zuo Mu surveyed the area, his gaze quickly settling on the nearby woods. Mei Qi'er composed herself and joined the search. No need to look, Zuo Mu said quietly. Someone's been staking out here for quite a while. Huh? Staking out? Zuo Mu pointed toward a thick cedar tree. The grass behind it was trampled and messy, with shallow footprints left in the muddy ground. Following his direction, Mei Qi'er hurried over a wrinkled sleeping bag lay spread on the ground, surrounded by dozens of cigarette butts and half-eaten canned food containers. Obviously someone took all the evidence and left a dead man behind to wait for us, she said, crouching down to examine the sleeping bag, her brow furrowing. There must be a powerful organization behind this. The trail's gone cold, she said dejectedly, plopping down on the ground. No, not yet. But the person's dead, the scene's been cleaned out completely. What's left? Zuo Mu held up the dagger in his hand, its undried blood congealed into a dark red under the sunlight. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain, he said. What mountain? We're already on a mountain. Mei Qi'er rolled her eyes. Let's go. With that, Zuo Mu headed straight down the mountain. Mei Qi'er dusted off her pants and caught up. Where to? Do you still have leads? Hong City Military District Family Quarters. At Jiang Li's front door. As soon as the door opened, Zuo Mu handed over the dagger. This is the murder weapon, blood still on it. Could you run a check on whose it is? Someone's dead, Jiang Li instinctively asked as she took the dagger. But her gaze kept drifting to Mei Qi'er behind. Zuo Mu. The woman looked ordinary enough, but those eyes were like deep wells that sent chills down one's spine. Jiang Li's heart tightened, sensing a vague threat. Mei Qi'er was also sizing up Jiang Li. Having read countless people, she immediately saw through Jiang Li's feelings for Zuo Mu, an enemy. How long for results? Zuo Mu asked. Jiang Li snapped back to attention. Huh? Oh, about an hour. I'll send it to the lab right away. She grabbed her keys and locked the door. With Jiang Li leading, Zuo Mu in the middle, and Mei Qi'er following closely behind, the three walked through the residential complex in silence. Outside the city police lab, a police officer in a white coat and mask approached, holding up a report. Captain Jiang, We found something. Jiang Li took the report and handed a copy to Zuo Mu. Mei Qi'er smiled slyly and leaned against Zuo Mu's shoulder to read along. Seeing this, Jiang Li's fingers tightened, crumpling a corner of the report. Report contents: Xia Bin, 56 years old, retired Special Forces, fled after manslaughter, still at large. 56 years old. No wonder his methods were limited. Didn't have time to enter Tian Zhao, Zuo Mu assessed quietly. The officer added, following Captain Zhang's instructions, we checked 2 months of surveillance footage and found he went up the mountain half a month ago. Half a month ago? Zuo Mu pondered. That means they didn't get the lead very long ago. Tracking from that time point, he only visited one place. The officer paused, looking up at the three of them. Jiang Li also held her breath, waiting for more. The big windmill circus. A circus? The question arose simultaneously in everyone's minds. Yes, it was the big windmill circus that had suddenly set up camp in Hong City 6 months ago, claiming to be on a global tour. Zuo Mu quickly searched through his memories. At the time, promotional posters had covered street screens and bus stops, their colors so vivid they were almost blinding. But now, their name had appeared in the clues of this ambush, adding yet another layer of mystery to all the puzzles. Captain Jiang, I've sent you all the information and traces we could find on the big windmill circus. Jiang Li passed the materials to Zuo Mu. Zuo Mu quickly scanned through them and said, let's go. To find the circus? Mei Qi'er followed closely. Home. Home? Aren't we going to keep looking for clues? No rush. All right then, let's go home. Mei Qi'er deliberately emphasized the word us, and before turning around, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Jiang Li. Jiang Li clenched her delicate fists. Go? Training. Huh? Captain Jiang, training at this hour. Extra training for you. After saying this, Jiang Li strode toward the training room. The young officer's face turned ashen, but he had no choice but to follow. Zuo Mu had memorized all the information about the big windmill circus. 1. 8 years ago, the original ringmaster died suddenly of illness, and his nephew took over. 2. This nephew was extremely capable, transforming the circus completely within just 1 year. 3. He struck while the iron was hot, recruiting various people with extraordinary abilities, then launched a global tour. 4. 6 months ago, the touring troupe arrived in Hong City and established a long-term base there. Today, they had encountered ambushers connected to this circus. Coincidentally, Zuo Mu's parents had also disappeared 8 years ago. Every clue pointed to the same time period, and everything seemed suspicious. Zuo Mu decided to wait and see. Since the other party could position people at the target location, they would certainly notice the missing guards. He wanted to see what moves would come next. Very likely, the other party was more anxious than he was to find clues. Back home, Mei Qi'er enthusiastically rolled up her sleeves. I'm cooking tonight. In less than 10 minutes, the small house was filled with black smoke and the smell of oil. The rolling door had to be thrown open, and the fan whirred frantically, blowing outward. When the chaos ended, the table held 4 dishes and a soup, some charred black, some blood red, some ghastly pale, and rice that was half mushy, half dry. Mei Qi'er waited with sparkling eyes for praise. Zuo Mu silently opened a drawer. I suddenly feel like having instant noodles. This lady's first time cooking, and you won't even appreciate it. Mei Qi'er pouted, picked up some food with her chopsticks, and put it in her mouth. After chewing twice, her expression froze. Then she quietly spat it out. Get the instant noodles and boil some water. Welcome back. Enjoy your game. The system notification sounded as Zuo Mu logged back into the game and awakened in his room. His first stop was Musia's shop. Compared to yesterday, the foot traffic at the entrance had multiplied several times over. The higher the players' levels, the greater their demand for bloodbathing potions. Zuo Mu entered the shop to check the back-end data. Since opening, the total revenue had accumulated to 50 gold. No wonder people in the industry said the bloodbathing pill formula is like a money-printing machine. In just 1 day, he had earned 50 gold, and as players leveled up, the demand would only grow. More importantly, this was just one shop in Tian Zhao. If he could establish shops throughout all the main cities in Tian Zhao, the daily income would be unimaginable. Zuo Mu adjusted the procurement and production quantities based on the current situation. Hiring a shopkeeper was always a headache. The store currently only carried one type of goods, and for a single shop, a grade shopkeeper was sufficient. While a grade 1 would certainly be more capable, there really wasn't any need for that right now. Zuo Mu knew in his heart that once he completed the first clear of the upcoming dungeon, all his troubles would be solved. After getting everything in order, he left through the south gate. He activated his invisibility skill first, then spread his black wings wide and soared into the sky. The wind roared past his ears as he flew over a vibrant tapestry of the martial world below. Players leveling up, gathering resources, and traveling were scattered like stars across the landscape, all left behind in his wake. Following his memory, he flew toward a secluded waterfall. After landing and folding his wings, he proceeded along a narrow path, his eyes vigilantly scanning both sides. Suddenly, faint groans of pain echoed from deep within the forest. He immediately stopped to listen. then stealthily moved toward the sound. Before long, a portly merchant came into view dressed in luxurious brocade robes, rotund in build, with a small goatee adorning his chin. The man was drenched in cold sweat, sitting on the ground wailing incessantly. Upon seeing Zuo Mu, he frantically shouted, "My goods! My goods! Quickly!" Zuo Mu spoke in a soothing voice. "Don't panic, uncle. What happened? I can help you." As if calmed by his tone, the fat merchant's rapid breathing slowed somewhat. I'm a merchant. I encountered demons on the road, and they stole all my goods." The fat man wiped away sweat and continued in broken sentences. "They let me go but told me to prepare more, threatening to destroy this place if I don't comply." A system notification appeared. "Accept quest, take it back. Take it back. Shrank hidden quest. Merchant Lu Pengzi's goods have been stolen by demons. They seem to be waiting in a nearby cave for him to deliver more goods. Go teach these thieves a lesson. Progress, clear monsters. Rewards, experience points, gold coins, mysterious card. Well, even demons have started robbing the rich now." Zuo Mu chuckled and decisively selected accept. Following the mountain path deeper, he soon spotted a cave with 2 drowsy demon slaves guarding the entrance. Demon Slave, LV20. HP, 8000-8000. Physical attack, 150. Physical defense, 25. Magic defense, 5. What kind of treatment is this? How many years of detours did they skip to become security guards? Zuo Mu muttered to himself as he quietly approached and eliminated them with 1 strike each, their ugly corpses collapsing to the ground. The tunnel wasn't long, and it opened into a spacious area at the end. In the vast stone chamber, countless demon slaves lay sprawled about, pretending to sleep and slacking off. At the very center, treasure chests were piled into a small mountain, presumably Lu Pengzi's goods. Beside the treasure pile sat a demon slave far larger than the others, the dungeon boss. Demon Slave Master, LV 25 silver. HP 800-008-0000. Physical attack 600. Magic attack 100. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 20. Skill reward evolves subordinates through rewards. Skill Malicious gas attack releases toxic gas. Mental attack, beware. At that moment, 3 to 5 small demon slaves surrounded their leader, eagerly massaging his shoulders and back. As Zuo Mu entered the aggro range, the demon slave master suddenly glared and roared, with all the minions joining in with their own shrieks. However, their morale was questionable. Many simply lay on the ground pretending. Seeing his team's lackluster spirit, the demon slave master reached into the treasure chest, pulled out a gold coin, and casually tossed it to the nearest demon slave. Upon catching the coin, that demon slave seemed to be injected with energy, dancing excitedly as its entire body glowed with golden light. It had evolved. The boss activated its first skill, and the little demon slave immediately evolved into a greater demon slave. Demon Slave Captain level 25 elite. HP 120-001-2000. Physical attack 190. Physical defense 30. Magic defense 10. Sure enough, money could make anyone superior. A single gold coin instantly transformed an ordinary demon slave into an elite monster. The dungeon actually had a standard strategy. Avoid the elite first, keep it occupied, prioritize clearing the regular monsters, then finish off both the elite and boss together. If you defeated the elite too early, the boss would immediately throw out 3 more gold coins, then 5, then 10, and so on, until every monster in the cave was fully enhanced. Of course, there was another path to take. Zuo Mu flicked his wrist, spinning his dagger for a backstab strike. Crimson damage numbers exploded above the boss's head. The demon slave master flew into a rage, beating its chest and stamping its feet before grabbing a handful of gold coins and scattering them. Golden light instantly flooded the cave as all demon slaves evolved simultaneously. This was exactly the maximum profit Zuo Mu had been aiming for. The greater demon slaves surged forward with high morale, wielding thick wooden clubs. The narrow cave felt even more cramped, yet it didn't disrupt Zuo Mu's rhythm in the slightest. A backstab dash to the left, a leap strike to the right. When skills were on cooldown, he'd fill in with basic attacks. When they refreshed, he'd unleash another combo. Though enhanced, the demon slaves remained helpless before him. His attack power exceeding 1,000, combined with passive bonuses, meant 1 strike per kill. Through continuous high-speed movement and damage output, he began honing his combat awareness, using ghostly footwork to ensure every attack landed on enemies' backs, maximizing critical damage. Wails echoed throughout the cave, and moments later only the boss and that mountain of goods remained. Seeing the tide turning against it, the demon slave master charged forward, swinging its massive club. Zuo Mu used leap strike to close in, followed by stealth into backstab. 3 skills dealing nearly 20,000 damage, brutally cutting away a quarter of the boss's health. Cornered, the boss raised its club and brought it crashing down. Boom. The entire cave shook 3 times as dust filled the air. The boss continued its rampage boom, boom, boom cracking the ground. But Zuo Mu simply sat leisurely on a treasure chest, watching from the sidelines. That spot happened to be a skill-blind zone, as the boss feared damaging its own treasure. After exhausting its skills, the demon slave master leaned on its club, gasping heavily. Zuo Mu charged in again with another combo, prompting the boss to unleash another frenzied assault. After 5 such exchanges, the boss crashed to the ground. You have slain Silver Tier Boss Demon Slave Master, gained experience points, gained 3 gold points, level increased to 17, 10 distributable attribute points, 2 bonus gold points. The boss unexpectedly dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a mage shield skill book and a tank's club. Dungeon monsters already had extremely low drop rates, so getting 2 items was quite generous, though unfortunately neither was useful to him. With the boss's defeat, a system announcement echoed across all servers. Congratulations on being the first to clear the dungeon, take it back. Rewards, 100 reputation, 5 gold coins, 3 gold points, rank store manager card. Server-wide announcement incoming. Player Muzwa from the Chinese region has become the first to clear dungeon, take it back. Unlocking 3 dungeon quests. The chat channels instantly exploded. Our Muget is back. Muget has been quiet for so long. My idol. Mu Shun, I want to have your babies. TCH, it's just a dungeon. What's there to get excited about? We Zhongwa people opened it ages ago. Hiss, so sour. Zhongwa people are truly amazing. Zhongwa people and us real estate agents are the most powerful. A bunch of clowns, just wait for us Eagle Zone to dominate the globe. The world channel was in complete chaos, but Zuo Mu treated the noise as background music, his eyes focused solely on the dungeon settlement panel. After clearing the dungeon, his character leveled up and dropped his true objective for this trip, a special Srank Shopkeeper card. Srank Shopkeeper card unique. Effect, instantly grants 1 Srank store manager upon use. No hiring fees required. You have used the Srank Shopkeeper card. The store manager has automatically joined. The system notification popped up, and Zuo Mu's lips curved into a smile. A shopkeeper could only manage 1 store, but a store manager could oversee all properties under their control, even making independent decisions on restocking, promotions, and optimal sales strategies. From now on, he could just be a hands-off boss while gold coins flowed into his bag like water. Beyond the dungeon rewards, those hordes of elite demon slaves contributed a full 12 gold points. But Zuo Mu wasn't satisfied, was planning to try higher-level monsters. After all, when a level 16 player could solo a level 25 dungeon and still find the monsters too weak, even the demon slaves would cry. According to his plan, he had 5 dungeon attempts remaining. He intended to clear them all in one go before heading to the outpost. But Jiang Li's private message popped up first. Jiang Li, where's the dungeon? Send me the coordinates? Zuo Mu, it's a bit complicated, I'll guide you all. He then sent a string of coordinates. Jiang Li, thanks. On my way. This dungeon was indeed hardcore for ordinary players. The current level cap was only 19, but the dungeon's trash mobs started at level 25, with the boss being silver tier. Forcing through was certainly possible, but the benefits would be halved. Fortunately, the rewards were massive experience and money, extremely valuable for both leveling and gold farming. Zuo Mu also messaged Nguyen Chang, but got no reply. He decided to use the downtime to burn through his remaining attempts. 5 consecutive clears. Experience poured into his character panel, jumping his level straight to 19, adding over 30 more gold points. Character panel. Muzwa life count, 2. Level, 19. Class, light dancer. Health, 2,280. Mana, 910. Physical attack, 1214. Physical defense, 68. Magic attack, 160. Magic defense, 53. Unity, 546. Constitution, 80. Intelligence, 80. Spirit, 79. Assignable attributes, 0. Reputation, 2,435. First, he invested points to upgrade Shadow Wings directly to 4. True Shadow Wings Enhancement 4. Consumes 60 mana to gain Shadow Wings, allowing flight at 25 meters altitude, flight speed 240 movement speed, duration 40 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. The ground truly can't contain you anymore. The remaining points were partially invested in true damage and trade-offs, with nearly 10 points kept in reserve. Zuo Mu now had 1,200 physical attack, nearly 550 agility, full level 20 gold equipment except for his level 8 dagger, plus god tier class skill she could practically walk sideways, no, fly sideways. He was only half a bar of experience away from level 20. Originally planning to do quests, he now preferred to grind off this small remainder first. Level 20 would not only unlock more features, but he was also eyeing that special item. Soon after, Jiang Li and the others hurried over. The same 4 people arrived as before. Jiang Li had just raised his hand to wave when his voice was immediately drowned out by a much louder shout. Brother Mu, it feels like I haven't seen you in forever. Meng Duo rushed over with quick little steps and unceremoniously trapped Zuo Mu's left arm firmly in her ample bosom. Zuo Mu's expression froze for half a second, and before he could say anything, Zhang Li stepped forward with a slightly flushed face, grabbed Meng Duo by the ear, and forcibly dragged her back. Dashin still wore his honest, simple smile, unable to suppress his silly grin as he looked at Zuo Mu. The admiration in Wang's eyes had grown even stronger, with none of the rebelliousness from their first meeting remaining. His gaze practically glued to Zuo Mu. Zhang Li spoke apologetically. Sorry to trouble you, Mu Zuo. No problem. Zuo Mu nodded and casually explained the dungeon strategy he was about to implement. You can play it like that? All four of them were stunned upon hearing this. At the dungeon entrance, two elite guard monsters had barely appeared before Zuo Mu instantly killed them. Everyone filed in one after another. The cave was dark, with boxes neatly stacked along the walls. Stand on them and don't move, Zuo Mu instructed, then drew his twin blades and unleashed his full power. Dozens of high-level elite monsters accompanied by the roaring boss swarmed forward, but they were torn apart like paper before Zuo Mu's terrifying damage output. In just a few minutes, one clear completed. Then came the second time, the third time, a total of 5 dungeon runs, with experience bars jumping wildly. Leveling up is like riding a rocket. Meng Duo bounced excitedly. After 5 rounds, all 4 had gained at least 3 levels, and their inventories contained several blue and purple equipment pieces. Wang's gaze had almost become tangible, his admiration overflowing. Dashin's simple smile grew even broader, had become stronger, and could better protect his companions. Meng Duo's eyes sparkled as she tried to pounce towards Zuo Mu again, like being drawn by a magnet. Fortunately, Zhang Li held her back firmly. Mu Zuo, thank you again. These rewards are incredible. Zhang Li suppressed his excitement and bowed seriously. Zuo Mu waved his hand. This level of improvement is enough. From now on, you can handle batch farming yourselves without any problems. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Li pulled him aside, his ears slightly red. I've never known how to thank you properly. Tomorrow, would you like to come to my house for dinner? Is that convenient? Zuo Mu calculated the time he needed to wait for follow-up clues anyway, so he nodded. Sure. Then it's settled. Don't stand me up. Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief, afraid he might change his mind. The dungeon settlement completed, Zuo Mu spread his black wings, stirring the air with thunder-like rumbling. The next moment, he transformed into a black shadow shooting skyward, going invisible midair, leaving the others on the ground completely dumbfounded. Did I see that right? Mu God just flew away. Brother Mu is so handsome, like a dark angel. Meng Duo covered her face with both hands, her voice practically bubbling with excitement. Zhang Li also stared at that patch of sky, gently clenching his fists. I must work hard and not let the distance between us grow. The night wind howled as Zuo Mu glided steadily, planning his next moves. First, level up to 20 by fighting higher-level monsters, then go to other main cities to grab shop spaces. Each main city had limited shop slots available on a first-come, first-served basis. More importantly, level 20 would unlock a special function that could provide stable daily reputation income as long as he had sufficient raw power had to secure it. Suddenly, dense skill lights appeared ahead. So many people? Could there be a boss? Zuo Mu concealed his presence and approached invisibly. Players formed layers upon layers of encirclement like an iron barrel formation. But at the center wasn't a boss, it was over a dozen players whose health bars were critically low. Zuo Mu's eyes sharpened. The surrounded players were none other than Wanqing, Wu Tianxiang, and the others. Outside the encirclement, Long Outyan sat on his mount, laughing wildly. Huh? Did you enjoy attacking my guild last time? Why aren't you laughing now? Keep laughing. Wanqing and the others stood back to back, their status bars long since bottomed out, yet they still struggled to maintain their defensive line. Damn it, we actually fell for their trap. Wu Tianxiang felt deeply unwilling to accept defeat. Ever since their guild's crushing defeat in the last battle, Long Outyan had been harboring resentment. He secretly spread word that he was going to hunt a golden boss. When Wanqing and his team heard this news, they thought it was a heaven-sent opportunity and immediately planned to ambush Long Outyan while he was distracted. The boss did indeed exist. Just as Long Outyan's team had whittled it down to critical health, Wanqing's squad suddenly burst onto the scene. But just when everyone thought the tide had turned, players who had been lying in ambush on the perimeter closed in like an iron trap. Only then did Wanqing and his team realize they had walked into a snare. Long Outyan clearly wanted to slowly humiliate this group of easy prey, using only delaying tactics and gradual damage to torment them. In a moment, we'll burst all at once and carve a bloody path for a few of you to escape, Wanqing whispered his orders. Several team members' health bars were nearly empty, their only thought being to fight desperately to break through and help their comrades escape. Right? Damn it. Even if we die, we're taking some of them down with us. The team members gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with grim determination. Just as this fierce killing intent was about to explode, a dark shadow suddenly swept over Long Outyan's head, crashing down like a falling meteor. Before he could look up, a humming sound rang out as his invincibility shield was forced to activate. As black wings folded, Zuo Mu landed with one hand, cursing inwardly. Sooner or later, I'll develop a skill to break through invincibility. With a casual teleport, he carved out a vacuum in the center of the crowd. Long Outyan's pupils contracted. This killing god just wouldn't leave him alone. But he quickly suppressed his fear, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Seeing Zuo Mu's sudden arrival, Muanqing felt both excited and guilty. This person had rescued him multiple times and even given him generous aid, yet his own guild showed no improvement. He had wanted to tough it out this time, but in the end, Zuo Mu still had to come to their rescue. Mu God! Wu Tianxiang's face lit up with joy. Whenever Zuo Mu appeared, they seemed to be in an unbeatable position. With his back to the crowd, Zuo Mu's icy gaze locked onto Long Outyan in the distance, his dagger spinning at his fingertips as he waited for the opponent's invincibility to end. Suddenly, a player flashed out from behind Long Outyan, wearing a strange doghead mask, and raised his hand to cast a skill at Zuo Mu. You have been hit by the skill mark. Zuo Mu raised an eyebrow, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. He activated stealth and slowly advanced, but that eerie pressure of being targeted still followed him like a shadow. The dogma-ass player whispered in Long Outyan's ear, then pointed towards Zuo Mu's location. Fire! Long Outyan commanded, and countless spells and arrows precisely covered Zuo Mu's position. Zuo Mu quickly retreated, spreading his black wings and gliding into the air, rapidly assessing the situation. This mark could obviously reveal his position. Since the trouble came from that guy, he'd deal with the troublemaker first. He abandoned stealth, flapped his black wings, and suddenly dove toward the dog-masked player. While Long Outyan and the others were still shocked that Zuo Mu could actually fly, they saw the black shadow swoop down like a falcon on a rabbit. Not only did they fail to provide support, but they actually showed mocking expressions, as if victory was assured. The moment he approached his target, Zuo Mu executed his stealth and backstab combo in one fluid motion, unleashing explosive damage. By all rights, no one should be able to withstand his instant kill combination. But the dogmask player just stood there like a puppet, neither dodging nor evading. The moment his blade struck, golden light erupted from Zuo Mu's body. You have received fatal damage. Blessing skill activated. Seeing his opponent standing there completely unharmed while his own invincibility had been triggered, Zuo Mu felt a surge of surprise. He flashed backward, instantly retreating several meters. The faint runic mark from earlier still hovered in the air, seemingly connected by an invisible thread clearly. This wasn't just a positioning marker, but more like a sinister chain of damage reflection that would bounce any harm dealt to his opponent right back at himself. Long Outyan had truly racked his brains to deal with Zuo Mu. Last time he orchestrated a siege with targeted skill players, and now he brought in a monster-level character capable of damage reflection. A barrage of light and shadow came thundering down as targeted skills blanketed the sky. Zuo Mu's toes barely touched the ground as he weaved through afterimages between seas of fire and wind blades, yet he still couldn't avoid taking several heavy hits, his health bar plummeting rapidly. Muanqing and his group wanted to charge in desperately, but were stopped by Zuo Mu's sharp command. He hadn't planned to completely settle things with Long Outyan in the game anyway. His real target was in reality the only way to end this once and for all. But his opponent kept pulling out trick after trick, seemingly determined to crush him in the game. You really think you can't hit me because of stealth? Zuo Mu snorted coldly, deliberately taking 2 more hits to keep his health firmly below the safety threshold. Rage surging, a ghostly figure burst from the void, charging straight into the battle circle. Screams echoed across the battlefield. As Zuo Mu fought, he observed. Even after his invincibility ended, no one dared harm themselves to hurt him, suggesting this damage reflection could only be triggered by himself. Confirming this, he completely unleashed himself. Life steal stacking with mana steel. His berserk attack frequency and movement speed tore the top-tier guild to shreds, as if he were in an empty field. On the other side of the battlefield, Long Outyan's eyes were bloodshot with fury, but he was helpless. Finally, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Retreat!" At his command, everyone scattered faster than rabbits. Even the dog-masked spy fled in panic with the routed army. Only when that chilling sensation of being watched completely disappeared did Zuo Mu sheath his blade. Too lazy to pursue it would just be a waste of time. Mu God! Wu Tianxiang and the others gathered around, trembling with excitement. Nuancheng spoke apologetically. Mu God! You had to save us again. I. Focus on developing your strength. Zuo Mu interrupted coolly. Long Outyan is just a small fry. This isn't your stage. Everyone nodded solemnly. Nuancheng clenched his fists, swearing silently. I'll follow Mu God for life. Zuo Mu then explained the dungeon strategy with Jiang Li's assistance. It should be sufficient. He distributed the equipment drops to the 2 of them. Black wings spread wide, casting shadows across the sky, and the next moment he soared upward, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Watching his retreating figure, Nuancheng gripped his fists tighter. I must work hard to become stronger. Someday, I'll be able to help him too. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zuo Mu flew through the air and soon reached his pre-marked destination. Originally, he'd planned to wait until he had a mount before coming here, but now with the shadow wings, even the most distant coordinates posed no problem. The moment he landed, his target jumped into view. A monkey speed monkey. Level 30. Quality gold. Health 130,000. Physical attack 900. Physical defense 90. Magic defense 90. Skill. Skill. If you can even touch it once, consider yourself skilled. Skill enhancement scouting successful. Zuo Mu enhanced his scouting ability and could now see the boss's skill information. Skill lightning speed. Movement speed 300. Skill evasion. Immune to control and slow effects. Bosses typically give people the impression of being massive and terrifying. But the monkey before him was quite the opposite, petite in stature, with golden, silky fur, clutching a peach the size of a fist while gazing innocently at Zuo Mu. No one would imagine this was actually a level 30 golden boss. Those fooled by its appearance wouldn't even understand how they got instantly killed. From the skill panel, it was clear this thing was fast, extremely fast. Moreover, any slowing or control effects were useless against it. And combined with its incredibly high physical damage, ordinary players would just be punching bags. The moment Zuo Mu raised his dagger, the monkey had already turned into a blur and lunged at him. Its claws slashed across, instantly dropping his health bar by 1/3. Immediately after, a second blur swept past, leaving Zuo Mu with only 1/3 of his health remaining. Dagger spinning, the battle officially began. Thanks to his passive trade-off bonus, Zuo Mu's movement speed was just half a step faster than the speed monkey. Man and monkey darted through the jungle like lightning, one blur chasing another, occasionally accompanied by the thunk of blade meeting flesh. In his previous life, an entire guild had tried to kill this boss only to be wiped out by this cute monkey. Now, level 19 Zuo Mu was single-handedly chasing down the boss. The boss felt frustrated. Who's the monkey here, you or me? However, no matter how fast it attacked, high damage was its only output method. As time passed, its life was gradually whittled away. Finally, both flashes of light came to an abrupt halt. The monkey fell. Zuo Mu remained standing. System notification. Congratulations on defeating Golden Boss Speed Monkey. Obtained gold coins 2. Obtained experience points. Obtained golden points 3. Zuo Mu bent down to collect the drops. Immortal Peach 3, Life Stone 1, Swift Dagger 1. A dagger dropped. The Immortal Peaches were his target for this trip. The Life Stone was an extra surprise, and getting equipment to drop from killing something 11 levels above him was truly profitable. Item Immortal Peach. Level 1 upon use. Monkey steals peach. Human steals monkey's peach. The brief description was crystal clear. Zuo Mu devoured all 3 Immortal Peaches in one go. Level increased to 20. Gained free attribute points 10, golden points 2. Level increased to 21. Gained free attribute points 15, golden points 3. Level increased to 22. Gained free attribute points 15, golden points 3. System notification. Your level has reached 20. Pet function unlocked. Beast tamer profession unlocked. Awarded 500 reputation points. Server-wide announcement incoming. World announcement. China server 3. China server player Mu Zuo has reached level 20. Pet function unlocked. Beast tamer profession unlocked. The chat channels instantly exploded. God Mu is dominating the announcements. God Mu, God Mu, God Mu. The god of China's server, tremble before us, scrubs from other servers. Mom, come look at this legend. Damn it. What are we Koreans and our pros even doing? Baka, pets, beast tamer profession? I want to play this. I want Fox Spirits. FCK, isn't the #1 player rather die? What's he doing? At that moment, far away in the Eagle server's high-level monster zone, a golden arrow shot through the air, and a monster fell instantly. System notification. Level increased to 20. Gained free attribute points 10, golden points 2. Damn, one step too late. The blonde, blue-eyed player rather die, wielding a golden giant bow, had a dark expression. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu wasted no time. You used Life Stone, Health 1. The attribute bonuses after level 20 increased again, and he gained an additional golden point. After using the items, all that remained was the Swift Dagger that had dropped. Swift Dagger, level 30 gold. Physical attack 240, agility 40, swift. Movement speed 30, silence renders enemies unable to use skills or items for 2 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Silence is golden, an incredibly powerful dagger with attributes perfectly suited for Zuo Mu, featuring a silence ability and starting at gold tier. The moment the dagger was in his hands, Zuo Mu eagerly activated the blacksmith enhancement. Swift Dagger enhancement successful. Swift Dagger enhancement successful. Swift Dagger enhancement successful. After 3 crisp system notifications, the dagger's quality leaped directly to diamond tier. The new attributes immediately appeared. Level 30 diamond. Physical attack 350. Agility 60. Strength 30. Swift. Retains original swift bonus. Movement speed 60. Silence. 6-second silence. 40-minute cooldown. Lifesteal. Normal attacks grant 30 lifesteal, can be toggled on-off. In a version where gold equipment was still top tier, diamond grade gear was already legendary. The attack bonus alone exceeded 500 points, and with lifesteal added, it was instantly recognized as the perfect replacement for vampire daggers. Blacksmith's Blessing, enhancement successful, the system announced again. After equipping the dagger, Zuo Mu's attack power surged to an astounding 1,844 points. Next, time to claim that special pet. Zuo Mu spread his white wings and soared away. That pet was both summon-like and equipment-bound, naturally synergizing with his current combat system. If he could obtain it, his fighting style would become far more versatile. Soon, he landed before a cascading waterfall. Cold mist struck his face as he stepped into the rushing river, flashing through the water curtain in one swift motion. Beyond the curtain lay a precisely carved artificial cavern, smooth walls on all sides, with only a table and chair at the center. Zuo Mu took his seat, focusing on the stone mirror atop the table. The mirror reflected his handsome features and the diamond dagger gripped in his hand. Special challenge activated me. Begin combat. Without hesitation, Zuo Mu selected begin. The next second, the surrounding scenery dissolved like ink in water, then rapidly solidified. The stone table, chair, and exit all vanished, replaced by another Zuo Mu, identical in appearance, aura, and equipment. Two figures suddenly transformed into white light, colliding with thunderous force. Daggers shrieked, sparks flew, and the air itself was torn into ripples. Both simultaneously executed reverse grip strikes, then bounced back-to-back before spinning around in the same frame, daggers clashing once more. Whoosh! Zuo Mu leaped back, his form fading midair into stealth. His mirror image moved identically. Detection skills activated simultaneously, forcibly tearing through the concealment bang. The twin shadows collided again. Immediately after, two legs whistled through the air, both kicking viciously, sending their opponents flying back several meters. After creating distance, Zuo Mu silently confirmed his suspicions. This challenge generated a mirror image with identical level, skills, and even combat habits, while sealing the inventory. To win, he could only rely on personal technique and split-second judgment. How does one defeat an opponent identical to oneself? A smile tugged at his lips. The answer is, it's possible. With all skills on cooldown, the two Zuo Mus began another fierce melee battle. Their fighting grew desperate, both of them abandoning defense to go all in on offense. In this space, there was no health regeneration, and the dagger's lifesteal didn't work, so their HP visibly dropped in tandem. Zuo Mu poured every ounce of focus into the fight, every step, every strike executed with absolute precision. Since entering the game, this was his first truly serious battle, the first time he had met such a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Zuo Mu slipped into a strange state. The air around him seemed to fall silent. His opponent's movement slowed, giving him room to observe with razor focus. His attacks turned sharper, his angles trickier, his timing flawless. There an opening. Zuo Mu caught a fleeting flaw, and his body reacted at once. Instinct carried him through the perfect counter. Bang! For the first time, he landed a hit without taking one in return. Bang bang! Two more clean strikes. As he eased into this new rhythm, his mirror opponent began to falter. The outcome was sealed. With a soft splash, Mirror Zuo Mu dissolved into a puddle and vanished. The scene blurred again, and Zuo Mu was back in the square stone cavern. Everything was as before except the mirror on the table lay shattered. Challenge complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a pet. Mirror Zuo Mu smiled and claimed the reward. Mirror, used to create a split-body clone. The clone inherits 30 of the user's stats, can be given simple attack targets or directly controlled, lasts 30 minutes, and has a 1-hour cooldown. Looks like I can work 2 jobs a day now. This was the final reward for the challenge. Mirror. The only way to clear it was to do what he just did, break through his limits. In the fight, Zuo Mu discovered his own flaws, refined his style, and defeated himself. Why is this pet special? First, most pets are combat support creatures, but this one is you. Second, you use it like a skill, yet it occupies your sole pet slot. All told, it's a powerful pet. The applications of a clone are countless: misdirection, scouting, combat support, and more. For Zuo Mu, even 30 of his strength outclassed most players, making it a major asset on the battlefield. He also held a quiet hope for something more from this unique pet. Enhance mirror by spending 1 gold point? It's actually possible. Excitement flickered in his chest. If it can be enhanced, then he decided to try it before logging off. Mirror enhancement successful. Mirror enhancement successful. Mirror enhancement successful. He had just enough gold points for a triple enhancement. Mirror 3. Used to create a clone inheriting 50 of the user's stats, with simple targeting or direct control, 50-minute duration, 40-minute cooldown. Looks like I can work 2 jobs a day now. With half his strength and near no downtime between casts, it was strong. Maybe not the single strongest pet, but it fit him perfectly. Just then, a system announcement came through. Outyin Guild has been established. Monster Siege will begin in 1 minute. Outyin Guild, prepare to defend your base. 3. Tianshan Guild has been established. Monster Siege will begin in 1 minute. Tianshan Guild, prepare to defend your base. 3. Zuo Mu had just obtained the mirror clone when news arrived that Long Outyin and Kuang Tianshan had jointly established a guild. However, the next second, the system announcements began rolling again. Loving Family Guild has been established. Monster Siege will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare your stronghold defenses. 3. Wuhua Guild has been established. Monster Siege will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare your stronghold defenses. 3. It seemed these two new guilds were the handiwork of Wanqing and Tianxiang respectively. The two had chosen to submit their tokens at exactly the same time, quite the coordination. Zuo Mu had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble, but after weighing the pros and cons, he hesitated for a moment. Just then, a private message from Wanqing popped up. Wanqing, Mu God. We just got our token and were hesitating whether to establish a guild. When we saw Long Outyin and his crew directly forming theirs, we decided to go ahead and establish ours too. Zuo Mu nodded, quickly calculating in his mind. If he invested significant time and manpower just to harass them, his own leveling pace would definitely be slowed down, hardly worth it. Wanqing sent another message. Mu God, are you going to harass them? We can spare some people to help share your defensive burden. Mu Zhua, no need. Focus on defending your city. Wanqing, got it. With both sides temporarily ceasing hostilities and establishing guilds together, the situation had stabilized. Zuo Mu decided not to get entangled further and took advantage of the early evening to return to the main city for rest. Back in his room, he removed his equipment and closed his eyes to rest, conserving energy for the upcoming assassination mission. Deep into the night, with the moonlight at its peak, he activated his lightness technique and flew through the air toward his target, the border garrison. The border garrison was even more deathly quiet at midnight. Outside the stronghold, only the rustling of sand and stones stirred by the night wind could be heard. Zuo Mu activated stealth and infiltrated through the camp gates. 2 soldiers on the watchtower were leaning against the railings, dozing off. He cast detection on them, confirmed they weren't his mission targets, and bypassed them to continue deeper. The barracks, storage rooms, and temporary quarters were distributed throughout the inner perimeter. Most soldiers were currently sleeping in their bunks. Zuo Mu investigated each one individually. Every barrack housed 2 people. He had already checked half of them, but still hadn't located the traitor. Just as he was about to move to the next row of barracks, he heard a faint rustling sound behind him. Zuo Mu immediately suppressed his presence and moved toward the source. In the shadows behind a barrack, a soldier was crouched in a corner, writing a note by the weak moonlight. After finishing, he pulled out a half-grown gray rat from his chest, carefully tied the note to the rat's leg, looked around cautiously, then released it. The rat had just scurried into the darkness when the soldier let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a slight creak, the sound of a footstep, shattered the silence. Zuo Mu deactivated his stealth, stepping on the rat and crushing its corpse flat. The traitor instantly realized his activities had been exposed. His gaze turned sinister as he gripped his weapon tightly, yet he still didn't act rashly. Zuo Mu had already formulated his attack strategy. The difficulty of rank missions lay in achieving a silent instant kill. The target had mediocre damage output, but health comparable to a bronze-level boss, and he couldn't alert anyone else. The mirror clone was summoned, standing alongside the main body in the shadows. Seeing 2 identical enemies, the traitor's expression changed drastically, his muscles tensing. The next second, Zuo Mu suddenly charged forward, his backstab blade slicing across the target's neck. The stun effect triggered instantly. Taking advantage of the brief immobilization, Zuo Mu and his clone alternated releasing skills while continuously stacking basic attacks. Blade light and cold gleams flashed back and forth in the narrow corner, and dense wounds instantly appeared on the traitor's body. Intense pain and terror rapidly spread through the target's pupils, yet he remained controlled by the stun. His scream stuck in his throat, horror manifested in the traitor's eyes, but his body couldn't move an inch. As the dizziness was about to end, the clone followed up with another backstab, and both continued their assault. The first stun had barely worn off when the second one seamlessly connected. In just 7 seconds, 2 daggers danced back and forth across the traitor's body, causing his health bar to plummet like water gushing from a broken bucket. Zuo Mu lifted his leg and delivered a precise, ball-crushing kick to the groin, with his clone immediately copying the move. Before the stun ended, the traitor clutched his crotch, his knees buckled, and he dropped dead on the spot. System notification: bronze-level boss defeated, experience points, and gold awarded. Zuo Mu picked up the magic crystals, coins, and the note the enemy had intended to deliver, then stepped into the next barracks. His luck held as soon as he cast his detection spell. He spotted 2 traitors lying in the first tent. To ensure his chain stuns would finish them off, he didn't hesitate to upgrade his skills. Skill: Vicious Kick, upgrade successful. Skill: Vicious Kick, upgrade successful. Ball Crushing Kick, Enhanced 4. Cost, 50 mana. Effect, deals 30 attack damage, interrupts actions, and stuns for 1.5 seconds. Requirement, mental attribute 1/4 of enemies. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Us just looking at it hurts. Zuo Mu glanced at his remaining gold points, just enough to upgrade to 4. He then had his clones split up to find separate targets. If they both attacked one enemy, the other would surely wake up, alerting the entire camp and causing the mission to fail instantly. Inside the tent, 2 traders were still fast asleep. Zuo Mu slipped closer, his dagger gleaming coldly as he unleashed a combo of skills. Just as the target's fingers began to twitch, another backstab pinned him in place. Then came the ball-crushing kick, thud, one kick, thud, another kick, maximizing both pain and control. Since the clone only dealt 50 damage, Zuo Mu finished his target first, then spun around to help the clone eliminate the second traitor. 2 corpses hit the ground, their dropped loot glittering golden in the night. Zuo Mu swept up everything and left the barracks to search for remaining targets. The third traitor was quickly located, but a regular soldier was snoring beside him. Zuo Mu picked up a small stone and gently tossed it outside the tent. Crack! The traitor instantly woke up, peering around for a long time without spotting anything unusual. Worried about disturbing his companion, he crept out alone. The moment he entered the shadows, 2 figures pounced from left and right, the original and his clone. Stun, backstab, vicious kick, the same old routine, and the fourth traitor silently collapsed. One left. Zuo Mu searched through the remaining barracks with no luck, finally turning his gaze toward the officer quarters deep in the compound where the buildings were larger, cleaner, and more likely to hide the real leader. Night wind swept through the camp gates as he stealthily approached the first building with candlelight. Soft light leaked through the wooden door cracks. He pressed close and sent his detection spell inside. Sure enough, the final traitor, the deputy commander, with stats comparable to a silver-level biosat, at a table toying with a special token. Using the same tactics as before would hardly be enough to finish him before the stun wore off. Zuo Mu quietly retrieved 4 bottles of deadly poison, bone corrosion, mad blood, and the like 2 bottles each, with the clone getting 1. As the poison went down their throats, both their health bars plummeted to near empty, but their damage bonuses maxed out. Inside the room, the deputy commander stared at the token in fascination. The candlelight flickered, and he raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. But just as he turned his head, his body froze completely, backstab connected, his mind instantly shattered. Then 2 daggers took turns carving wounds of varying depths, his health visibly evaporating. The final slash cut across his throat, blood spattering and extinguishing the cowering candle with a soft hiss. The barracks plunged into complete darkness, and the night returned to deathly silence. Scattered loot glimmered golden in the darkness. Zuo Mu bent down, collecting coins, magic crystals, and quest items into his backpack one by one. Just then, a system notification popped up. You have obtained the Demon Slaying token. The Demon Slayer token, an identity badge of the Demon Slayer, had somehow ended up here. Rumors claimed the Demon Slayer had already fallen, but perhaps this token would prove unexpectedly useful. It was an ambiguous token, and Zuo Mu pocketed it. After completing the mission, he returned directly to the main city. The city lord's mansion gates were tightly shut at the moment, so he would have to wait until tomorrow to submit his report. Back in his room, Zuo Mu sat on the edge of his bed to rest when a system notification suddenly appeared. Preparing to return. Extract abilities? Mirror extraction successful. Remaining lives, 2. We look forward to your return tomorrow. His calm eyes instantly rippled with excitement, could actually extract them. The mirror could be enhanced within the game and brought into reality. The real world Zuo Mu had broken through once again, his manipulation techniques noticeably enriched. After washing up, he entered the dining room. Mei Qi'er had already arranged breakfast neatly and waited obediently nearby. Zuo Mu surveyed the appetizing spread and nodded with satisfaction. Ever since that girl had recognized her place, she had indeed become increasingly attentive in her service. After the meal, as Mei Qi'er cleared the dishes, she turned back and asked, "Where are we going to look for clues today?" Zuo Mu wiped his dagger with a cloth while mentally selecting his next suitable weapon. As player's real-world strength continued to climb, this dagger with more ornamental than practical value would eventually prove inadequate. Hearing her question, he looked up. "You stay home. I'm returning to Luoxiao Mountain." "Back to Luoxiao Mountain? They should be making their move soon." Mei Qi'er blinked. Zuo Mu nodded. "But I also want to. Someone's treating us to dinner tonight. Wait for me to come back." "Treating us to dinner?" Mei Qi'er's eyes darted around. "Is it that girl named Jiangli?" "Yes." Zuo Mu answered straightforwardly, completely missing the flash of cunning in the young girl's eyes. "All right, I'll wait for you to come back." After leaving the warehouse, he flew invisibly straight to Luoxiao Mountain. Just as he reached the vicinity of that boulder, his communicator vibrated a call from Jiangli. "Zuo Mu, someone's been searching your files in the database. They're extremely well hidden. I can't trace the source." Zuo Mu felt certain they had indeed made their move. When that black-clad figure had committed suicide earlier, he had already suspected that since the enemy dared to ambush him, their preparations must be thorough. They had probably even calculated the possibility of the black-clad figure being killed, and likely had other intelligence methods in reserve. Therefore, the moment he had shown himself, the enemy might have locked onto his information. Got it. I've sent you what was leaked. Let me know if you need help anytime. Zuo Mu glanced at his terminal. Only his basic information and the address of the Li couple's currently vacant house. Fortunately, the warehouse location hadn't been exposed. Thanks. Don't mention it. See you tonight. After hanging up, he emptied his presents and continued monitoring the mountain path. Sure enough, a figure quietly ascended the mountain. Seeing the newcomer, his brow furrowed. It was him. The person had an ordinary build and ordinary clothes, with only one extraordinary feature. His face bore a dog-head mask. This was precisely the individual who had left a deep impression on Zuo Mu during the previous siege of the Warm City team. Dog circus. Zuo Mu wondered to himself. He watched as the figure stood before the boulder, looking left and right. Then magical fluctuations clearly emanated from his body, obviously activating a skill. Immediately after, Zuo Mu felt that familiar sense of being watched from the same skill. Indeed, the opponent's gaze precisely targeted his invisible position. Zuo Mu simply dropped his disguise, their gazes meeting. It seemed this skill wasn't just simple targeting, but could also be used for detection. The man in the dog mask stood there motionless, watching Zuo Mu approach him. The night air was cool, and the mountain breeze carried the damp scent of pine resin as it swept past. Between the two men, silence reigned except for the soft rustling of their clothes stirred by the wind. Zuo Mu narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Big windmill circus? The other man gave no response. Do you want to cooperate, or are we going to fight? Zuo Mu pressed further. The dog-masked man remained silent, only raising his hand to offer a neatly folded note. The paper was rough, with traces of wind and sand at the edges. Zuo Mu showed no fear of hidden traps as he reached out to take it and unfolded it. Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, meet at the Li couple's house. This single sentence pinned the man's identity as nothing more than a messenger. Zuo Mu had no intention of attacking for now. The eerie dog mask made it impossible for him to gauge his opponent's abilities, and he himself wanted to gather intelligence about the circus. Perhaps he could find clues about his parents through this. After delivering the note, the dog-masked man didn't linger, turning to head down the mountain. As that figure disappeared into the forest, the inexplicable sense of oppression in Zuo Mu's heart dissipated as well. After confirming there were no other anomalies, he turned back down the mountain to return to his room. Inside, the lamplight flickered, and Mei Qi'er rushed up to greet him, her tone urgent. How did it go? Did you find any clues? Zuo Mu briefly recounted what had happened on the mountaintop. After listening, Mei Qi'er fell silent for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. Zuo Mu saw through her hesitation, his voice calm but brooking no argument. Do you know something? If you're still planning to hide things from me, we'll go our separate ways. No, that's not it. Mei Qi'er waved her hands frantically. Apart from my own personal matters, I haven't hidden anything from you. It's just, I'm not sure if this is related to the circus. Let's hear it. Zuo Mu sat down in a chair and tilted his head, indicating for her to continue. Mei Qi'er took a deep breath as memories surfaced. A long time ago, I encountered someone similar to what you described. That person wore a monkey mask, was small in stature, but moved as nimbly as a real monkey. With him was a burly man wearing a hippo mask who could lift large stones with one hand. When was this, and where? About a year ago, in a remote mountain village in the neighboring city. They performed acrobatics for the villagers, but strangely she paused. What? They didn't want money, only stones. A stone that was half black, half transparent. She gestured to show the shape. In the end, a child really did produce such a stone, and then they left. Zuo Mu lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, quickly connecting the dots in his mind. The Immortality Association, the big windmill circus, both touring globally, while simultaneously collecting certain special items. Clearly, more than one faction was operating in the shadows. Are we going to meet them tomorrow? What if it's a trap? Mei Qi'er asked. We're going. But you're staying home. Huh? I want to. I don't want to have to worry about protecting you too. I'm actually quite strong, you know? She muttered under her breath. Thinking of the scene where Zuo Mu had blocked bullets for her, her cheeks couldn't help but flush with a rosy tint as she lowered her head. Zuo Mu lay down on the bed to rest with his eyes closed, while Mei Qi'er stole a glance at him. The corners of her lips curved up secretly as she began humming a little tune while tidying the room. In the evening, the twilight painted the town's silhouette in warm, orange-ered hues. Zuo Mu walked toward Jiang Li's house, the entire stone-paved alley filled with the atmosphere of daily life. Beside him, Mei Qi'er held her head high, her dress vibrant, every gesture radiating an undeniable charm. Only her deliberately maintained, ordinary-looking face appeared low-key. Her tender, water-like eyes rippled gently in the lamplight. Zuo Mu glanced sideways at her and couldn't help but comment. We're just going for a meal, so why do I get the feeling you're fired up for battle? Oomph, you wouldn't understand. As the knocking echoed, Jiang Li's crisp voice rang out from inside. Coming. When the door opened, her initially warm smile instantly froze. It was Mei Qi'er again standing outside. The latter, however, acted as if she hadn't noticed the awkwardness, cheerfully linking arms with her and speaking rapidly in an intimate tone. Sister Jiang, you've worked so hard, helping Zuo Mu with so much and even cooking for him personally. I don't know how to thank you enough. Zuo Mu stood behind the two women, looking puzzled. She helped me, so why do you need to thank her? Women's logic is truly mysterious. No wonder I fell into Li Mashua's trap before. Only then did Jiang Li snap back to reality, retorting without backing down. Little sister, what's all this talk about helping? Zuo Mu and I have long been like family. He's done many things for me privately too. Zuo Mu felt even more confused. Isn't this only their second meeting? When did they become close as family? Mei Qi'er immediately responded, raising her eyebrows with a sweet smile. Really? The same kind of family as he and I who live together? Round 1. Jiang Li's defeat. She secretly gritted her teeth, fighting with a vixen. What a loss. She huffily rushed into the kitchen, pouring all her frustration into the pots and pans. Moments later, the dining table was packed with various home-cooked dishes, their aroma filling the air. When they sat down to eat, Jiang Li sat across from Zuo Mu, while Mei Qi'er naturally stuck close to his side. Jiang Li served Zuo Mu some food with her chopsticks, her gaze earnest. Try my cooking, I hope you like it. Just as Zuo Mu began chewing and was about to offer praise, Mei Qi'er's voice rang out several octaves higher. Wow. Sister Jiang, your cooking is amazing. How did you make this dish? Her praise intercepted, Jiang Li still proudly explained her cooking method, brimming with confidence in her culinary skills. Mei Qi'er nodded seriously after listening. Really impressive. Then she turned to Zuo Mu coquettishly. I'll cook for you every day when we get home, okay? Crack. Jiang Li's chopsticks snapped in two. Round 2. Another defeat for Jiang Li. Zuo Mu was completely baffled. What on earth is wrong with these two women today? Seeing their verbal sparring wouldn't stop, Zuo Mu finally interjected. Jiang Li, there's something I'd like your help with. Of course. What do you need me to do? Jiang Li perked. Ufra was her chance. I need a dagger. Any specific requirements? Sharp, sturdy, the best quality possible. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to make it right away. Jiang Li shot Mei Qi'er a proud glance. Round 3. Jiang Li barely won. After that, they continued chatting enthusiastically. Welcome back. Enjoy your game. The system notification sounded as Zuo Mu exited his real-world thoughts and logged back into the game, planning to visit the City Lord's mansion first to complete his quest. Your equipment: lightning dagger, bone armor, bone boots, shadow step chain, shadow step ring, snakeskin hat, and lava charm have made the rankings. You've gained 215 reputation points. Your level has made the rankings. You've gained 50 reputation points. Your pet has made the rankings. You've gained 50 reputation points. Huh, everything made the rankings? Zuo Mu immediately opened the equipment leaderboard. Across 10 categories, all 7 of his pieces were listed. Except for 2 level 15 gold items ranked 9th and 10th, the other 5 occupied the top 5 spots. Even the dark gold dagger he'd previously given to Nuan Cheng ranked 8th. In other words, out of 10 slots, 8 belonged to his equipment. The level rankings showed him firmly in first place, with second going to Better Off Dead from the Eagle region. Holy crap, a god-tier player has arrived. What the hell is diamond-grade equipment? The chat channel exploded instantly. Dark gold was already overpowered enough, and now diamond grade had appeared. Everyone speculated that the owner must be Mu Shun. Everything belongs to Mu Shun. So what? Mu Shun is first on the level rankings, and he's an assassin. Isn't it natural for him to top the equipment rankings too? Someone shouted in the channel. Those 4 pieces of gear behind are obviously 2 complete sets. No need to guess theory, definitely Mu Shun's too. Mu Shun, got any trash gear you're getting rid of? Paying top price. Why aren't those scrubs from Eagle District saying anything now? Open your damn eyes and see who's first on the level rankings. It's Mu Shun. He'll beat you down so hard you won't recognize yourselves. Only Warm City and a few others knew the truth. Most of the equipment on the rankings actually belonged to Zuo Mu. After closing the equipment rankings, Zuo Mu opened the guild rankings. First place prominently displayed Jiang Li's Soul of China. As the earliest established guild on the server, their development speed was naturally ahead of others. Second place went to an Eagle District guild, while third and fourth were occupied by the big spenders Long Outyin and Kuang Tianshan. Further down, guilds from Sakura District and Kimchi District also made the list. Next, he checked the pet rankings. His mirror image held steady at first place. Isn't this supposed to be the pet rankings? What the hell is mirror image? The channel exploded again. No need to think about it, it's definitely Mu Shun's. Hidden name, explosive combat power, gotta be him. In reality, mirror image's combat power fluctuated dramatically with its master's strength. The stronger the original, the stronger it became, and vice versa. With Zuo Mu's current attributes combined with his dancer class, the first place position was virtually unshakable. As for the mount rankings, Zuo Mu didn't even bother checking ever since obtaining Shadow Wings. He'd completely forgotten what mounts were. After browsing all the rankings, he arrived at the City Lord's mansion and handed the undelivered secret letter to Butler Bai. Excellent. The City Lord was right about you. Butler Bai immediately announced the quest results. Quest uproot them all. Complete. Experience gained. Gold coins 5. Stealth manual obtained. Golden points 3. Level increased to 23. Free attribute points 15. Golden points 3. Rank quest experience is incredible. Zuo Mu marveled silently. The bonus stealth manual from the quest was an even bigger surprise. Stealth passive, 50 movement speed while invisible, next attack deals 50 additional damage. Powerful, was his first thought. Perfect synergy immediately followed, as he began envisioning how it would complement his assassin build. Skill enhancement, stealth success. Skill enhancement, stealth success. Skill enhancement, stealth success. With 6 golden points total from leveling and the quest, all invested. Stealth passive 3, 80 movement speed while invisible, next attack deals 80 additional damage. Faster travel, higher damage another level up, he nodded with satisfaction. Having completed rank hidden quests for so long, ordinary rewards no longer excited him. After allocating his attributes, Zuo Mu spread his wings and flew toward the abyss to meet up with the exploration team that had already assembled, preparing to venture deep into demon territory. The stealth enhancement made his invisible flight swift as the wind, reaching the abyss edge in mere moments. In the distance, several tents dotted the black rocky surface, the exploration team waiting for Zuo Mu. When Zuo Mu arrived at the abyss, the exploration team was already waiting for him. At the edge of the abyss, wind mixed with damp, putrid odors battered against the rocky walls. 3 team members stood beside a makeshift campfire. Xiao Mei, a female disguise specialist, De Zhuang, the tall team captain, and Xiao Shuai, who excelled at sensing. Each possessed unique skills, yet they lacked a frontline fighter gap that Zuo Mu perfectly filled. After brief pleasantries, De Zhuang unrolled a tattered parchment. The mission objective was clear: infiltrate a cave in demon territory, retrieve the specified items, and withdraw via the same route. According to the markings, the location wasn't too deep, classified only as an A-rank mission with manageable risks. The group immediately agreed and set out. The 3 threw down coarse hemp ropes and slowly descended along the wall to the bottom of the abyss, the rope scraping against rocks with harsh sounds. Zuo Mu, however, stepped into the air and plummeted straight down like an eagle. The wild creatures that once inhabited the dark abyss had been cleared out, leaving only deathly silence. The team lit their mining lamps, casting dim yellow halos that danced across the damp stone walls. Guided by Xiao Shuai's intuition, they found a narrow crevice among the scattered rocks, a natural fissure leading to demon territory. Before entering the crevice, Xiao Mei produced special pigments and bone needles, skillfully altering everyone's appearance. Crimson irises, rugged facial features, varying heights and builds. Next, De Zhuang channeled his energy, wrapping everyone in dark, demonic aura-like qi that made their emanating scent indistinguishable from demons. With preparations complete, they filed into the passage. The rocky walls initially allowed only sideways passage for 1 person, but after advancing more than 10 zhang, the space opened dramatically into a natural cavern with dark red light filtering through the entrance. The 3 visibly relaxed, catching their breath before stepping out of the cave. Before them stretched a low, crimson sky and endless wasteland. This was demon territory. Zuo Mu found none of this unfamiliar, having visited many times in his previous life. Xiao Shuai spread out the map, closed his eyes to sense the flow of demonic energy, then pointed southwest. The team silently followed. Along the way, they encountered only a few wandering shadow demons that didn't attack unprovoked. Zuo Mu casually dealt with them while collecting magic crystals. After half a day's journey, they reached the target cave, passing several demon villages along the way, merely civilian settlements that Zuo Mu chose not to massacre indiscriminately. Just as they reached the cave entrance, Zuo Mu's backpack suddenly vibrated faintly. He reached in to find his demon-slaying token glowing with a soft light. Legend had it that such reactions indicated the presence of something nearby that could be activated. He suppressed his curiosity, deciding to complete the commission first before investigating. At the cave entrance, all 3 looked towards Zuo Mu, asking him to scout ahead. Zuo Mu nodded, gripped his dagger firmly, and stepped into the dark cavern. The interior defenses were modest, featuring only 1 bronze-tier boss and a dozen elite monsters. After several rounds of combat, the creatures were slain before they could cause any real trouble, dropping several pieces of equipment, coins, and gold points. With the battle concluded, the exploration team ventured deeper into the cave to search for clues, eventually finding several target items in a corner. With that, the mission was complete. For Zuo Mu, A-level missions were easily handled by just one of his clones. After completing the mission, he escorted several adventurers back along the original route, safely delivering them to the entrance of the abyss. Once their figures completely disappeared, he dropped his disguise, his form becoming semi-transparent as he quietly returned to the demon territory. Soon, he arrived at the previous mission location. The ancient token in his backpack suddenly began glowing with dark golden light, like a lighthouse guiding his direction. Zuo Mu crept along the shadows of the ruins, with sandstorms battering the broken stone walls and shattered tiles crunching underfoot. After several minutes, a stretch of charred ruins came into view. This was a village consumed by the flames of war. The village entrance was deathly silent, devoid of human voices, with broken houses leaving only tilted beams and pillars, while fierce winds swept up ashes that battered the remaining doors. At this moment, the token stopped flickering and maintained a steady glow. Zuo Mu held it in his palm and walked toward the center along a path hidden by weeds. A single intact stone house stood quietly in the village center, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding devastation. Zuo Mu instinctively felt that answers lay hidden there, so he pushed open the door and entered. The interior wasn't large, yet it was spotlessly clean with tables and chairs arranged perfectly, clearly maintained by someone over a long period. Just as he was about to explore the inner room further, a crisp clang suddenly came from behind. Hemo water basin had fallen to the ground, scattering droplets everywhere. He spun around sharply, killing intent gathering in his palm, only to see a female demon standing in the doorway. The woman was tall and voluptuous, with dark skin gleaming with a bronze luster, wearing only thin cloth to cover her vital areas, while exposed skin was covered in deep purple mystical patterns. She stared at Zuo Mu in shock, with the water basin still rolling at her feet. Just as Zuo Mu was about to strike, she dropped to one knee, bowing her head respectfully with obvious reverence. "Master, you have finally returned." "Master?" Zuo Mu frowned slightly, instinctively looking at the token in his palm. A system notification appeared. The Demon Slayer Lord perished in an accident, and the Demon Slayer tribe was subsequently invaded and plundered by various major demon clans. Detecting that the host's strength meets requirements, the Demon Slayer token has acknowledged you. Do you wish to activate your second identity, Demon Slayer Lord? A second identity? Zuo Mu pondered. Even having completed the entire game in his previous life, he had never heard of being able to hold dual identities. Clearly, the token had strict strength requirements, and he happened to qualify. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked agree. Congratulations on obtaining your second identity, Demon Slayer Lord. Blinding beams of light burst from the token, completely engulfing him. In the next second, his appearance changed dramatically. His black pupils turned blood red, his short hair grew wildly and cascaded down, changing from jet black to silver white. Shadow wings burst from his back with a wingspan of several meters. Mystical runes appeared on his pale skin as black-purple demonic energy rolled along the patterns. At this moment, Zuo Mu appeared more coldly menacing than true demons. He folded his wings and looked down at the female demon still kneeling on the ground, his voice deep. "Rise." The female demon trembled slightly at his voice but still dared not raise her head, choking back tears as she said, "Master, during your absence, we were ravaged by the Lust Demon tribe. I was away and couldn't make it back for the battle, and by the time I returned, everything had vanished. I tried to track them down to avenge our tribe, but unfortunately I could never find them, so I could only wait here for your return to seek revenge." Upon hearing the demonist's response, Zuo Mu searched through his memories of the demon race. Each individual demon possessed tremendous power, yet unlike humans or the monster clans, they lacked unity and cooperation. They were fragmented and divided into countless tribes, with wars of conquest raging almost endlessly between them. Each tribe contained demons of all varieties, some cunning and treacherous, others loyal and steadfast, some consumed by endless greed, others content with simple desires. There were no class distinctions within the race. Status depended solely on strength or on whether other demons were willing to pledge their lives in service, like the demoness before him. Through his spiritual perception, Zuo Mu quickly reached a conclusion. The demoness was named a Yu, roughly equivalent to a level 30 bronze boss. Her status panel clearly stated, "Loyal unto death to the Demon Slayer Lord." Seeing Zuo Mu's silence, a Yu lowered her head to the ground, her voice respectful yet urgent. "Master, now that you have returned, please allow me to serve at your side." She prostrated herself even lower, nearly pressed against the earth, as a pale red system notification appeared. "A Yu requests to become your mount. Do you agree?" Mount a Yu increases movement speed by 50. Passive Master's Guardian. A Yu's loyalty is carved into her very bones, willing to die for her master. Can revive after health is depleted, 1-day cooldown. Such a powerful revival skill made it nearly impossible for Zuo Mu to refuse. Not to mention a Yu's curvaceous figure barely concealed as she prostrated herself. How exactly was he supposed to ride this? After a moment's consideration, he still chose to accept. "Congratulations. You have obtained Mount Yu." The instant the contract took effect, obscure blood red symbols appeared on Zuo Mu's right arm. With a thought, Ayu transformed into red light and merged into the symbols. With another thought, the red light reformed, and she knelt before him again. It turned out there was no need for actual writing, the contract alone sufficed. Double movement speed, an extra life each day, plus a level 30 bronze boss tier ally. Zuo Mu was secretly pleased. Combined with his clone ability, his combat options had expanded considerably. Rise, Zuo Mu commanded. Ayu immediately stood and waited quietly at his side. He inquired about the overall strength of the desired demon tribe, and Ayu replied that their chieftain was approximately level 60 to 70, belonging to the great boss tier. Zuo Mu understood he wasn't yet strong enough for revenge and would need to advance his cultivation further. Next, he ordered Ayu to guide him to the nearest town. Since he possessed a demon identity, he naturally wanted to witness the customs of the demon realm firsthand. After they set out, Ayu's service was meticulous, offering sweet demon fruits one moment, presenting clear spring water the next, and immediately brushing away any dust that settled on Zuo Mu's robes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by such attentive care, he simply stored her within the contract's sigil and traveled alone. Finally reaching the nearest town, Zuo Mu's first impression was one of freedom. In the streets and alleys, some strutted proudly with demon slaves and female demons in tow, while others set up stalls conducting small trades. Some fought in the streets over trivial disputes, while others robbed goods and captured female demons. There were no patrols, no guards, everything relied on voluntary compliance. If you wanted to force others, it all came down to strength. Zuo Mu strolled leisurely along the dark gray streets. Over the past few days, he had accumulated several hundred gold coins through his shop sales and mission rewards throughout the entire Tianluo continent. Gold coins were the most reliable currency. He planned to find a larger shop to see if he could acquire rare items in demon territory. Before long, a sprawling black iron shop came into view, bustling with people and demons, yet surprisingly quiet. Clearly, no one dared cause trouble here. The backing was obviously formidable. Zuo Mu pushed open the door to find towering shelves stocked with equipment, resources, rare treasures, and even female demons and demon slaves locked in cages. With a quick glance, he immediately spotted the dusty trash in the corner magic crystals. These items were extremely common among demons, but highly sought after among humans. Zuo Mu casually walked over, and a scrawny little demon slave quickly scurried up with a fawning smile. "Master, what would you like?" "Magic crystals," Zuo Mu said flatly. The little demon slave paused. This cold, ruthless-looking master actually wanted these unwanted trinkets? But he reacted quickly, immediately flattering. "Master has excellent taste. Our magic crystals are the purest within 100 miles. 1 copper coin, each. How many would you like?" 1 copper coin. Zuo Mu's pupils contracted slightly. In the late-game market, a single magic crystal sold for at least several gold coins, and few were willing to part with them. Yet here, they cost only 1 copper coin. He quickly composed himself. "How many do you have?" "Not much in stock since no one usually buys them. We only have a few tens of thousands," the demon slave answered readily. Zuo Mu was thrilled inside but showed disdain on his face. "Indeed, not much. I'll take them all." The demon slave nearly jumped with excitement, repeatedly agreeing. "Master, please wait." He then ran off to the back warehouse. Soon, he returned carrying a black cloth bag, panting as he opened it like presenting a treasure. "Master, since magic crystals are inconvenient to carry in large quantities, I used my own money to synthesize them into intermediate magic crystals." Silver light flickered from the bags, opening hundreds of intermediate magic crystals. The exchange rate between magic crystals and intermediate magic crystals was 100 to 1, but a single intermediate magic crystal's true value far exceeded 100 ordinary magic crystals, and the reputation points gained were far more than a mere 10 points. Zuo Mu almost asked him to continue synthesizing into advanced magic crystals, but ultimately restrained his impulse, merely nodding slightly as he tossed several hundred gold coins to the demon and collected all the intermediate magic crystals. Breaking through 10,000 reputation points meant more privileges would soon be unlocked. With the transaction complete, Zuo Mu turned and left the shop, preparing to return to human territory. His current level was too low to explore deep into demon lands, but having a demon identity meant plenty of future opportunities. Just as he stepped out of the town's shadow, a murderous aura pressed down on him. Several demons blocked his path, fangs bared. "Kit, hand over everything you've got. We'll leave you with an intact corpse." Zuo Mu calmly turned around, had sensed he was being watched when making the payment. However, who exactly was the hunter remained to be seen. Zuo Mu turned around to find 3 demons standing behind him with malicious intent. Back in the shop, he had already used his detection skill to confirm these 3 were merely level 40 elite monsters. With this in mind, he remained calm and simply stared at them quietly. The demons weren't interested in small talk and drew their weapons, surrounding him in a triangular formation. The mage gripped a short staff, the warrior hefted a thick-backed greatsword, and the assassin spun a gleaming dagger between his fingers. Zuo Mu didn't rush to attack. Instead, with a thought, he summoned a youth. This would be a perfect opportunity to test her combat abilities. The moment Au appeared, she understood the situation and charged forward with her shield raised, targeting the most vulnerable opponent, the mage. Zuo Mu nodded slightly, tactical judgment approved. The battle erupted. Au's heavy shield repeatedly sent the mage staggering backward, interrupting his chanting. The warrior and assassin's attacks struck her thick armor, sending sparks flying but dealing minimal damage. Despite being 10 levels lower, Au held the advantage. After a brief stalemate, the three demons finally fought desperately. The mage gritted his teeth and endured Au's assault, forcibly raising his hand to weave a spell. Ice blue runes instantly bound Au's legs, restricting her movement. Having lost her mobility, she could only switch to defense. The constant sound of her massive shield-blocking attacks filled the air as the warrior and assassin seized the opportunity to unleash their full power, their storm-like strikes making her armor ring with thunderous impacts. The tide of battle began to turn. "That's enough," Zuo Mu murmured. The next second, he flipped his dagger and used Blink to appear behind the three demons. Cold steel flashed down, and health bars plummeted. The three demons momentarily forgot to swing their weapons and turned around in confusion. Zuo Mu pressed his advantage, chaining backstab with basic attacks in an endless stream of blade work, and the three figures crashed to the ground. Au stood frozen in place, watching her master's explosive damage output, her eyes quickly filling with admiration. "Truly worthy of being my master." After finishing the harvest, Zuo Mu turned his gaze toward a distant shadow, his voice cold. "Come out." Au followed his gaze and saw a graceful silhouette emerge from the corner, slowly clapping her hands. His keen battle instincts had allowed Zuo Mu to detect this lurker, which explained the earlier demonstration. He cast Detection. Succubus. Level 200. Health. Physical attack. Magic attack. Physical defense. Magic defense. Skills. The skill list nearly filled the entire panel. Zuo Mu's expression grew grave as he secretly recalled Au, quickly calculating. If it came to a fight, he could only gamble on a master's protection and invincibility and risk losing a life to escape. Encountering such a powerhouse in demon territory left little chance of victory. The succubus wore a veil and blue robes, swaying gracefully as she approached. "Don't move," her gentle voice was like a feather brushing against his eardrums, yet it concealed irresistible killing intent. The fact that she hadn't attacked immediately suggested there was still room for negotiation. Zuo Mu remained still. The succubus drew close, placing her slender finger on his shoulder and leaning in to sniff at his neck, the scent of a human. Zuo Mu's nerves tensed as his black wings folded, ready to retreat at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, he discovered his body was frozen and placé, was immobilized. Young men are always so hot-tempered. "What's the rush?" The succubus smiled as she moved in front of him, her eyes playful. "I don't care about your identity. I just want you to take pity on me and do one little thing." Her voice was coquettish and plaintive, yet every word tugged at the heartstrings. Zuo Mu's gaze remained ice-cold as he uttered just two words, "What thing?" Zuo Mu replied calmly, though his heart remained fully alert. The succubus approached with her intoxicating fragrance, pressing her entire body against Zuo Mu's chest and listening to his rapid, powerful heartbeat. "There's an old brute who keeps bullying me, a helpless woman," she said in a coquettish voice. "I'd like to ask you to go undercover for me." Her slender, soft fingers gently poked at his heart. "Surely you wouldn't refuse to help me." Zuo Mu sighed inwardly. "Do I really have a choice? Fine. Giggle. You'd better not deceive me." The succubus planted a kiss on his chest. A prompt suddenly appeared. "You have been affected by the succubus skill soul chain. After successfully attacking the soul chain, the caster can track the target's location at any time. The one bullying me is called Blood Demon, located to the northwest." The succubus laughed charmingly as she stepped back, blowing him a kiss. "I'll miss you always and come find you anytime." As her words faded, her alluring figure gradually became transparent until she vanished completely. Once the succubus left, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. Zuo Mu breathed a long sigh of relief. "I've accidentally become a pawn." But he had originally planned to infiltrate deep into demon territory anyway. Now he simply had an additional quest. Without further hesitation, he turned invisible and flew toward the abyss, returning to human territory. Back at the abyss exit, he resumed his human identity and immediately headed to the city lord's mansion. Reputation exchange completed. You have obtained rank title, Earth grade lower tier. Reaching Earth grade unlocks nobility status and enables participation in subsequent quests. Next, he found Steward by Young Warrior. I knew I was right about you. Quest escort completed. Rewards. Experience points various. Equipment shield of protection, 3 gold points, 3 gold coins. Level increased to 24. Free attribute points 15. Bonus gold points 3. Shield of protection, level 30 gold. Constitution 50. Physical defense 10. Magic defense 10. Health 10. Skill protection. Upon use, grants a shield equal to 30 of health, lasting 30 seconds, 5-minute cooldown. Note: as thick as your skin. Looking at the attributes, Zuo Mu thought this shield could be useful for Nuan Cheng and the others' weight. A flash of inspiration struck, and he summoned a Yu. Master, can you use this equipment? Yes, Master. Wow, what a powerful shield. A Yu held the shield in front of herself, her eyes shining like two small flames. Zuo Mu pulled out an unprocessed piece of armor from his backpack. What about this? I can use it too, Master. With his hypothesis confirmed, he pressed further. How do you level up? Master, any items, skills, and special artifacts commonly used by demons can enhance my power. Getting a definitive answer, Zuo Mu felt Elitida hadn't just gained an incredibly powerful mount, but also acquired a helper with astonishing potential. He took back the shield and spent gold points to enhance it. Shield of Protection enhancement successful. Level 30 Dark Gold. Constitution 80. Physical Defense 15. Magic Defense 15. Health 20. Skill Protection. Upon use, grants a shield equal to 30 of health, lasting 30 seconds, 5-minute cooldown. Passive Thick Skin. Health additionally increased by 30. Though he had enough gold points to continue enhancing, Zuo Mu had other plans, so he handed the shield back to a Yu. Such a powerful shield. Master is amazing. A Yu hugged the shield with pure joy, the adoration in her eyes nearly overflowing. Knowing that a Yu could use equipment, Zuo Mu had found the perfect destination for his gear. After completing the task, Butler Bai continued, Young Master Mu, the city lord is well aware of your strength and contributions. Would it be convenient for you to meet with him? Of course. Zuo Mu nodded without hesitation. From the moment he stepped into the main city, he had set entering the city lord's mansion as his stage goal. He thought it would take quite a while, but several consecutive rank and rank missions had delivered him straight to the door. Butler Bai led him through heavily guarded corridors, with more guards appearing the deeper they went. The two finally stopped in front of a study deep within the city lord's mansion. Butler Bai raised his hand and knocked. Knock, 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 announcing, My lord, young Master Mu has arrived. Come in. A deep, resonant voice came from within. Pushing open the door, they saw a burly man in armor hunched over documents at his desk. Zuo Mu knew this was the city lord, a man of both literary and martial talents who, due to his territory bordering the demon realm, remained fully armed even in his study. Zuo Mu and Butler Bai stood respectfully with hands at their sides until the city lord closed the last scroll, rubbed his temples, looked up directly at Zuo Mu, and got straight to the point. Young man, your contributions are outstanding. I have 2 rewards for you. Zuo Mu's spirits Liftida had indeed met the requirements. The city lord held up one finger. First, you may go to the treasury and freely choose 3 treasures. He paused here, his gaze sweeping over Zuo Mu. Seeing the latter's calm demeanor without a trace of greed, the city lord nodded approvingly and continued. Second, complete a mission. Anyone else would have chosen the first reward, the city lord's treasury, 3 items of your choice enough to make any player soar. But Zuo Mu simply replied with 4 calm words, I choose the second. A flash of approval flickered in the city lord's eyes before he waved his hand. Old Bai, go arrange the mission for him. He then buried himself back in his documents, as if they had merely been discussing lunch options. Butler Bai quietly closed the study door and led Zuo Mu back to the front hall, handing him a pale golden scroll. The scroll slowly unfurled, revealing black text. Demon Clan Mo Kai. You have accepted the mission, the final trial, rank hidden mission. Background. Human Vanguard General Mo Kai was bewitched by the Demon Clan and chose to defect. Objective, defeat Mo Kai. Reward, unknown. Hint, I hope you have sufficient strength to face him. This was the top-level trial with only 1 slot per main city. Only by completing it could one truly leave the main city for other main cities, or even the imperial capital, ascending to higher stages. The difficulty was equally imaginable, infiltrating demon territory alone to duel an extremely powerful traitor. For Zuo Mu, however, this was equivalent to going home. After confirming the mission, he didn't set off immediately, but turned toward another place, the auction house. This was his first time visiting since entering Divine Summons. The in-game auction house primarily operated on consignment. Each item was listed for 3 days, with the highest bidder winning at expiration, though direct purchase at set prices was also possible. Actual offline auctions were held irregularly, requiring sufficient high-value items to trigger system announcements. Entering the auction hall, tall light screens bustled with scrolling information of various kinds. Zuo Mu didn't hesitate, directly switching to the equipment category and checking the tank filter condition. Entering the auction house, Zuo Mu directly filtered equipment for tank class. Zuo Mu bought all 6 top-rank pieces of different armor types at their fixed prices without hesitation. He clicked Purchase decisively, and 6 molten gold pillars of light simultaneously rose from the auction house, counter dark gold chest armor, golden shoulder guards, dark gold leg guards, golden war boots, dark gold belt, and golden giant shield, each piece ranking first in its category. He casually tossed the materials into the enhancement furnace, where hammer strikes and flames intertwined as he upgraded everything to the current limit in one go. then handed them to Yu. Standing beside the roaring forge, Yu felt the heat waves washing over her face. In the next second, a complete set of dark gold and golden tank armor had encased her from head to toe. The soaring numbers on her attribute panel made her vision blur, but only 4 words echoed in her heart. Instant ascension. In the current eternal day, those who could assemble gear of this caliber could be counted on one hand. She had long grown accustomed to her master displaying such miracles. If anyone dared question Zuo Mu's capabilities, she would be the first to swing her shield and knock sense into them. After equipping Yu, Zuo Mu continued browsing the auction house, hoping to find some bargains. Suddenly, a strangely shaped key caught his eye. Ancient wood grain patterns spiraled around it, with the distinctive laurel emblem of the elven race carved into the handle. Mysterious key, seems capable of opening the gates to some underground city. See those patterns? Elven race. He quickly made the connection. This was the key to a special map within elven territory. The seller probably didn't realize its true value, listing it at an ordinary price with few bidders. Zuo Mu once again clicked buy now, without hesitation, storing the key in his inventory. He happened to have an Shrank Elven quest anyway, so he'd need to make that trip eventually. With auction house business settled, next came leveling up, along with several more rounds of enhancing his new equipment and skills, before returning to demon territory. Just as he stepped out of the auction house, system announcements scrolled across the screen. Red Rose Guild established. Monster siege will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare Red Rose Guild for base defense. 3. Mythology Guild established. Monster siege will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare Mythology Guild for base defense. 3. Several more guilds followed, including Gentle Lady's Army. As the announcements ended, a private message from his friend Warm City popped up. Warm City, Mu God, did you see the new guild establishments? We did it on purpose. Warm City, found a level 35 dark gold boss. Sister Gentle's guild formation is just a smokescreen to confuse Long Out Yin and the others. Warm City, sending you coordinates. We can't handle a speed clear. Need you for main DPS. What a clever diversion. Zuo Mu smiled and replied with just 2 words, coming. However, just as he left the main city's teleportation plaza, he was blocked. 7 or 8 players formed a crescent around him. Your Muzwa? The leading mage waved his staff, eyes full of greed. Zuo Mu flipped a dagger. Want the bounty? Come and get it. The other sneered. Don't say we're bullying you. Die obediently, and we might even share some bounty with you. Their answer came in the form of a figure cutting through the air. Zuo Mu's toe touched the ground, and he was already among the crowd. His short blade flashed with cold light as terrifying damage numbers cascaded upward. Can't catch him. Skills won't hit. Can't even see him clearly. Cries of alarm rang out, but no one could escape. He cut them down like melons, red and white light pillars rising one after another. Moments later, only the boastful mage remained, gripping his staff and standing frozen like a wooden post. Mu God. Before he could finish, Zuo Mu vanished with a blink skill. With a swift teleport, Zuo Mu headed toward the boss location. Zuo Mu flew to the location Nuan Cheng had sent him, where Wu Tianxiang's team was naturally waiting. Mu God. Everyone greeted him as he approached. Where is it? Zuo Mu looked around. The boss is in that swamp, someone pointed ahead. The swamp was deathly still, with a massive snake head half floating on the viscous water surface. To be precise, it was a python, its entire body covered in pitch black scales gleaming with cold light, its massive form nearly filling the entire swamp, its forked tongue flicking and releasing wisps of purple toxic mist. Calamity Python. Level 35 Dark Gold. HP 320 000 320 000. Physical attack 1000. Magic attack 800. Physical defense 300. Magic defense 200. Skills 1. Bone corroding poison spews massive amounts of toxic mist, dealing wide area damage and reducing all attributes by 40 for 10 seconds. 2. Swampland turns the ground into swamp within a 50-meter radius centered on itself, reducing movement speed by 40. 3. Python Slam strikes the ground, causing wide area damage with stun effect. So huge, so thick, someone gasped. Mu God, this boss seems pretty tough. After pondering for a few seconds, Zuo Mu gave his orders. All tanks and support stay, everyone else spread out, and keep watch for potential ambushes. The sneak attack they'd encountered while leaving the city had left him constantly vigilant. Nuan Cheng and Wu Tianxiang quickly assigned personnel, but were still puzzled. With only tanks and support left, who's going to deal damage? Me, Zuo Mu replied calmly. The two were stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood it was Mu God. Of course it made sense. Tanks don't need to tank everything, just maintain aggro. Support focus entirely on keeping the tanks alive, Zuo Mu added. Everyone responded and moved into position. Dark Gold bosses excelled at wide area damage, so Zuo Mu needed to deal damage while staying mobile, requiring the tanks to take turns covering for him. With positions set, the battle began. Zuo Mu dove down first, unleashing a combo like a torrential downpour. In just a few seconds, The python's health bar dropped by nearly 30,000. The entire team was stunned. Who exactly was the boss here? It wasn't just the players who were shocked. The python was also enraged, immediately unleashing multiple skills. Its massive tail slammed the ground, toxic mist billowed, and the surrounding earth instantly turned into swampland. Zuo Mu simply took to the air, calmly reminding, "Hold the aggro." Oh right. The tanks snapped back to attention, rushing into the battle circle one after another as support skills lit up. When the toxic mist and swamp receded, Zuo Mu dove down again with another combo. With this back-and-forth pattern, everyone's confidence soared. It was just a dark gold BOS. They could finish it in a dozen rounds. However, trouble still came. Boss. Large numbers of unidentified players spotted on the perimeter, a scout reported urgently. Nuan Cheng's expression immediately darkened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He contacted Ro Qing. "How are things on your guild's end?" Ro Qing's voice was as seductive as always. "Everything's going smoothly. Little brother, don't worry. I've already sent extra people to provide support. It seems your strategy has been discovered. Thank you. Sister is waiting for you to thank me properly." After ending the call, Nuan Cheng reported, "Mu God, our plan may have been exposed." Zuo Mu was silent for a moment. "All of you go defend. I'll be right there." Huh? But what about the boss? Just as everyone was about to ask, they saw Zuo Mu raise his hand to summon a Yu. A Yu's tall, impressive figure appeared, holding a golden, heavy shield in front, radiating an overwhelming sense of security. Seeing the situation, Nuanqing immediately understood what was happening and no longer hesitated. "Everyone, hold off the enemy," and by time for Mu Shun. Whoosh, dozens of teammates instantly spread out, using the broken stone pillars and collapsed walls to quickly form their battle formation. In the blink of an eye, only a man, a woman, and a coiled giant serpent remained in the center of the battlefield. Au leaped into the combat circle, his boots hitting the ground and sending debris flying as he swept horizontally, forcing the golden python back half a step. A level 30 golden boss against a level 35 dark gold boss. Simply holding it off wouldn't be a problem. On the other side, Zuo Mu stopped testing and formed hand seals. Several shadow clones appeared in flashes, and blade lights instantly maximized the damage output. At the same time, the outer perimeter erupted into fierce combat. "Ha! You think such petty tricks can fool Long Outyan's eyes?" Long Outyan laughed heartily, shouldering his giant axe as he stepped forward. "A diversionary tactic? Do you understand what it means to turn the tables?" Nuanqing looked at the enemy forces that outnumbered them by at least 2-1, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his weapon. Long Outyan had not only brought his elite squad, but was also surrounded by bounty-hunting solo players. Clearly, he had come prepared. Taking a deep breath, Nuanqing muttered to himself, "Just hold them off, and buy time for Mu Shun. Once Mu Shun arrives, everything will be fine. Attack!" He swung his sword decisively, and his teammates charged into the enemy formation right behind him. However, the gap in numbers and firepower immediately became apparent. Nuanqing's side was forced to retreat step by step, their defensive line continuously contracting. In the critical moment, Nuanqing and Wu Tianxiang locked eyes and nodded firmly at each other. "Use the potions." The team members' expressions grew resolute as they pulled out Crimson Berserker potions and downed them. Their health bars surged, attributes skyrocketed, and the previously suppressed battle circle immediately stabilized. Long Outyan's pupils contracted, then he waved his hand decisively. "Don't engage directly, just hold them. Lu Bo, take your men and break through to find Mu Zhua." Yes. Lu Bo led the Black Army and the targeted skill squad in a flanking maneuver. Though Nuanqing's group had explosive firepower, they could barely hold their ground and could only watch helplessly as that squad broke through their formation. Just then, a brightly colored team arrived through the air. It was reinforcements led by Roaching. "Captain Nuanqing, we're here to support you." "Perfect timing. You hold them off." Before Nuanqing finished speaking, he had already turned to lead his men in pursuit of Lu Bo, determined to intercept them. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu's fierce battle with the dark gold python was entering its final phase. The boss's health was nearly depleted, its armor-like scales bristling slightly as it entered berserk mode. Lu Bo arrived first, and the Black Army and targeted skill formation spread out, occupying advantageous firing positions. Seeing Zuo Mu suddenly abandon the boss and charge into their ranks instead, Lu Bo was stunned for half a second. Abandoning a low-health boss just like that? Greed surged within him as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Black Army, finish the boss. Everyone else, hold them off." If they could claim the dark gold first kill, the achievement would be worth more than any bounty. The Black Army unleashed full firepower against the python. But the level 35 dark gold python roared and swept its tail like an iron whip, instantly slamming the frontmost attackers into the ground, then following up with continuous control combos and scorching poison breath. In mere seconds, the high sustained damage wiped out the entire Black Army squad. What? Lu Bo's face turned ashen. The consequences of underestimating the boss were now irreversible. Though the python's health bar was nearly empty, it was still dark gold tier, and in berserk mode, it was like a nightmare. With the Black Army annihilated, the targeted skill squad was torn apart by Zuo Mu's relentless assault. Seeing the tide had turned against them, Lu Bo gritted his teeth. Before he could even get the word retreat out of his mouth, the sudden sound of fierce combat erupted from the distance. Nuanqing had already arrived with his men. As Lu Bo retreated, he ran into Nuanqing's blockade and was forced into battle once again. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu wasted no time pursuing them. Instead, he turned back toward the depths of the cave, targeting the Calamity Python whose health bar was nearly depleted. Frost Sword Light, Thunderfire arrows, and Shadow Strikes formed a deadly sequence. The massive serpent writhed in agony before finally collapsing with a thunderous roar. You have slain Dark Gold Boss Calamity Python. Experience gained, gold points 5. Level increased to 25. Free attribute points 15, gold points 3. Congratulations on your first kill of Dark Gold Boss Calamity Python. Reputation 700, gold coins 15, gold points 5. Server-wide announcement incoming. Hua region player Mu Zuo has achieved the first kill of Dark Gold Boss Calamity Python. Global servers are now officially open. 3. Holy crap. Mu God's been on fire these past 2 days. The announcements are practically his personal channel now. Mu God, when will you come grace me with your presence? Has anyone noticed how certain regions suddenly went quiet? Sakura region, Kimchi region, Eagle region, Africa region. Hello everyone. EU region, we are the eternal sun. Bear region, congratulations to Hua region. Curry region, humph, backward country, watch our power. The global servers had truly opened. The rules were clear from the start. Once someone defeated the first Dark Gold boss, all regional data barriers would be removed. The previous test only connected Sakura, Eagle, and Kimchi regions. This time, thanks to Zuo Mu's emergence, the timeline had been accelerated by several days. The python's corpse dissolved into golden light, leaving behind a small mountain of loot. Over a dozen pieces of equipment gleaming with dark gold patterns, a pile of gold coins and gold points, 2 intricately carved tokens, and several skill books. Zuo Mu swept up all the spoils but had no time to examine them. Sounds of battle still echoed from the perimeter. Meanwhile, Long Outyin, busy commanding his forces, received not victory reports but news of Zuo Mu's first kill announcement. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his command staff. Why did every encounter with Mu Zuo feel like facing his nemesis? With the situation now chaotic, continuing the fight was pointless. Full retreat, he finally ordered through gritted teeth. Including the prepared potions, this expedition wasn't a devastating loss, but they'd gained absolutely nothing. Once the order was given, Long Outyin's forces quickly withdrew, leaving only a few mercenaries still chasing bounties. They were swiftly cleaned up by Nuansheng and his arriving reinforcements. The battle came and went swiftly. Nuansheng stepped over the rubble and clasped his fists. Mu God, our side took no casualties, and Roqing's guild held their position too. Should we pursue? No need, Zuo Mu replied coldly. He won't live much longer. Previously, Zuo Mu had been tied up with various matters and hadn't found time to deal with Long Outyin. Now that the man kept provoking him repeatedly, he wasn't planning to show mercy anymore. Settle this once and for all when he returned. Nuansheng nodded thoughtfully. What do you need us to do? Wu Tianxiang also looked up, his gaze burning with intensity. Focus on improving your strength, Zuo Mu said calmly. When I truly need help, I'll ask. I can't handle everything alone forever. Both men responded in unison. Zuo Mu nodded, then began pouring out the loot he'd just collected from his inventory. Crash. So much loot. Everyone gathered around, witnessing a dark gold boss drop for the first time. In the dazzling white light, over a dozen pieces of equipment scattered across the ground, with even the worst being silver quality. Among them, a staff radiating dark golden brilliance instantly captured everyone's attention. Poison Mist Staff, level 35 dark gold magic attack 200, intelligence 30, spirit 30, comes with Poison Mist effect. Any damage skill will inflict poison, dealing 30 magic attack damage per second for 5 seconds. Includes Tremor, creating a 10-meter radius impact centered on the caster after use, stunning enemies for 0.5 seconds. The staff was thick and sturdy, capable of being wielded as a club in critical moments, truly combining explosive damage output with life-saving control. What a thick and long staff, someone joked, while more people marveled at its incredible attributes. Nuansheng blushed slightly and whispered, Mu Shun, this item, I'd like to give it to Sister Roqing. She helped tremendously, and I need to thank her properly. Zuo Mu nodded with a smile and simply stuffed the staff into his arms. Nuansheng lowered his head to accept it, while Wu Tianxiang and others behind him immediately started teasing. Hey, we also risked our lives with you, and there are plenty of mages in the team. Huh? Nuansheng's subordinates watched excitedly, seeing their boss display such a shy expression for the first time. With the dark gold equipment assigned, Zuo Mu turned to select a golden tier hat from the remaining equipment. His original hat, though powerful, was only level 15, and its flash skill was rarely used. It was time for an upgrade. After enhancing it twice, this level 35 golden hat suddenly upgraded to platinum. Swamp Hat, level 35 platinum, agility 40, strength 40, constitution 40, spirit 40, intelligence 40, special effect choice, can add an additional 40 points to any one attribute. An all-around piece of equipment that could provide a total of 120 points to a single attribute, extremely cost-effective. Combined with previous leveling gains, Zuo Mu's panel attack had already exceeded 2,000. All remaining equipment was distributed to Nuanqing and the others, leaving only 2 tokens on the ground. One ordinary guild token and another rare guild upgrade token. Guild upgrades typically required gradually accumulating materials, gathering members, and constructing buildings. After meeting conditions, one still had to endure a monster siege event. However, using an upgrade token could skip all these processes for direct advancement, even eliminating the siege phase, instantly granting higher population limits, stronger attribute bonuses, and more building unlocks. Yet Zuo Mu shook his head. Don't use the upgrade token, sell it to Jiangli. Use the money to establish another branch guild. Alright. Though puzzled, Nuanqing showed no objection. Zuo Mu explained, I might not be here for a while. If we upgrade the guild now, we'll become a target for everyone. Better to proceed steadily. Jiang Li's side has a solid foundation, so it's more suitable for them to upgrade. Nuanqing and Wu Tianxiang exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Though both had always followed Zuo Mu unconditionally, they still listened carefully to his analysis. Finally, a stack of skill books remained on the ground. Assassin, warrior, mage, and support classes were all represented. Zuo Mu noticed a special skill. While organizing his skills, Zuo Mu discovered another valuable gain. Restraint. Consumes 50 magic points, immobilizes target for 1 second. 1 hour cooldown, practically a prototype of time stop. Previously, aside from backstab and his devastating kick, he had no other control abilities. This perfectly filled that gap. Combining frenzied damage output with reliable immobilization left enemies with virtually no chance to retaliate. In Heaven's Call, skills outside of class specializations were extremely rare because they had no learning restrictions. A simple restraint skill might seem basic, but its actual value was incredibly high. System notifications flooded the screen. You have learned the skill, restraint. Skill enhancement successful, restraint. Skill enhancement successful, restraint. Skill enhancement successful, restraint. Skill enhancement successful, restraint. Zuo Mu decided to dump all his golden points into it at once, maxing out the enhancement completely. True Restraint Enhanced 4. Consumes 70 magic points, immobilizes target for 5 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. 5 seconds of pure dominance, he muttered in admiration. A mere 5 seconds, combined with his dagger's built-in silence effect, meant ordinary enemies wouldn't even get a chance to fight back. While Heaven's Call had countless varied skills, if you had restraint, others might have dispel abilities. Once silence connected, you could still control opponents to death. After organizing the loot, he gave the remaining spoils to Nuanqiang, then returned to the main city and headed straight to the Reputation Service Center. Use 500 reputation points to exchange for Lifestone. Exchange successful. You obtained a Lifestone. Zuo Mu planned to extract restraint into reality, which required exchanging for a Lifestone first. Previously, reputation was scarce and exchanges weren't cost-effective, but with his demon identity and endless gold income, reputation points were now within easy reach. An occasional splurge wouldn't hurt. You used a Lifestone. Lives 1. Tomorrow he planned to take on a special hidden quest, continue stockpiling life points, then rapidly boost his strength to complete the trial mission. But for now, rest was most important. Returning to his room, he collapsed into sleep. Game notification. About to return. Extractability? Extracting true restraint, successful. Remaining lives, 2. We look forward to your return tomorrow. Opening his eyes again, he was back in reality. Murderous intent churned in the depths of Zuo Mu's pupils. Some debts were ready to be settled. Zuo Mu, what do you want for breakfast? Mei Qi'er suddenly popped her head in front of him, face full of expectation. An unpleasant memory flashed through his mind as he flatly uttered 2 words, instant noodles. Mei Qi'er looked back toward the dining table where she'd placed the colorful breakfast she'd woken up early to prepare. When she turned back around, Zuo Mu had already gotten out of bed with instant noodles in hand, giving her no chance to show off her efforts. She sat down at the table in a huff, staring blankly at her hard work. Ever since tasting Jiang Li's cooking, she'd vowed to master culinary skills to capture Zuo Mu's heart through his stomach. But reality was cruel. Mei Qi'er carefully picked up a bite of food, chewed twice, then quietly spat it out. Finally, she silently sat beside Zuo Mu to share his instant noodles, tears of bitterness welling up inside. Why is cooking so difficult? After finishing breakfast, a message from Jiang Li popped up. Jiang Li, your dagger is ready. Zuo Mu gathered his equipment. Stay home and wait. I might be back very late. You always leave me behind. I wanted. Before she could finish, She met Zuo Mu's warning gaze. Then she muttered under her breath, looking quite fierce. Mei Cheater glanced at Zuo Mu's shoulder, quietly curling the corner of her mouth as she tucked that hint of inadvertent smile into her lips. In her heart, she was already planning dinner tonight when Zuo Mu returned home. She would serve him a feast that would absolutely blow his mind. After leaving the narrow alley, Zuo Mu spread his wings and vanished, soaring through the air straight toward Jiang Li's residence. The sound of his gentle knocking echoed through the hallway. Knock, knock, knock. The next second, the door lock clicked, and Jiang Li's round little head peeked out through the crack. She was still wearing her fluffy pink pajamas, but this time she didn't hide away. Instead, she boldly pulled the door wide open. Wait a moment, let me change clothes. Jiang Li whispered. All right. Zuo Mu nodded, leaning against the wall. The door closed again, and her voice came through the wooden panel. I've also found information about Long Outyin. Zuo Mu had planned to ask about this later anyway, so he was slightly surprised but pleased this was exactly what he wanted. A few minutes later, Jiang Li emerged wearing a crisp combat outfit, pushing the door open efficiently. I'll transfer the files to you later, but you need to be careful, their security is exceptionally tight. Her tone was serious. Zuo Mu naturally understood. The young master of one of China's top financial conglomerates, who commanded wind and rain in the game, had an equally unfathomable background in reality. Unfortunately for him, no matter how unfathomable, it was merely an obstacle to Zuo Mu. Long Outyin had harassed them repeatedly, and he had lost patience for any more games. Better to end this once and for all. Let's go get your weapon first. Jiang Li jingled her car keys and headed downstairs. Along the way, she synchronized Long Outyin's detailed intelligence to Zuo Mu. Technically, someone in her position shouldn't be accessing such classified information, but Long Outyin had repeatedly crossed the line, and her anger had been building for a long time. If not for her professional constraints, she would have wanted to take him out herself, not to mention that when it came to Zuo Mu, she could never refuse. The motorcycle roared to life. Zuo Mu climbed onto the back seat, naturally wrapping his arms around Jiang Li's slender, yet firm waist. Jiang Li's cheeks flushed crimson as she gripped the throttle and shot out from the street corner with a whoosh, leaving only a trail of taillights behind. In front of the base, Wang Gu came running over with a dark wooden box in her arms. Mu God, Captain Jiang. Zuo Mu nodded. Give me the item. Jiang Li took the wooden box and lifted the heavy lid. A pitch-black, ancient-looking dagger lay quietly on the velvet lining. It had no metallic luster, yet emanated a sharp, piercing aura that seemed to strike directly at one's heart. Zuo Mu's eyes flashed with surprise as he reached out to pick up the dagger. The icy sensation traveled from his palm straight to his mind. Before the blade even moved, its aura preceded it. As his fingers turned, the dagger flipped up and down as if it had been born in his hand. This dagger has an extremely mysterious origin. Jiang Li watched his movements, explaining in a low voice. The specific details have been lost to certain circumstances. What we can confirm is that it wasn't forgotten, it was deliberately hidden away. Now that the heavenly summons has arrived and old restrictions have loosened, it has re-emerged into the world. Zuo Mu nodded slightly, believing her words. Just from the material alone, he could tell this was no ordinary object. He suddenly brought the dagger close to his palm, keeping the blade a hair's breadth from his skin. The dark edge created an invisible cut through the air hiss. Blood droplets rolled down his palm. With just the blade's aura, it had broken through flesh and blood. This could no longer be described as merely sharp. Seeing his satisfaction, Jiang Li's eyes showed a pleased smile. Only Wang Gu beside them knew the truth that Captain Jiang had exchanged all of her contribution points for this dagger. The moment Zuo Mu grasped the dagger, he knew it would be his lifelong companion. Thanks, he said, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Don't mention it. Jiang Li waved cheerfully. You've helped us far more than this. I should be thanking you for selling us that guild upgrade token. With a reliable weapon in hand, Zuo Mu already had his next move planned. Long Outyin's debt would be settled eventually, but first, he needed to visit another place. After bidding farewell to Jiang Li and his companion, he spread his wings and flew toward the city center, to the residential district he had once considered his second home. Arriving above the neighborhood, Zuo Mu didn't land immediately, but quietly strategized. He summoned his clone first, keeping his main body invisible and hidden, then took complete control of the clone as it entered the complex. Familiar scents filled the air, but this time it was the clone that became locked onto by some kind of marking. Sensing that the dog-masked man had activated his skill, Zuo Mu's main body silently followed behind. This confirmed his suspicion that the opponent's ability couldn't mark multiple targets simultaneously, unless they could also enhance their skills like he could. When the clone reached the old house, the door was already ajar. Since you're here, come in and let's talk, came a deep male voice from inside. Zuo Mu controlled his clone to push open the door, revealing an old-fashioned living room. 3 people were positioned around the central sofa and on either side of the carpets. On the left stood the familiar dog-masked man. On the right sat a woman with an alluring figure and a long ponytail reaching her waist, wearing a bird mask. In the center, a tall, slender man in a red suit with one leg casually crossed wore a mask painted like a clown, clearly the source of the voice. The clown-masked man gestured welcomingly. Mr. Zuo, please have a seat. Zuo Mu glanced at the single armchair across from them and sat down calmly. The two men faced each other across the coffee table, the air taut as a drawn bowstring. After a moment, the clown-masked man spoke first, cutting straight to the point. What do you know about your parents? Zuo Mu didn't answer, simply staring calmly into the eyes hidden behind the mask. The clown-masked man remained equally composed, his right hand resting on the armrest, for fingers tapping lightly against the leather as he waited patiently. I don't know, Zuo Mu replied flatly, aware that both sides were still testing each other. As soon as he spoke, he noticed a strange blue light flash in the bird-masked woman's deep pupils, after which she raised her hand and lightly tapped the clown-masked man's right shoulder. A look of understanding crossed the clown-masked man's eyes. Zuo Mu's heart stirred as a theory began to form, though he still needed confirmation. The clown-masked man immediately followed up. How did you know about that place? Pure coincidence, Zuo Mu answered with deliberate nonchalance, keeping the bird-masked woman in his peripheral vision. Sure enough, this time red light flashed in her pupils, but she didn't signal the clown-masked man, who let out a scoffing laugh from behind his mask. Zuo Mu smiled inwardly, exactly as he thought. The bird-masked woman could detect lies when he told the truth. Blue light appeared in her eyes, and she tapped the shoulder as a warning. When he lied, red light appeared with no need to alert the clown-masked man. His second lie had been too casual, naturally obvious to them. Having figured this out, his heart grew heavier. The big windmill circus wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. 8 years of covert operations, vast intelligence networks, and each member possessed mysterious abilities. The clown-faced man in particular gave Zuo Mu an unfathomable feeling. Having just told that childish lie, he immediately looked up and asked directly, "What do you know?" The clown-faced man remained silent, merely tapping the armrest with a steady rhythm tap, as if responding, yet also refusing. Zuo Mu counted silently in his mind 1, 2, 3. On the 4th second, he decisively abandoned control of his decoy. The Zuo Mu on the sofa instantly lost its luster, eyes becoming vacant, while the real Zuo Mu had already appeared behind the dog-masked man, his dagger flashing coldly as he thrust it into a vital point without hesitation. The dog-masked man's body went rigid, yet not a drop of blood spilled. Simultaneously, the duplicate on the sofa dissipated like smoke. The sudden turn of events happened in a flash. The clown-faced man's hand, raised halfway, froze midair, while the bird-faced woman merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Both turned their gazes to the newly seated Zuo Mu, their surprise fleeting. Zuo Mu calmly folded his black wings and settled into his original seat, his tone as steady as if he had merely passed someone a glass of water. This strike was purely a display of power. Without it, the conversation could never continue. Sure enough, the clown-faced man's eyes brightened, his voice carrying a sharp note of delight. Mr. Zuo, I can tell you the information in the stone for free, only hoping you'll continue to surprise me. With that, the clown-faced man pulled a damaged leather map from his coat and handed it over. The map's lines were intricately interwoven, its damaged areas appearing licked by flames. Turning it over, for crooked characters, fish in the mouth, burned into Zuo Mu's vision. His heart lurched suddenly, yet he quickly regained his composure, slipping the map into his pocket. The clown-faced man failed to notice that momentary anomaly. The brief meeting could be considered successful. Zuo Mu hadn't resorted to force for interrogation, partly because the circus's background remained unclear, and partly because distinguishing friend from foe was difficult. At present, there were at least 3 known factions: the Eternal Life Association, the Big Windmill Circus, and Meicher. Although his parents belonged to the Eternal Life Association, he couldn't guarantee that organization was absolutely trustworthy. The first confrontation ended in superficial friendliness, despite someone getting stabbed in the process. Neither side wasted more time, and they dispersed separately. Armed with new leads, Zuo Mu decided to settle old scores first. He spread his black wings, turned invisible, and soared toward the neighboring city. According to the information Zhang Li had provided, Long Outyin was at an estate in the neighboring city's outskirts. Before long, he was circling above his destination. This wasn't just an estate, an entire mountain plus a whole lake had been enclosed as private property. Winding roads connected sprawling buildings, complete with shooting ranges, horse tracks, and yacht docks. Paragliders filled the sky, off-road vehicles roamed the grounds, and luxury speedboats dotted the water, a flagrant display of wealth. Target locked on the small island in the lake's center. Long Outyin lay on a lounge chair enjoying a sunbath, surrounded by beautiful women with bodyguards stationed around the perimeter, every inch the pampered young master. Zuo Mu wasted no words, spinning the dagger in his hand as he dove straight down toward his target. Zuo Mu arrived above Long Outyin's estate and spotted his target lounging on a small island in the center of the lake, basking in the sun. Sunlight glinted off Long Outyin's bare chest as he reclined leisurely in his chair, seemingly oblivious to all the chaos in the outside world. The lake's surface was mirror smooth, with only the occasional water bird skimming across without creating even the slightest ripple. After locking onto his target, Zuo Mu suddenly folded his wings and dove down in a fierce assault. The air was torn apart with a piercing whistle as his dagger spun between his fingers, its cold gleam flashing as it closed in on Long Outyan's chest. In just an instant, Long Outyan jolted awake as if doused with ice water, his whole body shuddering as he shot upright and bellowed, "Alert!" Before his words had even finished echoing, he suddenly activated his flash skill, his figure becoming a blur as he slid several meters away, landing beside a path paved with sand and stone. At his command, bodyguards hidden all around appeared almost simultaneously, their firearms and cold weapons creating a web of deadly gleams as they formed a tight protective circle around Long Outyan. Zuo Mu's strike hit nothing but air, and as he landed, his form spun gracefully, his dagger stirring up water droplets as the lake's surface suddenly erupted in a towering column of spray. The women who had been posing seductively on the island shrieked in terror. Seeing Long Outyan suddenly move and Zuo Mu appear with murderous intent, they screamed and scattered in all directions on their high heels. Huh, I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's the mighty god of the China region. Long Outyan called out mockingly from behind his wall of bodyguards, brushing water droplets from his shoulder. Zuo Mu toyed with his dagger, the cold light reflecting from its tip dancing in his emotionless eyes. Ha ha, you must be curious how I managed to dodge that. Long Outyan spread his arms wide and spun around dramatically. This young master has more skills than you could possibly imagine. Zuo Mu had already formed a theory, most likely some rare skill like killing intent detection. For someone as wealthy as Long Outyan, acquiring such abilities wouldn't be difficult. Seeing Zuo Mu's silence, Long Outyan's tone turned ice cold. Fine in the game, but in reality, I haven't even come looking for you. Yet you dare deliver yourself to my doorstep? Do you really think I'm some pushover? Kill him. At his command, the bodyguards brandished their weapons and charged forward. Gunfire, blade winds, and skill effects instantly wove together into a chaotic tapestry. From the distant garden paths, more reinforcements rushed toward the sound of battle. Zuo Mu chuckled softly and formed hand seals. Several shadowy figures suddenly appeared standing shoulder to shoulder. His clones materialized, instantly maximizing his firepower. Long Outyan's pupils contracted sharply as he frantically pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Looks like I underestimated you. He gritted his teeth, deciding to play all his cards at once. In the center of the battlefield, Zuo Mu and his clones weaved through the crowd from left and right, their blade light flashing like lightning. Each movement claimed another life. Long Outyan's team was indeed formidable. Shield warriors, mages, assassins, and even healers. Every role was represented with a dazzling array of skills. The perimeter bristled with firearms providing covering fire, and he could even hear the crisp sound of sniper rifle bolts being pulled. But Zuo Mu's incredible speed turned bullets into useless fireworks, and even when the occasional targeted skill grazed him, it only tore shallow cuts in his black clothing. I might actually need to bring that blood drain skill into reality, Zuo Mu thought as he dodged a fireball, quickly weighing his options. In just a few minutes, bodyguards' corpses littered the lakeside, and the battle was nearing its end. Just then, the thunderous roar of rotors echoed overhead as a black helicopter dove down from the clouds, its powerful downdraft whipping the lake's surface into white-capped waves. The aircraft landed on a nearby lawn, and the moment its cabin door slid open, black-clad soldiers and elite squads equipped with targeting skills poured out. Long Outyan smiled sinisterly. Let's see just how capable you really are. Behind the crowd, four mysterious figures in red robes and hoods appeared silently, their steps light, yet precisely calculated. They positioned themselves at four corners, trapping Zuo Mu in the center as blue light surged from their fingertips. In the next second, the four seemed connected by invisible chains as a dark shadow materialized from thin air, descending like a box from above to trap Zuo Mu firmly within. Gravity suddenly intensified, and the air became as heavy and oppressive as molten lead. Zuo Mu frowned and tried to raise his hand, only to discover his movements had become noticeably sluggish. Seeing his skill successfully activate and Zuo Mu's movements restricted, Long Outyan burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Wouldn't it be nice to just stay in the game as your precious Mushin? Why did you have to provoke me? Today you're staying right here. Attack. With his thunderous command, the black-clad soldiers simultaneously drew their gleaming daggers and stepped into the battle circle formed by four spellcasters. Outside the circle, the army, controlling range skills locked onto Zuo Mu one after another, energy patterns coursing everywhere, ready to unleash devastation at any moment. In just a few seconds, Zuo Mu figured out the mechanics of the restriction skill. All of his attributes were brutally cut in half. Such a wide-range constraint that directly slashed 50 of one's attributes was terrifying in itself, which was exactly why the Heavenly Summons dungeon had always been renowned for its endless tricks. Even Zuo Mu, who had lived through one lifetime, wouldn't dare claim he fully understood more than half of its mechanisms. The black-clad soldiers had closed to within 3 meters. Rather than fighting Hedon, Zuo Mu tried rushing toward the edge to see if he could escape the skill's coverage. The result was exactly as he expected. Those locked in couldn't leave the field, and his attacks couldn't reach the 4 spellcasters either. From this, he deduced there were only 2 ways to break free: either have external allies destroy the spell structure, or wait for the skill to naturally dissipate. After all, such a powerful technique must have limited duration. However, for Zuo Mu, this reduction was hardly a concern. His attribute ceiling was so absurdly high that even halved, he could still crush everyone present. Not to mention, he had a passive ability that hadn't triggered yet. With this in mind, he first cast a detection skill to lock onto the black-clad soldier's data, then flashed into close combat. A top-tier assassin against a group of ordinary assassins, the outcome was never in doubt. The title of Light Dancer wasn't earned for nothing. Zuo Mu simply put away his stealth and transformed into a whirlwind of blades charging into the crowd. A slight sidestep, his sword-like dagger slicing across a throat, instantly dropping one black-clad figure. Immediately his wrist spun backward, deflecting a sneak attack with his blades back without even looking. Another graceful turn, and 3 men fell simultaneously. His attacks and evasions flowed together like choreographed dance steps, composed and fluid, as if he wasn't killing enemies but performing a piece of deadly art on stage. The black-clad soldiers inside the circle couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The real threat came from the skill army outside the circle. Spells of various colors exploded at the barrier's edge, scorching heat and bitter cold alternately bombarding him, quickly shredding Zuo Mu's clothing and exposing the muscle definition of his upper body to the air. But the more damage he took, the more graceful his movements became, and the more explosive his power grew. His passive ability trade-off was finally ignited, directly negating the combined skills debuff, while his movement speed and damage output actually increased by another notch. On the other side, Long Outyan's previously confident smile gradually froze. It was one thing for the black-clad soldiers to be completely dominated, but why was the concentrated ranged fire also unable to handle Zuo Mu? Even more alarming was that the combined skill suppression seemed increasingly ineffective against him. Could Zuo Mu in reality truly be as monstrous as he was in the game? Long Outyan's shock wasn't without reason. Zuo Mu's profession and skills had all undergone exclusive enhancements, already exceeding normal parameters. As for the skill army's damage, while it seemed negligible, it was actually quite substantial. It's just that there were 2 Zuo Mus in the battle circle, with the original and his clone sharing the damage. The clone had even triggered a blessing effect during combat, showing just how fierce the firepower was. More importantly, as long as Zuo Mu resummoned, all of the clone's skills would immediately refresh, creating virtually no downtime in their cyclical output. This battle left Long Outyan's palms constantly sweating, while Zuo Mu fought with increasing vigor amid the interweaving of blade light and spells. But at the same time, he also clearly identified a gap in his own system. While he moved with ease between powerful output and evading debuffs, he still lacked more efficient methods of breaking through enemy defenses. However, this battle also showed Zuo Mu his own shortcomings. This battle revealed to Zuo Mu the shortcomings in his own combat capabilities. Without the enhancement of equipment and items in reality, his endurance was clearly insufficient, and his trump cards were few and far between in the game. He had focused solely on advancing the plot, while neglecting to build up his strength, even though it had now reached terrifying levels. So he secretly decided that the next time he entered the game, he must first strengthen his abilities and accumulate more trump cards. He mentally cataloged those special locations and monsters. They were all meant to be harvested by him. But for now, he had to finish this tough battle first. The fight continued to escalate, and the Black Army's formation quickly crumbled under the storm-like assault. Before long, only a few remained, and eventually the entire force was annihilated. Long Outyan, watching from afar, felt his heart bleeding. This elite squad was something he had painstakingly built up by burning money and resources. In the game, it had always been his invincible ace in the hole, but now it had all been lost to Zuo Mu. His expression was so sinister it seemed water could be wrung from it, but he forcibly suppressed his emotions. As long as he could eliminate Zuo Mu, it would be worth losing everything and training another squad. He estimated the fusion limit skill still had 5 minutes of cooldown. Although the Black Army was destroyed, they had at least left some wounds, and combined with the sustained firepower from the large group of skill-based players, Zuo Mu's body was already covered in bloody marks. What Long Outyan didn't know was that this was exactly what Zuo Mu wanted. Those wounds were all deliberately sustained to activate his passive ability. Once he went invisible, even the most precise targeted skills would have nowhere to strike. After eliminating the Black Army, Zuo Mu's figure flashed and disappeared directly into the void, calmly waiting for the fusion skill's time limit to end. Long Outyan had already prepared countermeasures and immediately summoned an entire row of ranged damage dealers behind him. Ice bullets, fire rain, lightning chains, and even heavy firearms all covered the battlefield simultaneously, If you dare to go invisible, I'll use massive AoE to block all your escape routes. If you don't go invisible, I'll use targeted skills to finish you off. The two groups alternated their firepower, both waiting for cooldowns and mana recovery. However, with his passive ability now activated, Zuo Mu's attributes were boosted once again, making this area damage virtually useless against him. He hugged the ground before shooting up into the air, his form weaving left and right through the firelight and metal bullet rain, each step precisely calculated to exploit gaps in explosions and trajectories, his movements graceful and composed. Below, skills bombarded wildly with deafening noise, the recoil and muzzle flashes of firearms weaving together into a blazing curtain of light, as if trying to turn the battlefield upside down. Long Outyin raised his wrist to check his watch. It was almost time. He was certain Zuo Mu was at the end of his rope. Sure enough, the light barrier of the fusion skill surrounding Zuo Mu began to rapidly dim, finally dispersing like ripples on water. The ranged teams immediately ceased fire, and the battlefield suddenly fell silent. But Zuo Mu was still nowhere to be seen, and an eerie silence spread through the scorched earth and gunpowder smoke. As seconds ticked by, the smile on Long Outyin's face slowly froze, his brow furrowing into deep lines. Suddenly danger struck like lightning. His killing intent perception exploded in his mind. Danger. Attack from behind. Long Outyin instinctively crouched down, energy surging from his feet as a flash step pulled out a crimson afterimage. However, before the shout in his throat could escape, an icy chill had already pressed against his spine. Zuo Mu's blade light followed close behind. At this moment, the attribute suppression between them had been neutralized, while Zuo Mu's passive ability was triggered, more than doubling his speed. Even though Long Outyin had dodged first thanks to his killing intent perception, he could only be instantly caught in Zuo Mu's rhythm again. Stealth plus backstab with just one strike. The invincibility shield on Long Outyin's body was activated. After landing a strike, Zuo Mu executed a swift dodge while rescuing the bodyguard who had rushed to help, then retreated into stealth, waiting for his opponent's invincibility to wear off. Long Outyin was truly panicking now. The enemy before him was ridiculously powerful, had played all his trump cards and sacrificed his entire black-clad army, yet hadn't even scratched Zuo Mu's skin. Instead, his opponent's single slash had forced him to activate his final invincibility skill. Block him if you don't want to die. Everyone, attack! He roared while retreating toward a helicopter whose rotors were already thundering to life nearby. Zuo Mu saw through his intention and cast a binding spell from a distance. Golden chain phantoms instantly wrapped around Long Outyin, pinning him in place. He knew well that invincibility wouldn't last much longer. Long Outyin's heart raced with anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead. As the protective golden light around him began to dim, his remaining subordinates couldn't even delay Zuo Mu for half a second. Despair crept up like ice water rising past his knees. Death was approaching step by step. Suddenly, the entire battlefield fell silent, as if all air had been sucked away. Skills dissipated midair, bodyguards froze in motion, and even Zuo Mu stiffened momentarily, though his superior constitution allowed him to break free quickly. Mass paralysis? He thought with slight concern. The next moment, a gaunt figure emerged from behind Long Outyin, walking with measured steps. The surroundings were deathly quiet except for the clear, piercing sound of his shoes on gravel. Tap, tap. The man's face was sickly pale, his withered hand holding a white handkerchief to his lips, occasionally coughing softly, as if he might scatter in the wind. He approached Long Outyin and glanced sideways at him, undisguised disgust in his eyes. The paralysis lifted. Long Outyin was the first to regain his senses, trembling as he looked at the newcomer. Big brother. Shut up. The man's voice was cold and sinister. Then he nodded slightly towards Zuo Mu. Mr. Mu, I apologize for the trouble. Would you accept my apology? Zuo Mu stared at him silently without responding. I see. The man continued, speaking to himself. I wouldn't easily forgive either, if I were you. Then, would this work? His right arm suddenly shot forward, his palm piercing through Long Outyin's back like a blade, extracting a still beating heart. Long Outyin looked down at the crimson mass, his face turning ashen. Big brother, I. Before he could finish, his pupils dilated and he collapsed to the ground. The frail man coughed lightly twice, casually tossed the heart into the dust, shook the blood from his fingers, and spoke with the cold detachment of someone critiquing inferior merchandise. Just a foolish bastard who dared to mobilize my people without permission. He looked up again, revealing a sinister smile. Mr. Mu, is this compensation satisfactory? Zuo Mu flicked the blood droplets from his dagger in acknowledgement. Thank you. Then I won't see you off. Long Outyin was dead, and Zuo Mu's objective was complete. But he understood clearly that the man before him was the truly dangerous, only genuine madman. The man before him gave Zuo Mu a sense of even greater danger. Long Outyin was dead, and the frail man bore no direct grudge against him. This battle could end here. Zuo Mu flicked the blood droplets from his dagger, sheathed the blade, and spread his dark wings wide, soaring away from the estate. On the ground below, the weak man silently watched the retreating figure, a flash of madness flickering in his eyes before quickly fading as he bent down to clean up the carnage. After dealing with Long Outyan's trouble, Zuo Mu returned to the alley. In front of the shabby wooden door, Mei Qi'er was crouched on one knee, chin propped in her hand, idly poking at ants with a twig out of boredom. Suddenly, her sensitive pointed ears twitched, catching the sound of footsteps. She quickly looked up. A battered figure stumbled toward her, clothes stained with patches of blood. Zuo Mu. Mei Qi'er was stunned at first. Then her nose tingled as tears welled up in her eyes. She instinctively rushed forward, her fingertips gently brushing over the wound on Zuo Mu's arm, her voice trembling. You. Just surface wounds, nothing serious. Zuo Mu raised his hand to stop her worry. What about you? Why were you crouching by the door? You wouldn't take me with you, so what else could I do at home alone? Mei Qi'er sniffled and huffed softly. I was bored to death. If I brought you along, I'd be distracted. Who asked you to protect me? Despite her complaints, she had already grasped Zuo Mu's hand, dragging him inside and pulling out a medical kit to carefully clean his bleeding wounds. I'm strong too, you know. Just as she finished wrapping the bandages, Zuo Mu caught a whiff of something fragrant. What's that smell? Oh no, my porridge. Mei Qi'er cried out, rushing to the makeshift stove in the corner. She lifted the lid to check and sighed in relief. Thank goodness it didn't burn. Soon after, she brought over a bowl of thick rice porridge, carefully placing it in front of Zuo Mu. Tugging at her earlobe with anticipation in her eyes, she asked, Try it quickly, how does it taste? Zuo Mu looked at the steam rising from the white porcelain bowl with suspicion. You made this. Of course. Who are you underestimating? Eat up. He took a spoonful, and the rice fragrance mixed with a hint of medicinal flavor bloomed in his mouth. Not bad. Haha, my cooking skills speak for themselves, don't they? Mei Qi'er raised her eyebrows proudly while secretly kicking the nearby trash. Can further inside it was filled to the brim with blackened failed attempts. Welcome back. Enjoy your game. As the prompt from the gaming pod ended, Zuo Mu logged in. The Hua District public channel immediately exploded. Player A, am I seeing things? Long Outyan's guild seems to have disappeared. Player B, holy crap, it's really gone. Inside info, Outyan guild has disbanded. Player C, what's going on? Long Outyan himself has vanished too? Player D, did the arrogant young master Long mess with the wrong person? Player E, breaking news. Long Outyan is gone forever. Long Shu world announcement. Outyan guild officially disbanded. Long Shu deeply apologizes for all the trouble and inconvenience Long Outyan caused everyone, especially Mu Zhuo and Hua Zhuan guild. Long Shu world announcement. Outyan guild has disbanded. Players are welcome to join Scholar Guild. We're committed to building a united Chinese guild to conquer the world. System, Scholar Guild established. Monster Siege will trigger in 1 minute. Please prepare your base defenses. 3. Lu Bo world announcement. Everyone is welcome to join Scholar Guild. Tons of guild benefits. Dedicated to protecting China and conquering the world. It looks like the Outyan guild didn't disband after all, they just changed leadership. Yeah, but the Scholar Guild seems much more likable now. Come on, what are we waiting for? The players hurried away, chatting as they went. Zuo Mu pushed through the door, immediately spotting the system announcement and Long Sheng's messages flooding the world chat. He quickly pieced things together. Long Shu, the frail young man he'd encountered that day, was Long Outyan's older brother and the legitimate heir of the Long family. With Long Outyan dead, all his assets had fallen under Long Shu's control. This man was ruthless yet skilled at using righteousness to win people over and extremely patient. He would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. But Zuo Mu had no intention of getting distracted. He had too much on his plate. First, comprehensively boost his strength, then venture into the demon realm to complete his trials. At that moment, Jiang Li sent a message across the world channel. Jiang Li, welcome all players to defend our homeland. I hope the Scholar Guild stays true to its original purpose. With the Soul of China Guild taking a stance, the matter was essentially settled. Some players in the channel echoed the sentiment. We're all guilds from the same region, unity and cooperation are what matter. In private chat, Jiang Li sent another reminder. Jiang Li, Zuo Mu, this Long Shu is very cunning and powerful. I had no choice but to represent Soul of China just now. Be careful. Moose would just focus on developing our strength. Jiang Li understood. By the way, I'll keep an eye out for that life drain skill you mentioned earlier. Money isn't an issue, right? Moose, when money isn't an issue. Jiang Li, good. You be careful too. After ending the conversation, Zuo Mu sent the same request to Nuan Cheng. With the Long Outyan episode concluded, he spread his black wings and flew toward his next objective based on the coordinates in his memory, massively boosting his health points. It was a special map hiding numerous life stones, dangerous yet equally rewarding. Originally designed for large teams, it was meant to support human wave tactics for slowly exploring the entire map. But now, he intended to claim all the life stones himself and bear all the risks alone. After all, he was a light dancer. Soon, a bizarre landscape came into view. No trees, no grass, no water, No beasts, only endless scattered rocks of all sizes, black and white, piled in chaotic layers. System, you have entered the special map Strange Stone Grounds. The life stones were hidden throughout this absurd rocky wasteland. The official low-risk completion method required players to search stone by stone, then challenge the stone boss in the center, which would drop the remaining life stones. However, charging straight to the center would double the difficulty while allowing players to obtain all rewards at once. Without hesitation, Zuo Mu chose the latter approach. He soared past the map's edges, flying directly toward the center. In the central area, jagged rocks were piled in chaotic heaps like a towering wall. Deep within the stone pile, a pitch-black creature with rock-like thickness slowly awakened. This was the final Monstera level 40 Super Tank boss. Life Boulder, level 40 Dark Gold boss. Health, 400, 000400000. Physical attack, 1200. Magic attack, 800. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. Stone Meteor, rains down debris over a wide area, dealing massive damage. Hurricane Sweep, unleashes a hurricane across a vast area, slowing enemies while inflicting heavy damage. Stone Armor, encases itself in a layer of rocky armor. This tanky monster will test your patience, just grind it down slowly. The health pool and dual resistances alone are enough to intimidate most players. Such terrifying stats could make ordinary players retreat just from reading the numbers. Even more troublesome were its three abilities. The first two covered the entire battlefield, while the third, Stone Armor, would boost its health and resistances even further once triggered, transforming this boss into a true fortress of steel. But Zuo Mu was determined to force it to activate Stone Armor, as that was his only shortcut to streamline the process and obtain all the life stones in one go. His method was simple and brutal: beat the boss down to critical health. He first summoned his clone, directing it to charge toward a nearby pile of rubble and unleash a full combo of skills. Thunderous tremors erupted from deep within the stone heap, as if the ground itself was being hammered by a massive sledge, shaking inch by inch. Soon, the seemingly chaotic pile of debris began rising rapidly, pieces fitting together and fusing until a stone giant over 10 meters tall emerged from the earth. Zuo Mu was instantly reminded of the stone giant from the final battle in the newbie village, though this one far surpassed it in both size and attributes. The moment the stone giant took form, it raised its arm and activated Hurricane Sweep. Scattered rocks across the entire debris field suddenly began jumping in unison, like beans boiling in water. A deep howl rose from the ground, instantly expanding into a sky-darkening gale that swept up countless stones, forming a massive hurricane that rolled forward with overwhelming force. Even from dozens of meters away, Zuo Mu could feel the destructive pull of its winds. That's exactly why he had immediately retreated with his main body, leaving only the clone to tank the ability. As the hurricane passed, the clone's invincibility effect activated, lasting 3 seconds before ending and triggering the Mount Talent Protect Master, bringing the clone back to life. Within 10 seconds, invincibility activated a second time, but once it expired, the clone had no more chances for revival. Zuo Mu immediately stepped in, maintaining aggro as the boss's skill rotation came to an end. This was the terror of a level 40 Dark Gold boss. A single opening ability could instantly wipe out an entire ordinary party. With the boss's turnover, it was Zuo Mu's time to counterattack. The residual damage from the hurricane perfectly triggered his passive, instantly maximizing his damage output. He unleashed a full combo, with damage numbers breaking 10,000 and floating up in rapid succession. Even with Life Boulder's absurd dual resistances, Zuo Mu's true damage precisely chipped away at its health bar. During the skill cooldown period, the giant could only clumsily swing its rocky arms and occasionally stomp heavily with its feet. Such movements seemed as slow as a recording to Zuo Mu's eyes. She sidestepped and dodged with ease while continuing to weave in his abilities. Thanks to his equipment's cooldown reduction, his damage rotation was lightning fast, and Life Boulder's health visibly dropped below 2/3. As its health entered the threshold, the second ultimate ability, Stone Meteor, detonated. Countless rocks across the debris field once again took to the air, hovering momentarily before the stone giant let out a furious roar, sending the sky full of stones accelerating downward like a stone rain, crashing down with devastating force. Dense fragments of stone scattered indiscriminately across the ground in a thick carpet. Zuo Mu simply raised his head to face the falling rocks. Fist-sized stones pierced through his chest like a torrential downpour, instantly draining his health bar to 0 and triggering his invincibility passive in a flash of red light. As the 3-second invincibility period ended and he revived with full health, he saw the boss's skill sequence come to a halt. When the second wave of stone rain ceased, he immediately unleashed all his damage skills. The hurricane-like barrage of attacks hammered the boss, forcibly cutting its health down to 1/3. The hurricane skill activated once more, but all his survival abilities were still on cooldown, and his clone was unusable this time. There was nowhere to run and no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Zuo Mu activated his set's active ability, Refresh. All skills instantly completed their cooldowns. Without hesitation, he first deployed his clone, then retreated. The clone remained in place to absorb the full hurricane assault, and once the skill ended, his main body resumed the offensive. The boss's health was already precarious, but at the last moment it revealed its trump card, Stone Armor. Among the scattered fragments across the rocky shore, several particularly crystalline stones began to float slowly. These were the life stones that normally required individual searching to locate, but when the boss was attacked directly, they would automatically reveal themselves as they did now. One by one, the life stones flew toward the central boss, embedding into its surface as heavy stone armor instantly sealed shut. Life, Golem level 45 Dark Gold. Health, 500, 000500000. Physical attack, 800. Magic attack, 600. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 500. After absorbing 15 life stones, the boss roared skyward as its attributes skyrocketed. Health restored to full with an additional 100,000. Both defenses doubled again, but all skills vanished, leaving only basic attacks. Its attack power actually decreased slightly. This change actually favored Zuo Mu. Boss without skills couldn't touch him, and the extremely high defenses were meaningless against true damage. The second round of combat began. Zuo Mu flipped his dagger and used Leap Strike to close in, unleashing an instant burst. The skillless life golem could only swing its heavy stone arms, never managing to catch even the edge of his clothing. True damage carved away bit by bit, the massive health bar rapidly diminishing until it finally crashed to the ground. You have slain Dark Gold Boss Life Golem, gained experience points, and received 5 gold points. Level increased to 26, gained 15 free attribute points, and an additional 3 gold points. Finally, Zuo Mu exhaled deeply. Though everything had been under control with the outcome never in doubt, this creature was incredibly tanky with 2 health bars, leaving both his stamina and mental energy considerably drained. With the battle concluded, the real highlight was the rewards. Drops. Life stones 15. Gold coins 6. Over 10 pieces of equipment highest quality, gold. Several skill books, all basic profession skills. The drops from a level 40 Dark Gold boss were incredibly generous. The 15 life stones alone would sustain him for the short term. While the skill books were ordinary, they would replenish his inventory. And though the equipment quantity was impressive, the boss's nature limited the highest quality to gold tier. However, he had gold points, so he could completely overhaul his equipment loadout. Although the dropped equipment was quite decent, and several pieces matched his attributes well, they were all level 45 gear from a level 45 boss. With his blacksmith's blessing, only allowing him to equip gear 11 levels ahead, and just over 10 gold points remaining, he couldn't afford a complete equipment overhaul. After weighing his options, he abandoned the idea of continuing to farm bosses and moved directly to the next phase-intensive leveling. This would boost his experience while farming gold points to prepare for future equipment upgrades. Abyssal-level efficiency grinding spots like the previous one were rare finds, so this time he decided on a different strategy. Skip the level 30 monster zones entirely and fight level 40 creatures instead. Regular mobs yielded too little, so he relied on memory to hunt down elite monsters and bosses above level 40. The level 40 zones were still devoid of other players, creating quite a spectacle. Zuo Mu would flash to location A and clear a pack of monsters, then flash to location B and instantly kill a boss. The method seemed crude, but with his incredible movement speed and explosive damage output, the efficiency was impressive. Grinding monsters nearly 20 levels above his own sent his experience bar soaring. Level increased to 27, gained 15 free attribute points, gained 3 gold points. Level increased to 28, gained 15 free attribute points, gained 3 gold points. Level increased to 29, gained 15 free attribute points, gained 3 gold points. Level increased to 30, gained 15 free attribute points, gained 3 gold points. System, you have reached level 30. Main city teleportation function unlocked. Reward, 500 reputation points, 5 gold coins, 5 gold points. Server-wide announcement incoming. Server-wide announcement, 3 China region player, Mu Zuo, has reached level 30. Main city teleportation function unlocked. The world chat exploded instantly. Nothing to see here. It's just Mu God doing his thing. Baka. Wait until cross server opens and he'll taste the power of Sakura region. Mu God Appa. Come back to Kimchi region's embrace. Our Undying is only level 28. This guy's definitely cheating. Report him. Congrats to China region's Mu Zuo. Eagle region trash. Can only talk big. Come fight Bear region. How's he leveling so fast? Racial talent. A confused player from Africa region. Vomit region has the most noble race. Poor backward countries have nothing to brag about. Curry region is the strongest. You'll understand Mu God's terror once cross-server opens warning from someone who's experienced it firsthand. As the final level 45 golden boss crashed down before him, Zuo Mu completed his leveling session. Teleportation arrays between main cities activated simultaneously, though only level 30 players could use them, and teleportation was limited to main cities. The imperial capital still required walking there with proper qualifications. His sweep through the level 40 zones yielded far more than just experience. Numerous well-suited equipment pieces and dozens of gold points were safely secured. Zuo Mu decided to strike while the iron was hot and upgrade his equipment, replacing and enhancing everything except his dagger and swamp hat. First was the armor, a piece perfectly suited for assassins. Zuo Mu directly enhanced it to diamond tier, which was likely the second diamond tier equipment piece in the entire server. Before him, the shadow armor gleaming with dark, cold light floated quietly on the forging table. Level 45 diamond. Agility 70, strength 70. Physical defense 30, magic defense 30. Special effect shadow power. After stealth, next attack damage 70. Best worn by an assassin. This evaluation, long regarded as gospel truth on the forums, now stacked with Zuo Mu's powerful stealth abilities, instantly elevating his damage output to another level. Next, he took out another piece of equipment that perfectly suited him, Swift Boots. Level 45 Platinum. Agility 80. Movement speed 30, attack speed 30. Active swift movement. Upon use, movement speed 50, attack speed 50, duration 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour. For 1 minute, will you run? Or will you run? These boots provided brief bursts of movement and attack speed that could turn the tide in life or death situations. Finally, there were 3 accessories that Zuo Mu had unexpectedly assembled into a complete set. Chain of Fire. Level 42 Platinum. Physical attack 200, attack speed 20. Ring of Fire. Level 42 Platinum. Physical attack 200, attack speed 20. Amulet of Fire. Level 42 Platinum. Physical attack 200, attack speed 20. Set effect power of fire 33. When actively triggered, damage 100, duration 1 minute, cooldown 3 hours. Straightforward and brutal, the 3 accessories alone provided 600 physical attack points and 60 attack speed, plus a 1-button damage doubler that stacked perfectly with swift movement. Activating both skills simultaneously was equivalent to drinking a side defect-free berserker potion, but with even more ferocious stats than any potion. With this, Zuo Mu's equipment was completely renewed. A full set of platinum mixed with diamond pieces, any single item of which could cause a bidding frenzy at auction. This was the terrifying power of Midas Touch, effortlessly crafting an entire set of divine equipment. After completing the major upgrade, he opened his character panel. Muzwa. Lives, 17. Level, 30. Class, Light Dancer. Health, 3,900. Mana, 1,640. Physical attack, 3564. Physical defense, 139. Magic attack, 375. Magic defense, 135. Unity, 1,356. Constitution, 201. Intelligence, 172. Spirit, 173. Unallocated attributes, 0. Reputation, 13,654. With over 3,500 physical attack, he had already left same-level elite bosses far behind. The terrifying aspect of the Light Dancer class was that any increase in either agility or strength resulted in double the physical attack growth. Combined with Midas Touch, it was impossible for Zuo Mu not to deal explosive damage. With his power update complete, his next destination was the Demon Realm to accept the trial quest. However, before that, he needed to return to the main city to handle a more important matter. Muxia Shop. The once quiet little store now had crowds gathered at its entrance, shouting and clamoring. Stop pushing from the back. Boss, give me 10 bottles of bloodbath potion. Boss, I was clearly here first. I want 20 bottles. Come on, bro. Can you even finish that many? Leave some for the people behind you. Mind your own business. If I can't drink them all, I'll use them for foot baths, okay? Brothers in front, stop fighting. I've got plenty of bloodbath potions here, 70 silver per bottle. First come, first served. Damn scalpers. Bro, give me 2 bottles. Most of the current customers were large teams. When tackling dungeons and fighting bosses hidden, tanks were most valuable, and bloodbath potions were exactly what tanks desperately needed. Even with prices rising to 50 or even 70 silver, no one complained. Confirming that the shop was operating normally, Zuo Mu nodded with satisfaction, then turned and headed to the teleportation array outside the city gates. Next, it was time to open branch stores. The teleportation array allows for travel between main cities within the same region. The Hua region is vast, boasting 20 main cities, while smaller regions like Sakura and Kimchi often have only a handful. Cross-region teleportation unlocks at a higher level and comes with a steep price, 10 gold coins for a local trip and 100 for a cross-region one. The high cost is enough to deter most players, but for Zuo Mu, it's merely the equivalent of 20 potions. He approached the teleportation array in the Hua region's main city, handed 10 gold coins to the guarding NPC, and stepped into the center of the array. A dazzling light rose from the ground, and in a twist of space, his figure vanished, reappearing at the entrance of another main city. Without pausing, Zuo Mu headed straight for the Reputation Service Center. Here, no one had yet pushed their reputation to the Xian level, leaving the entire commercial street empty. He chose the best location for a shop, promptly named it Mu Xia, set it to sell only one item blood potions, and then hired several shop assistants and a manager, assigning the shop and the manager to this level shopkeeper he had just drawn. Once the back end confirmed everything was in order, the shop began producing, stocking, and selling seamlessly. Next, Zuo Mu returned to the teleportation array, inserted another 10 gold coins, and teleported to the next main city. Buying shops, naming them, hiring staff, and listing blood potions. The process was as smooth as copying and pasting. In less than half a day, he had visited all 20 main cities in the Hua region, and the Mu Xia shop lit up with signs in prominent locations across all of them. The player channel erupted with excitement. Guys, what's the deal with this suddenly appearing Mu Xia shop? We just got one in our main city too. Which big shop managed to buy a shop so early? My reputation is only in double digits, and they're already at Xian level? Stop guessing, it's definitely Mushan. By the way, why is there only one blood potion for sale? Look closely, it's a percentage-based heal. Damn, I'm heading over to lineup. As all the shops began operating, Zuo Mu's gold coins were flowing in at an astonishing rate. He returned to his main city, preparing to head to the demon realm to complete a trial task. At that moment, a private message notification chimed. Wancheng sent a message. Mushan, I found the blood-sucking skill, but the seller insists on discussing it in person. Zuo Mu replied with a single word. Okay. Coordinates were sent, and he set off immediately. The meeting point was a quiet little square. When Zuo Mu arrived, he saw a pure-looking girl pacing back and forth, her expression anxious. Are you Qianqian? Upon hearing her name, the girl turned around abruptly, meeting his gaze with a shy look, then mustered her courage. Are you Mu Shun? Zuo Mu nodded. Do you have the blood-sucking skill? How do you want to sell it? The girl fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, hesitating to speak. I do have the skill, but... He waited patiently. But I don't want gold coins. What do you want instead? I want to ask you to do something. The girl took a deep breath, her watery eyes filled with pleading. If you save someone, they'll give you the skill directly, and they'll even give you everything in my backpack. Zuo Mu gazed into her eyes, seeing only urgency and desperation, with no hint of deceit. He believed she was telling the truth, and continued to listen. When it came to the serious matter, the girl's voice caught slightly, tinged with tears as she spoke. After the heavenly summons arrived, my boyfriend and I were targeted. To protect me, he voluntarily revealed himself and was captured by them. She hastily wiped away her tears with trembling fingers, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. It wasn't until recently that I managed to contact him secretly and learned he'd been tortured beyond recognition. Many others were captured too, all imprisoned and forced to work for them. From her fragmented account, Zuo Mu pieced together the situation and formed his judgment. Do you know where he is? The girl nodded eagerly like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Yes. He secretly passed the information to me. When mentioning the mastermind, her suppressed grief immediately transformed into fury. It's Long Shu. The name didn't surprise Zuo Mu. In his previous life, he hadn't heard of Long Shu, but he'd encountered countless high-level players who preferred manipulating from the shadows. Long Shu's methods clearly belonged to this category. Give me the location, Zuo Mu said decisively. The girl was stunned. She had originally planned to sell all her savings to see if she could hire someone for the rescue. When selling her vampiric skill, she accidentally discovered the buyer was the legendary Mu Shun, so she tried sending a private message on a whim, never expecting a response. Now, tears welled in her eyes, but they held a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Mu Shun. I sobbed. Zuo Mu raised his hand to stop her. Send me the location and wait for my message. Mu Shun, wait. The girl pulled out a skill book and handed it over. It was the vampirism he'd been desperately seeking. Zuo Mu paused briefly before accepting the book. He could tell the girl wanted to trade this final bargaining chip for hope, so he didn't refuse. The girl wiped her tears as she watched him leave, wearing the first smile that seemed to have an end in sight. It was nearly midnight when he returned to his room. Zuo Mu immediately opened the skill book, and as pale light flowed, the text transformed into glowing specks that merged into his body. Congratulations. You have learned the skill Vampirism. Vampirism passive. Attacks carry 20 lifesteal effect, can be manually disabled. He immediately opened his panel and invested all his remaining gold points. Vampirism enhancement successful. Vampirism enhancement successful. Vampirism enhancement successful. Vampirism enhancement successful. After 4 consecutive enhancements, his skill panel was completely transformed. Vampirism passive 4. Attacks carry 100 lifesteal effect, can be manually disabled. This meant that even with just a sliver of health remaining, one successful hit would restore him to full health. As long as the damage wasn't instantly fatal, he was virtually invincible. After confirming the skill was stable, he received the coordinates from the girl, then turned off the lights to rest, quietly awaiting the end of the real-world countdown. About to return, extract abilities? Extract skill vampirism, successful. Remaining lives, 16. Looking forward to your return tomorrow. As dawn broke in the real world, the moment Zuo Mu opened his eyes, an enchanting smiling face appeared almost pressed against his, as Mei Qi'er softly greeted him. Good morning. The first sight that greeted Zuo Mu when he opened his eyes was Mei Qi'er's enchanting smile. A bowl of freshly cooked porridge sat on the bedside table as she leaned over, urging him, Good morning. Time to get up and eat. Zuo Mu gently pushed her away from his face, sat up, and examined the bowl of plain porridge, wondering, surely it won't be porridge for every meal from now on? Right after breakfast, he opened his mouth to discuss serious matters, but Mei Qi'er cut him off mid-sentence. Wait, you stay? I won't, she interrupted decisively. You always leave me alone at home. Before he could respond, she produced a red rope from somewhere and skillfully tied their wrists together. Today I'm sticking to you no matter what. Seeing her practically hanging off him, Zuo Mu nodded helplessly. Then follow my lead and do exactly as I say. I promise to listen to you. Mei Qi'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. After being cooped up indoors for days, she was going stir-crazy. So where are we going? Zuo Mu gathered his weapons and briefly explained the situation to her. Mei Qi'er slammed her hand on the table. How despicable. That Long Shu deserves it. But that Qian is so brave, fighting with everything she has for her beloved. They must be true love. As she spoke, she stole glances at Zuo Mu, who was polishing his dagger. Noticing her gaze, Zuo Mu suddenly asked, Can you fly? Huh. Mei Qi'er was stunned. Never mind, let's try. Zuo Mu sheathed his dagger and walked out of the storage room. In the courtyard, his dark wings suddenly spread wide, their feathers gleaming coldly in the morning light. Come here. Mei Qi'er blinked. Come Whe. Oh. Finally understanding, her cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head and walked over to Zuo Mu, wrapping her arms around his neck and hooking her legs around him as he held her securely, her entire body nestled against his warm chest. Zuo Mu had never tried flying while carrying someone before. He slowly flapped his shadow wings, holding her as they rose steadily into the air, hovering about 10 feet high. It seemed to work. The next moment, his dark wings beat powerfully, and they shot through the wind. High in the air with wind howling around them, Mei Qi'er's hair flew wildly as she pressed her face against the warmth of Zuo Mu's chest, unable to suppress a smile. The location the girl had sent was extremely far away, and it took them nearly half a day of flying to reach their destination. After landing, Mei Qi'er reluctantly released her arms and smoothed her wind-tousled hair, surveying the abandoned factory before them. This is the place. Zuo Mu scanned the area. The buildings were dilapidated and deserted. Long Shu probably wasn't here. This was likely just one of his many hideouts. How do you plan to rescue them? Storm right in. Mei Qi'er asked. Pretty much. Zuo Mu drew his dagger. You stay here. Actually, I can help. She opened her palm, and a blue flame silently ignited. I'm really good with fire. Zuo Mu stared at the dancing flame and gave a casual instruction. If anyone comes to help them, just hold them off, understand? Fine. Though Mei Qi'er knew he was just humoring her, she still nodded. She seemed to have grown accustomed to being managed by Zuo Mu. Left Mu vanished into invisibility and slipped into the factory. The abandoned old plant was shrouded in swirling dust and deathly silence, completely deserted. Left Mu moved soundlessly through the dilapidated equipment and rusted conveyor belts, searching for an entrance to the underground. Before he could find it, he heard rustling sounds from a corner. Two guards crawled out from behind a pile of empty barrels. Finally, shift change. I was suffocating in there. Yeah, let's go ask young Master Long for a couple of girls to have some fun with later, huh? I've been saving up for a whole week. The two men walked out with lewd laughter, completely unaware of the deadly presence closing in behind them. Left Mu flashed to their sides and delivered one swift blade to each, efficiently ending their breathing. Blood splattered onto the metal barrels with a dull, brief sound. As payment for obtaining the answer, this pair of guards would never feel stifled again. After confirming the location, Left Mu crawled into the barrel pile and found a narrow door barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. He pushed it open and entered. Unknown to him, his every move had been completely recorded by a tiny camera in the corner and transmitted in real time to a surveillance room in a villa several kilometers away. Descending the narrow staircase, cold and damp air rushed toward him. At the end of the dim corridor, in a hall, two guards who had just started their shift sat facing each other with their legs crossed, bragging while their bellies bulged from a full meal. Left Mu didn't disturb them and continued deeper into the facility. Along both sides of the corridor were more than a dozen cells, each sealed with heavy black iron doors that had basketball-sized feeding slots at the bottom. Painful moans occasionally emerged from behind the doors, like gasping breaths pressed into mud. Left Mu silently counted the rooms, confirming the internal structure simple layout with only those two guards. Returning to the hall, he struck like lightning. Cold steel flashed, and both guards fell into pools of blood before they could even cry out. Left Mu retrieved the key ring and turned to start with the first cell door. Click, the heavy chains loosened, and dim yellow light penetrated the cramped, damp cell. Inside lay more than 10 people scattered about, their hands and feet bound with heavy shackles, their joints showing purple bruises from prolonged restraint. When the cell door suddenly opened, everyone froze for a moment, staring blankly at the black-clad visitor. "You are free." Those words fell like heavenly music, causing blood to surge through everyone's veins as tears mixed with sweat. Since the divine summons had arrived, they had been imprisoned here, having long forgotten what light looked like and nearly forgetting they were even alive. Left Mu tossed the keys into the cell without stopping and moved on to open the next door. Soon, all the iron doors were opened. More than 100 people stumbled out, expressing endless gratitude to Left Mu. Words were insufficient to convey their appreciation. After the initial excitement subsided, everyone followed the original path back to the surface. Each person passing through the hall delivered vicious kicks to the two corpses on the ground, and within moments the bodies were trampled beyond recognition. Seeing daylight again, the crowd squinted up at the blinding sun, their eyes reddened by the glare, yet refusing to look away. They had missed this feeling of being alive so desperately. As the crowd dispersed, a lean and handsome young man approached Left Mu with sincere and excited eyes. "Mu God, thank you. Thank you for saving us." Left Mu immediately recognized him as the girl's boyfriend. The young man added in a low voice, "I wasn't sure if you wanted to reveal your identity, so I waited until everyone left to thank you." Just as Left Mu was about to respond, he suddenly saw towering flames erupting not far from the factory. Someone was there. After rescuing everyone, Zuo Mu saw flames suddenly erupting from a factory not far away. He immediately realized new enemies had appeared and were confronting Meiqier Heiden, so he rushed toward the fire without hesitation. The boy spotted Zuo Mu's urgent figure in the distance and, sensing trouble, quickly followed after him. Just as he stepped out of the factory gate, a breathless girl came running from the side. "Wan Wan, Qian, what are you doing here?" Before the boy could finish speaking, the girl threw herself into his arms, tightening her embrace as she sobbed uncontrollably. "I thought I'd never see you again." The boy gently stroked her shoulder. "It's okay. I'm fine, aren't I? Mu Shun has already rescued everyone." "I know. That's why I rushed over to help. But I was still a step too late to assist Mu Shun." Qian lifted her tear-streaked face. "By the way, where is Mu Shun?" "Oh no, we got caught up talking. Mu Shun might be in trouble. We need to go help him." "Oh okay." Qian wiped away her tears and followed the boy, running toward the direction Zuo Mu had gone. In the center of the inferno, four mysterious figures in red robes appeared once again. Their combined restraint skill had activated, and a massive black box sealed tightly around the center, trapping Meiqier inside with her fate unknown. Zuo Mu felt a sharp pain in his chest as rage burned through his rationality like wildfire. He summoned his clone, raised his hand, and mercilessly drove the blade into his own chest. His passive skill triggered instantly. Blood gushed down his clothing, making him look like a demon crawling out of a sea of blood. His cold gaze locked onto the four red-robed figures. "You shouldn't have hurt her." Step by step, he approached the flames. "You shouldn't have hurt her in front of me." Black wings suddenly spread wide, stirring up turbulent currents as Zuo Mu descended with overwhelming killing intent. The surrounding minions all trembled in unison. They had all witnessed this god of death's terror before. But their boss's orders couldn't be disobeyed, especially for Lu Bo, who had led the team here. Since the heavenly summons, he had been tracking Zuo Mu's trail and knew his strength better than anyone. Even his former boss had died indirectly at this man's hands. When Long Shu assigned him to lead the team alone, he had already understood. He was merely a sacrifice in the declaration of war between two powerful figures. But his sister was still in Long Shu's hands, having long since become a plaything. As long as she could still live, he had to repeatedly crush his own principles and serve Long Shu. Lu Bo sighed, spun the dagger in his hand, and charged forward with gritted teeth for his sister. He would give anything, even his life. Bang! The two collided Heiden, and in just an instant, Lu Bo was sent flying, his throat torn open as blood sprayed wildly. Against Zuo Mu's clone, he couldn't even withstand a single exchange. The fallen Lu Bo let his blood spread across the ground. Blood loss made his consciousness rapidly fade as death's footsteps drew closer. Strangely, he felt no fear or resentment, but rather an unprecedented sense of liberation. Memories flashed like a slideshow. The heavenly summons descended. The world turned upside down. His despised mundane life came to an abrupt end, and a fresh, thrilling survival game began. At this moment, a relieved smile actually appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could begin an even more exciting life. Unfortunately, life is full of ups and downs. Lu Bo had originally fantasized about becoming a big shot in the game, living a prosperous and happy life with his sister, but his brief dream was shattered in an instant. His sister was kidnapped and used as leverage against him. For her sake, He crossed the line again and again, stealing resources, capturing and confining people, harming women, even killing. Step by step, he descended into hell. Now, everything had finally come to an end. As blood spread across the ground and his heavy eyelids closed, his final thought remained. Without me, how will she survive? His blood drained away, and his breathing stopped completely. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu had long since become consumed by bloodlust. Ordinary enemies were no match for him as he and his clone charged forward from left and right, instantly closing in on the four redrobed figures. Behind their masks, the redrobed figures showed no emotion, staring directly at the blood-soaked Zuo Mu. Even as sharp daggers sliced through their throats, they offered no resistance, simply falling backward stiffly. With the death of the last person, the combination skill failed. The hellfire that had been burning out of thin air was instantly extinguished, leaving only billowing smoke. Heat waves carrying smoke and dust rushed toward him as Zuo Mu walked forward slowly. The dried blood on his body began to seep out again from the heat, sliding down in sticky streams. As the smoke gradually cleared, charred corpses littered the ground. With a female figure curled up in the center, Mei Chi'er's clothing had long been burned to ash, and she lay on her side with her knees drawn up, her black hair disheveled over her pale skin. Zuo Mu removed his blood-stained outer garment and covered her with it, carefully lifting her into his arms. The familiar warmth made Mei Chi'er stir slightly. She opened her eyes with difficulty, and her gaze immediately fell on the shocking wound on his chest. Her voice was hoarse. "You're injured." She tried to raise her hand to touch it, but failed due to weakness, her arm falling limply. Seeing her pale cheeks and cracked lips, Zuo Mu's heart tightened, and he whispered comfortingly, "Rest well, I'm taking you home." Upon hearing the words, "going home," a faint smile finally appeared at the corners of Mei Chi'er's lips. "Did I help you?" Zuo Mu nodded. "Thanks to you, they were all rescued." Having received the answer she wanted, Mei Chi'er closed her eyes peacefully, leaning against his chest with a smile as she fell asleep. Mu Shun, Qianqian stumbled over while supporting the weakened Wanwan, taking in the sight of the devastated battlefield, the blood-covered Zuo Mu, and the girl in his arms. "Sorry we're late." Wanwan had been imprisoned for too long, and his real-world body was frail, requiring Qianqian's support. Suddenly, a cold, raspy voice echoed from the factory's loudspeaker. "Mu Zuo, how delightful to see you again. Our game now officially begins." Before the words had finished, a thunderous roar tore through the night sky, as the entire factory exploded into a sea of flames, steel beams, and concrete flying together, the blaze illuminating half the sky. Zuo Mu's expression remained calm, but he had already sentenced the owner of that voice to death in his heart. He composed his emotions and said quietly, "Let's leave this place." Black wings spread, stirring up fierce winds. "Mu Shun, thank you." Qianqian and Wanwan bowed in gratitude once more. Zuo Mu nodded slightly, spread his wings, and flew toward home. "Wanwan, let's go home too." The boy used his trembling fingertips to smooth the girl's fallen hair, saying gently, "Qianqian, thank you for all your hard work." The girl wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and shook her head with a smile. "As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Back in the room, Zuo Mu settled Mei Chi'er comfortably. His earlier brief examination had confirmed that she had merely fainted from spiritual energy depletion and weakness. Her life was not in danger. Zuo Mu hastily wiped away the bloodstains at the wash basin, changed into clean clothes, then sat down beside the sleeping Mei Chi'er and took out the map fragment that the clown had given him. Turning to the back, he still saw the four crooked characters, fish in the mouth. Zuo Mu squinted and held the map at a distance. The strokes of the four characters were arranged so irregularly, they seemed deliberately pieced together, and from afar, they vaguely outlined a strange pattern. He set down the map and pulled out an old wooden box from the top shelf of the wardrobe. Inside were several dust-covered magazines with worn covers. After searching for a moment, Zuo Mu pulled out an old publication with a damaged cover. He brushed away the thick dust with his fingertips, revealing in the upper right corner a mark identical to that crooked character pattern. Continuing to flip through the pages, he found a second identical symbol in the upper right corner of an inner page. Zuo Mu took a sheet of white paper and placed it over that page, carefully tracing the outlines of the four characters "fish in the mouth" against the light, then carefully cutting out the holes. Next, he picked up another children's storybook from the box. This one had obviously been read much more, with yellowed pages and a loose spine. He turned to the familiar page 99, the most creased page. When he placed the cutout white paper over it, for clear characters showed through, "North Shore of Red Lake." "So that's it," Zuo Mu murmured. Solving this puzzle was entirely thanks to his father's training as a child. His father had often used the same method to leave coded messages, sending him on solo journeys. At only 8 years old, he would often travel across several provinces, following map directions to reach destinations where his waiting parents would reunite with him. Now, the same method once again pointed toward an unknown distant place. He turned back to the front of the map and quickly cross-referenced it. From the dense network of lines, he could determine that this fragment indeed outlined the terrain around the north shore of Red Lake, and the mark at the very center was most likely the destination. Thinking of this, Zuo Mu became increasingly convinced that his parents had foreseen this years ago and had laid the groundwork for today. As his thoughts wandered, he suddenly heard a soft rustling behind him. Turning around, he saw Mei Qi'er struggling to lift her arm, wrapping one end of the red cord around her own wrist and tying the other end to Zuo Mu's wrist. Meeting his puzzled gaze, Mei Qi'er managed a reassuring smile. "I'm afraid that after I fall asleep, you'll abandon me and run off alone again." As her words faded, she contentedly closed her eyes and sank back into slumber. After 2 intense battles plus blood loss, Zuo Mu also felt exhaustion washing over him like a tide, so he lay down right there and fell into a deep sleep beside her. "Welcome back. Enjoy your game." The system's notification sound suddenly rang out at the edge of his consciousness, as if pushing him from dreams back to reality. All supplies were ready and waiting. Next destination, the Demon Realm. Thinking of that place, Zuo Mu couldn't help but picture that level 200 succubus boss. Hopefully he wouldn't encounter her this time. Qian, Mu Shun, thank you once again for helping us. We know that Dragon Book won't give up easily, so we'd like to join your guild and do our part too. Mu Zhuan nodded in agreement, and the other side immediately replied, "Sure, someone will contact you later." After ending the call, Zuo Mu organized the entire sequence of events into a brief message and sent it to Nuanqing. Nuanqing's reply was straightforward. "Don't worry, Mu. We've been secretly monitoring the Scholar Guild's movements for a while now. We've even planted an undercover agent inside. I'll contact those two right away. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to help." With everything arranged, Zuo Mu headed to the main city shops. This mission would take him deep into demon territory, where any mistake could be fatal, so he decided to stock up on potions and magic crystals first. Opening his inventory, the blazing golden light nearly blinded him. His gold balance had exceeded 1,000. It had been barely a day since the last settlement, and while he knew the bloodbath potion was profitable, he hadn't expected such explosive growth. With his pockets now full, this venture into demon territory was the perfect opportunity to increase his purchases. He efficiently selected various potions, magic crystals, and backup materials, then took flight from the city outskirts, transformed into his demon slayer lord identity, and headed straight for the abyss entrance. This commission took place within a demon main city. Target, the city lord's deputy, a human trader named Mo Kai. Defeating Mo Kai wouldn't be difficult. The challenge lay in escaping undetected. With vague mission details, Zuo Mu could only adapt as he went. He activated stealth and swept across the gray wasteland, casually eliminating a few wandering shadow demons along the way, causing his experience bar to jump slightly. At the horizon's edge, the so-called main city finally appeared, and his first impression could be summed up in one word: haphazard. The city walls were nothing more than a sparse fence, seemingly existing not for defense, but to tell visitors, this is the main city. The gate was even more casual, 2 diagonal wooden posts supporting a crossbeam. Passing through, the interior remained chaotic: stalls, fire pits, and hide tents scattered everywhere without any planning, yet filled with a rough, lived-in atmosphere. After just a few steps, he suddenly felt something soft wrap around his arm. A familiar fragrance hit him, and the aura of a level 100 boss made him instinctively tense up. "My lord, it's been so long, surely you haven't forgotten little old me." Zuo Mu remained composed. "How could I?" The succubus's laughter was crisp and light, her voice carrying an intoxicating lilt. "I've been missing you so much, my lord." Zuo Mu casually cast an identification spell, and the result made his heart skip a beat. Her level was 201. It seemed this wasn't just any ordinary demon boss, but some extremely special existence. He quickly assessed the situation. His original plan to stall until his own strength caught up was clearly no longer viable. More troublesome still, the mark she'd left seemed capable of instantly locating him. There was no escape. Therefore, Zuo Mu decided to seriously consider completing the undercover mission the succubus had assigned him. Since there were no clear benchmarks anyway, he might as well accept it for now. "Where would my lord like to go?" "I can show you the way." The succubus clung to his arm, her fingertips mischievously sliding toward his chest, gently tracing circles over his heart. Zuo Mu decided to be direct, revealing his mission's purpose entirely. Thinking she might be able to help after all, he'd be working for her later anyway. The succubus smiled with crimson lips, her small hand continuing to trace patterns on his chest, her tone sticky sweet. "I have a much better idea." As soon as Zuo Mu mentioned his mission, the succubus boss pressed close to him, smiling as she said she had a special idea. Zuo Mu immediately understood when this boss mentioned an idea, it was equivalent to a mission, with absolutely no room for negotiation. He turned his head slightly and waited quietly for what would come next. "Just killing him would be so boring. I want you to replace him directly," the succubus said softly. Zuo Mu's brow furrowed, but his confusion was quickly replaced by understanding of the order. It turned out that the old man who had bullied her was none other than the lord of this main city. The undercover main storyline had indeed come full circle back to him. Strangely, the system hadn't issued any mission prompts. But even without prompts, he couldn't refuse. With the soul chains binding him, as long as he set foot in demon territory, this boss would capture him immediately. And if she ever got the whim to visit human territory to play with him, the consequences would be unthinkable. How am I supposed to replace him? Zuo Mu asked directly. He, my adorable little brother. The succubus gently pinched his chin, laughing as if coaxing a child. The demon race isn't like the human race. As long as you have strength, anything goes. So just kill him directly. Of course, Zuo Mu wouldn't take these words at face value. If he really killed the city lord in the street, the next one to be hunted down would be himself. But he didn't ask further questions since the boss dared to arrange things this way. She must have already paved the way behind the scenes. Fine. He gave only one word. He what a well-behaved good child. The succubus's form of address for him had changed from sir to brother, and now to good child. Yet her tone made it impossible to feel angry. To give you some motivation, I've decided to give you a reward in advance. The reward from a level 100 boss. Zuo Mu was quite looking forward to it. The succubus linked arms with him and led him toward the city's only shop. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper eagerly approached. What do you two need? His words cut off abruptly. The moment he saw the succubus clearly, his body trembled, his face turned deathly pale, his knees nearly buckled, and even the wooden floor creaked under his unsteady steps. Bring out all your magic crystal inventory. The succubus's voice was soft, but brooked no argument. The gentle voice snapped the shopkeeper back to his senses, and he nodded frantically. Yes, yes. Please wait a moment, my lady. He then scurried into the back room. Zuo Mu could tell the shopkeeper recognized the succubus boss and was terrified of her. But his attention was more focused on the words, magic crystal. The first time he'd met the succubus was after buying magic crystals. Now the boss was personally bringing him to buy them. She might as well have written, "Don't think you can escape my grasp," on her face. Soon, the shopkeeper returned carrying a cloth bag, obsequiously presenting it. My lady, this is all the inventory in my small shop, already synthesized into large magic crystals for you. The succubus took the bag, weighed it in her hand, curled her lip in disdain, then casually handed it to Zuo Mu. My lady, do you have any other instructions? The shopkeeper asked with a fawning smile. Get lost. The succubus gave him only one word. Right away. The shopkeeper didn't even dare mention payment and scurried back to his corner behind the counter. The succubus boss led Zuo Mu out of the shop, once again hooking his arm and pressing close, leaning toward his ear. Buying so many magic crystals at once is highly unusual behavior within the demon realm. It'll definitely attract unwanted attention from scheming demons, unless you have sufficient strength like this. A classic characteristic approach, truly befitting a big shot. As soon as the words were spoken, Zuo Mu quietly reminded himself that keeping a low profile was wise until his strength improved. Those magic crystals could be exchanged for tens of thousands of reputation points. After secretly counting them, he quickly stowed them away, thinking to himself that following this big shot might not be such a bad idea after all. After seizing the magic crystals, the succubus boss handed him a letter with a black background and red patterns. Kill that demon and take out the envelope. You'll be able to replace him and work for the city lord. With just that brief statement, Zuo Mu had no doubt whatsoever the earlier display had completely transformed his perception of this figure. But work was still work, and being led around by the nose left him feeling quite displeased. For now, he could only follow the routine and wait for an opportunity to turn the tables. As things wrapped up, the succubus boss suddenly pressed close, wrapping her arms around his head and placing her lips near his ear to whisper softly, I have high hopes for you. This world is far more exciting than you imagine. With that, her graceful form dissolved into scattered points of light. Her mystery deepened once again, as if she had transcended the bounds of an ordinary NPC and was secretly orchestrating something earth-shattering. Zuo Mu weighed the envelope in his hand and took a deep breath. First, let me handle what's in front of me. Arriving at the city lord's mansion, Zuo Mu gained first-hand experience of the demon realm's main city's luxury. Defensive facilities were so shoddy they seemed like mere decorations, while entertainment buildings grew increasingly extravagant. The city lord's mansion before him featured towering obsidian spires and purple-flamed demon patterns covering the walls, utterly ostentatious, very demon-like indeed. Standing at the main gate, he pondered how to lure his target, Emokai, outside. Though he had the envelope, he certainly couldn't just force his way in. After brief consideration, he decided to use the demon approach, straightforward. 5 gold coins glinted between his fingers as he slipped them into the hands of a small demon slave guarding the entrance. Go tell Lord Emokai that someone is waiting for him outside the North City Gate. The crisp sound of metal clinking had barely faded when the little demon slave's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly before scampering into the mansion. In human territories, those tedious procedures had long since numbed people, but in the demon realm, money was enough. Zuo Mu made his way through the streets and out of the city, reaching the North Gate. Outside, the main city remained as desolate as ever. The dark sky pressed down oppressively, and the grayish-brown earth was barren of all vegetation. As a breeze swept by, several strands of his silver hair caught the cold light. Before long, a tall figure emerged from the city gate. Kai immediately fixed his gaze on Zuo Mu standing alone, his brow furrowing deeply. Compared to his appearance before defecting, his body was now covered with intricate demon markings, clearly having completed his initial demonization. He stepped closer, issuing a low warning. Boy, if you can't give me a proper explanation and you're playing games with me, you can leave your head here. Kai Night Demon. Level, 45 Platinum. Health, 600, 000600000. Physical attack, 800. Magic attack, 1200. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 300. Skills. 1. Eternal Night Descent. Deploy a dark domain, enhancing own attributes while weakening enemy attributes. 2. Blindness. Cause enemies to lose vision for 30 seconds. 3. Nightblade. Large-scale shadow blades descend, dealing massive damage. Well, after his corruption, even his skill names are all dark-themed. Zuo Mu chuckled inwardly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Flipping his dagger, he instantly activated stealth, his form gradually blurring in the wind. Seeing this, the night demon said mockingly, "How utterly foolish." Then his withered pale hands rose slightly, magical power flowing around them, as he instantly unleashed a skill. Facing the level 45 Platinum boss, Zuo Mu calmly concealed himself and prepared to strike. The night demon caught the subtle fluctuation in the air, lips curling into a mocking smile as he raised his hand. Eternal night descends. The already dim sky was shrouded in thick ink, as if the entire night had been poured into a black vat, instantly plunging everything into complete darkness. Lurking in the shadows, Zuo Mu's vision was immediately sealed off, his body attributes growing heavy. Even the air beneath his feet felt like sticky asphalt dragging him down. Unable to lock onto his target, his backstab skill became useless. He could only rely on memory to estimate the night demon's position and decisively unleashed Blink Strike. A massive ripple tore through the black mist, but when the light blade descended, it only kicked up dust from the ground. A miss. Not far away, the night demon stood with hands clasped behind his back, eyes gleaming coldly in the darkness, his mockery growing thicker within the eternal night domain. He was nearly invincible. Reducing enemy attributes and enhancing his own abilities were merely surface effects. The real killing move was an unlisted derivative skill. The night demon could teleport short distances through darkness with completely unpredictable positioning. Only a few special bosses possessed such traits, and these hidden mechanics were precisely how late-game content tested players' experience data was often just a reference. Zuo Mu knew the game had such mechanics, but wasn't sure what specific abilities the night demon possessed. After his blink strike missed, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Even weakened, his movement speed should still far exceed that of an ordinary level 45 boss. The night demon shouldn't have been able to dodge so easily. Unless there was something else hidden within Eternal Night. He didn't charge recklessly. While his damage output was high, his defense was mediocre, making a direct confrontation cost ineffective. Zuo Mu immediately retreated, sprinting along the edge of the dark shroud. After a few breaths, he reached the domain's boundary, only to be bounced back by an invisible barrier. The skill's range had mandatory restrictions. He stopped. Zuo Mu quickly steadied his breathing and analyzed the situation. The night demon seemed deliberately slowing his attack rhythm, like a cat toying with a mouse, savoring the prey's panic, perfectly matching demonic nature. Indeed, as he suspected, the night demon now stood with arms crossed in the shadows, the smile beneath his curved horns cold and leisurely. The enemy wasn't rushing, so he needed to stay even calmer. Since he couldn't touch the enemy, he'd modify himself first. Zuo Mu pulled out 2 bottles of purple-black poison from his pack, summoned his clone, and they each downed a bottle. The toxins rapidly devoured their health bars, pushing their life values to the limit while triggering the passive. Movement speed increases as health decreases. His speed instantly broke through the night demon's deceleration cap. Immediately after, the special effects of extreme movement and firepower erupted, afterimages layering beneath his feet as his body seemed outlined by flames, both movement speed and damage output skyrocketing. His strategy was simple and brutal. Since the night demon could teleport through darkness, he'd push their speed competition to the extreme. In that case, let's see who's truly faster. He would break through with pure force, ready to strike. Zuo Mu and his clone flanked left and right, like 2 arrows skimming the ground, their wrist daggers unleashing a flurry of blade flashes. The extreme attack speed tore through the air with piercing shrieks. Once speed reached its peak, enemies would have nowhere to run. The 2 figures weaved and crossed, their blades covering nearly the entire battlefield. The night demon, who had been sneering moments before, felt his heart skip as Zuo Mu's speed suddenly exploded. How could he be this fast? Before he could process the thought, blade light was already at his feet. He hastily teleported, instantly appearing several yards away, but the moment his toes touched ground, another of Zuo Mu's daggers sliced through the darkness in pursuit. Though teleportation was powerful, it had a cooldown period. Under this relentless blanket assault, the Night Demon's agility was almost completely sealed. Zuo Mu caught his opponent's opening and landed a hit. His lips curling slightly, the strategy was working. The combination of extreme movement speed and terrifying damage output left the Night Demon momentarily stunned, but he quickly abandoned his playful attitude. Raising both arms high, he chanted in a low voice, "Night Blades." From the depths of the pitch-black, eternal night, darkness gathered at the ceiling, forming countless suspended daggers that hummed with cold menace. Killing intent pressed down from above, yet Zuo Mu didn't dodge. Instead, he and his clone charged again toward the spot where they'd just landed a hit. He calculated that teleportation was still on cooldown, and with the Night Demon focused on channeling his skill, he'd have no time to reposition. Sure enough, in the next instant he locked onto the Night Demon's true form, chaining his skill into basic attacks for a burst of damage. The Night Demon was shocked. Why was this guy's damage so terrifyingly high? He roared as he controlled the Night Blades, bringing them crashing down. Crush him! The dense black blades whistled as they fell like a torrential downpour, piercing through Zuo Mu's body. Blood sprayed as his health bar instantly bottomed out, but the 100 lifesteal effect activated simultaneously with the high damage, immediately refilling his health. Zuo Mu's health bar rode like a roller coaster, surging up and down but never reaching zero. Moreover, he still had invincibility, and Yu Zhu's resurrection only needed to focus on dealing damage. The Night Demon's expression grew increasingly twisted as he shifted from contempt to caution to viciousness. What kind of monster was this? A mere low-tier demon, actually enduring the Night Blades while continuing his relentless assault. For the first time, panic rose in his heart. As teleportation finished cooling down, he hastily warped to another corner of the battlefield, and the torrent of Night Blades finally ended. With his target lost again, Zuo Mu employed the same tactics, sweeping across the entire dark space with his clone. Forced to retreat, the Night Demon played all his cards. "Dare to underestimate me," he roared, launching fireballs, ice spikes, and other magical projectiles at the nearby Zuo Mu. The darkness obscured vision, making it difficult for Zuo Mu to dodge in time. He could only tank the attacks while searching for the Night Demon's location. The basic attacks of a Platinum level 45 boss packed considerable punch, and in moments without lifesteal targets, his invincibility was forced to trigger. Seeing this, the Night Demon grew ecstatic, his attacks pouring forth even more frantically. Faced with danger, Zuo Mu didn't panic at all. Instead, his mind became crystal clear. Protected by his invincibility effect, he spread his wings and charged fiercely in the direction of the attack, quickly landing another blow on the Night Demon. Unlike before, only his clone was dealing damage to the Night Demon now. Zuo Mu's main body deliberately positioned itself at the farthest distance from his clone. The Night Demon had just taken 2 heavy hits from the clone when its figure flickered again, teleporting exactly between Zuo Mu's main body and his clone. The moment the enemy vanished, an almost imperceptible smile crossed Zuo Mu's lips as he commanded his clone to turn back and engage. The 2 figures, one left and one right, precisely trapped the Night Demon midair. Impossible! The Night Demon gasped in shock, even beginning to suspect that Zuo Mu could somehow see his every move. In truth, this was all thanks to Zuo Mu's combat instincts and quick thinking. After their brief exchange, he had figured out the Night Demon's teleportation pattern. The skill had cooldown limitations and always targeted the position farthest from him. So he deliberately kept his main body stationary, while sending only his clone to probe at close range. When the clone engaged the Night Demon, the creature would inevitably flash to the midpoint between them. All he needed was for both to strike back simultaneously, and he could trap the Night Demon in the next second. This was it. I predicted your prediction of my prediction. Under the pincer attack, the Night Demon's health instantly dropped to 1/3, fear finally showing on its face. While counterattacking, it retreated in panic, but its movement speed was less than 1/5 of Zuo Mu's. Once Zuo Mu latched onto it, it meant endless pursuit. A mighty level 45 Platinum tier greater Night Demon was actually being chased into retreat by an unknown level 30 lesser demon. Terror flooding his heart, the Night Demon simply dispelled the eternal night. The moment light returned to Zuo Mu's vision, the creature immediately cast blindness. Pitch darkness covered Zuo Mu's eyes without warning. Having done this, the Night Demon dragged its nearly depleted body and turned to flee desperately toward the city lord's mansion. If he could just get there, he'd have a chance to survive. The sudden darkness didn't faze Zuo Mu. He had known the Night Demon was hiding a blindness skill. Tilting his ears slightly, he caught the sound of his enemy's panicked footsteps and determined the creature was fleeing toward the city lord's mansion. With no other choice, he gave chase at full speed. Thus, a ridiculous scene unfolded on the main city streets. The Night Demon lord of the city lord's mansion, covered in wounds, ran in disgrace, occasionally glancing back in terror. Behind him, his pursuer, silver hair flowing, black wings beating even with eyes closed and head slightly tilted, still locked onto his prey with deadly precision. The demon pedestrians along the street watched with great interest, following to spectate and occasionally shouting encouragement. Get him! The night demon could no longer care about dignity, practically crawling and rolling toward the city lord's mansion. Rounding the street corner, he finally saw hope. That imposing black mansion was right ahead. At the same time, Zuo Mu's vision suddenly cleared as the blindness effect ended. Looking up, he saw the boss's tottering figure ahead with just a sliver of health remaining. Seeing the boss's pathetic state and that last thread of health, Zuo Mu unleashed a merciless combo. The devastating damage stacked upon damage wiped out the night demon's last bit of health. Just as the night demon's foot touched the steps of the city lord's mansion, Zuo Mu ruthlessly depleted his health bar. Hope froze completely in his pupils as he fell forward stiffly, one hand still reaching toward the mansion door, while the death godlike Zuo Mu slowly sheathed his blade and stood tall. You have slain Platinum Tier Boss Night Demon. Experience gained. 5 gold points acquired. Congratulations on your first kill of Platinum Tier Boss Night Demon. Reputation 800, gold coins 8, gold points 4. Server-wide announcement incoming. The server-wide chain announcements thundered. Congratulations to China region player Mu Zuo for the first kill of Platinum Tier Boss Night Demon. 3. The public channel was instantly flooded. Mu God, that's enough. Stop torturing us, brothers. Platinum Tier? I haven't even touched Gold Tier yet. Are we playing the same game? Stay calm. Just Mu God's routine operation. Mu God, need any followers? Mu God, need someone to warm your bed? Mu God, need someone to cook? Mu God, need someone to scrub your back? Other regions joined the commotion. Sakura region, Kimchi region, Eagle region, Curry region, EU region, Africa region. Racial talent again? Bear region. Congratulations. Flashing text raced by as the spectators had grown numb. But standing at the city lord's mansion entrance, Zuo Mu felt his heart tighten. The city lord had arrived. The monster information remained all question marks. Phantom Demon LV.100. HP. Physical attack. Magic attack. Physical defense. Magic defense. Skills. A mere level 30 player who had just left the starter city kept encountering level 100 demons. The moment the night demon fell, the city lord silently appeared before Zuo Mu but didn't attack, only watched quietly, as if waiting for an explanation. Zuo Mu secretly sighed in relief and took out the envelope the succubus boss had given him, presenting it with both hands. The gatekeeper demon slave nearby was already trembling, had just taken Zuo Mu's bribe and summoned the night demon, and now with the night demon dead at the gate, he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. The city lord took the envelope and opened it without expression. Zuo Mu caught a flicker of surprise in his eyes that vanished instantly. Then a flame appeared from nowhere, burning the letter to ash. The city lord nodded slightly. Name: Demon Slayer. Zuo Mu gave the alias he had prepared. The city lord turned to his accompanying steward. Take him to get his token. He'll handle all of the night demon's affairs from now on. The steward was momentarily stunned, then bowed in acknowledgement. With that response, the weight lifted from Zuo Mu's heart. Though he trusted the succubus boss wouldn't betray him, standing face-to-face with the city lord still made him nervous. After all, he had just slaughtered the guard dog at the man's front door. Wait, that analogy made him sound like the dog? After giving his orders, the city lord's figure gradually faded and finally disappeared. Lord Demon Slayer, please follow me. The steward bowed respectfully. Zuo Mu nodded, first collecting all the drops from the ground before following the steward's steps into the city lord's mansion. His undercover career had begun. Zuo Mu followed the steward into the city lord's mansion, where the interior of the demon lord's residence was far more luxurious than anything in human territory. The obsidian corridors were spacious and bright, with demon slaves and female demons standing every few steps along both sides, their heads bowed submissively. There were so many that it was practically one attendant per step. Under the steward's guidance, Zuo Mu soon arrived at a room deep within the side hall. Lord Shirimo, this is your room. Your task is to completely take over Lord Yimo's work. As soon as the steward finished speaking, he smoothly picked up a cup of still steaming tea from the table. It was obvious that Yimo had been sitting here drinking tea just before leaving. The steward bowed and prepared a fresh cup for Zuo Mu. Lord Yimo's work has only one focus: gathering intelligence on the human race. Zuo Mu was momentarily stunned, then understood. For a human trader like Yimo, being assigned to intelligence work was indeed making the best use of his abilities. If Lord Shirimo has any orders, please summon me at any time. The steward bowed again and quietly withdrew. The room was moderately sized with clean stone walls and was fully equipped with wooden bookcases, wardrobes, a simple armor rack, and comfortable chairs. Zuo Mu sat down at the desk and pulled out a thin booklet. The first page bore the words, Human Secrets. Flipping through it, most entries were old affairs that even Zuo Mu himself was familiar with. He judged this must be the token of loyalty Yimo had offered to the demon race when he betrayed humanity. Yimo's betrayal had caused considerable trouble for the human border regions. Further pages contained more recent information, but it was all trivial gossip. Clearly Yimo had long since sold all the valuable intelligence he possessed and was now just going through the motions. Now that this job had fallen into his hands, Zuo Mu had a much more interesting idea. But first, he needed to return to human territory to report. With his identity as Mo the intelligence officer, his travels between human and demon territories would be perfectly legitimate. If any demons questioned him, he need only look up and answer business trip. Before departing, he had one more matter to attend to, checking Yimo's drops. In his earlier haste, he had only managed a quick glance. For such a formidable level 45 platinum boss, the drops were surprisingly meager, a pile of gold coins and a skill book. Zuo Mu opened the skill book, and his composure immediately wavered. Killing intent perception passive, ability to faintly sense life-threatening attacks. Though just one short line, it revealed tremendous value. Zuo Mu knew this book was worth more than a dozen platinum items combined. No wonder it was Yimo's only significant drop. Such good fortune made him wonder if fate had specially favored him. System notifications appeared in succession. You have learned the skill Killing Intent Perception. Skill enhancement successful. For inch, he invested all 12 golden points at once, upgrading the attribute from faint to clear. The golden notification stopped at 4, leaving Zuo Mu with very few golden points remaining. Even so, he was extremely satisfied. Such perception skills were incredibly rare. Long Ao Tian had relied on similar abilities to repeatedly escape death by a hair's breadth. Combat situations could change in an instant, but with Killing Intent Perception, he could adapt to any situation. It could also effectively dodge sneak attacks, making it a true life-saving divine skill. Zuo Mu moved back and forth through the dense forest, testing his Killing Intent Perception. He discovered that whenever even the slightest trace of murderous intent appeared in his surroundings, white dots would flash at the edge of his retina. With his already exceptional agility and reaction speed, this was like adding wings to a tiger. After tallying his spoils of war, he tucked the small booklet from the table into his chest and teleported back to the human main city. At dusk, banners fluttered outside the city lord's mansion. The white-haired butler had been waiting and led him through the long corridor to the familiar carved wooden door. Knock, knock. 2 gentle raps. Then he pushed the door open. The city lord still wore his silver-white armor, with a broad cloak draped over the back of his chair, a quill pen scratching away in his hand. The white-haired butler and Zuo Mu exchanged a knowing glance and waited quietly to the side until the city lord finished reviewing the last document and looked up. Excellent. You have even more potential than I imagined. The city lord set down his quill, his gaze filled with undisguised admiration. Immediately, a flood of system notifications cascaded down. Congratulations on completing the quest. The final trial rank hidden. Experience gained? Gold points gained 5. Skill acquired. Fusion. Title acquired. Baron. Level increased to 31. Free attribute points gained 20. Gold points gained 3. Server-wide announcement 3. Congratulations to China server player Muzwa for obtaining the Baron title. Title system now activated. The world channel instantly erupted. Mu God, wait up, bros can't keep up with this info stream. Titles? Mu Gods unlocked another new feature. I bet it's definitely a racial talent. But how do you get titles? This rank quest had truly been a complete success. For Zuo Mu, the most important reward was precisely this Baron badge. It meant he finally possessed the basic qualifications to enter the Imperial City, officially beginning his path to the throne. Above Heavendeer reputation, players still carried only the Adventurer label. Titles, however, required completing a series of high-difficulty, high-contribution quests to increase hidden favorability within human faction forces. Once knighted, a player's identity would be officially recognized, bringing transformative changes to their status, privileges, and the level of storylines they could access, even opportunities to influence the main plot's direction. After completing the quest, Zuo Mu pulled out the small booklet from his backpack and presented it with both hands. He then briefly explained. Due to a special coincidence, he had gained a weak but precious identity among the demon race and was now assigned to infiltrate the human side as a spy. Though he mentioned nothing about the succubus boss's details. The city lord was initially stunned, then lowered his head to read. As the pages turned, the air seemed to freeze, with wisps of cold emanating from the gaps in his armor. After reading to the end, he gently closed the booklet, shut his eyes and rubbed his temples, letting out a low sigh. So be it. After a moment, the city lord looked up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Since you've managed to obtain this identity, make good use of it. He paced back and forth before his desk with hands clasped behind his back. Continue your undercover work. Release some controllable intelligence when necessary to elevate your status among the demons, and will secretly cooperate. If managed well, this could prove invaluable at crucial moments. As his words fell, his eyes were already shining with anticipation. Zuo Mu smiled wryly to himself. In the end, they wanted him to be a double agent. But on second thought, it wasn't so bad. The demon side already needed him to establish an identity for the succubus boss. Now with official human cooperation, his advancement would only be faster. Conversely, he could continuously provide intelligence to the human side, earning benefits and promotions from both sides, truly the epitome of competence. Lost in thought, he gazed out the window at the vast sky. Night had fallen deep, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit, and everything seemed to herald the beginning of a new chapter. However, Zuo Mu was very clear in his heart that he would always remain a member of the human race. After the city lord's excitement subsided, he pulled another booklet from the shelf and handed it to Zuo Mu. This contains some information about the human race. It seems important, but it's actually harmless enough, and it should serve you well for quite some time. Zuo Mu took the booklet, glanced through it briefly, then stuffed it into his backpack. With this additional intel, many future endeavors would proceed much more smoothly. As he bid farewell to the city lord and stepped out of the mansion, he suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have rewarded him with a new skill. He immediately called up his interface. Fusion. Uses 11. Effect. Merge any two skills, retaining their individual characteristics while enhancing the overall result. Note: one-time use only. Use with caution. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but a moment's calculation revealed the terrifying potential of this skill. 1. Fuse skills would automatically be enhanced. 2. If further enhanced with external items, instead of upgrading just one skill at a time, it would effectively upgrade two simultaneously. 3. For Zuo Mu, this meant saving precious golden points. The higher the skill level, the more golden points required. Fusing two skills first, then upgrading, would cut the cost in half. His mind racing, he suppressed his excitement. System notification: congratulations. You have learned the skill fusion. With only one chance available, he was ultimately limited, but a bold idea suddenly struck him. Spend one golden point to enhance skill fusion? Confirmed. Fusion enhancement successful. Uses: 22. 1 became 2. It worked. He pressed his advantage and invested more golden points. Fusion enhancement successful. 3. Uses: 44. New description: confuse two active or passive skills. It appeared that each enhancement level added one more use. Time for testing. Zuo Mu dragged his two main class skills, true damage and trade-off, into the fusion interface. System notification: class skills cannot be fused with each other. He nodded slightly. This was reasonable. Classes were a player's foundation, and recklessly merging them could indeed create loopholes. So he switched to true damage, the passive skill weakness. Skill fusion successful. New skill: true insight. Type: passive. Enhancement level: 5. Effect: attacks deal additional true damage equal to 150 of attack power, with an 80 chance to trigger 100 critical hit. The fusion was dominated by the class skill, but the result far exceeded expectations. The original 130 true damage had been slightly enhanced to 150. The weakness skill's effect changed from a guaranteed 100 critical hit from behind to an 80 chance for critical hits on normal attacks. While the critical rate appeared to drop, Zuo Mu knew this actually significantly increased the trigger frequency. After all, it was impossible to strike every enemy from behind in combat. Besides, with just 2 more enhancement levels, that 80 probability could return to full critical rate. The second fusion target was the assassin's signature skill, stealth. He chose it because he already possessed another perfectly compatible passive ability called lurking, which boosted movement speed during stealth and enhanced the next attack. Skill fusion successful. True stealth enhanced 4. Cannot be detected, lasts 50 seconds. Movement speed 100 during stealth. Next attack deals an additional 600 damage and immediately refreshes stealth. 5-minute cooldown. Active attacks will break stealth. The mana cost was completely eliminated, and the base cooldown was reduced by 10 seconds. But what truly made Zuo Mu's blood boil was the small line reading immediately refreshes stealth. A devastating combo sequence instantly formed in his mind. 1. Wait until the last second of stealth, then strike suddenly for a 600 critical hit. 2. Skill instantly refreshes, enter stealth again. 3. Immediately strike a second time, refresh again. 4. Choose to disengage or deliver a third devastating blow within half a second. In mere moments, 3 massive damage bursts that were virtually unstoppable. As an assassin's ultimate skill, this was nothing short of miraculous. Next came another core skill, sacrifice. After a moment's consideration, Zuo Mu decided to fuse it with lifesteal. Skill fusion successful. True sacrifice passive enhanced 5. For every 1 health lost, gain 8 damage, 8 movement speed, 8 resistance. Attacks have 100 lifesteal and can store excess health. Automatically restore to full health when health reaches 0. 1 day cooldown. The attribute bonuses remained nearly unchanged, but the final line, automatically restore to full health when health reaches 0, made Zuo Mu's eyebrows twitch. This was essentially a free life. In the game, with abundant magic crystals, dying once didn't matter much. But in the real world, There was only one life, and adding a brief invincibility skill meant extremely low margin for error. Now, this daily full health resurrection immediately filled that gap. For the fourth fusion opportunity, he focused on invincibility and killing intent detection. Skill fusion successful. Blessing passive enhanced 4. Can clearly sense killing intent. Can block one fatal attack and gain 5 seconds of invincibility. During invincibility, movement speed, attack speed, and damage each 100. 8-hour cooldown. The invincibility duration increased from 3 to 5 seconds with doubled attributes. Even those extra 2 seconds could turn the tide in high-level duels. But most terrifying was the upgrade from sensing life-threatening attacks to sensing killing intent. As long as someone harbored murderous thoughts, he could detect the danger signal in advance. With all 4 fusions complete, Zuo Mu felt his entire body burning with power. The skills no longer simply stacked, but created qualitative chemical reactions that sent his combat ability skyrocketing. He even momentarily wanted to immediately seek out the succubus boss for a test fight, but reason told him he'd only get pinned down and dominated. Just then, the system announcements suddenly began scrolling across the screen like a flood. Dragon Book Megaphone. Who would have thought that the mighty Soul of China Guild would rely on state backing to bully the weak? Today, our Scholar Guild stands up for justice. Jiang Li Megaphone. Drop your disgusting tricks and stop twisting the truth here. Elegy Megaphone. Our people discovered this hidden class first, and we're almost done with it. Don't lie through your teeth. Mad Sky God Megaphone. That player clearly found it first. Soul of China bullied their way in, stole the quest, and now you're making excuses. Warm City Megaphone. I can testify that Soul of China triggered the quest first. Everyone was competing fairly, but now that you've lost, you're turning the tables. Dragon Book Megaphone. Brother, speak up. Don't be afraid. Our Scholar Guild has your back. Zhongxin Megaphone. I clearly triggered the quest first, and was almost finished when Soul of China jumped in and stole it from me. Mad Sky God Megaphone. The person involved has clarified everything. What more do you have to say? Wu Tianxiang Megaphone. Can't win in combat, so you resort to mudslinging tactics? Gentle Love Megaphone. How dare you slander our Jiangli? You'll pay for this. The massive system channel exploded with megaphone messages like a barrage of comments, the cursor barely keeping up with the text speed. Zuo Mu skimmed through and grasped the situation. 1. Soul of China Guild and Scholar Guild were in conflict over a hidden class quest. 2. An independent player named Zhang Xin claimed the quest originally belonged to him. 3. Scholar Guild was making a big deal of this, trying to put Soul of China on trial in the court of public opinion. He immediately sent a private message to Jiang Li. Jiang Li's explanation was brief and clear. Soul of China did indeed trigger the hidden class quest first, and was only one step away from completion. Zhang Xin appeared halfway through, claiming the quest was his. Dragon Book seized the opportunity to stir trouble, hoping to damage Soul of China's credibility through this storm of public opinion. The battle spread from the channel to casual players' chat areas. Scattered doubts, support, and insults intertwined, turning the entire world channel into an uncontrolled marketplace. Soul of China Guild wouldn't do something like this, right? My idol couldn't be that kind of person. They're clearly being framed. Hard to say. I did once witness Soul of China stealing equipment. Huh? Really? Don't listen to his nonsense. It's true. Lucky I ran fast, or I would have fallen victim too. Well done, Scholar Guild. Exactly. Using state backing to bully people. Everyone supports Scholar Guild. Don't get manipulated. Soul of China wouldn't do such things. Dragon Book's rallying cries came one after another, clearly having planted plenty of fake accounts beforehand. As emotions swayed, some wavering players had already sided with Scholar Guild. Jiang Li and the core members could only keep clarifying in the channel, but with little effect. The private message window lit up again. Muzwa, can you find Dragon Book and Mad Sky God's real-world locations? Jiang Li, tried already. They're too well hidden, left no coordinates. Zuo Mu nodded. He'd expected Mad Sky God, that notorious turtle, to be hard to track. He hadn't expected Dragon Book to learn such clean tactics too. Since Long Out Yin became Dragon Book, his opponent had clearly upgraded methods and become more troublesome. Jiang Li sent another message. Don't worry. If I can't handle something like this, I don't deserve this position. Just need a little time. Zuo Mu wasn't worried, was thinking. Of course, not about this current war of words. Those who wrong you know better than anyone how wronged you are. What truly ends disputes has never been public opinion, but fists. In heavenly summons, it all comes down to strength in the end. As long as you're strong enough, even if you're wrong, you're still right. As Zuo Mu typed these words, his mind had already shifted to another, more important matter, or more precisely, to another person. He searched for Qian Shaosheng in his friends list and sent a friend request without hesitation. Qian Shaosheng immediately responded. Mu God, I never dreamed you'd add me first. You're my idol. Muzwa, no need for formalities. I need your help with something. I'll pay. After the message was sent, the channel fell into brief silence. A few seconds later, Qian Shaosheng's reply appeared. Mu God, Let me guess, he's this about the dispute between Hua Zhihuan and the Scholar Guild just now. Mu Zhuo, yes. Can I ask a question first? Mu God, how did you know I could handle this? The question wasn't surprising. Qian Xiaoxing's real rise to power came in the later stages of the game. Right now, he was still secretly building his strength, believing he was perfectly hidden. The fact that someone could confidently assert he had the capability naturally surprised him. Zuo Mu's answer was blunt. Mu Zhuo, secret. Qian Xiaoxing sent a helpless emoji. Fine. It's not like I can say I knew you in my past life. Then he got back to business. Since you already know, I'll be direct. I don't want to surface too early and expose my resources. This is way ahead of my planned timeline. So, Mu Zhuo, I can give you some information. Zuo Mu sent the complete information over. After a moment, the screen went quiet again. Qian Xiaoxing, is this real? As an information specialist, he never trusted others easily, nor did he believe anyone could possess earlier or more comprehensive data than him. But the source was Mu God found himself choosing to believe. Qian Xiaoxing, I trust you. Leave the rest to me. Seeing this message, Zuo Mu knew the trouble had been resolved. He immediately sent a private message to Jiangli. Mu Zhuo, don't do anything from now on. Jiangli glanced at the message and immediately understood that Zuo Mu had made arrangements. She always trusted him unconditionally, so she immediately withdrew and waited to see what would unfold. In fact, Zuo Mu's contact with Qian Xiaoxing wasn't just for the current dispute. After Long Outyin came Long Shu, who could guarantee that next time it wouldn't be Long something else. He couldn't keep dealing with them one by one. To solve this once and for all, he needed Qian Xiaoxing to surface early, and he also needed this key figure he would have to find in reality later. At this moment, Long Shu's faction was busy smearing Hua Zhihuan everywhere, leaving players confused by various inside stories. Just then, Qian Xiaoxing's server-wide announcement exploded. Qian Xiaoxing announcement. The truth has come to light. Zhang San maliciously slandered the Hua Zhihuan guild, and the person involved has already admitted it. Long Shu's side was still clamoring. Who do you think you are, spouting nonsense here? It was clearly Hua Zhihuan bullying the weak. The person involved already admitted it. What's there to argue about? Exactly. Of course, Qian Xiaoxing wouldn't expect to quell the storm with just one statement. He immediately followed up with a second announcement, fully revealing the intelligence network he had been building for so long. Zhang San announcement. I admit that I slandered the Hua Zhihuan guild. I hereby sincerely apologize. As soon as the person involved spoke up, the crowd erupted in shock. I knew it. My idol isn't that kind of person. Zhang San, you almost had us fooled with your lies. Everyone, don't believe this so easily. Who knows if the person involved was threatened into saying this? Exactly. In the forum, members of the Scholar Guild were still trying to stir up trouble. The next second, Qian Xiaoxing's amplified voice drowned out all the noise. All evidence has been compiled. Everyone can check the forum after returning to reality to see the full story search for Jianghu, Qian Xiaoxing. While browsing the posts, Zuo Mu couldn't help but marvel at Qian Xiaoxing's efficiency in such a short time. He had turned the person involved, gathered all the evidence, and cleverly embedded the name, Jianghu, Qian Xiaoxing, into everyone's minds, achieving instant fame. Jiang Li admiringly sighed. Zuo Mu, this person is incredible. Mu Zhuo nodded. We should collaborate with him more in the future. It would be mutually beneficial. Without Zuo Mu needing to remind her, Jiang Li had already quietly arranged for people to approach and recruit Qian Xiaoxing. As the commotion subsided and night deepened, Zuo Mu returned to his room to lie down, preparing to welcome a new day in reality. Extractability? Skill devastating kick extracted successfully. Remaining lives, 15. Looking forward to your return tomorrow. The next morning, as Zuo Mu opened his eyes and tried to get up, he felt an obvious weight on his chest. Looking down, Mei Qi'er was sprawled across his chest, fast asleep, with a faint smile at the corners of her mouth and dry drool forming a small white mark on her chin, breathing steadily. Too exhausted last night, he remembered falling asleep right beside her. He gently pushed her to the side of the bed and sat up, but felt his waist tighten. That bright red rope was still firmly tied around them. As the red rope moved, Mei Qi'er squinted her eyes, rubbed away her drowsiness, and looked at Zuo Mu. Morning. I'll go make you breakfast. Seeing that her body had recovered, Zuo Mu untied the rope. No need. I'll just go buy breakfast. Oh. Mei Qi'er flopped back into the covers, about to continue sleeping when suddenly she had a flash of inspiration. She threw off the covers and pounced onto Zuo Mu's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. You're planning to leave me alone again, aren't you? She then freed one hand and skillfully retied the red rope. Zuo Mu had indeed planned to go out alone, but considering that what he needed to do next wasn't dangerous, he changed his mind. Then hurry up and get ready. We'll leave together. Getting a positive answer, Mei Qi'er immediately perked up and finished washing up in no time. Soon, the two walked out of the residential complex side by side. Steam rose from the dumpling shop at the street corner, filling the air with delicious aromas. Mei Qi'er stuffed her mouth with hot steamed buns, chewing while asking unclearly, where are we going today? An image of a slender girl floated through Zuo Mu's mind. And city, hospital ward. Pale yellow sunlight filtered through the blinds, cutting into thin slices that fell across the bed. On the bed, a woman lay with a pallid face and sunken cheeks, and 4 needle in the back of her hand, weakly lifting her head. A girl held a bowl of warm, thin porridge, carefully bringing a spoon to the woman's lips. The girl was young and short, her skin slightly yellowed from long-term malnutrition. Her features were delicate, though, with a small birthmark near her left ear that she half concealed with her hair. Luower, I'm so sorry. The woman's eyes were full of tenderness and guilt, her voice weak. It's mother who's been a burden to you. As she spoke, she tried to reach out and touch her daughter's thin face, but the girl gently pressed her hand back under the covers. Mom, don't say such things. You'll definitely get better. Just focus on recovering, I'll take care of everything. Beside the hospital bed, Luower cooled the porridge and fed it to her mother spoonful by spoonful. A wave of happiness first flickered in the woman's eyes, only to be replaced by quiet melancholy. For years, the mother and daughter had depended on each other, living in a humble home that was nonetheless filled with stability and laughter. Luower, in particular, had been exceptionally bright since childhood. She loved reading, consistently ranked at the top of her class, and was her mother's greatest source of pride. A year ago, this tranquility was ruthlessly shattered when the woman was diagnosed with a rare genetic disease. The condition was treatable, but the cost was astronomical. Her first instinct was to refuse treatment, planning to use her remaining time to save up tuition money for her daughter. But Luower didn't cry. She immediately dropped out of school and resolved to earn money. Her mother couldn't dissuade her, but made one condition. She must never risk her life for money, or her mother would give up living too. With her exceptional talent, Luower quickly earned her first sum through her intellect. Though modest, it gave her hope. Soon after, the massive online game Heavenly Summons launched. The moment she entered this virtual world, she sensed an opportunity to deploy her strategic mind. With so many players and teams of similar skill levels, victory often came down to wit and cunning. However, her start was rocky. Her account level was ordinary, and her appearance frail. No one wanted to hire a newcomer, especially a young woman, as their strategist. Luower gritted her teeth and persevered, giving her all to every insignificant commission. Finally, she earned her first payment. Though still a far cry from the astronomical treatment costs, it proved one thing. She could do this. Just as hope began to rekindle, disaster struck. A middle-aged man named Liang Cheng led his team to her door, threatening her to join their squad. After investigating, Luower discovered this group made dirty money by raiding accounts and trafficking data, so she immediately refused. As a result, the entire gaming community seemed silent. Said no one dared hire her anymore. She tried reaching out to top guilds, but her name was still too new, and she was rejected at every turn. So, have you made up your mind? That evening, the hospital room door creaked open as Liang Cheng swaggered in with several lackeys, casually flicking the 4 bottle with his finger, producing sharp metallic sounds. Luower gripped the spoon tightly, suppressing the rage surging in her chest. Your mother's condition can't be delayed much longer. As long as you work for us, money won't be a problem. Who told you to come here? Luower demanded coldly. It was this very man who had plunged her future into darkness once again. Her mother frowned. Luower, who is he? Liang Cheng grinned maliciously and suddenly yanked the needle from the woman's hand, causing blood to immediately seep out. We're here to save your life, haha. Seeing this, Luower erupted in fury. She grabbed the fruit knife nearby and lunged at him. Luower grabbed the fruit knife beside her and stabbed viciously toward the man. A flash of cold steel appeared, but one of the man's subordinates behind him caught her wrist like lightning. The blade immediately clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. The subordinate twisted Luower's arm and pinned her firmly in front of him, rendering her unable to move. Seeing her daughter restrained, the woman on the hospital bed struggled to sit up despite her weakness. Let her go. Another subordinate raised his hand, pressing the heavy scabbard of his long blade against the woman's shoulder, forcing her back onto the bed. I told you I would never work for you. You scumbags. Luower struggled angrily. The man stepped forward, roughly gripping her chin and brushing aside the hair that covered her birthmark. His thin lips drew close as his voice turned icy cold. Little girl, it's your good fortune to work for me. Don't be ungrateful. If you refuse again, neither you nor your mother will leave here alive today. He looked up with a sinister smile. Do you really want to watch your own mother die before your eyes? At this threat, Luower's body visibly trembled, struggle flashing in her eyes. Understanding what was happening, the woman screamed with all her remaining strength. Luower, don't agree to them. I'd rather die than let you carry this guilt. Slap. The subordinate holding the blade backhanded her across the face. Shut up, you old hag. Luower's eyes turned red with fury, rage nearly erupting. Don't touch my mother. Come at me instead. However, as merely an ordinary support class player, she was no match for several high-level players. Growing impatient, the man raised his hand to slap her. In the next second, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hospital room. Thud. A pitch-black dagger shot through the air, piercing straight through the man's raised palm as blood splattered. At the end of the handle, a slender, pale hand withdrew like lightning. The moment Zuo Mu appeared, the air in the hospital room seemed to tighten. The several top-tier players, being experienced after all, recovered from their shock and attacked in unison, unleashing a barrage of dense skills that filled the narrow room with nowhere to hide. Zuo Mu's figure flickered, and his clone appeared simultaneously. One each castrating kicks. Two subordinates were struck cleanly by flying side kicks, their bodies folding as dizziness status immediately appeared. Immediately after, two restraint skills locked down the remaining enemies, freezing all four opponents in place. In a flash, the vital points of the three subordinates were swiftly eliminated, and the man's limbs were also broken. The entire process was so fast that only flying blood remained visible. With all enemies instantly defeated, Luo'er finally snapped out of her shock. She bent down to pick up the fruit knife, walked to the man, took a deep breath, aimed the blade at his heart and stabbed down hard. Amid the dull sound of metal cutting through flesh and bone, she poured all her hatred into the strike. The man's eyes widened, confusion and terror frozen in his pupils. What happened? Who is this person? How did I die? His breathing ceased, and his corpse collapsed softly. Though it was Luo'er's first time killing someone, she remained unusually calm. On the hospital bed, the woman breathed rapidly from shock, tears streaming down her face. Yet she still managed to turn towards Zuo Mu and the girl who followed behind him, her voice hoarse but sincere. Thank you for saving my daughter. Mei Qi'er immediately stepped forward, drawing the curtain around the hospital bed to block out the bloody scene, gently comforting. Auntie, it's okay now. Everything is over. Beside them, Luo'er closed her eyes, let out a long breath, and two clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. Soon she opened her eyes again, her gaze clear and focused, then looked at Zuo Mu and said calmly, I can work for you. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that this man had come specifically for her abilities. Zuo Mu watched her quietly, showing no emotional fluctuation. But I have my principles, she clenched her fists. If you cross them, I'd rather die than help you. Zuo Mu remained silent, pulling out his phone to call Jiangli. I'm sending you the location. I need you to handle the cleanup. Also, the person in this hospital room needs surgery. I'll transfer the payment to you later. After hanging up, he spoke his first words to the girl. My name is Muzwa. On the way home, Mei Qi'er was munching on her last candied hawthorn skewer, chewing while asking curiously, Zuo Mu, why do you think suffering always falls on those who are already suffering enough? Zuo Mu looked up at the sunset half hidden by dark clouds, his voice low. Probably because they're angels trapped in hell. His thoughts drifted back to the hospital room. When he spoke the words, Muzwa, the frost on Luo'er's face instantly crumbled, tears bursting forth like floodwaters through an open dam. In that moment, she understood her suffering had come to an end. That name said everything. She would dedicate all her talent, her entire life, to Zuo Mu. Zuo Mu was also grateful he had arrived in time. One step later would have meant a completely different outcome. In his previous life at this moment, Luo'er hadn't encountered today's ordeal, but she ultimately couldn't save her mother. Overwhelmed by grief and contemplating suicide, she was rescued by the leader of a third-rate guild. With her abilities, that guild leaped to become a top-tier force, earning her the title Female Zhuge Liang. All the top guilds offered high prices to recruit her, but she remained loyal to the end. With Luo'er, Zuo Mu no longer had any worries. He only needed to provide the platform, hand over the shops and gold coins to her, have Nuan Cheng and others cooperate, and she would expand their territory. For top figures like Long Shu, he wouldn't need to constantly worry, only had to step in at Luo'er's most critical moments. With everything else handled, he could focus entirely on improving his strength and tackling missions. Here, the last one. Mei Qi'er held the candied hawthorn to his lips, interrupting his thoughts. Zuo Mu bit into one, the sweet and sour flavor exploding on his tongue. Next we go to the north shore of Red Lake. Mei Qi'er blinked. Earlier on the road, Zuo Mu had already told her about the clues he'd deciphered. Yes, but we'll go separately. What? Mei Qi'er pouted, having hoped she could be carried by Zuo Mu in flight like before. To prevent the circus people from tracking us. Zuo Mu's gaze darkened slightly. Since they were willing to put the clues in my hands, it means they can't solve them. But they definitely won't just sit back and let me proceed smoothly. We must seize back the initiative. Mei Qi'er excelled at disguise and was perfect for blending into crowds, while he could fly invisibly. All right then, but go slowly and remember to wait for me. Before her words finished, she casually adjusted her clothes and hat, instantly transforming her appearance and temperament, then melted into the street crowd the next second. After rounding the corner, Zuo Mu also turned invisible and flew toward Red Lake. Before long, Zuo Mu arrived at the northern shore of Red Lake. Throughout the journey, he remained on high alert, secretly watching his surroundings to confirm no one was following him. The Red Lake before him was as eerie as the rumors suggested. The dark red sediment at the bottom had stained the entire body of water blood-colored, and under the evening twilight, It looked even more like a cauldron of boiling lava, sending chills down one's spine. Standing on the northern shore, black wings suddenly unfurled from his back with a whoosh. He took flight, pulling out a half-torn map and pressing it against his palm. Looking down from above, the winding lines on the map seemed to come alive, aligning with the winding paths along the lakeshore, sharp peaks, and dense forests, layer upon layer. Soon, an ordinary-looking tree beside the path was marked as the exact center. Zuo Mu dove down and circled the tree, examining it carefully. He scrutinized the bark texture, root crevices, and even every single leaf, but found nothing unusual. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and a thunderous, rumbling sound came from behind. He spun around instantly. Dust was billowing from the direction of Red Lake, and a massive group of dark shadows was charging toward him. His killing intent detection suddenly sounded an alarm as he gripped his dagger tightly and spread his wings. The next second, the targets fully revealed themselves, a pack of crocodiles. Moreover, they were twice the size of ordinary crocodiles, their black, gleaming scales flashing coldly in the setting sun. Their limbs were thick and powerful, leaving deep claw marks as they ran, while their massive tails swept through the bushes, instantly shredding the grass along their path. Clearly, these monsters had crawled out of Red Lake, and there was only one prey. Zuo Mu. As the crocodile pack closed in, he flapped his black wings lightly and leaped into the air. Below, the crocodiles bulldozed through like machines, tearing up the path and completely destroying that unremarkable tree. They raised their long, pointed snouts skyward, snapping at the air with crack, crack sounds, the collision of their massive teeth making one's scalp tingle. Zuo Mu hovered in midair, his brow furrowed. These crocodiles didn't seem like normal creatures, but more like monsters from a game. Exaggerated size, high attack power, thick defense, and clear behavioral objectives. They had remained motionless by the Red Lake shore, but the moment he reached the location marked on the map, they all charged out, as if guarding something. Finding out the truth was simple. Fight his way through. Black dagger spinning, he summoned his clone, and they dove down from left and right. Blade light and wing shadows intertwined as thick, bloody scent instantly filled the air. Despite the crocodile pack's ferocity, they couldn't last long in actual combat. When the dust settled, silence returned to the surroundings, with crocodile corpses scattered across the ground, pieces here and there. Zuo Mu flicked the blood droplets off his dagger, confirming his judgment. These creatures had roughly the strength of level 30 monsters. How could such beings exist in the real world? Before his confusion could fade, his pupils suddenly contracted. Where the tree had originally stood, a moderately sized pit had collapsed. He quickly approached and began digging with his bare hands, soon touching something hard. After clearing away the surrounding soil, he pried the object out. It was a box. Wiping away the wet soil clinging to it, he revealed a small, rust-corroded iron box. Zuo Mu opened the metal box, revealing another map fragment lying quietly inside. The crisp sound of the metal lid echoed through the small room, while the aroma of hot noodle soup filled the air. At the low table, Mei Qi'er slurped her noodles and looked up. So this map fragment is pointing to yet another fragment? Yes, there might be more to come. Zuo Mu spread out the magazine materials from the box while responding casually. The two had encountered each other on the way back and decided to return together. Under the lamplight, the newly obtained map was almost identical in size to the previous one, with only slight differences in the lines and markings on the back. Zuo Mu placed the two fragments side by side, and their edges aligned perfectly, though the overall map was still missing a corner. Clearly, these pieces would eventually form a complete map, and he believed this one would also point to the next fragment. After confirming the overlapping sections, he pulled out the magazine that matched the pattern on the back of the second fragment, flipping to the corresponding design page and laying it on the table. Then, he used white paper to trace out 4 characters from the fragment, bird in hand, and transferred the paper to cover the corresponding pattern in a children's storybook. The papers fit together perfectly, and gradually, a new location name emerged between the ink lines, within the White Forest. Slurp, Mei Qi'er finished the last drop of soup from her bowl. Where is the White Forest? Not far from here. You better wait for me this time, she emphasized, wrinkling her nose. Zuo Mu suddenly asked, which main city is your game character in? The unexpected question caught Mei Qi'er off guard. After a long pause, she muttered, Humph, I'm not telling you. Seeing Zuo Mu simply respond with a casual, oh, before bending down to lay out bedding on the floor, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you making a bed on the floor? Zuo Mu tucked a pillow into her arms. You sleep on the bed. Welcome back, enjoy your game. System notifications flashed across the screen. 7 of your equipment pieces have made the rankings, earning you reputation points. Your pet, mirror image, has made the rankings, earning you reputation points. Your mount, a U, has made the rankings, earning you reputation points. Back in the game, the leaderboards had refreshed once again. Zuo Mu's equipment dominated the top 7 spots, while his pet and mount both held first place. Mirror images as strong as you are characteristic made its dominance inevitable, and a U, equivalent to a level 30 golden boss, could easily crush any other pet, not to mention its potential for future upgrades. Only on the level rankings had Zuo Mu not yet entered the top 10. After crossing the level 30 threshold, players officially left the beginner phase behind. Hidden classes, powerful skills, rare equipment, and various items emerged in waves, causing overall player strength to explode and leveling speeds to soar. At this moment, the top spot on the level rankings had returned to Better Off Dead, who had previously been suppressed by him level 34, a full 2 levels ahead of second place. With the interconnection of main cities after level 30, hidden quests, dungeons, and treasure chests were being discovered everywhere. Player types became incredibly diverse, and the world of heavenly summons truly came alive with richness and depth. The fresh leaderboard data once again sparked heated discussions among players. We're back from the dead. Who else can do this? Congratulations to Si Guai and the Eagle region for reclaiming the top spot. The World Channel erupted like fireworks as players flooded the chat with messages. Haha, Arjun Warren and Jean Buckuo made it up there too. Congratulations to Alexander Anatolyevich Kosmodemiansky for taking second place. From the Bear region, Alexander A. Allah, congrats to our pressure mountain. Someone else chimed in. Is no one paying attention to the pet rankings and mount rankings? And that ridiculous equipment leaderboard? Honestly, I've never even seen a dark gold piece of equipment, no need to guess. They're all definitely Mushans. Just as the excitement reached its peak, a system announcement blared. Long Shu. The Scholar Guild formally apologizes. We were misled by Zhang San and wrongfully accused the Soul of China Guild. We're offering 1,000 gold coins as a token of our apology. Wow, 1,000 gold coins. The channel instantly exploded again. For ordinary players, that was practically a lifetime of financial security. I read the post. It really was Zhang San maliciously slandering Soul of China. Don't let me catch him. The poster Jiang Hu Qian Xiaosheng was super professional, clear, and well evidenced. I've already followed him. Long Shu's got real integrity to immediately correcting the mistake and throwing down 1,000 gold. Total respect. Another announcement followed. Jiang Li, keep the gold coins. I hope all players from China can unite and face whatever unknowns and challenges lie ahead together. Well said. That's why he's my idol. The World Channel flooded with praise. With Jiang Li's official response, the entire incident came to a close. Once the leaderboard update was complete, Zuo Mu immediately summoned Jiang Li, Nuan Cheng, Ro Qing, and Bai Luo heir to the city lord's mansion. When everyone arrived, they first noticed a slender support girl standing beside him, calm, yet radiating quiet confidence. Zuo Mu initiated a trade with Jiang Li. This is for the surgery fees. Thank you for your help. The trade window displayed a dazzling 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Li accepted without hesitation, while Bai Luo felt a second wave of warmth wash over her heart, her gaze towards Zuo Mu gaining an additional layer of bone-deep determination. This is Bai Luo. Zuo Mu turned to Nuan Cheng and Ro Qing. She'll be handling all your future development planning. With that single statement, all eyes turned to Bai Luo. She met their scrutinizing gazes with composure. Zuo Mu then addressed Jiang Li and Ro Qing. I'll need you both to cooperate with her going forward. Though the two top-tier leaders had never met Bai Luo before, they chose to trust Zuo Mu's arrangements unconditionally. No problem. Such a sweet little sister, why don't you just join my guild? Ro Qing teased with a smile. Zuo Mu nodded slightly, signaling for Bai Luo to speak. Share your plans and strategies. Bai Luo understood perfectly. She had the ability and the stage that Mu Shun had built for her, but she still lacked true reputation and absolute executive support. To get these top guild leaders to follow her decisions without reservation, she had to seize every opportunity to demonstrate her value, build trust through real action, and become Mu Shun's strongest pillar of support. Bai Luo looked at the group, an aura of confidence radiating from her being. Everyone shared the same feeling that this petite figure truly possessed the ability to control the entire situation. Bai Luo's voice was steady and clear, like a sharp chisel gradually carving out the contours of their circumstances. You are all currently top-tier guilds in the Chinese region, with unquestionable resources and manpower. However, there's still a minor flaw in your development. You've probably noticed that your guild seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Upon hearing this, Nuan Cheng and Wu Tianxiang both nodded simultaneously. With Zuo Mu's assistance, they had swept through the early stages like a force of nature, rapidly ascending to become top-tier guilds. Yet recently, their overall strength growth had noticeably slowed, leaving them with a persistent sense of stagnation. Now that Bai Luo had hit the nail on the head, both men immediately looked up with rapt attention. Your advantages lie in your high starting point, abundant resources, and elite personnel. The problem is with your development focus. Bai Luo's analysis caused Jiang Li and another guild leader to straighten their backs involuntarily, their gazes locked firmly on her. The solution isn't difficult, it only requires 2 steps. She raised her finger with confident certainty. First, expand your base-level guild membership. Even establish multiple branch guilds to absorb resources. Let veteran members lead these teams while simultaneously improving their comprehensive abilities. Zuo Mu leaned back in his chair with a smile, watching the focused Bai Luo as if seeing once again that female strategist who had commanded from military headquarters years ago. Second, after solidifying your foundation, focus all efforts on creating an elite combat force within your guilds. Nuan Sheng and his companion exchanged glances, suddenly grasping the key insight. Expanding the foundation would provide a steady stream of resources, while elite combat forces could nurture the grassroots, creating a virtuous cycle. Exactly. Bai Luo confirmed their understanding. With just a few sentences, everyone experienced a moment of clarity. They had previously tried to excel in all areas simultaneously, resulting in a lack of focus and gradual mediocrity. Once the root problem was identified, the gloom lifted from Nuan Cheng and the others' faces, their eyes rekindling with brightness. Looking at Bai Luo again, their gazes were filled with admiration. Jiang Li and his companion turned in unison toward Zuo Mu. Where on earth had this strategist found such a person? Bai Luo withdrew her gaze and added another point. As for the Dragon Book Guild, there's no need to rush into confrontation. Focus on self-improvement for now. We already have sufficient strength to handle their minor provocations. If we truly need to take action, it should be in the real world. This strategy aligned perfectly with Zuo Mu's earlier assessment. While games offered multiple lives, reality granted only one. Given that Dragon Book remained deeply hidden in the real world, Bai Luo continued with her proposal. Form a high combat team equipped with life-saving skills. Dragon Book may be hard to find, but his subordinates are scattered everywhere. Use this team to systematically eliminate his wings and limbs, forcing him to reveal himself. Nuan Sheng and Wu Tianxiang felt their blood surge with excitement, barely restraining themselves from rushing out immediately to hunt down and pummel those targets. They also experienced a strange sense of relief as if they had suddenly acquired a brain and now only needed to serve as the fists, striking whoever Bai Luo designated. Observing everyone's changing expressions, a smile flickered in Bai Luo's eyes. The life she would bloom for Zuo Mu had officially begun. Everyone was completely won over by Bai Luo's abilities from their very first encounter with her. The Nuanqing siblings were especially thrilled, as if they had found a guiding light to illuminate their gaming journey, no more racking their brains during dungeon runs. With tasks assigned, everyone dispersed. The Nuanqing pair rushed off to prepare the branch guild, while Jiang Li and his companions added Bai Luo as a friend before leaving and solemnly invited her to serve as their honorary military advisor. Bai Luo accepted without hesitation, especially since Jiang Li had personally arranged her mother's surgery. She turned to handle the various details of establishing the branch guild, but Zuo Mu called out to her. Come with me. I have a quest for you. Bai Luo was puzzled. She was just an ordinary player. What kind of quest could possibly help the legendary Mu god? Before her confusion could be resolved, Zuo Mu had already led her out of the main city, heading deep into the eastern mountain path. The forest grew increasingly secluded, with crisp birdsong and wild grass reaching their knees. Soon, they arrived at a simple farm, surrounded by mountains, with only a solitary thatched cottage standing alone. Outside the house was a spacious fenced area with separate pens housing over a dozen different animals: wolves, deer, horses, and more. A white-haired old man was bent over scattering feed, his movements steady and practiced. This is a hidden profession quest. Complete it patiently, Zuo Mu said, then stood quietly to the side. Understanding, Bai Luo hurried forward to speak with the old man. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The elder looked up, examining her from head to toe, then held out his palm. Bai Luo also extended her hands. Your hands aren't too soft, you can handle work, the old man said, pointing toward the pens. These animals are about to give birth. Follow me and help deliver them, one by one. Deliver animals? Bai Luo instinctively hesitated, her palms growing sweaty, but her stubborn nature drove her to nod and follow. Their first stop was the white wolf's pen. The mother wolf lay on dry straw, her belly swollen, head resting on her front paws, letting out restless whimpers. Seeing strangers approach, she immediately bared her teeth and growled, her fangs gleaming white. The old man reached out to stroke her head, and the white wolf gradually calmed down. Go get a basin of hot water from the stove, and boil another pot. Bai Luo filled a basin with hot water, grabbed some clean towels, and hurried back to the wolf's side. By now, the white wolf's lower body was already seeping fluid mixed with blood, and she whimpered in pain. The old man gently pressed his palm against her belly, then reached into the birth canal to check the position of the pups before turning to gesture to Bai Luo. Bai Luo held her breath, rolled up her sleeves, and slowly reached inside. With a squelching sound, the warm, bloody fluid soaked her arm as she felt a small, round head. This wolf has internal injuries and lacks strength. You need to go slowly and pull them out one by one. Bai Luo's fingertips gently gripped the pup's neck and slowly applied pressure. The white wolf threw back her head and howled in pain. a tear rolling from the corner of her eye as blood gushed out. Finally, the first white wolf pup slipped out with a wet sound. Cut the umbilical cord. The old man handed her scissors. Then wipe it clean with a hot towel and pull out the second one. Bai Luo placed the small white wolf on her lap, took the scissors, and cut the umbilical cord with a snip. Then she carefully wiped with a warm towel. Even though Bai Luo was always particular about cleanliness, she couldn't worry about the warm, sticky fluid covering the little white wolf at this moment. She lifted the first wolf pup from beneath the mother wolf, carefully cleaned it, and placed the soft little creature on a bed of dry grass nearby, before reaching into the birth canal again to search for the second one. Outside the fence, Zuo Mu watched Bai Luo's methodical movements from a distance, his expression filled with satisfaction. The hidden profession he had chosen for Bai Luo was a rare branch of beast tamer called A-class beast midwife. Don't be fooled by the name. The core of this profession was beast affinity. 1. Contract limit. She could contract twice as many pets as ordinary beast tamers. 2. Attribute bonus. Through the power of affinity, she could grant contracted pets significant attribute enhancements. 3. Real-world potential. Most importantly, in the real world, she could communicate with animals on a basic level and even command them to complete simple tasks. Animals were everywhere in reality, from elephants and lions to mice and sparrows. All could potentially become her capable assistants. Zuo Mu had carefully considered this profession change for her precisely because Bai Luo excelled at commanding from the rear. This profession would not only allow numerous contracted beasts to protect her safety, but also enable her to send pets for reconnaissance, allowing her to make decisions at the first opportunity, truly killing two birds with one stone. For Bai Luo, beast midwife was undoubtedly the most suitable path. Time passed gradually, and Bai Luo finally completed the delivery of the entire litter of white wolves. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and watched the 4 adorable wolf pups snuggling against their mother, competing for milk, a relaxed smile spreading across her face. Well, not bad. The elder nodded approvingly, then called out, "Come on, next one." Bai Luo stood up and looked around. Behind the separated fences, dozens of pregnant beasts of various sizes and temperaments were lined up, resembling a temporary veterinary clinic. Seeing this, Zuo Mu turned to leave. The entire delivery process was expected to last a full day, so he had warned Bai Luo from the beginning to be patient. Fortunately, Bai Luo's resilience needed no explanation. Just then, system announcements suddenly flooded the screen. Auction will begin in 1 hour. Players may proceed to the auction house to participate. 3-inch. The auction is starting. Zuo Mu was slightly stunned. Originally, he had planned to complete another task after handling Bai Luo's affairs, but now he had to postpone it and rush back to the main city for the auction. After all, auctions often featured good items. He checked his inventory. Over 8,000 gold coins would be enough to make some purchases. After returning to the main city, Zuo Mu first went to the Reputation Service Center to exchange the large magic crystals he had previously obtained for free into reputation points. Your reputation exchange was successful. The panel showed his reputation had accumulated to over 40,000, while most players couldn't even reach a fraction of that amount. Then he entered the city lord's mansion and approached the warehouse, where he saw the supply transport captain holding a checklist and taking inventory. "Are there any tasks you need my help with?" Zuo Mu got straight to the point. The captain looked up at the sound of footsteps and bowed respectfully. "Baron, we do have a task that requires your assistance." He pulled out a form from the thick stack of lists and handed it to Zuo Mu. "We're planning to organize a trade escort team to conduct business with the elves. Would you be willing to provide escort services? A merchant caravan heading to the Elven territory needs an escort to ensure their safe arrival at the Elven lands." On the quest panel, several prominent lines followed. 1. Quest progress. Safely reach the Elven capital. 2. Quest rewards. Massive experience points, coins, and most importantly Elven reputation. 3. Special note. Be careful not to lose the cargo, though losing face counts as a kind of reputation too. This was exactly the job Zuo Mu wanted to take. What he truly valued was that Elven reputation. What's the use of Elven reputation? The answer is quite straightforward. There are only 3 ways to access other racial territories. The first method involves large-scale cross-racial quests periodically released by the human race, such as humans assist elves in repelling demon attacks. This is the main channel for most players to enter foreign territories. Zuo Mu had used this method in his previous life for his first visit to Elven lands. However, the drawbacks are equally obvious. These quests typically appear in the late game. B, they're released extremely infrequently. C, since almost everyone can participate, the rewards are naturally limited. The second method is the path Zuo Mu is currently taking, continuously completing elf-related quests and accumulating reputation to earn permanent entry privileges. The only barrier: your reputation must first reach Earth tier level to accept such quests. This requirement alone blocks 99% of players. The third method relies heavily on incredible luck. Happening to encounter high-ranking elves who happen to be in trouble and you happen to have the ability to help, but most people dismiss this possibility as pure fantasy. Someone might ask, why go through all this trouble to enter foreign territories? The answer is equally simple and brutal. Those places are filled with hidden quests, rare pets, premium treasure chests, cool mounts, legendary equipment, and even opportunities to change classes to hidden racial professions that players desperately seek. The human territories are overcrowded with players, so no matter how many good things there are, there's never enough to go around. After confirming his goal, Zuo Mu immediately headed to the auction house. The entrance was already packed with people, and the cacophony of voices nearly lifted the roof. Mu Shun, Nuancheng is here too. Amid the continuous exclamations around him, Zuo Mu saw that Nuancheng's group and Jiang Li's party had already arrived first. Muzwa, you're here too. Jiang Li waved her hand, both surprised and delighted. Our Li's little heartthrob has appeared too. Ro Qing smiled sweetly as she moved closer to Nuancheng, deliberately drawing out her words. Auntie. Jiang Li blushed furiously and gently pushed Ro Qing away. Oh my, don't you always praise him privately for being so capable and handsome? Ro Qing laughed teasingly while placing her hand on Nuancheng's shoulder, winking playfully. Isn't that right, little brother Nuan? As Ro Qing's fragrance wafted over, Nuancheng felt his brain short-circuit instantly, his body stiffening. Sister Ro Qing, I. His follower behind him facepalmed helplessly. It's over, the boss is completely hopeless. The surrounding players finally realized this person in front of them was the legendary Mu Shen. So Mu Shun is not only incredibly skilled, but also so handsome. My idol. Seeing the crowd growing larger, Zuo Mu was hesitating whether to simply enter first when he suddenly spotted Long Shu approaching quickly with his subordinates from the back of the crowd. A bit further away, Kwang Wu Gui was also following behind. Muzwa, Jiang Li, hello there. Long Shu approached the group with a pale, weak face wearing a formulaic smile. I'm truly sorry about the misunderstanding last time. I hope we can become good friends and work together to strengthen our Chinese region. His voice was polite and measured, as if every word had been carefully crafted clearly. He was putting on another act for the players. Wow, is this Long Shu, the president of the Scholar Guild? He's really so graceful. Yes, he's truly righteous and magnanimous. In the crowd, planted supporters had already positioned themselves, using a few flattering comments to push the atmosphere to its peak. Before Jiang Li could speak, Long Shu had already stepped forward boldly under Zuo Mu's cold gaze, actively grabbing his hand and gripping it with unusual force. Muzwa, our guild has always admired your strength. I hope we'll have opportunities to collaborate in the future. After speaking, he leaned in slightly, moving close to Zuo Mu's ear and lowering his voice, a flash of malice gleaming in his eyes. The game has just begun, let's take our time playing. The next second, everyone's eyes suddenly contracted. Zuo Mu's figure instantly faded and vanished, then appeared behind Long Shu in a flash. His dagger gleamed coldly as it struck down viciously. Hiss! Long Shu's invincibility shield was instantly triggered. In the air, fragments of light from the shattered shield scattered everywhere. Before anyone could react, Zuo Mu refreshed his stealth again, landing another strike in the gap between shields. Long Shu stood frozen in place, while Kwang Wugui behind him instinctively stepped back, quietly withdrawing his provocative gesture. Zuo Mu sheathed his blade, stepped forward, and calmly stared at Long Shu. Only then did Long Shu come to his senses, as if he could read a message in those eyes. Drop your ridiculous pretense in front of me. His complexion shifted from pale to twisted with rage. Long Shu could no longer contain his fury. As the president of a top-tier guild, having his shield triggered in public was no different from defecating in the street. Kid, you're asking for death. He raised his hand to retaliate, then suddenly remembered this was the main city. His movement abruptly stopped, changing to a sinister smile. My invincibility is about to end if you've got the guts. Just kill me. Before he finished speaking, Zuo Mu instantly cast his clone technique. Two figures flanked him from left and right, daggers and skills striking together. Bang! Long Shu, wearing an expression of disbelief, was instantly sent to the respawn point. Only at this moment did the Scholar Guild members wake up as if from a dream. The boss got killed? Isn't this the main city? Isn't he afraid of punishment? Should we retaliate? The boss got killed in front of so many people, how embarrassing. Yet Zuo Mu remained calm, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Holy shit. Mu God is so cool. Mu God, Mu God. He even has a clone skill? That must be the mirror image. I knew it was Mu God's doing. Isn't Mu God afraid of punishment? Afraid of what? Being able to show off like this once in a lifetime's worth dying for. By the way, do Mu God and the Scholar Guild president have some conflict? Who cares about conflicts? Being cool is all that matters. Jiang Li and the others finally snapped back to reality. They had originally planned to exchange a few diplomatic words, but Zuo Mu had gone straight for the kill. Impulsive as it was, there was an inexplicable satisfaction deep in their hearts. But on second thought, the punishment for killing players in the main city was definitely not as simple as a life for a life. With bad luck, it could even permanently weaken attributes. Just as everyone was pondering how to handle the aftermath, alarm sounds approached from the distance. Because the guard patrol was already heading their way. While Jiang Li and the others were anxiously waiting, the main city's guard squad had already arrived. Arrest him. He actually killed someone in broad daylight. Exactly. Is there no law and order anymore? The players from the Scholar Guild pointed at Zuo Mu while shouting hysterically. They lacked the courage to actually fight him themselves, so they could only use their voices to support their guild leader who had once defecated in the street. 10 guards formed a line, their long halberds gleaming and heavy armor clanking. Before they even arrived, their imposing presence was already felt. The Scholar Guild players were waiting to watch the show, but the next second they were completely stunned by the guard captain's first words. Sir, do you have any orders? Huangtian Shun. Scholar Guild. Spectating players? Wanqing and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Zuo Mu casually waved his hand dismissively. Just kill the bug, nothing serious. Yes, sir, if you need anything, please summon us anytime. The guard squad withdrew efficiently, arriving quickly and leaving even faster. Mu Shun, what's going on? Wanqing finally voiced everyone's curiosity. Let's go, the auction is about to start. Zuo Mu started walking. No way. Mu Shun publicly killed Long Shu in the main city and nothing happened? And that captain was so respectful to Mu Shun, god of the Chinese region, truly worthy of being the god of the Chinese region, so awesome. In fact, the reason Zuo Mu dared to kill someone so brazenly in the main city and escape unscathed was simply he was a baron. Obtaining a noble title came with a hidden benefit, one daily, main city killing immunity. Without this restriction, the main city would have been chaos long ago. In other words, if he encountered Long Shu again tomorrow, he could do it all over again. Long Shu, who had just respawned and learned about all this, looked so grim he could drip water, and headed to the auction house again with a dark expression. Zuo Mu led everyone into the auction house, and the greeting NPC immediately bowed. Lord Baron, do you need a private box? Only then did everyone remember the Baron title Zuo Mu had recently obtained, and instantly understood the reason for the earlier immunity. Their eyes were filled with envy, not only killing immunity, but even super VIP treatment at auctions. Led by the NPC, they ascended to the high platform of the venue and entered a luxuriously decorated private box. If you need anything, please call for me anytime. The NPC bowed repeatedly before withdrawing. In the spacious box, the few of them had plenty of room to sit comfortably. Mu Shun, why didn't our strategist come? Wanqing asked curiously. Before Zuo Mu could answer, Roaching beside him smiled and said, What? Isn't having me here enough? That smile looked creepy no matter how you looked at it. Sister Roaching. Aye. Wanqing immediately fell silent, causing everyone to chuckle. Amid the commotion, the auction began on time. Since it was the first auction, the boss personally hosted. Welcome everyone to the auction. I won't waste words, let's go straight to the items. Amid cheers, the first auction item was brought to the display platforma level 30 dark gold mage robe. Although the leaderboard had long been dominated by Zuo Mu's platinum and diamond equipment, for the vast majority of players, dark gold was truly the top-tier equipment within reach. Starting the auction with dark gold showed that the subsequent items were worth anticipating. Moreover, this robe had additional damage bonuses specifically for ice mages. Holy crap, dark gold equipment. If someone could get their hands on even one piece, they'd be unstoppable. The players crowded around the auction hall's perimeter had their eyes gleaming with desire, though they knew deep down they were just here for the spectacle. Such items were far beyond their reach. The auctioneer at the center of the hall raised his hand for attention, and the crisp sound of his gavel echoed through the room. The first item starts at 100 gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 10 gold. 150, shouted an independent cultivator in the front rows, jumping in first. 200, came an immediate response from another section. Any higher bids? 210, another player raised their paddle. After several rounds of tentative bidding, the first piece of equipment was quickly settled at 300 gold coins, the final gavel strike drawing envious sighs from the crowd. Next, the second auction item was brought onto the platforma tank class hidden profession card that, according to the auctioneer, was equivalent to rank strength. After fierce bidding, the final price landed at 500 gold coins with a resounding gavel strike. The moment the black cloth was pulled away from the third item, every guild leader in the hall straightened up in their seats. It was a guild-base upgrade card, the very type of crucial item that had previously catapulted Jiang Li's guild to second-tier status and secured their position at the top of the rankings. Long Shu's lips curved into a confident smile, radiating an air of certain victory. He'd received insider information and had come specifically for this item. While Nuansheng and others looked on with envy, they were busy developing branch guilds and needed to spend their funds wisely, leaving them to silently lament the missed opportunity. Jiang Li himself seemed rather disinterested. Upgrade cards were most cost-effective when used at Tier 1, but upgrading from Tier 2 to 3 would require 3 cards at once, so he preferred investing his money in guild infrastructure instead. The auctioneer announced a starting price of 200 gold coins. Long Shu immediately shot up his paddle. 800. He smiled as he looked around the room. My apologies, everyone, but Scholar Guild is in urgent need of this item. I hope you'll all be understanding. Kuang Tianshun quietly lowered his half-raised hand. Though he had equally strong backing and often collaborated with Long Shu, the sinister methods lurking beneath the man's gentle exterior made him instinctively back down. However, the next second, an unexpected voice shattered the calm. 810 gold coins. Long Shu's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the source. The speaker was a young man who appeared cold and aloof, his expression indifferent, not even sparing Long Shu a glance. 1,000 gold coins. Brother, could you perhaps show Scholar Guild some respect? Long Shu raised his bid again, his tone remaining polite. The man showed no reaction. 1,010 gold coins. Long Shu's brow furrowed deeply, his authority seemingly torn open. He didn't recognize his opponent, but Zuo Mu knew exactly who this was, the man who had stood at the pinnacle in his previous life, Death God, president of the Pantheon Guild. This guild had only one membership requirement, possession of a hidden profession card above Crank, not including Crank itself, which spoke to their terrifying combat power. Death God was notoriously domineering and never let his prey escape once he'd set his sights on it. 1,100 gold coins. Long Shu raised his voice. 1,110 gold coins. Death God still only added 10 gold. 1,200 gold coins. Brother, let's not make this unpleasant. Long Shu's tone grew tense. 1,210 gold coins. Murmurs rippled through the surrounding players, stoking Long Shu's anger further every time he raised the price. His opponent only added 10 gold, as if deliberately provoking him. Finally, Long Shu burst out. 2,000 gold coins. Holy crap, an upgrade card going for 2,000. Exclamations erupted from the stands. Big shots really are big shots. Long Shu was confident that 2,000 had to be the ceiling. But the next second, that calm, almost icy voice rang out once more. 2,010 gold coins. 2,010 gold coins sold. Congratulations, sir. Long Shu's face darkened as he lowered his bidding paddle, his gaze lingering on the entrance of the opposite private box for a moment before looking away. Money wasn't an issue for him, but being treated like a fool with deep pockets left a bitter taste. He silently made a mental note of this slight. The auctioneer flipped to the next page of the catalog and announced loudly. Next item up for auction, a mysterious map fragment. As we all know, any map worth tearing into pieces for safekeeping is no ordinary treasure. Starting bid, 100 gold coins. Murmurs immediately arose from the crowd below. While fragments were rare, no one could guarantee what benefits they'd gain after collecting them all. The mere thought of collecting the complete set was enough to deter many players. 110 gold coins. The bidder was Zuo Mu, sitting in a corner. Jiang Li, Nuan Cheng, and the others exchanged glances, watching him curiously. Mu God, it's just a fragment. The other pieces might already be lost forever, Nuan Cheng whispered persuasively. No matter. Zuo Mu remained calm. He knew well that map fragments were one of the ace gameplay features in Tian Zhao. Collect all 5 pieces, and you could unlock a special dungeon where even the worst drops were god-tier equipment. After a few scattered bids, no one else competed. Zuo Mu easily won with 180 gold coins. A treasure like this would be worth it even with an extra zero, he calculated silently, a slight smile playing at his lips. Next, the auctioneer raised his hand to signal, and the next item was carried onto the platform by an attendant. Up next is a skill book Phantom Blade passive. When attacking targets within 10 meters with blade or sword weapons, it will add 1 Phantom Blade ranged attack, dealing 50 of normal attack damage. Can be manually disabled. Starting bid, 500 gold coins. This announcement captured everyone's attention, though it also made some players frown. Have damage meant limited value. Zuo Mu held back, watching as bids climbed from 600 to 700 and up to 800, with fewer and fewer paddles being raised. 1,000 gold coins. Zuo Mu finally made his first bid. 1,010 gold coins. A familiar voice came from the opposite private box. Death God had also set his sights on this book. Zuo Mu's eyes flickered slightly, his smile unwavering. 2,000 gold coins. Nuan Cheng and the others in the box were stunned. Though they knew Zuo Mu had profitable businesses, this price far exceeded reason, but no one spoke up to stop him. Death God pondered for a moment, glanced towards Zuo Mu's box, and bid 2,010 gold coins. Zuo Mu merely lifted his finger. 3,000 gold coins. The hall instantly erupted. Holy shit, is that Mu God in that box? Now that's the true god of the Chinese server. He's not only fierce in combat and handsome, but also loaded. Please adopt me. Death God stopped bidding. 3,000 gold coins had exceeded his psychological limit, but he made sure to remember Zuo Mu's name. The gavel echoed, and an attendant quickly delivered the skill book. Zuo Mu didn't hesitate and immediately chose to learn it. System notifications appeared in sequence. Congratulations. You have learned the Skill Blade Aura. Skill Blade Aura Enhancement Successful 3. His 3 golden points were perfectly used up, and his character panel refreshed. Phantom Blade passive 3. Blade and sword weapon attacks within 20 meters can add phantom attacks, dealing 80 of normal attack damage. Can be manually disabled. 20 meters was already equivalent to 1/3 of a ranged class's attack distance. A few more enhancements would make it truly formidable. For Zuo Mu, spending 3,000 gold coins was quite a bargain. After the skill auction ended, the entire event was drawing to a close. The remaining few items held little significance for him, so he merely glanced at them casually before losing interest. At this moment, Ro Qing pulled out nearly 700 gold coins to bid on a dark gold weapon specifically for warriors, purchasing it for Nuansheng as repayment for a past favor. Nuansheng was so delighted that his grin stretched from ear to ear, clutching the gleaming weapon tightly, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Their tacit romantic tension was crystal clear to everyone present, yet they still believed they were hiding it perfectly. The auction soon concluded, and after brief pleasantries, everyone dispersed. As Zuo Mu left the venue, he failed to notice 2 pairs of eyes watching him intently from behind, one belonging to Long Shu, the other to Death God. Leaving the auction house, Zuo Mu headed straight for the supply transport team's assembly point. 10 flatbed trucks were lined up in formation, their cargo holds packed to the brim with crates, cages, and sacks roughly 100 tons of supplies at first glance. Guards, porters, and accompanying merchants totaled over 50 people, creating quite an impressive sight. Master, the team is ready and we're departing immediately. We're counting on you from here on. The convoy captain clasped his hands in salute, then swept his arm forward. Move out. Wheels rolled over stone pavement as the convoy filed out through the main city's south gate. Destination, Elven territory. With Zuo Mu's presence in the group, it naturally couldn't escape the player's notice. Is that a merchant caravan? Why is Mu God with them? With such a large scale, it must be a long-distance quest, right? So envious. Word quickly reached Long Shu and his associates. Initially departing from the main city, they remained within the protected zone where incidents were virtually non-existent. Guards strolled leisurely beside the vehicles, some even sitting atop the cargo holds humming tunes, while merchants chewed on grass stalks, calculating how many elven specialties they could trade for and how much gold they'd earn. For Zuo Mu, this escort mission was merely routine, safely delivered to the elven territory and return via the same route. Potential enemies along the way would be nothing more than bandits, local monsters, or occasionally appearing demons. Before nightfall, the city's protective aura completely disappeared behind them, surrounded by sparse population and towering forests. Occasional monsters that lunged at them were swiftly dealt with by the well-trained guards, and the convoy maintained its pace, without slowing. However, the tranquility didn't last long. Zuo Mu's chest suddenly tightened, killing intent detected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of cutting air erupted around his ears as countless arrows poured down from the forests on both sides. Take defensive positions, the captain commanded decisively. Guards formed groups of 3, raising shields in formation. Sparks flew with clanging sounds, yet remarkably no one was injured and the cargo remained unharmed. Having blocked the first wave, Zuo Mu whispered instructions, hold defensive positions. He immediately summoned a Yu to stand at the center of the convoy formation with shields raised, while he created 2 shadow clones that swiftly darted left and right into the forest. Branches rustled as dozens of black-masked bandits revealed themselves. Archers in the front row were still drawing their bows while burly men in the back wielded chipped swords and blades, their light armor clanking clearly, an organized bandit group. Seeing Zuo Mu charging alone, the bandit leader sneered. Kid, your teeth haven't even grown in yet, and you dare play escort? You even dare charge at us alone? Ha ha. The crowd joined in mocking laughter. Faced with the mockery, Zuo Mu remained calm and composed, flipping the dagger in his hand. This was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired skill. With a slight mental command, he swung the dagger forcefully. A translucent blade aura shot through the air, aimed directly at the nearest archer. When the seemingly modest attack struck its target, the level 40+ archer's health bar instantly plummeted, nearly cutting his life in half. The archer broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of damage was this? The bandit leader's body trembled with rage, his face twisted with fury as he waved his hand violently. Attack! At his command, the archers retreated collectively while the melee fighters charged forward with their blades. Zuo Mu shot into the crowd like a meteor, his ghostly movement technique weaving through gaps as each flash of his dagger claimed a Lefino one could withstand more than 3 attacks. He seized the moment to activate Leap Strike from range, wondering if Phantom Blade would apply to this skill as well, since it shared the same damage type as basic attacks. Fortunately, it worked. The already area-effective Leap Strike, enhanced by Phantom Blade, transformed into a rain of swords that covered nearly all the bandits. On the other side, his clone fought with equal ferocity but slightly slower speed, possessing only 50 of the main body's attributes. Watching his subordinates fall one by one without inflicting any real damage on Zuo Mu, the bandit leader quickly weighed his options and shouted, "Retreat." Upon receiving the order, the bandits turned and fled, each faster than the last, fearing that even a moment's delay would mean death. In the blink of an eye, the entire group had vanished. Zuo Mu didn't pursue them deeply, instead returning to the caravan. The captain hurried to meet him. "Sir, how is the situation?" About 50 men, highly organized. Hearing that the enemies were well trained, the captain pondered for a moment. This had been a premeditated ambush, and their swift retreat suggested they would likely return at night. Zuo Mu nodded slightly. Their target remained the cargo, making a night attack all the more suitable. "Continue moving," he ordered briefly. The captain acknowledged and organized the team to move out. Zuo Mu traveled with the group, though his brow showed concern for other matters. While he could handle that group of bandits alone, he worried about different hidden threats. After the incident, the convoy continued forward. The merchants and ordinary guards looked less relaxed and more tense, clearly still thinking about the escaped bandits. Soon the caravan emerged from the forest onto a vast grassland, and people finally breathed easier. There was little cover for ambushes here. Half a day later, they made camp by a small stream to rest. Zuo Mu left Yu to stand guard while he spread his black wings and took to the sky for reconnaissance. Looking down from above, he saw endless seas of grass with a winding river cutting through them. Suddenly, he spotted a neat circle of apples arranged on a round stone by the riverbank. Flying closer for a better look, he confirmed it was indeed a ring of apples, except one was missing, creating a conspicuous gap. Zuo Mu had a bold hypothesis. He quickly returned to the caravan, grabbed some apples, and came back to this place. He gently placed the first apple on the gap, and immediately a faint glow emanated between the apples, like a thin thread connecting them. Then, a mysterious light circle bloomed from the center of the glow, looking like some kind of activated mechanism. Zuo Mu's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had found a real treasure chest. However, the next second, a powerful suction force suddenly surged from the depths of the light circle. Before he could even react, he was swallowed whole. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a square chamber. The room was completely empty, with only one exit, a narrow path that looked even more eerie, surrounded by mirrors on all sides reflecting an endless void. Zuo Mu smiled bitterly to himself. He hadn't found a treasure chest, but seemed to have fallen directly into what they called a secret realm. According to convention, treasure chests had an extremely small chance of generating secret realms when triggered, which might contain complex mechanisms or powerful bosses. Either way, successfully clearing them would yield rewards, essentially functioning as upgraded treasure chests that required completing challenges to claim. He stepped onto the mirrored path, judging that he was most likely facing a mechanical trial. As soon as his foot settled, there was a click behind him as a mirror suddenly dropped down, completely sealing off his retreat. The mirrors everywhere made him feel as if he were floating in an endless dimension. No light, no darkness, no past, no future, just his lonely self. Zuo Mu quickly closed his eyes to calm his mind. This was exactly the psychological pressure that infinite mirrors created, and he knew it well. Sure enough, as his eyelids closed, that weightless fear immediately dissipated. With his emotions settled, he reopened his eyes and focused ahead. To leave this place, he could only continue forward. To test whether the mirrors could be damaged, he first threw his dagger, enhanced with his phantom blade technique. The cold light shot forth but seemed to fall into still water, creating only a ripple before being absorbed, and the mirror immediately returned to perfect condition. With attacks useless, he had no choice but to walk. Strange silence enveloped everything around him. Even his footsteps were swallowed by the mirrors. Whether he looked up or down, his vision was filled with his own reflection, and his sense of direction quickly collapsed. After just a few steps, bang, his forehead hit a cold mirror surface. He stepped back, felt around with his hands, and turned left, only to hear another bang. He changed direction again, but after just 2 steps, his forehead struck a mirror for the 3rd time. Only then did Zuo Mu realize he was trapped in a mirror maze of unimaginable difficulty. In this endless reflection, distinguishing front from back, left from right was extremely difficult, let alone remembering the path and finding the exit. Combined with the mental interference from the mirrors, the maze had become almost a prison designed to torment one's will. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to steady himself. No matter how deceptive the illusions, the essence was still a maze, and any maze must have an exit. With this thought, Zuo Mu's lips curved slightly upward. Then he summoned his clone to stand in front of him. Still keeping his eyes closed, he reached out and grasped his clone's clothing. After calming himself for a moment, Zuo Mu summoned his clone. He closed his eyes and stood behind the clone, gripping its collar with one hand like dragging a living measuring tape. The clone was commanded to move forward, taking any available path, and stopping only when blocked. Meanwhile, with each step Zuo Mu took, his mind synchronized to record a string of numbers. Which step required a left turn, how many steps before turning right, which branch led to a dead end. As the step count accumulated, line segments rapidly extended in his consciousness. descending and intersecting until they formed a complete maze blueprint with coordinates, lengths, and turning angles accurate to the smallest detail. Whenever the clone stepped onto a previously traveled path, he immediately whispered a reminder, directing it toward new branches to ensure continuous information gathering. This ability to perform such precise spatial mapping down to the centimeter was entirely thanks to his parents' special training from childhood. Back then, his father would often blindfold him and randomly lead him forward, backward, left, and right across open ground. When training ended, he had to mark the route on paper from memory, then open his eyes and follow the map back along the exact same path until he returned to the starting point without a single error. Similar peculiar games had been endless since his earliest memories, with strange knowledge woven throughout. Years later, when the heavenly summons arrived, these childhood accumulated abilities repeatedly pointed him in the right direction at crucial moments. Before long, all passages of the maze had formed clear images in his mind, leaving only one final blank, the soul path leading to the endpoint. Zuo Mu had his clone step into that unknown territory, completing the last missing piece. Brilliant white light suddenly pierced his eyes. When he opened them, he had escaped the mirror maze and found himself in a moderately sized independent space. At the very center, a golden treasure chest stood quietly. Out of the mirror maze, he muttered to himself, striding forward quickly. The lid lifted, light poured out, and two items lay peacefully inside: a skill orb and a mysterious map fragment. Not bad luck. In just one day, he had obtained his second fragment. These fragments were rare and scattered across the entire Tianlu continent. Finding even one was considered fortunate, let alone striking gold twice. Just as he was about to celebrate, dizziness struck, and he instantly returned to the original stone. The circle of apples on the stone had long since vanished. He first secured the fragment, then turned his gaze to the skill orb, his lips curving into a satisfied arc. Skill: enemy presence. Cost: 100 magic points. Effect: ignores invincibility for 1 second. Cooldown: 24 hours. Invincibility? It's clearly enemy presence. Zuo Mu chuckled softly. In heavenly summons, invincibility was both rare and common. Rare because it was hard to obtain, common because anyone with enough money could eventually buy it. Those ridiculously wealthy members of Quang Shun had repeatedly escaped his killing blows by relying on invincibility items. But now he possessed enemy presence. Even if it lasted only 1 second with a full 24-hour cooldown, it was enough sufficient to tear through any so-called absolute protection. Skill: enemy presence enhancement successful. Zuo Mu used his last 3 golden points for enhancement. Looking at the item's attribute line that read, enemy enhancement 2, consumes 120 mana points, ignores invincibility effects, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown 10 hours. He made a mental note he needed to find time to farm more golden points. The cooldown could be further reduced with just a few more enhancements, making it quite profitable. However, the next second, the system's sharp alert suddenly rang out. Scholar Guild is attacking you. Zuo Mu's expression immediately darkened. His black wings spread wide as he transformed into a streak of dark light, rushing toward the distant convoy. There was only one possibility. They were attacking the merchant caravan. In Heaven's Call, the developers encouraged players to compete for resources. Escort missions allowed players from any faction to raid others, with no penalties for same-race conflicts. Just like guild creation offered free choice between offense and defense, raiding caravans was equally lucrative. Success meant taking all the cargo and treating escort NPCs as elite monsters and bosses for loot calculations. Within moments, Zuo Mu had returned to the airspace above the caravan. At a glance, he could see that Long Shu had indeed planned this ambush the moment he left. Long Shu led hundreds of players out of hiding. The escort captain held his ground desperately beside the cargo while his team struggled against the overwhelming assault. Several were already critically wounded, but fortunately Yu stood at the front, absorbing most of the damage for everyone. Without hesitation, Zuo Mu summoned his clone, and both figures dove into the battle. Long Shu noticed his return and smiled coldly. Attack! An ordinary-looking mage stepped forward from the crowd, raising his staff to trace patterns in the air. With a humming sound, a sinister magic circle suddenly formed. Darkness instantly engulfed Zuo Mu's vision as his body began to fade, vanishing from the battlefield along with the plain-faced mage. In the blink of an eye, both were thrown into a dark, enclosed alternate dimension with dim walls and muffled echoes. Zuo Mu glanced at the generic face across from him and raised an eyebrow slightly. They actually managed to get their hands on this kind of skill? This was the mage's trap formation skill, which could forcibly pull a designated target into an independent space for a unknown duel lasting about 10 minutes, or until one party died. The opponent clearly just wanted to buy time. What could a fragile mage do against him in direct combat? The answer soon became clear. The mage raised his staff again, and a brilliant golden radiance instantly sealed him within a cocoon of light, freezing him in place. Golden body. Zuo Mu immediately recognized this technique. The caster couldn't move, but also couldn't be attacked, lasting 5 minutes. The opponent's strategy was simple, yet ruthless: use the trap formation to lock him in, then use Golden Body to maintain invincibility, forcibly wasting 5 minutes. By the time he returned to the battlefield, the fight outside would likely be over. Long Shu, what a well-laid trap, Zuo Mu thought admiringly. Compared to Long Outyin, this guy's intelligence was on a completely different level. Unfortunately, he was no longer his former self. Zuo Mu flipped his dagger, cold light flashing. In the past, facing such a situation, he might have had to commit suicide to collapse the space, since he could still resurrect anyway. Now, however, this was the perfect opportunity to test his new skill in real combat. Golden Body was also a form of invincibility, wasn't it? He suddenly went invisible, activated backstab, and ghosted behind the mage. His hand rose, and the blade fell. Zuo Mu used a skill to flash behind the enemy. The generic-faced mage was still wearing a contemptuous smile, not even having time to utter his taunting words before his health bar was instantly depleted. The space suddenly collapsed, and Zuo Mu reappeared in the center of the battlefield, stepping on cyan flame-like afterimages. Long Shu watched helplessly as Zuo Mu went in and came back out, his face full of confusion. Wasn't there still 5 minutes of invincibility left? The thought had barely formed when a chill rushed toward him. Zuo Mu spread his black wings and glided low across the ground, charging straight at him while flicking his fingertips to release several clones. The clones rode the same black wings as they cut into the battle circle, and the guard team's already precarious defense line immediately loosened. The ordinary players from Scholar Guild fell like rows of harvested crops, mercilessly cut down by the combined forces of the clones and guards. When encountering high-level tanks, Zuo Mu controlled his clones to execute combo kills. When facing clusters of squishy targets, a single ranged projectile plus teleportation instantly cleared the field. In just a few breaths, Scholar Guild showed signs of defeat. At this moment, Zuo Mu's main body had a clear target locked onto Long Shu alone. In the blink of an eye, he had lunged at his face, and with his swoosh of blade and lightning, Long Shu's invincibility shield was triggered. From Long Shu's perspective, the black-winged reaper appeared suddenly, materializing for one strike, vanishing for another. Just 2 attacks forced out his shield. While the shield was still active, Long Shu hurriedly pulled out a scroll, wanting to flash away, but found his body frozen in place. Zuo Mu's immobilization had hit. It's just a paralysis skill, Long Shu consoled himself, thinking that his shield was still up and he had invincibility items on him. Once the immobilization wore off, he could just use an escape scroll. But he soon realized he had miscalculated. The immobilization combined with devastating kick, +1 from each clone, totaled over 10 seconds of hard control. The additional stun from the backstab made things even worse. Time seemed to stretch, but Zuo Mu's assault never stopped. The dagger's cold gleam surged as relentless strikes poured onto the shield. The shield shattered, and before Long Shu could activate his second invincibility, he was killed and sent back to the main city under his own disbelieving gaze. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu's own 3-second enemy present invincibility had just ended. 1st second to kill the generic-faced mage, 2nd second to charge Long Shu, 3rd second to finish the combo, perfectly timed. Long Shu had been sent home by Zuo Mu twice in one day using completely different methods, and his frustration was beyond words. The remaining members of Scholar Guild saw their leader fall again, their confidence completely shattered. They scattered and fled, leaving the once noisy battlefield instantly empty. Zuo Mu casually pursued and killed a few isolated players before returning to the convoy. Since this was a mission-type faction conflict, Scholar Guild members weren't red-named, so naturally there was no loot to collect. The guard captain approached breathlessly, looking at Zuo Mu as if a war god had returned, his eyes shining. "Sir, what are our casualties?" "The brothers only suffered minor injuries, thanks to you all holding the line." Zuo Mu's tone was calm, yet it greatly boosted everyone's morale. If the guard captain's attitude before was simply respectful, now it was heartfelt reverence. At the critical moment, Zuo Mu arrived and drove back the enemies, saving the guard convoy. Although the guards had long prepared themselves mentally to protect the cargo even at the cost of their lives, when death truly loomed, who wouldn't hope that all their brothers could survive? Zuo Mu's sudden appearance was like a gleaming blade cutting through the deadlock, instantly routing the enemy forces. The cargo remained intact with 0 casualties among the guards. After the battle, he immediately ordered, "Rest in place, rotate shifts, stay vigilant, and especially watch out for those bandits from earlier today." "Yes, sir." The guard captain immediately sprang into action, deploying personnel and arranging the night watch posts with flawless precision. Meanwhile, Long Shu respawned back in the main city, where he happened to encounter the generic-faced mage who had also just respawned. The two stared at each other, both with the same burning question: how exactly had Zuo Mu managed to kill them instantly? A message came through from Bai Luo. "Mu God, I've unlocked a new hidden class." Though the name of this class is the message cut off mid-sentence, but her excitement still radiated through the screen. She had successfully completed the entire Beast Midwifery Quest Series. I'm sending you coordinates for all the treasure chests, bosses, special quests, and dungeons I can access at this stage. Deploy your people as quickly as possible. Zuo Mu finished organizing all the locations in his mind and sent them to Bai Luo. He didn't have time to personally visit each one, so he entrusted these opportunities to Bai Luo to build up their strength. On the other end, Bai Luo was stunned for several seconds by the dense array of coordinates. Any single one of them could make someone incredibly wealthy. But she quickly suppressed her curiosity, with only one thought in mind. She had to become Zuo Mu's most reliable support. Got it. Her reply was crisp and decisive. With these coordinates, her pace would accelerate dramatically. As night deepened, stars scattered across the sky like broken silver. Zuo Mu created 2 invisible clones that ascended left and right to patrol, surveying the area within 10 miles of the camp. After confirming no unusual activity, he returned to camp to rest. Less than 8 hours of sleep would cause his attributes to decline, and he wasn't willing to take that risk. Deep into the night, as the camp lay silent, a system notification suddenly appeared. Logout imminent. Extract abilities? Extracting skills. Enemy detection. Phantom Blade. Success. 13 lives remaining. We look forward to your return tomorrow. As his consciousness withdrew from the game, Zuo Mu opened his eyes to find himself pinned down. Mei Qi'er had somehow climbed onto his chest and was sleeping with drool at the corner of her mouth. He gently moved her aside and got up to wash. Mei Qi'er rubbed her eyes and sat up, her cheeks flushing red as she remembered sneaking into his bed. I'll go make porridge. No need. We're eating out and handling some business. Zuo Mu refused without hesitation. Ever since Mei Qi'er had learned to make porridge, their dining table had featured nothing but plain rice porridge. Oh, okay. She quickly tidied up the room and followed him out. At the breakfast stall on the street corner, Mei Qi'er stuffed a steamed bun in her mouth, took a sip of hot soy milk, and asked with bulging cheeks, "Are we going to buy Lin from the clues?" Yes. Zuo Mu nodded, quickly organizing the intelligence they had gathered. They had already found 2 map fragments, with edges that perfectly formed a right angle when pieced together, suggesting the complete map likely consisted of 4 pieces. They were still missing the final 2. Where the complete map would lead remained anyone's guess. Lost in thought, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The caller ID showed Bai Luo. He had given her his private number after their last meeting. Bai Luo's voice carried suppressed excitement. Mu God, the plan worked. We found a lead on one of Long Shu's subordinates. Zuo Mu was about to head to the next clue when Bai Luo sent word she had found a trace of Long Shu in the real world. On the other end of the phone, Bai Luo spoke at her usual measured pace with characteristic clarity. Our undercover agent in the Scholar Guild has sent intelligence. We've pinpointed one of his hideouts. These operatives had all once been Long Shu's informants. Zuo Mu remembered that the undercover agent had been embedded for a long time without much success. But unexpectedly, Bai Luo's tactical adjustment had immediately yielded a breakthrough. He asked quietly, "Do you need me there?" No. Bai Luo decisively refused. Just focus on your own mission. Long Shu will slip up soon enough. She continued with the latest investigation results. Wu Tianxiang and his team are actually soldiers with strong reconnaissance and counter-surveillance awareness. That settled it for Zuo Mu. No wonder those men carried such intense patriotic fervor. Bai Luo continued her briefing. While on leave visiting family, the group encountered local bullies oppressing a widowed mother and daughter. In a moment of righteous anger, they severely injured the bully. Unfortunately, the bully's father was a local official who used his influence to strip them of their military ranks and have them imprisoned. The villagers were too afraid of retaliation to testify, including the mother and daughter, Bai Luo said steadily. But they didn't lose faith in society. Instead, they became even more determined to fight injustice. So I plan to assign them the real-world mission, with the Warm City Squad providing support. Zuo Mu nodded slightly, once again impressed by Bai Luo's coordination skills. From deployment to action to intelligence gathering, everything had unfolded in just one day, with seamless connections. Her reputation as the female Zhuge Liang was well-deserved. Stay safe, and call me if you need anything, he reminded her finally. Will do. After ending the call, they continued walking and had reached the city's outskirts. Let's split up, Zuo Mu suggested. Mei Qi'er responded with some disappointment. All right. She bent down to retrieve a new cloak and mask, completing her disguise in seconds. Just as they were checking their equipment, a child's piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distant alley. Mama! Wah! Mama, save me! 2 masked figures emerged from the alley, carrying a 7 or 8-year-old boy between them as they sprinted in the opposite direction. Behind them, a female mage stumbled out in disheveled robes, her voice hoarse. Chiner, let go of my child. Her hands moved frantically, magic surging, but she only cast restraining spells, terrified of accidentally harming her son. One of the masked figures barked. Deal with that woman. The other drew a blade from his back and spun around to charge at the female mage. Damn it. Mei Qi'er instinctively moved to intervene, but Zuo Mu raised his hand to stop her. In the next instant, black wings erupted from his back as he transformed into a shadow, and teleported forward. Before the blade could strike, Zuo Mu's dagger had already plunged deep into the attacker's heart. The knife wielder had no time to react, groaned, and collapsed instantly. The female mage, too focused on pursuing the remaining kidnapper to thank him, continued her chase. Zuo Mu pulled out his blade, pivoted, and spread his wings to give chase again. The fleeing masked figure glanced back to see his companion's instant death and those dark wings rapidly closing in. His heart went cold, knowing there was no escape. He drew the long sword from his back and thrust it viciously toward the child, ready to take them both down with him. No! The woman's heart-wrenching scream nearly lifted the roof as she desperately wished she could teleport over to shield her child from the blade. At the critical moment, the man's movement suddenly froze. The sword tip was less than 4 inches from the child's heart. In that crucial instant, Zuo Mu activated restraint. 5 seconds was enough for him. He lunged forward, scooped up the child, rolled backward to safety, and with a swift palm strike knocked the man down, binding his limbs with glowing energy chains. With the crisis resolved, the woman stumbled forward and clutched the little girl tightly. Chiner, oh, mommy thought she'd never see you again. Zuo Mu gently comforted the child. Don't be afraid, it's over now. After confirming her daughter was unharmed, the woman looked up, brushing back her disheveled hair with tears in her voice. Thank you, my savior. Thank you for saving my child. She was about to kneel down. Before Zuo Mu could react, Mei Qi'er had already flashed to his side to support her. Sister, there's no need for that. You're safe now. He pulled out his phone and called Jiangli. After several rings, someone answered, sounding extremely anxious. Zuo Mu briefly described what had just happened. Excellent. We finally caught one alive. Please wait there for us. Jiangli hung up hastily. Meanwhile, the restrained man spat out vicious curses. The child's mother, burning with rage, rushed forward and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks, finally tearing off some tape to gag his mouth before kicking him down again. Minutes later, sirens wailed as they approached. Car doors opened, and Wan Gu and Meng Duo jumped out. Mu God! Meng Duo, whom they hadn't seen in ages, threw herself into Zuo Mu's arms, her ample chest trembling as she nuzzled her face against his chest. I missed you so much. Mei Qi'er pouted jealously and squeezed between them. Move aside, let me check if he's injured. Huh? Mu God, are you hurt? Only then did Meng Duo nervously examine him from head to toe. Wan Gu stood nearby, silently envying them for 3 seconds before lifting her foot to kick the man on the ground hard. Catching one alive is crucial for us. Captain Jiang finally has a breakthrough. Meng Duo glanced at the man with disgust. These people are absolutely insane. Through Meng Duo's explanation, Zuo Mu pieced together the full picture. A covert organization had been kidnapping players who entered the game, keeping them captive to serve their purposes. Jiang Li's team had been staking them out for a long time, but couldn't find a way in. Recently, they had become increasingly brazen. Even targeting Childreniday's incident was part of a conspiracy they had been planning for some time. It turned out these two men were just a small part of the enemy's grand scheme. This mysterious organization was not only ruthless, but also highly methodical. Employing sophisticated surveillance and counter-surveillance tactics in layers, they first cast out bait to lure Jiang Li and her team away from their target, then positioned lookouts to closely monitor the children they had been tracking for some time. When the moment was right, multiple teams struck simultaneously. What Zuo Mu had just defeated was merely one of their units. How despicable! Mei Qi'er beside him lowered her voice, yet her anger was still palpable. Before she finished speaking, Wan Ji's phone buzzed. Captain Jiang? Yes, we've arrived at the scene, and Master Mu is here too. Understood, I'll ask him. Wan Gu hung up and looked at Zuo Mu. Master Mu, our director would like you to come over. Would that be possible? Zuo Mu pondered briefly, already having some idea what this was about. Sure. Wan Gu immediately called back. Captain Jiang, we'll head back with Master Mu right away. With that, he grabbed the man lying on the ground, pulled along the frightened Meng Duo, and stuffed them into the police car. Zuo Mu leaned down to whisper something in Mei Qi'er's ear, then got into the car. Mei Qi'er dramatically raised her voice. Fine. I'll just go by myself then. A hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. The mother and daughter had wanted to thank their savior in person, but seeing that Zuo Mu seemed to have urgent matters to attend to, they had to give up, silently remembering this debt of gratitude. Mei Qi'er swaggered off toward the outskirts of the city. Police lights flashing, the car sped along. Before long, everyone returned to headquarters. At the entrance, Jiang Li had been waiting for some time, accompanied by a middle-aged man who was somewhat portly, but carried himself with commanding presence. Muzwa, thank goodness you captured one of the enemies alive. Jiang Li spoke first. Zuo Mu raised his hand to indicate there was no need for formalities. This is Director Li from our security department. Director Li smiled and extended his right hand. Young man, on behalf of China, I thank you once again for your contribution. The two shook hands. Director Li continued. Jiang Li has already reported your achievements to me. I've been wanting to thank you in person and finally get to meet you today. No need for formalities, Zuo Mu replied simply. Come, let's chat in the office. Wang Gu and the others escorted the suspect to the interrogation room, while Jiang Li and Zuo Mu followed Director Li to his second-floor office. Please, have a seat. The three sat down. Director Li personally brewed 2 cups of tea, steam rising gently as his gaze wandered back and forth between Jiang Li and Zuo Mu, wearing what could only be described as an elder's satisfied anti-smile. It wasn't until Jiang Li's cheeks flushed slightly and she coughed twice that Director Li restrained his expression. Haha, sorry, seeing such a talented young man and beautiful woman sitting together, I got a bit carried away. Jiang Li lowered her head, her blush deepening. Director Li sighed. We've watched Jiang Li grow up. Unfortunately, her parents both died in the line of duty during a mission, leaving this poor child behind. Upon hearing this, Zuo Mu glanced imperceptibly at Jiang Li, so she was an orphan too. Director Li's gaze was gentle. This child takes after her father, always striving to be the best since childhood, excelling at everything, and mastering impressive skills at such a young age. Now with the divine summons upon us, she's leading the establishment of China's guild, and it's thriving under her management. At this point, he looked at Zuo Mu again. We have you to thank for your assistance as well. We've heard about Mr. Zuo's achievements in our department for quite some time. Minister Li flipped through the documents on his desk, while sizing up the young man before him. Your skills in the game are top tier, and you have a strong sense of justice. Would you be interested in joining our Dragon Peace Squad to protect our homeland together? The Dragon Peace Squad was the elite team led by Jiang Li, responsible for expanding influence within the game while also maintaining security and executing missions in the real world. I'm sorry, but I don't really like being constrained. Zuo Mu politely declined, then added, however, if there's real trouble, I certainly won't stand by and do nothing. Minister Li nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this answer, then took a step back. In that case, would Mr. Zuo consider accepting temporary employment? When we need support, you could lend us a hand, and we would certainly compensate you fairly. That works. Zuo Mu readily agreed. In his previous life, he had cooperated with Jiang Li in exactly this manner, so he had already anticipated today's outcome. For a top-tier player like himself, the nation would inevitably try to recruit him, or at the very least propose employment. He agreed so readily not only because, as a citizen of China, he couldn't bear to see his country suffer, but also for practical considerations. For minor matters, Jiang Li could help using her personal authority, such as investigating Long Outyan's background previously. For more challenging leads, higher-level power would be needed just like Minister Li before him, especially regarding the hidden storyline of finding his parents, which had shown mystery and extraordinary elements from the very beginning. He would undoubtedly need to rely on official channels in the future. Excellent. Minister Li opened his drawer and produced an exquisite small box. This is your identification badge, representing your service to the nation. It will make many procedures much more convenient in the future. Clearly, he had prepared in advance and was confident about Zuo Mu's response. Since their cooperation was settled, he didn't delay further. I won't keep you any longer. Xiao Jiang, show Mr. Zuo around the base so he can familiarize himself with the environment. Yes. Jiang Li responded cheerfully. Walking out of the office, her smile was genuine. Congratulations. We're colleagues now. If there are special missions that need whenever you need me, just find me. All right. Zuo Mu nodded, but immediately added. However, I have other matters to attend to right now. I'll tour the base another time. Okay then. A flash of disappointment crossed Jiang Li's eyes, but she quickly recovered her smile. Let me see you out. At the base entrance, she reluctantly watched him leave, her gaze following until his figure completely disappeared before she turned back into the base. After leaving, Zuo Mu immediately activated his invisibility, spread his black wings, and flew toward his original destination. After leaving the base, Zuo Mu immediately activated his invisibility and flew toward the next clue location. This time, he had to act alone. Mei Qi'er had a more important mission. Ever since rescuing that child, his killing intent perception had been flickering on and off. Though vague, it was enough for him to determine that someone was tracking them. The only ones capable of this were from the big windmill circus. So before departing, Zuo Mu pretended to assign Mei Qi'er to the clue location, using her presence to draw away their pursuers while he returned to the base with Wang Gu and the others. When Mei Qi'er left, she deliberately announced her destination loudly. By now, those people were probably running in circles chasing her. With Mei Qi'er's skills in disguise and escape, Zuo Mu wasn't worried about her safety. Free from interference, he could finally head to the White Forest with peace of mind. The White Forest was located on the outskirts of a city in the opposite direction from Red Lake, not too far away. Flying at full speed, Zuo Mu quickly reached his destination. What greeted him was an eerie expanse of trees. Roots, trunks, leaves, and even the soil were all a blinding snow white. Under the sunlight, the entire forest seemed draped in gleaming ice armor. Hovering in midair, Zuo Mu compared the view with the fragment in his hand. The dense foliage blocked his view of the ground, so he had to land and explore on foot. The moment his feet touched the ground, a winding path appeared faintly before him. Following the trail, he soon encountered a fork in the road. Realizing the paths themselves might be clues, he immediately activated his mental mapping function. After about an hour, all the pathways formed a clear pattern in his mind. Comparing it with the information from the fragment, the central location became obvious. Reaching the clue site, he looked around but saw nothing unusual, though he remained cautious. At another clue location before, he had encountered a pack of special crocodiles. This place could easily harbor monsters too. The moment this thought crossed his mind, his killing intent perception exploded. Crisis instincts drove him to instantly spread his black wings, release his clones, and scatter while invisible. The wings for speed, clones to confuse enemies, and invisibility to completely vanish from sight. The killing intent was so intense that he didn't dare hold back anything. In a split second, overwhelming darkness rose from the forest, completely engulfing him. The next moment, his health bar was emptied and his invincibility passive triggered. Without even seeing his enemy, he was already near death. The terrifying power of that attack shocked him. As his health plummeted, his balance passive activated, stacking with the enhanced invincibility bonus to instantly boost his speed and damage output by several levels. Without hesitation, he activated his life steal ability and burst out of the darkness, soaring high into the air. Only then could he see the true nature of the darkness. Below it was a swarm of hummingbirds in terrifying numbers. Though hummingbirds should be tiny creatures, their sheer quantity had formed a dense shadow. Each bird's sharp beak gleamed with an icy light, like countless tiny blades. That's why Zuo Mu's invincibility passive had been triggered instantly. Wherever the hummingbird swarm passed, trees were completely destroyed. Branches and trunks were gnawed full of holes, leaving the entire forest looking like scorched earth after a fire, barren and lifeless, a scene no different from a termite invasion. Clearly, these hummingbirds belonged to the same category of enhanced monsters as the previous reinforced crocodile. The hummingbird swarm noticed Zuo Mu charging toward them, and thousands of sharp metallic beaks simultaneously turned in his direction, shooting at him again like dense raindrops. Now that he understood the enemy's attributes, Zuo Mu immediately switched his combat strategy against swarm monsters. The most effective approach was long-range, wide-area leap skills. A flash of silver light, energy surging. A leap covering the entire airspace descended, instantly tearing a vacuum zone through the previously impenetrable hummingbird formation, with hundreds of carcasses exploding in midair. The remaining hummingbirds showed no fear, regrouping into a dark storm and fearlessly lunging at Zuo Mu. The rest of the battle was straightforward. With his superior speed and lifesteal effects, he weaved through the forest, dodging, retreating, and charging again, always maintaining distance from the hummingbird swarm. Once his skill cooldown ended, he unleashed another leap, turning another large group of hummingbirds to ash. This cycle repeated, and within just a few minutes, the entire swarm had been completely eliminated. As the smoke cleared, Zuo Mu surveyed his surroundings to find the ground covered with countless hummingbird corpses piled into a small mountain. He wiped the black-green fluid splattered on his face and muttered to himself. Bird in hand corresponds to hummingbirds. Fish in mouth corresponds to crocodiles. The next clue better not spawn something even more ridiculous. With the battle over, he returned to the map's center point. The area had been devastated by the hummingbird swarm, left completely bare with peeling bark and exposed grass roots. Zuo Mu followed the exposed tree roots and began digging. The previous clue had been buried underground, so this one likely was too. Sure enough, his shovel struck metal. Zuo Mu pulled out a rusty small iron box, and upon opening it, found a new map fragment lying quietly inside. For words were written on the back. Dream in the mind? Another monster's codename? Zuo Mu frowned as he pieced together the new fragment with the previous two. One corner was still missing, and the gap was noticeably larger. He stored the fragments and activated stealth mode, silently returning to base. Mei Qi'er had arrived before him and was sitting cross-legged on the bed, waiting. Did you find it? She asked, lifting her chin. Yes. Zuo Mu showed her the fragment. Clue after clue. Can't we just get to the point already? Mei Qi'er grumbled, but still leaned over for a look. Back in the storage room, Zuo Mu brought out the box of old books and magazines, searching through them one by one under the dim light, comparing the special patterns on the back of the fragment. Mei Qi'er simply plopped down beside him, crossing her long legs with a smug expression. Let me tell you, I had those surveillance guys running in circles, she said with a look of seeking praise. First I led them out of the city, then doubled back. Then I disguised myself and mixed into the crowd, watching them scratch their heads and pace around frantically at the original spot. Hilarious. Zuo Mu kept working and finally found the corresponding magazine, extracting those 4 characters. He then took out a children's picture book and placed the paper over it for rubbing. Seconds later, new coordinates appeared. Black Rock Underground. Are you even listening to me? Mei Qi'er leaned closer. Did you find it? Where's Black Rock? Zuo Mu searched his memory. An old missile testing base. Because of constant explosive tests, nothing grows there anymore, hence the name Black Rock. Underground. Probably means a hidden entrance beneath the base. Looking up at the window, he saw the sky had grown dark. He closed the magazine. It's too late. We'll set out tomorrow. With that, Zuo Mu reached for instant noodles. But Mei Qi'er jumped off the bed and enthusiastically blocked him. Don't eat that. Today I'll show you what I can do. A few minutes later, there was still a bowl of steaming hot porridge on the table, but beside it sat a colorful cold dish. Cucumbers and tomatoes cut into irregular small pieces, sprinkled with a thin layer of vinegar and seasoning powder that gleamed slightly. Mei Qi'er rested her chin on her hands, watching him intently. Zuo Mu picked up a piece of cucumber and tasted it crisp and refreshing, with just the right acidity and a hint of fruity fragrance. Not bad, he commented. Seeing him continue eating with gusto, Mei Qi'er's eyes curved like crescents as she said softly, "Welcome back. Enjoy your game." As the game resumed, the sky began to brighten with a hint of dawn. After a fierce battle the night before, the merchant caravan was nearly all asleep, and Zuo Mu's fears of a night raid had not materialized. Just as he was about to get up and patrol, a faint sense of murderous intent brushed against his awareness. An enemy. Zuo Mu immediately summoned a clone. The opponent clearly intended to strike while everyone was deep in slumber. He gently tapped the captain, signaling to keep the defensive team and a U in place, pretending to sleep. The others dispersed to hide around the camp. Once everything was arranged, Zuo Mu left a clone beside a U, then became invisible and ascended into the air, using the faint morning light to survey the area. In the distance, one black but after another quietly approached, more numerous than during the day. To catch the thief, one must first capture the leader. He quickly locked onto the bandit leader from earlier, silently landing behind him. As all the bandits took their positions, the leader coldly stared at the camp and waved his arm. Attack. Whoosh. Arrows rained down like falling stars. At the same time, the lurking bandits surged forward, aiming to overwhelm the caravan in one swift strike. However, as they closed in, their ferocity was instantly replaced by confusion. How could there be only a handful of people in the camp? Before their doubts could settle, a greater surprise hit them. The guards who had been asleep on the ground sprang up amidst the whistling arrows, shields raised to protect themselves and the goods, their movements synchronized, as if rehearsed multiple times. Just then, footsteps and the clinking of light armor echoed from behind the previously absent group appeared, flanking the bandits from both sides. Swords clashed, and chaos erupted. The bandit leader experienced a triple whammy of ferocity, confusion, and surprise. Before he could react, a cold glint appeared behind him. Zuo Mu had made his move. With invisibility, a backstab, and a refresh of invisibility, he unleashed a series of attacks, instantly reducing this level 40 golden boss's health by more than half, causing him to nearly jump in shock. "Get in there," he shouted as he retreated frantically into the darkness. Before his words could fade, Zuo Mu felt a surge of killing intent and abruptly stopped. Boom. A massive black axe fell from the sky, embedding itself deep into the ground, narrowly missing him. The axe stood over 2 meters tall, swirling with dark energy. At the end of the axe handle, a small, monkey-like figure crouched, watching coldly. Giant Axe Demon, level 45 dark gold. Health, 400, 000400000. Physical attack, 1500. Magical attack, 200. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 50. Pursuit. Throws the giant axe, locks onto the target, guaranteed hit, dealing 5 times damage. Invasion. Attacks inflict dark energy, causing ongoing magical damage. Agility. Increases own movement speed by 100. How could such a tiny creature wield such a massive axe? Zuo Mu's heart skipped a beat. Then he realized these bandits had actually allied themselves with demons. He immediately recalled his clone that was fighting the minions and redirected it to target the half-health level 40 golden bandit leader. His clone could handle a boss of that caliber. What truly demanded his full attention was the level 45 dark gold boss before him, the little demon monkey. What Zuo Mu truly feared was its first skill-guaranteed hit with 5 times damage, a definite one-shot kill. While his own damage output was off the charts, his defense was merely average. If that attack connected, death was certain. He pulled out a poison potion and downed it in one gulp, deciding to end this quickly. His passive activated, his form became ethereal, and he launched a stealth backstab directly at the boss. Lucky critical hit. A full combo of skills poured out, instantly shaving off a massive chunk of the little demon monkey's health bar. Screaming in agony, the little monkey hefted its giant axe and leaped backward with movements far beyond imagination, causing Zuo Mu to whiff 2 strikes. Zuo Mu clicked his tongue, shifted his footing, and used leap to close the distance. Seeing his superior speed, the little demon monkey roared and hurled its giant axe like a spear. The axe shadow cut through the air, appearing unhurried, yet carrying an inescapable pressure. Zuo Mu instantly understood the guaranteed hit skill had triggered. Since it was unavoidable, he simply ignored defense and gritted his teeth for an all-out assault. The system notification immediately rang out. Fatal damage received. Blessing activated. His health bar was instantly emptied, which suited him perfectly. He had anticipated being one-shotted by a single skill. Fortunately, he had plenty of life-saving measures, invincibility, triggered, granting 5 seconds of double damage output, attack speed, and movement speed. Zuo Mu made full use of those 5 seconds, chaining basic attacks with skills to instantly drop the boss's health below half. The little demon monkey panicked, a dignified dark gold boss being beaten helplessly by a human in his 30s. It recalled its giant axe and swung to hurl it again. Again, Zuo Mu grumbled internally. How could it use the skill again so soon? He quickly understood. This move triggered automatically based on health percentage, and his terrifying burst damage had forced it into seamless cooldown. His own stored life brought his health back to full, but the giant axe still whistled toward him. Since it was unavoidable anyway, he once again abandoned defense and continued his fierce assault. Bang! Health bar zeroed out. Divine Protection triggered full health revival with all skills refreshed. The giant axe returned to the monkey's claws and was immediately hurled again. Zuo Mu couldn't help but think of that cheating toad from the newbie village that spat poison endlessly. His health was emptied again, invincibility reactivated, and his assault continued. The boss was at critical health and threw its axe again. Health zeroed out, stored life brought him back to full. Zuo Mu stood his ground and kept hacking away, grinding down the little demon monkey's last bit of health through sheer persistence. System notifications flooded the screen. You have slain Dark Gold Leader Giant Axe Demon Ape, gaining experience points, 5 gold coins, and 4 golden points. Level increased to 32, gaining 20 free attribute points and 4 golden points. Zuo Mu exhaled deeply, feeling like he'd just played a turn-based game where the opponent's every turn was an instant kill. He looked down at the loot scattered across the ground and smiled softly. With the demon ape defeated, the battle was drawing to a close. The ambush they had set up earlier now proved its worth, with the bandits caught in a pincer attack and forced into a purely defensive position. With the U hovering overhead to provide cover, the guard squad only needed to maintain their offensive pressure. The bandit leader, battered by repeated strikes from Zuo Mu's clone, was down to his last sliver of health. Zuo Mu's main body rejoined the fray, delivering the finishing blows with a few swift sword strikes, and the enemies were completely wiped out in moments. The guard squad suffered no casualties, only minor injuries. At this point, all the guards including their captain, plus the merchants, were completely won over by Zuo Mu. Without his protection, this caravan wouldn't have survived even the first night. With the battle concluded, the rewards came pouring in. 1. Monster levels. This group of bandits were all elite class enemies around level 40, plus 2 bosses. 2. Golden points. The resource Zuo Mu needed most desperately. This battle yielded over 40 of them. 3. Equipment. The bosses dropped over 20 pieces of premium gear, mainly silver and gold quality items, all level 40. Bai Luo and the others would need more training before they could equip these, and Zuo Mu's own gear was already level 40, so no upgrades were needed. 4. Gold coins. Ever since acquiring the shop, gold had never been in short supply. This drop was just icing on the cake. 5. Bonus surprise. The demon ape dropped a life stone and a guild token, quite generous indeed. Zuo Mu immediately consumed the life stone, then turned his attention to the final treasure chest skill scrolls. A full 10 new skills, mostly melee focused, with 2 support abilities. Suddenly, one name caught his eye. Sacrifice. Effect. Sacrifice your own health to increase damage. For every 1 of health sacrificed, damage increases by 1. Can be activated deactivated at will. Who designed this self-harm skill? Zuo Mu raised an eyebrow. The skill concept was brutally simple. Trade blood for attack power. Essentially a budget version of trade-off, but with the ability to actively drain health. Range classes might love it more, but for Zuo Mu, it was a perfect match. He often relied on drinking poison to lower his health and trigger passive abilities. Now with sacrifice, he could precisely control his health while gaining extra damage output. 2 birds with 1 stone. In heavenly summons, there's no best, only most suitable, Zuo Mu mused silently. The same item could have vastly different power depending on whose hands it fell into. Congratulations. You have learned the skill sacrifice. Skill sacrifice enhancement successful. 4. True sacrifice enhancement. 4. Effect. Sacrifice your own health to increase damage. For every 1 of health sacrificed, damage increases by 5. Can be activated deactivated at will. Tisk, self-harm really does pay off. Zuo Mu chuckled, having upgraded sacrifice by 4 levels. With sacrifice combined with his trade-off talent, as long as he maintained low health, his damage output would be terrifyingly unimaginable. With plenty of golden points remaining, he immediately invested in his core skill Mirror Image. This was his most frequently used tactical foundation, making it extremely valuable to upgrade. Skill Mirror Image enhancement successful. True Mirror Image enhancement. 4. Effect. Summon 1 clone that inherits 70 of the main body's attributes. Can be set to simple attack targets or remotely controlled by the main body. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Basically means I can work 2 jobs in a day now, he hummed with satisfaction. Finally, he spent 6 golden points to enhance Phantom Blade. Skill Phantom Blade enhancement successful. Phantom Blade passive enhancement 4. Sword and blade weapon attacks within a 25-meter range can trigger phantom strikes, dealing 100 of basic attack damage. Can be manually disabled. After enhancement completion, the Phantom Slash range extends an additional 5 meters outward, still maintaining 100 damage equivalent to normal attacks. Zuo Mu roughly calculated that he had just over 20 gold points remaining in his inventory, exactly enough to upgrade 2 active skills to level 5. After a moment's consideration, he focused on Leap and Stealth. Leap skill enhancement successful. Stealth skill enhancement successful. True Leap enhancement 5. Cost 60 mana points. Effect: dash forward 40 meters, dealing 700 of attack power damage to all enemies in the path. Cooldown 15 seconds. Everyone line up to meet your maker. True Stealth enhancement 5. Effect: complete invisibility for 60 seconds. Undetectable. Movement speed 120 while stealthed. Special: next attack deals an additional 700 damage and immediately refreshes stealth. Cooldown 4 minutes. Attacking immediately breaks stealth, but allows seamless transition to next stealth within 15 seconds. With this, both core skills damage multipliers synchronized at 700, leaving only 1 gold point remaining. Zuo Mu closed the panel with satisfaction as the caravan finished preparations and resumed their journey toward the Elven lands. After consecutive attacks from bandits and demons, even with complete faith in Zuo Mu's abilities, the merchants' hearts remained on edge. Following several discussions, they pooled their own money to unfurl an expensive group acceleration scroll. Pale blue light enveloped the horses and wagons, dramatically increasing the entire convoy's speed. What should have been a 2-day journey took only a day and a half to cross the human border into the lush Elven territory. The Tian Zhao continent had no shortage of enhancement potions and scrolls, but group effect items were the most expensive. Fortunately, the peace of mind was worth the cost, and the results were immediate. Upon entering Elven territory, a welcoming party quickly joined the caravan, making the remaining journey virtually risk-free. As afternoon approached, the convoy finally reached its destination. Before them lay a magnificent city naturally woven from towering ancient trees and flourishing flora. Don't underestimate these plants. 1. They possessed built-in surveillance functions, immediately alerting to any intrusion. 2. During combat, tree trunks could sweep across enemies like colossal arms while vines entangled and restricted movement. 3. Those gorgeous, vibrant flowers could instantly release toxic pollen, causing continuous damage to enemies. Humans and nature existed in perfect harmony here, causing newcomers to pause and wonder at the city gates. Then came an even more captivating sight: the elves themselves. Pointed ears, azure eyes, universally exquisite features, and perfect forms, each step displaying natural elegance. Seeing the foreign caravan, they gathered curiously to observe. These exotic goods brought by humans were among the most popular trade items in their community. With goods safely delivered, the merchants beamed with joy. This trip's profits were already substantial, and the return journey carrying Elven specialties would bring even more. Following protocol, they needed to inventory their goods and purchase supplies, likely keeping them busy until morning departure. The elves had already prepared accommodations and meals, assigning guides for sightseeing. Most of the guard escort followed the guides to explore and experience the foreign culture. Zuo Mu needed to act independently. As he hadn't forgotten, he had 2 matters to attend to among the elves. Upon arriving at the Elven capital, Zuo Mu had 2 tasks to accomplish. The first was to complete the Shrank hidden quest he had previously accepted, delivering a letter. He knew well that Shrank missions never ended with simply handing over correspondence. The subsequent stages would inevitably be far more challenging. The second task concerned the mysterious wooden key he had purchased at a fixed price from the auction house. Such special items without clear coordinates typically required players to rely on luck, depending on automatic prompts when approaching the target location, much like the demon-slaying token from before. Fortunately, Zuo Mu vaguely remembered that the key corresponded to a place called Flower Sea. Once he found this area, the key would naturally react. He first sought out a guide and asked directly, "Do you know an elf named Jialing?" Jialing. The guide paused momentarily, then revealed unmistakable reverence. "She is the goddess of our elven race." A goddess? Zuo Mu's heart stirred as he silently marveled that this was indeed worthy of a Shrank quest, actually connecting to the highest mystical tier of the elven race. Below the chieftain were the elders, but between these 2 positions existed the special roles of goddess and godinly siblings with the ultimate affinity to nature would be chosen. Jia Ling and her deceased brother Luo Jia were precisely such individuals. Where is the goddess currently located? Zuo Mu pressed. The main city near the ancient divine tree, where the chieftain permanently resides. How long is the journey? 3 days at minimum. Zuo Mu immediately assessed that with less than half a day available, a round trip would be impossible, not to mention potential follow-up quests, so he had to postpone this task. "Do you know of a place called Flower Sea in Elven territory?" The guide's eyes lit up as she smiled. The Night Flower Sea? Worth visiting. It's not far from here. She produced a piece of hide and roughly sketched the route. Exit through the north gate and follow the river. When you reach a fork, head east, then follow the map. Before parting, she mysteriously advised, it's best to go after dark. Tucking away the hide scroll, Zuo Mu thanked her and left the city, spreading his wings northward. Soon, a clear river appeared beneath his feet. He followed the river to find the fork, checked the map below, and continued flying. The Flower Sea was indeed nearby, and he arrived shortly. However, what met his eyes was a scene of desolation. Across the vast plain stood only bare, slender flower stems without a single bloom. The key showed no reaction either. Zuo Mu pondered the guide's hint, speculating that nighttime might reveal a different scene, so he found an open space and rested early. Night quietly descended. In his sleep, Zuo Mu suddenly felt his cheek illuminated by a silvery light. Opening his eyes slightly, he was instantly stunned. The previously withered stems had simultaneously bloomed, their pristine white petals seeming to crystallize from moonlight itself, layer upon layer, forming an endless silver sea. Moonlight poured down, flower waves gently swayed, and the world grew so tranquil that only floral fragrance and wind sounds remained. Under the moonlight's illumination, the Flower Sea appeared even more gentle. The night breeze swept through, causing gentle ripples across the silver sea of flowers. The swaying floral waves felt like delicate hands brushing against one's heart, creating an illusion of tender paradise that made one reluctant to wake from the dream. As night fell completely, the silver blossoms bloomed in unison, and the ancient wooden key in Zuo Mu's backpack began to vibrate softly. He grasped the key and took flight, soaring high above. From his aerial vantage point, he saw a brilliant red glow emerge from the center of the Flower Sea, like a sun suddenly igniting within the Milky Way, too dazzling to ignore. The moment he landed, a thunderous roar erupted as the red area suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive stone door, the very entrance the key was meant for. Zuo Mu inserted the key into the door's central cavity, finding it a perfect fit. Before he could turn it, the key's surface began to twist and extend on its own, its end splitting into 8 wooden tendrils like an upside-down octopus. A series of cracking sounds followed as fissures spread across the stone door's surface, quickly branching out until the entire door split into pieces and crashed down, revealing a dark, lengthy stone passage. Zuo Mu activated his killing intent perception, but detected no danger, so he strode forward confidently. The passage wasn't dark. The stone walls emanated a gentle silver glow identical to the Flower Sea outside, bathing the path ahead in ethereal light. As he ventured deeper, he discovered sequential carvings on the walls that seemed to chronicle the elves' origins. In ancient times, the elven race migrated from distant lands carrying precious divine tree seeds. Under their careful protection, the tiny seeds took root, sprouted, and eventually grew into a towering tree that sheltered the sky, allowing their people to flourish and multiply. However, this prosperity was shattered by demonic invasion. Years of warfare devastated the already sparse elven population. In the critical moment, the elven chieftain sacrificed himself in battle to repel the demons. Yet a section describing the post-war period had been deliberately scraped away. The remaining narrative revealed that after the chieftain's death, a new leader guided the survivors in rebuilding their homeland. From then on, the divine tree was heavily guarded. Only the chieftain could enter the sacred grove, ending the ancient tradition of blessings being open to all elves. Zuo Mu stared at the erased portion, intuiting that it concealed an unsolvable mystery. The murals ended here, as did the stone passage. At the spacious terminus sat a solitary treasure chest. No guards, no traps, the rewards simply waiting there quietly. After a moment's hesitation, Zuo Mu approached and opened it. Silver light burst forth instantly, revealing several pieces of equipment inside, with an emerald tree branch at the center, divine tree fragment. Text appeared. Strive to collect the fragments and journey to the divine tree's sanctuary to uncover that secret. Clearly, this was a long-term quest that couldn't be completed quickly. Zuo Mu pocketed the fragment and its description, then turned his attention to the remaining spoils in the chest, the other pieces of equipment inside. Putting away the branches, Zuo Mu turned his attention to the remaining pieces of equipment and couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. What lay before him were indeed equipment pieces, but they were all level 45, a long sword, a staff, a bow, a dagger, and a shield. Each weapon had the word Guardian embedded in its name, and all were uniformly of dark gold quality. He quickly scanned through their attributes. 1. Divine Tree Blessing. Can designate one piece of equipment to upgrade its quality once. The designated equipment can only be upgraded once. Theoretically, could be used on his own equipment, but this needed verification. 2. Guardian. Can designate another player holding Guardian equipment as a Guardian. When that player suffers fatal damage, sacrifice 50 of one's own health to negate the damage. 12-hour cooldown. This set of attributes was like a lifeline for teammates who fought side by side long-term, essentially giving each other an extra life. Zuo Mu thought to himself that bringing this batch of equipment back for Bai Luo to distribute would be perfect. She could definitely arrange everything flawlessly. His gaze fell on the dagger. His original dagger, though a level 30 diamond quality piece, was already somewhat outdated and could use replacing. After equipping it, he immediately tried Divine Tree Blessing. A faint green light flashed, and the dagger's quality indeed jumped directly to platinum. Next, he invested all his remaining 1 gold point into it. With a ding sound, the dagger advanced once Moretto Diamond. Guardian Dagger. Level 45. Quality Diamond. Physical attack 600. Agility 120. Movement speed 30. Attack speed 30. Health 1000. Charge. Attacks can be charged for up to 3 seconds, dealing an additional 300 damage. Guardian. Can designate another player holding Guardian equipment as a Guardian. When they receive fatal damage, sacrifice 50 of one's own health to negate the damage. 12-hour cooldown. Indeed, the ultimate configuration in any game is always good teammates. Zuo Mu mused silently while gripping his new dagger. If he had 2 more gold points, he could enhance it to supreme quality, and then further upgrade it to become the server's first eternal grade equipment. Unfortunately, his pockets were empty, so he'd have to go farm money first. After storing the equipment, he planned to level up a few times while he was at it, leaving just a few hours for rest at the end. Thinking it, doing it flew directly out of that narrow stone passage. Just as he emerged from the tunnel, a thunderous boom echoed behind him. The stone passage instantly collapsed, and the cracked stone door was buried in dust. Even more bizarre, tinder shoots immediately sprouted from the collapsed ground, then grew at a visible speed, branching, leafing, and reaching the same height as the surrounding silver flowers in moments. Finally, a small flower bud broke free and unfurled under the moonlight, perfectly blending into the silver flower sea, as if the stone door and passage had never existed. Having witnessed countless wonders in the elf territory, Zuo Mu was long accustomed to such phenomena. He left the flower sea and flew rapidly toward a direction away from the main city, soon arriving at a level 50 monster zone. There too was a flower sea, but far more sinister. Each flower towered higher than a person, with stems and leaves covered in sharp thorns like natural caltrops. Especially the demonic flowers at the center, their petals gleamed like surgical scalpel blades, flashing with cold light. Vibrant and exotic flowers swayed gently in the night breeze, forming an endless sea of blossoms. Flower demons, level 50, with 40, 00040, 000 HP, 500 magic attack, 40 physical defense, and 80 magic defense. Walking through a field of flowers without a single petal or piece of flesh clinging to one's body. Such a vast area filled with high-level monsters was perfect for Zuo Mu. He rose into the air above the flower sea, gazing down at the undulating colors below. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he prepared to start grinding. Suddenly, a flower demon beneath his feet shot up like a straightened whip, striking so fast it left no afterimage. His killing intent perception warned him in advance, and Zuo Mu swiftly retreated, barely avoiding the attack. Just as he steadied himself, another whip-like flower demon lashed out again. This time, he didn't dodge, but used his teleportation ability to phase through the flower cluster, was instantly torn apart by a streak of sharp light. You have slain a flower demon and gained experience. System notifications rang out continuously. Due to grinding monsters 15 levels above him, the golden point drops were quite generous. Zuo Mu immediately summoned his enhanced clone, letting both figures charge into the flower wave side by side. The clone inherited his high base attributes and could now take down level 50 flower demons with almost 2 strikes each. The two figures moved like flexible erasers, gradually wiping away the colors from the painting-like flower sea. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, his killing intent perception warned him again. Sharp wind rose behind him. Zuo Mu instinctively ducked low as several whoosh sounds of cutting air passed by his ears. Looking back, a monster several times larger than ordinary flower demons was rising from the ground. Roots for feet, branches for body, leaves for arms, topped with a massive flower crown, and its weapons were actually 2 struggling ordinary flower demons. The flying slashes just now were caused by this creature flinging flower petals. Flower Demon King, level 52 golden. HP, 350, 000 350, 000. Physical attack, 1,800. Magic attack, 1,200. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 300. Skills. Flying petal swings flower bundles in hand, shooting dense petals to cause area physical damage. Dark fragrance releases flower scent, reducing target's all attributes by 50 for 30 seconds. Love's sacrifice triggered when HP drops below 10, flower petals separate from the bloom. A level 52 golden boss. Its stats aren't top tier, but still pretty tough. So Mu's mind raced. Before he could figure out the Love sacrifice effect, the Flower Demon King was already bringing down its 2 weapons overhead. He instantly went invisible, shadow-stepped behind his opponent, and dodged the heavy strike. The flower bundles crashed to the ground with a bang. Though it didn't shake the earth, it sent flower petals and leaves flying everywhere like exploding fireworks. Crash, the scattered petals hit Zuo Mu, and his HP dropped by a third instantly. Realizing that the basic attacks had splash damage and incredible attack speed, Zuo Mu immediately created distance, switched to ranged combat, and sent a Phantom Blade basic attack drilling toward the boss. The Flower Demon King roared in pain and charged forward, swinging its flower bundles wildly. The two engaged in a chase across the flower sea, carving out dozens of meters of empty corridors. Relying on his extreme movement speed and precise positioning, Zuo Mu dodged while continuously hurling phantom blades, steadily grinding down the boss's health bar. Only Zuo Mu possessed such kiting ability, overwhelming damage combined with incredible movement speed. Any other ranged class would never be able to dodge the boss's attacks and would probably be finished in 2 hits. Zuo Mu dodged attacks while looking for opportunities to strike back. The boss's vine lashes and occasional swooping petals created suffocating pressure, yet they couldn't touch him. A few side rolls, one probe step, and all attacks were effortlessly evaded. The moment his skill cooldown bar turned green, he suddenly went invisible and swept in from the flank. His clone remained in place as a distraction while he slipped behind the Flower Demon King, charging up his newly acquired dagger. 3 seconds of precise timing. The blade's cold light exploded, followed by a backstab. The health bar was instantly cut in half. The Flower Demon King let out a piercing shriek of pain, the sound emerging from some unknown flower calyx. At the same time, the giant flower atop its head suddenly closed into a tight bud, then slowly began to swell. The bud expanded to its limit before bursting open with a bang, spewing forth rolling purple mist in all directions. Zuo Mu still inhaled a breath. The sweet fragrance hit his nose, and the next second his attributes were directly reduced by 50. Dark fragrance. His heart tensed, but his expression remained unchanged as he activated Sacrifice. His health dropped to 90, the lost attributes immediately restored, and with the passive trade-off stacked on top, his combat power actually multiplied several times over. Sacrifice complete, the final battle began. He stopped kiting and went for close combat. His form bounced between vines and petals, almost every dodge accompanied by high damage numbers popping up. In just over 10 seconds, the boss's health was nearly depleted. Suddenly, killing intent flooded his senses like a torrent. The entire flower field that hadn't been cleared yet lit up with an eerie glow. Countless flowers simultaneously closed into buds and swelled again. In the next instant, they exploded like fireworks set off all at once. Branches, leaves, and petals transformed into a storm of blades, sweeping across the entire area. The Flower Demon King's ultimate skill, Love Sacrifice, using all Flower Demon's self-destruction to achieve the king's final glory. The range was too vast, and Zuo Mu was at critical health, triggering his passive invincibility. 5 seconds of invincibility, attributes doubled once more. He charged forward without hesitation, unleashing combo after combo, finally delivering a killing blow that sliced through the Flower Demon King's body. The Flower Demon King died. The colorful flower field faded to gray defeat, leaving only scattered broken branches, withered leaves, and shattered petals across the ground. System notifications flooded the screen. Congratulations, you have slain the boss-level monster Flower Demon King. Gained experience points, obtained 5 gold coins, obtained 3 golden points. Level increased to 36, gained 20 free attribute points, obtained 4 golden points. Including the flower demons harvested before and after the battle, his golden points had accumulated to about 20. The loot panel wasn't particularly impressive. A few gold coins, over a dozen standard level 50 equipment pieces, with the highest quality being just 1 golden tier item. The only standout was a group scroll. Guardian Force Scroll, upon use, increases defense of all allies within 1,000 meters by 20, lasting 5 minutes. A very powerful defensive scroll. Don't underestimate this simple defense-boosting scroll. If such a scroll were used at a crucial moment in a guild war, it could directly influence the outcome of the battle. If this scroll were put up for auction, the starting price would be at least 500 gold, and it would only go higher. After tallying the loot, distributing the enhancement points was the main event. Zuo Mu first took out 5 enhancement points and used them twice on his dagger. Equipment: Guardian Dagger enhancement successful. 2. Guardian Dagger level 45 eternal. Physical attack 800, agility 180. Movement speed 60, attack speed 60. Health 2000, piercing. Attacks deal 30 true damage. Charge. Charge for up to 3 seconds to deal 600 additional damage. Guardian. Designate another player with Guardian equipment as protector. When they take fatal damage, sacrifice 30 of your health to negate it. 8-hour cooldown. The appearance of this first eternal grade dagger in the entire server instantly raised the equipment ceiling. The physical attack alone increased by a whopping 1,000 points, and with an additional 30 true damage stacked on top, it was simply outrageous. Zuo Mu's current stats. Mu's lives, 14. Level 36 class, Light Dancer. Health 72, 20 mana 1760. Physical attack 5244, physical defense 175. Magic attack 507, magic defense 171. Unity 1806. Constitution 272, intelligence 244, spirit 245. Unallocated attributes 0, reputation 42351. With physical attack breaking through 5000. At this stage, many high-quality bosses were only at this level. After enhancing his weapon, he had one more chance to upgrade a skill to 5, targeting backstab. Skill backstab enhancement successful. True backstab 5. Consumes 70 mana. Flash 35 meters behind target, dealing 700 attack damage. Stun for 4 seconds. 8-second cooldown. 700 burst damage plus 4 seconds of control, truly devastating. Combined with imprisonment and his devastating kick, the total control duration was just over 10 seconds. Paired with his clone's additional 10 seconds and his current damage output, he could instantly kill most targets. Of course, powerful bosses' resistances couldn't be ignored. Getting a true 5-second control would be a blessing. Not to mention the abundance of purification and crowd control immunity skills in Heaven's Call. After organizing all his gains, Zuo Mu returned to the main city and went straight to his reserved room to rest. About to return to human lands, extract abilities. Skill sacrifice extraction successful. Remaining lives, 13. After the system notification ended, he logged out of the game. Back in reality, Zuo Mu woke up in bed. Mei Qi'er wasn't at the bedside, but he could smell the aroma of food. In the living room, Mei Qi'er had already set breakfast on the table, but was dozing against the chair back, her head occasionally sliding down, clearly having gotten up very early. Hearing movement, she squinted over and forced herself to perk up, calling out, "Zuo Mu, you're awake. Come eat." The table had simple porridge and cold dishes, while the rest were obviously things she'd gone out early to buy. To stay close to Zuo Mu and help search for clues, she willingly took on cooking and housework. Despite possessing breathtaking beauty, she couldn't use even a hint of seduction on him, so she had to prove her worth through these small things. Strangely enough, since Mei Qi'er arrived, this place finally felt like a home. Just as Zuo Mu picked up his chopsticks, Mei Qi'er stopped him with a stern face. "Brush your teeth." After breakfast was settled, the next clue was within reach. Just then, an urgent call from Jiangli rang out. Zuo Mu was about to head to the next clue location when Jiangli called. "Zuo Mu, we've obtained an important lead through interrogation. To ensure the mission's success, we need your strength this time." Jiang Li's voice was crisp and urgent. After a moment's thought, Zuo Mu agreed this was their first official collaboration, and he needed to demonstrate his capabilities. "The clues could wait. We'll wait for you at headquarters, then head out." "On my way." After hanging up, Mei Qi'er organized her equipment while looking up with a hint of grievance. "Are you going to leave me behind again? There's a mission, and it's not convenient for you to come along." Zuo Mu deliberately avoided her gaze. "If I return quickly, we'll go to the clue location together." "All right." Mei Qi'er deflated like a punctured balloon, then suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes lighting up. "Will you come back for dinner?" Zuo Mu looked at her suspiciously. "I'll be back." "Then go. Come back soon." The girl's disappointment was instantly replaced by joy, her crescent-shaped eyes curving as she smiled and watched him step out the door. Those star-like eyes made Zuo Mu's heart skip a beat. He shook his head gently. "I'm leaving. Come back soon." Mei Qi'er waved vigorously behind him, like a little wife seeing her husband off to war. Soon, Zuo Mu arrived at the base. Jiang Li was already waiting with the team. "Zuo Mu." Everyone came forward to greet him. "Never thought I'd get to fight alongside the legendary Mu." Wan Gu sighed with emotion, while Deshan behind her just grinned foolishly. "Big brother Mu. I'll support you well." Meng Duo directly hugged Zuo Mu's arm, lost in her own fantasies and giggling endlessly. Just as they finished greeting each other, someone came running from the distance. "Sorry everyone. I'm late." It was a scholarly-looking young man who seemed harmless. He ran straight to Jiang Li's side, smiling obsequiously. "Xiao Li, let's head out." Anyone could see his admiration for Jiang Li. However, the moment Zuo Mu saw the man, cold light flashed in his eyes, his dagger spun, his form vanished, and the next second his blade struck directly at a vital point. Swoosh. The man's invincibility shield was instantly triggered. Zuo Mu's sudden attack left everyone frozen in place. Clearly meeting for the first time, why did they seem like mortal enemies? Before anyone could react, the man had already used the shield's protection to flee desperately toward the base's main gate. He understood the terror of this god of the Chinese region, but couldn't comprehend why he wanted to kill him on sight though. He secretly envied Zuo Mu and coveted Jiang Li. Those were just thoughts. Was that worth killing over? In this critical moment, escape was everything. Seeing the gate within reach, the man screamed internally, "Once I get inside, I'll survive. If I live through this, I'll make you wish you were dead. With my uncle's protection, who dares touch me?" Before the thought could fully form, a dark, ancient dagger had already pierced through his heart, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. How is this possible? The man's fleeting sense of invincibility crumbled instantly before Zuo Mu. A flash of cold steel, a dull thud, and he was already lying in a pool of blood from entrance to exit. Mere seconds had passed. Only after the man's death did Jiang Li and the others snap back to reality. Zuo Mu? Master Mu? They gathered around, staring at the spreading pool of blood and the lifeless body on the ground. Jiang Li was the first to react, urgently whispering, Zuo Mu, you need to leave now. I'll find a way to delete your basic information. They won't be able to track you down for a while. Seeing that Zuo Mu remained unmoved, Wang Gu quickly added, Master Mu, his uncle is the deputy director of our security department. That deputy director has no children of his own and has always treated him like a son. He's also a petty man who holds grudges. Team leader Jiang is right, you must go. Meng Duo glanced toward the base from the corner of her eye, her voice barely audible. He's already here. As footsteps approached, a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man came running frantically, dragging his corpulent frame. The moment he saw the body on the ground, he froze. Disbelief, savage fury, and confusion flickered across his face before finally transforming into grief. Suddenly embraced the corpse and wailed, my little Chong, how could you die? What am I supposed to do without you? Through his sobs, he pressed his hands desperately against his nephew's chest wound, trying futilely to stem the bleeding, while blaming himself. It's all my fault. I came too late. Suddenly, he looked up and fixed his bloodshot eyes on Zuo Mu, roaring, kill him. The guards following behind him immediately drew their weapons upon hearing the command, radiating murderous intent. Zuo Mu stared coldly at them, showing no intention of backing down, while Jiang Li and the others immediately positioned themselves in front of him, their stance clear. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, an authoritative voice rang out. Everyone stop. Director Li had arrived. I said kill him. The middle-aged man snarled, still glaring at Zuo Mu. I'd like to see who dares. Director Li warned again. Li, are you trying to protect him? Is my nephew supposed to die for nothing? The middle-aged man roared, turning toward Director Li. Director Li sighed softly. I'm not trying to protect anyone. I just want to understand the situation first. He glanced at the thoroughly dead young man on the ground, a flash of disgust crossing his features before quickly concealing it. Director Li turned his attention back, asking calmly, Zuo Mu, I believe you're not someone who acts impulsively. Can you give me a reason? Zuo Mu replied evenly. He might have harmed me, so I eliminated the threat preemptively. Director Li, Jiang Li, Wang Gu, Meng Duo, Deshan. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. The next second, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his rage and lunged at Zuo Mu with claws extended. I want him dead. Die. Director Li frowned and signaled his subordinates to restrain the middle-aged man, then looked at Zuo Mu again. Could you be more specific? He was also secretly exasperated. The more capable someone was, the harder they were to control. Certainly. Zuo Mu sheathed his dagger, his tone completely flat. He was a traitor. Indeed, this man lying on the ground, now stone cold, was the very same treacherous sellout who had betrayed him and Jiang Li in his previous life. You have to understand that whether it's Minister Li or the middle-aged man, these high-ranking management figures in the system are almost all over 55 years old and would never enter the game. The player's daily 8th-hour immersion time equals a vacuum period in reality. If even those who control the big picture hide in the game, someone outside would inevitably take advantage of the chaos. For this very reason, Minister Li and his colleagues are all battle-hardened veterans with extremely high military ranks. What do you mean by that? Minister Li's brow furrowed even tighter upon hearing Zuo Mu's seemingly random explanation. You're lying. The middle-aged man's eyes turned blood red as he lunged forward like a wounded beast. Damn bastard, I'll kill you. Old Lu, calm down first. I'll give you an explanation. Minister Li raised his hand, signaling the soldiers to forcibly drag Minister Lu to a corner. As Minister Lu was dragged away, he continued roaring. Let me go. I'll kill him. Only when he was pressed into a chair did he temporarily stop. As soon as the scene quieted down, Minister Li dropped a bombshell. The Xiaochong you killed was actually old Lu's biological son. What? Wang Gu blurted out. That waste was actually Minister Lu's biological son. In the base, Xiaochong had an extremely bad reputation. Refined in appearance but sleazy and sinister at heart, abusing his uncle's position to throw his weight around. He had even set his sights on Jiang Li, earning the disgust of all players. Wang Ji's description of him as waste wasn't wrong at all. Minister Li waved his hand. These details aren't the point. I'm just making you understand that without a reasonable explanation, this matter will be very difficult to resolve. Though his words seemed explanatory, his tone carried an underlying threat. Zuo Mu heard it clearly. His expression remained calm as he drew the sharp dagger from his waist, casually spinning it in a flourish. If I did something wrong, I'm ready to face the consequences anytime. This single statement made it clear that he wouldn't back down because of a threat in this new world. Strength was everything. He had principles, but he would never let anyone manipulate him. Minister Li's gaze sharpened, and the commanding presence he'd cultivated through years as a veteran soldier instantly radiated outward. Even with just a mortal body, his oppressive aura was no less intimidating than that of top-tier players. For a moment, the air felt painfully taut, like a stretched bowstring. Mu Shun, Wan Gu and Ming Duo watched the two men in this tense standoff, not knowing how to intervene. At the critical moment, Jiang Li stepped in front of Zuo Mu and looked up at Minister Li. I trust Zuo Mu. If he says Xiao Chong had problems, then evidence can definitely be found. Minister Li looked at Jiang Li's unwavering gaze, slowly exhaled a heavy breath, and suppressed his emotions. I'll keep old Lu stable. 3 days. He held up 3 fingers. Give me evidence within 3 days. If you can't produce it, I don't need to spell out the consequences. After speaking, he gave Zuo Mu a long, meaningful look before turning to leave. On the surface, this seemed like giving face to Jiang Li, but in reality, suspicion had already taken root in his mind. Better to believe it exists than to assume it doesn't. If Xiao Chong really was a traitor, what lay behind this would definitely not be so simple. Old veterans always think one step ahead and never jump to conclusions. Seeing Minister Li make concessions, Wang Yi and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Zuo Mu. Could he really be a traitor? They still harbored doubts. Zuo Mu came from a privileged background with a bright future ahead. Why would he betray the organization? I trust you. Can you give me some clues? Jiang Li's voice was firm, her gaze locked on Zuo Mu. Her unconditional trust touched the soft spot in Zuo Mu's heart. After a moment of silence, he followed Minister Li's example and took a step back, whispering 2 phrases, collaborating with the enemy, Sakura Nation. With these 2 pieces of intelligence, Jiang Li understood immediately. Without even saying goodbye, she hurried away with Wang Yi and the others to gather information. After everyone left, Zuo Mu spread his wings and took to the sky, flying swiftly toward home. Today had originally been just another mercenary job, but he happened to encounter that person. The suffocating feeling of being betrayed by his own people and dying with hatred in his previous life came flooding back like a raging tide when he saw that familiar face. That's why he struck without hesitation, killing the man on the spot, finally venting the rage in his chest. When the sun reached its zenith, he arrived at his doorstep. Before he could even push the door open, a burnt smell assaulted his nostrils. Only then did he realize why Mei Chier had repeatedly confirmed this morning whether he would be home for lunch. She was experimenting with new dishes again. Zuo Mu touched down lightly and prepared to turn back and find food elsewhere. Stop right there. Mei Chier rushed out wearing an apron and wielding a spatula. She had black smudges on both cheeks, and her hair was even emitting dark smoke. I just remembered I left something over there, Zuo Mu said without changing expression, pointing toward the distant sky. Is that so? Mei Chier smiled with narrowed eyes. Perfect timing, I'll come with you after we eat. Zuo Mu silently sighed at his clumsy excuse and withdrew his steps. Never mind, it's not important. He pushed open the door and entered, as if making some kind of resolution. The crude kitchen crackled and popped as the 2 of them eventually finished their lively lunch together. While the strange taste still lingered on his tongue, Mei Chier brought out cut fruit. Before the plate even touched the table, Zuo Mu eagerly grabbed a piece and stuffed it in his mouth, letting the sweet and sour flavors mask the aftertaste. Are you going to look for clues later? She asked casually. Yes, it's not far. There's time. Will you be separating again? Separating. Zuo Mu picked up another piece of fruit. All right. Mei Chier's long lashes drooped slightly, hiding a flash of disappointment in her eyes. After tidying up, one disguised their appearance while the other became invisible and spread their wings. 2 figures departed separately toward their predetermined targets. After some time, Zuo Mu arrived first at the Blackrock lands. Black soil and rubble covered dozens of miles with not a blade of grass growing, the scene unchanged from days past. He hovered in midair, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, searching for an entrance to underground passages, but returned empty-handed. Soon after, Mei Chier arrived. Zuo Mu, he descended before her. Did you find an entrance? Zuo Mu shook his head. I only saw the entire expanse of black rock, with no trace of any passage leading underground. Watch me. Mei Chier surveyed the surroundings with a sly smile and walked to the very center of the black rock. She turned back and called out loudly, Stay far away. Zuo Mu immediately ascended to high altitude, holding his breath and watching intently as she slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, he clearly felt a powerful aura surge from within her body. Then, a shocking scene unfolded with Mei Chier as the center. Eerie crimson flames erupted from nowhere, dancing and rolling wildly, instantly enveloping the entire Blackrock lands. Mei Chier suddenly unleashed a surge of crimson demonic fire, enveloping the entire Blackrock territory. The air seemed to be thrown into a furnace, so scorching hot that it twisted into rippling waves. Zuo Mu raised an eyebrow slightly and instinctively stepped back half a pace, wondering to himself, is she trying to burn the entrance open directly? The demonic fire blazed for about a quarter of an hour. The flames gradually weakened and finally died out quietly. The black rocks within sight had been baked to a glowing red throughout, making the former Black Rock territory now look more like a massive red rock. Mei Qi'er raised her hand to tuck the loose strands of hair behind her ear, looking at Zuo Mu with satisfaction, her eyes brimming with the small pride of "See, I'm useful too." However, her already plain face appeared even paler due to exhaustion, and her thin lips had also lost their color. Suddenly, a section of the most thoroughly burned rock surface collapsed like melting chocolate. With scalding lava flowing down, she had actually burned an entrance into existence. After the surface temperature cooled slightly, the dark opening took complete shape. Zuo Mu was the first to land beside the entrance, preparing to examine it closely when Mei Qi'er also trotted over. Her ankle gave way, and she tumbled forward. Zuo Mu reacted quickly, reaching out to catch her but didn't anticipate the somewhat delicate landing spot. A soft, tender sensation reached him, and Zuo Mu froze, instinctively giving a gentle squeeze. "Ah!" Mei Qi'er cried out softly, immediately straightening up and stealing a quick glance at him before burying her head to her chest, crimson rapidly spreading across her cheeks to her ears. The air instantly filled with awkwardness and ambiguity. Zuo Mu pretended nothing had happened, turning away calmly. "Let's go." Yet the slight twitch of his eyelids betrayed his inner turmoil. Mei Qi'er muttered, "Annoying guy," under her breath, but still obediently followed. The two stepped into the underground cave, where residual heat lingered and humid stuffiness hit them. As cold wind from outside poured in, the temperature quickly dropped. The paths in the cave crisscrossed, with almost every passage branching into 2 or 3 offshoots, like a labyrinth. "Zuo Mu, will we get lost? How are we going to find?" "Just stay close." Mei Qi'er watched his unhesitating steps and felt reassured. In fact, from the moment they entered the cave, Zuo Mu had been drawing a real-time map in his mind, carefully marking every route. But the deeper they went, the more vigilant he became. They still hadn't encountered any guardian creatures. The previous 2 clues had been fish and bird, corresponding to crocodiles and hummingbirds. This time the clue was a dream, and he couldn't be sure what would appear. After walking for a while longer, Zuo Mu confirmed he was approaching the central area. Their luck was good this time, as the mental map overlapped with the center shown in the ancient scroll before they had even explored the entire layout. He led Mei Qi'er straight toward their target, and soon they reached a spacious and extraordinary cavern. Though underground, it was as bright as a starlit night. The cave walls were covered with a thin layer of silvery powder that sparkled with soft light, illuminating the entire cavern. The stone walls of the cave seemed to be coated with a special powder that continuously glowed with bright silver light, lighting up the whole space. What was even more fascinating was that the base of the walls surrounding the entire cave was covered with bright red mushrooms. "Wow, how beautiful!" Mei Qi'er couldn't help but gasp in wonder as the crimson caps glowed like a ring of blooming flames against the silvery stone walls. However, Zuo Mu wasn't captivated by the scenic beauty. He stepped into the center of the cave first, staying alert for any potential dangers while quickly searching for clues. At the same time, he released a clone to guard behind Mei Qi'er, preventing any unexpected incidents. The cave wasn't very large, and Zuo Mu soon searched every corner but came up empty-handed. Following usual patterns, clues were most likely hidden underground in the center, so he immediately crouched down to dig. If everything went according to plan, there should be an iron box buried below containing the final fragment of the map. His killing intent perception remained silent without any warnings, so he continued digging while maintaining his vigilance. Suddenly, his fingertips felt something soft, and his vision went black. Zuo Mu felt as if he was being dragged into an abyss, his body losing support as he plummeted rapidly. Even stranger was that faced with this sudden phenomenon, he remained unusually calm like an observer, indifferent to his own descent. Finding his parents, conquering the game, investigating the truth. All his goals suddenly became insignificant. "What's happening to me?" was all his remaining rationality managed to ask. The next moment, he fell into boundless nothingness. There was no up or down, left or right, no day or night, no light or shadow, only him floating alone. His consciousness was stripped away in the thin darkness, and he couldn't even be bothered to grasp those gradually fading memories. Who am I really? His thoughts drifted away like severed threads. Thump! A very faint pulsing reached his ears. Thump! Again, clearer than before. This sound. Zuo Mu slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. Thump-thump's rhythm suddenly became strong and powerful, answered by his own vibrant heartbeat. Right? I should be in the Black Rock territory. I'm looking for the next clue. His memories flooded back like a bursting dam. His parents, the heavenly summons, the truth, and so many things still waiting for him to accomplish. Thump! His heart pounded heavily, and the darkness shattered instantly. His vision was once again filled with silver stone walls, and beneath his feet was the half-dug pit with a rusty iron box showing halfway through. Zuo Mu jerked his head up, examining his surroundings. The cave remained silent. The red mushrooms at the wall bases were as vivid as ever, and his killing intent perception still showed no activity. A dream, the mushrooms. The realization struck him like lightning. He immediately grabbed the iron box, held his breath, and leaped into the air while scooping up the peacefully sleeping Meiqi, rushing toward the cave entrance at full speed. If his speculation was correct, what he had just experienced wasn't a dream, but a slumber induced by some kind of illusion. That illusion would make people unconsciously fall into a coma, their consciousness gradually fading until they became eternally asleep, no different from being in a vegetative state. His ability to break free was entirely due to his unwavering will and heartbeat. As for the source that triggered all of this, and the culprit behind all of this was the mushrooms. Soon, Zuo Mu brought Meiqi back to the surface. The night wind hit his face, and he took 2 deep breaths, filling his chest with the cool air that instantly cleared his foggy mind. Looking down at Meiqi in his arms, he saw her chest rising and falling steadily with calm breathing. Clearly, she was unharmed. But her complexion, originally pale, now showed a flushed tinge. Meiqi's eyelashes suddenly trembled lightly, and after a moment, her slightly curled fingertips began to move as well. Zuo Mu thought that having escaped the illusion in time and breathed fresh air, she was finally about to wake up. The next second, however, the scene unfolded beyond his expectations. Meiqi twisted her body like she had no bones, soft moans escaping her lips. Zuo Mu, hold me tight. Zuo Mu, kiss me. Zuo Mu stood frozen in place. It seemed everyone's illusion was indeed different, but Meiqi's illusion was perhaps a bit too. Zuo Mu, with a sharp cry, Meiqi suddenly sat up. Their eyes met, and the air instantly froze. She stared blankly and stammered. Zuo Mu, you. Zuo Mu. Her voice came in broken fragments, her face completely flushed. Soon, the two returned home. Throughout the journey, Meiqi kept her head buried against her chest, as if carrying a heavy stone called shame on her back. Not long after the door closed, Zuo Mu suddenly cried out in alarm. Meiqi quickly looked up. What's wrong? She saw that the rusty iron box he had opened was completely empty. Something's wrong. Alarm bells rang in Zuo Mu's mind. Where were the clues? The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and he immediately hurled the iron box to the ground, swept up Meiqi, and burst through the window. The rusty box hit the ground and exploded with a bang, but there was no shockwavianly thick, impenetrable black ash that instantly filled the entire room. A mouse wandering by the door touched just half a wisp of the smoke and immediately convulsed, foaming at the mouth. Zuo Mu hovered in midair, holding Meiqi as they watched the rolling poisonous fog seep through the door cracks, silently grateful for his quick reflexes. He rapidly deduced. Someone must have gotten to the map fragment first, but lacking the previous clues, they had set a trap in the empty box, waiting for the next person to walk into their snare. They just happened to encounter it today. If they had been even a moment slower, it would have been the two of them lying on the ground. Almost confirming his suspicions, 2 figures slowly emerged from the dim alley entrance. Moonlight cast long shadows behind them, their faces swallowed by darkness. One of them applauded leisurely, his voice low and aged. Not bad, not bad, decent awareness. Zuo Mu had no intention of fleeing. If he really wanted to leave, they couldn't possibly catch up. Because like them, Zuo Mu also wanted to obtain the map fragment in their possession. Zuo Mu didn't respond. Instead, he released his clone, whispered something to Meiqi in his arms, then flew away with her to a safe distance. Moments later, he landed back at the original spot, his toes lightly touching the stone ground as the black dagger in his hand spun in a circle, casting cold gleams between his fingers. We mean no harm. We only want the clue in your possession, the leader explained in a deep voice. The smoke earlier only causes brief unconsciousness. It's completely harmless. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray rat that had been knocked out by the smoke twitched on the ground. It shakily got up, shook its head, and stumbled toward the depths of the alley. Zuo Mu remained coldly unmoved. Sigh. The man let out a breath. You don't understand. We're working for the benefit of all humanity. Halfway through his words, a strange light suddenly burst from his eyes. His emotions rapidly escalated as he raised both arms, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly. When the god descends, eternal life shall be granted. Moonlight poured down, illuminating his utterly ordinary and unremarkable face. Only those blood-red eyes were piercingly terrifying, filled with madness. His companion beside him also raised his arms and tilted back his head, roaring in the same tone. When the god descends, eternal life shall be granted. The same crimson eyes, the same insanity. At that moment, Zuo Mu's heart sank. The third faction had appeared, the Eternal Life Society. How about it, young man? The leader lowered his arms and spoke persuasively. Hand over what you have and avoid unnecessary casualties. Or better yet, join us. In the distance, Zuo Mu's clone had safely escorted Meiqi away and returned to merge with the original. So the map fragment is in your hands. Zuo Mu confirmed. Naturally, the man made no attempt to hide it, pulling out the fragment from his pocket and holding it up to his chest. For our great cause, hand over yours as well. The instant the fragment came into view, Both Zuo Mu's main body and clone moved simultaneously. The power of sacrifice erupted, his speed exploded, and his form became a gray shadow. In the blink of an eye, the fragment was seized and two daggers pressed against both men's necks. Tell me everything you know. Zuo Mu's voice was ice cold, coming from behind them. However, the expected fear never materialized. Instead, the two society members trembled with excitement, whether from Zuo Mu's power or their self-proclaimed great cause was unclear. They forcibly twisted their bodies, letting the daggers slice open their throats. Blood spurted out in jets, yet neither retreated. Fresh blood sprayed in a crimson arc, but both men gazed at Zuo Mu with burning intensity. Observing them up close for the first time, Zuo Mu could see that kind of fanaticism radiating from within more than society members. They resembled cult followers. Knowing he wouldn't get any information from them, and having obtained the fragment, he immediately thought of retreating. Just as he was about to withdraw his blades and pull back, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Both men simultaneously raised their hands to cover their wounds. The blood on the ground seemed drawn by an invisible force, flowing backward and quietly spiraling through the air, all of it surging back into their bodies. When they lowered their hands, their throats were smooth and unmarked, not even a trace of blood remained. When the god descends, eternal life shall be granted. The two shouted in unison again, as if performing some kind of ritual. Zuo Mu frowned deeply at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. He had never encountered such strange abilities in Heaven's Call before, or perhaps he simply hadn't witnessed them yet. But after observing those two individuals' performance, he was certain of one thing. His parents could never be members of the Eternal Life Society. That bone-deep madness and those crimson pupils definitely didn't belong to his parents. Even if his parents had been forced to join that organization, there must be compelling reasons behind it. What puzzled him even more was that these two seemed not to have come to seize the scroll fragments, but rather to deliberately deliver them into his hand. She had obtained them far too easily, with the opponents showing neither resistance nor any extreme reactions. Even so, he had to accept these items and continue forward, even if an abyss lay ahead. After watching the two individuals' severed necks rapidly heal, Zuo Mu realized he could extract no more information. He simply turned invisible and left to search for Mei Chi'er. Throughout his journey, his brow remained furrowed. Whether it was today's Eternal Life Society or the previous circus, he had been passively drawn into these situations. His only remaining trump card was the precious memories of his parents in childhood. Though he now possessed 4 complete scroll fragments, 2 of which had been delivered by his opponents, it was time to find a way to regain the initiative. Seeing Zuo Mu flying toward her from afar, Mei Chi'er called out anxiously, "Zuo Mu, are you hurt?" She circled around him, examining him carefully. "We need to find a new place to stay." Zuo Mu's tone was calm yet resolute. "All right." Mei Chi'er nodded. Though their hideout had been exposed and she felt reluctant to leave, she let go of her attachment to those old memories. Soon after, Zuo Mu's clone arrived carrying a wooden box filled with magazines and books. She had left his clone hidden at the original location, collecting these items only after the two enemies had departed. "So where are we going?" Mei Chi'er asked. Zuo Mu gazed into the deep night sky. A forgotten place. The two traveled swiftly to a remote mountain village. Dilapidated earthen houses stood scattered about. Weeds grew over stone steps, and not a soul was in sight, as if the entire village had been abandoned by time. Zuo Mu navigated by memory, soon reaching an open area behind the village. A delicate yet somewhat weathered wooden house stood quietly, forming a stark contrast to the decay outside. A clear stream flowed around the house. Flowers and grass created a natural screen, and mountain forests with strange rocks dotted the surroundings, while the sounds of frogs and insects wove together in peaceful harmony. "Wow, what a beautiful place. How did you know about this?" Mei Chi'er fell in love with the wooden house at first sight. Strictly speaking, this was their family of three's second home. When his parents had built this wooden house with their own hands years ago, the mountain village still had a few elderly residents. Now, many years later, especially with the arrival of Heaven's Call, the village had been forgotten by the world, leaving only this wooden house waiting quietly for old friends to return. Pushing open the door, dust cascaded down as both of them coughed lightly. Though everything inside was covered in dust, the furniture and household items remained neatly arranged and complete. Everything in this room had been crafted by their own hands. The rough yet sturdy wooden table, the earth-toned stove, the thick rattan chair in the corner, the entire cottage radiated a long-missed sense of home and warmth. What an amazing little house. Mei Chi'er jumped up like a sparrow, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Are we going to live here from now on?" Zuo Mu nodded gently. "If all goes well, we'll settle here permanently." "Wonderful." Before she finished speaking, Mei Chi'er had already grabbed the wooden bucket and trotted to the stream, humming a tuneless little melody as she scooped water. The cool stream water splashed onto her hands, leaving tiny droplets, and she was so excited she nearly sang her song deep into the forest. Inside the house, Zuo Mu followed his memory past the living room and kitchen, then pushed open several doors in turn. The grain of the beams remained. The old carved marks remained. The only thing missing was his parents. In that instant, something seemed to tap gently at his heart. Make way, came a crisp voice from the doorway. Mei Chier entered carrying a basin full of water, her sleeves rolled up high, droplets trailing down her slender white arms. She first pushed open the bedroom windows to let the mountain breeze blow away the dust, then skillfully dampened a cloth and wiped every inch of the table surface, windowsills, and floor. Her earnestness made even Zuo Mu glance over. This was truly the first little nest she could call her own, and it was in her favorite secluded place. As night fell, they had finally cleaned up a tidy bedroom. Mei Chier knew that Zuo Mu would soon need to sleep, which meant it was time for him to enter the game. Zuo Mu removed his outer robe and lay on the wooden bed. The familiar scent of wood drifted up from between the boards, reminding him of childhood nights. He clenched his fists. I will find you both. The bed creaked softly as Mei Chier's gentle form squeezed up beside him. Though there was still an empty room next door, she turned her back to him and pulled the blanket corner over herself. Her breathing quickly steadied, and she quietly scooted a bit closer to Zuo Mu's side. Zuo Mu smiled helplessly. The bed was big enough anyway, and he couldn't be bothered to argue about it. He closed his eyes and fell into deep sleep. Welcome back. Enjoy your game. When consciousness returned, Zuo Mu was back in the game world. The caravan's horses whinnied, and the wagons were loaded with elven specialties. Wooden crates, glowing faintly in the moonlight, looked especially enticing. Having made good money on the previous trip, the merchants were no longer stingy this time. They tore open speed scrolls right at departure, and a pale blue light membrane enveloped the entire wagon train. The wheels raced forward, covering most of the journey in just half a day. Just then, a system announcement exploded across the screen. Congratulations to Eagle Zone player Better Off Dead for reaching level 40. Professional challenge officially launched. All players level 35 and above may proceed to the main city arena for challenges. 3. The channels instantly erupted. Who else? Other zones take note. Eagle Zone is number 1. What's the professional challenge? Sounds like same class players fighting each other. Too bad I'm only level 34. I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Better Off Dead opened it. Being first in level really makes a difference. I'm exactly level 35. Let's go to the main city arena. Inside the wagon, Zuo Mu tapped the wall with his fingertips, struggling to recall relevant information. Professional challenge, as the name suggested, meant players of the same class challenging each other, with rewards based on rankings. First place earned a title with direct attribute bonuses. If the ranking was lost, the system would reclaim the title. The level 40 launch was just the initial stage, limited to the same main city. The intermediate stage would expand to battles between different main cities. Finally came the server-wide same-class free-for-all. As player levels increased, the officials were gradually lifting restrictions and encouraging competition. Zuo Mu also knew this was just the beginning. As the tournament began, more and more players started flocking to the arena in the main city. Soon, the first player stepped onto the platform, clicked Accept Challenge, and was instantly teleported into an independent dimensional space. The system then randomly loaded a scenario. Templates of forests, deserts, snowy fields flashed by rapidly before finally settling on a coniferous forest. The rules were simple and brutal, same class, but vastly different tactics and operations. Whoever could make the best use of the terrain would be closer to victory. What map you got was purely a matter of luck. The entire competition was broadcast live. Above the arena, a massive light screen was divided into dozens of smaller displays, simultaneously showing all participants' battles. The central largest screen automatically selected matches based on the system's assessment of overall skill, entertainment value, and popularity. The screen refresh rate was extremely fast, and within moments it was densely packed with battle scenes. Warriors, mages, beast tamers, assassins, and even support classes all going head-to-head. The central screen first locked onto an assassin duel. The map was an open grassland with no obstacles. Both assassins activated stealth simultaneously upon spawning, leaving only grass swaying in the breeze on screen. The audience immediately erupted. Why put assassin versus assassin on the main screen? What's there to see with stealth on grassland? 20 seconds passed with nothing but rustling grass. Even the system seemed bored and switched directly to a mage battle. The scene changed, and flames and frost instantly filled the view. A fire mage was unleashing area effect fire rain, while an ice player countered with high single target damage plus crowd control. The spectacular light effects contrasted sharply with the previous stillness, and comments flooded the chat. Now this is a real match. Fire beats ice, but the ice mage isn't falling behind at all. Fire mage is all AoE farming skills. Ice mage has single target burst plus slowing effects. After a brief stalemate, the ice mage predicted the fire mage's casting, countered with a freeze control, followed up with a skill combo, and the fire mage's health bar was instantly depleted. Brilliant. This kind of showdown is exciting. In the main city's viewing area, Nwanqing and his group were also among the crowd looking up at the screens. Someone urged, Brother Chong, Brother Tianxiang, Aren't you going up? Nuanqing smiled. No rush. Let's wait until the regular players have been filtered out a bit more. The crowd continued pouring in, and the leaderboard quickly took shape, listing 10 spots for each class. But the refresh rate was equally dramatic. 1 second you'd squeeze onto the rankings, the next you'd be knocked off. Only the warrior leaderboard's top spot remained unchanged. The ID, Death God, held firm at first place. While the positions below had changed several rounds, he remained completely unmoved. Who is Death God? How is he so powerful? Why hasn't Mu God appeared yet? As the discussion heated up, a flash of red caught everyone's attention. Tenderness, the guild leader of Red Rose, stepped onto the teleportation array. Wow, this mage sister is so cool. Brother Chung, Sister Tenderness is going up. Go Sister Tenderness. Facing Tenderness was a dark mage wrapped tightly in black robes, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes staring at Tenderness. Their randomly generated map was set in a forest. Before the battle even began, the black-robed mage let out a sinister laugh. Kikik. Several spectators felt chills down their spines and whispered, truly worthy of a dark mage. Just standing there gives off such a creepy vibe. Roaching, with her fiery temperament, couldn't stand this type of behavior and immediately cast a great fire rain. Flames poured down like a torrential downpour, instantly burning the dark mage's area to a barren wasteland, even turning tree stumps into charcoal. As the fire rain dissipated, a pitch-black shield became visible. The shield cracked open, and the dark mage emerged completely unharmed. He snorted coldly, raised his staff high, and countless black energy orbs materialized before him. With a wave, the black orbs shot toward Roaching like a barrage of bullets. Don't be fooled by their size. Each black orb contained terrifying corrosive power. They pierced through the tree trunks around Roaching without losing speed, and the struck trees instantly withered, decayed, and finally crumbled into ash that scattered in the wind. Roaching touched down lightly on her toes and raised her hand to create a burning firewall. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "Wow, a rare defensive skill from Mage's Fire Barrier, worthy of Red Rose's Guild Master." Just as the firewall was erected, she swiftly cast 3 more in succession, creating 4 layers total. Holy crap, skills can be chained like that? Someone gasped with wide eyes. The first firewall significantly reduced the black orb's size. The second and third stripped away their momentum, and the fourth made them completely evaporate, perfectly executed, without wasting a single point of mana. The dark mage clearly understood Roaching's precise control and remained calm, immediately pressing down with one hand to summon a massive black barrier that descended from above, encasing them both. This dark mage has some real skill. Large-scale instant cast techniques. Hidden classes really are something else. The outside audience continued their commentary. Inside the barrier, Roaching immediately noticed all her attributes being weakened and her health continuously dropping. Her heart tensed. Her opponent's trump card had arrived. The dark mage had indeed changed strategies. If they continued trading blows, his mana would definitely run out first, so he decided to go all out with his ultimate move to settle it in one decisive strike. After unleashing this technique, he spared no mana, pouring out almost all his skills. In the pitch-black space, thousands upon thousands of black orbs rapidly formed above Roaching's head, so densely packed that there wasn't even a gap to be found. Nowhere to hide. In that case, Roaching's lips curved slightly as she pressed her palms together, her staff floating before her while she quietly chanted an incantation. Outside, anxiety filled the air. This big black dome is so annoying, we can't see anything. Nuanqing nervously wiped the sweat from his palms. Suddenly, a dark red glow began emanating from deep within the barrier walls, growing brighter and brighter. What? The dark mage exclaimed in shock. He clearly felt that his newly fired black orbs, upon touching that crimson mass, vanished instantly like water droplets falling into a sea of fire. She actually used an attack to devour my attacks. The dark mage's black orb had just been launched when it vanished like a stone dropped into the ocean. In the next instant, with Roaching at the center, a blinding crimson explosion erupted, sending scorching waves rushing forward that made the dark mage's black robes flutter violently. A second later, the raging inferno completely engulfed him. Simultaneously, the dark barrier surrounding both fighters began swelling like an inflated balloon before bursting with a loud bang, allowing flames to sweep across the area until they gradually died down after completely leveling the nearby terrain. In the livestream, every viewer's face froze in shock. What kind of terrifying damage was this? This was Roaching's ultimate skill, Burning Flames. It not only devoured the dark mage's attack, but also reduced him to ashes while clearing away all obstacles. Roaching, who was already somewhat famous, instantly became a sensation after this battle, with the system directly awarding her the title Fiery Roaching. Such overwhelming power came with an equally steep price. Roaching's health and mana were now nearly depleted, and more importantly, the skill required an additional payment of 50 gold coins. But for her, it was all worth it. She wasn't just aiming for the leaderboards, but also using this battle to build her reputation and strengthen her guild. The results proved immediate and effective. Guild leader Roaching is so awesome. I want to join the Red Rose Guild. They only accept female players, unless you get a sex change. Bro, you're behind on the news. Red Rose has established branch guilds now, open to both men and women. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. This guild strategy was exactly what Bai Luo had suggested to Roaching. While an all-female guild was unique, it was also limiting. Maintaining the original's distinctiveness while establishing gender-inclusive or even all-male branches would allow unlimited expansion. Roaching was enlightened after hearing this, leading to that spectacular moment. If Bai Luo hadn't already belonged to Zuo Mu's group, Roaching would have long tried to recruit this remarkable woman. Roaching's battle, combined with the earlier clash between the ice and fire mages, captivated more and more players with the violent yet dazzling combat style of mages, with some even inquiring about class changes. Heaven's Call did allow job transfers, but at a hefty cost. First, players needed to obtain extremely rare class change items or be incredibly lucky to find hidden professions. Second, they had to prepare items that could reset attribute points. For example, a warrior wanting to become a mage would need to reset their strength and constitution to reallocate points into intelligence and spirit. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing the coolness of mages, the central screen suddenly switched to a battle between two support classes. Wow, what a cute girl. Not just cute, her figure is also quite impressive. That was Meng Duo stepping onto the arena. What's interesting about supports fighting? Before the speaker could finish, they were immediately proven wrong. Meng Duo's staff moved continuously, casting one buff spell after another on herself. Her opponent, a male player wielding a longsword, was performing the same actions. In a flash, the male player charged forward with his sword, moving at incredible speed. The crowd could only see afterimages flickering beneath his feet as his form nearly merged with the air itself. How is he so fast? Isn't he supposed to be a support? He's even faster than me, a warrior. Exclamations erupted from all sides. He must have stacked buffs on himself, but this effect is way too exaggerated. Meanwhile, Meng Duo stood firmly in place, showing no signs of panic. She gripped her staff tightly, its emerald shaft gleaming coldly in the sunlight as she chanted an incantation. Boom. A fireball half a zhang in diameter suddenly materialized, trailing flames as it hurtled toward her attacker. Many spectators' eyes went wide. Holy crap, that fireball is even bigger than what I can make as a proper mage. Are you guys really supports? This sentiment echoed everyone's thoughts. The male player raised his hand, stacking another speed boost before suddenly dodging sideways. The flames grazed past his hair as he flashed to Mengduo's side. His sword came down with a whistling sound. But Mengduo was Riyadhya. Cold light flashed as a thick ice shield burst into existence before her, blocking the blade with a sharp clang. The shield shattered into countless ice crystals, and using the scattered ice as cover, she conjured a sharp ice spike and thrust it straight at his face. Seeing no way to dodge, the male player hastily cast a protective barrier on himself. Bang! The ice spike slammed into the shield, sending him flying several meters back. When he landed, his health bar dropped significantly. Steadying himself, he quickly cast a healing spell, red light flickering around his body before charging forward once more. This support fights more stylishly than us combat classes. Her damage output isn't low either, and she can even heal herself. Someone's career faith was immediately shaken. I don't want to be a mage anymore, Mom. I want to play support. In the battle circle, Mengduo maintained her composure. With a wave of her staff, she first cast a binding spell to immobilize her opponent, then unleashed a barrage of fireballs that filled the sky. Locked in place and unable to dodge, the male player could only raise his sword high, its tip tracing a crescent-shaped arc of light whoosh. A light shield formed with a thunderous roar. The fireballs exploded in succession, causing the shield to shake violently before quickly becoming riddled with cracks and shattering into points of light with a crash, though it managed to block all the fireballs. The man secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second his pupils contracted. Hidden behind the flames was another attack. Waves of ice spikes came shrieking mercilessly toward him. He could only desperately stack protective barriers on himself while frantically healing. But he still underestimated the power of an rank hidden support class. After the ice spike barrage, an even larger fireball was waiting for him. By the time the ice spikes finished, his health bar was nearly empty. Seeing the massive fireball roaring toward him, he completely gave up resistance. Boom. When the dust settled, he had been utterly defeated by the seemingly sweet and gentle girl, unable to fight back at all. Amazing. She's clearly a support, but she fights more thrillingly than combat players. I'm definitely going to take better care of our support when I get back. Now you want to care about me? Too late. I've already found someone better, came the playful laughter from among the support players. Sister Jiang. After the battle ended, Mengduo cheerfully ran toward Jiangli. Nice job. Wang and the others rushed forward with thumbs up. Of course, Mengduo's face was full of pride. Too bad Brother Mu isn't here to see my heroic performance. Hearing this, Wang turned to look at Jiangli. Speaking of which, Captain Jiang, when are you going up there? That player called Death God has been dominating the rankings for quite a while now. As soon as Wang finished asking Jiang Li, Nuanqing stepped forward from the side. President Jiang, let me test the waters for you first. She had been waiting for the Gentle Touch Group's competition to end. Now that she had secured the top spot with her rankings set in stone, it was finally her turn to make a move. Without hesitation, Nuanqing selected the first place on the warrior leaderboard. Death God and issued her challenge. Once the professional rankings were established, all players only had 3 challenge opportunities per day, and each player on the same leaderboard could only be challenged once daily by the same person. If you failed to challenge the top player that day, you could only switch to other leaderboards. After 3 consecutive failures against the same target, you had to wait 10 days for the attempt counter to reset before challenging again. Otherwise, the top-ranked players would probably spend their entire day just accepting challenge requests. Meanwhile, players on the leaderboards were also restricted. They had to accept the first 5 challenges each day, or they would immediately drop from the rankings. The moment the professional challenge system launched, these terms were simultaneously pushed to all players' interfaces. More thoughtfully, leaderboard players could accept battles from any location and were allowed to delay entering the battlefield by up to 1 hour, giving them time to handle other matters. After Nuanqing confirmed, her figure was teleported into a vast desert. The arena footage was projected in real time onto the central screen. Endless yellow sand rolling, cold gleams of blades and swords crossing, 2 figures facing each other from afar before quickly being swallowed by the swirling dust. Suddenly, Nuanqing moved. A charged skill shot forward like a meteor breaking through the sky as she stepped forward aggressively, her dagger aimed straight at Death God's chest. Facing this fierce assault, Death God appeared somewhat flustered, getting grazed by the blade as his health bar instantly dropped a segment. The audience was stunned. In the very first exchange, Nuanqing had gained the upper hand. Nuanqing felt slightly surprised. Could the top-ranked player's strength be so ordinary? Puzzled as she was, her offensive didn't cease. Having landed the first hit, she immediately unleashed consecutive slash. Sword light flashed suddenly, forcing Death God to retreat step by step as his health dropped further. Could he be deliberately showing weakness? Nuanqing didn't buy it, and continued pressing her advantage, chaining skills almost seamlessly. The top-ranked Death God seemed to struggle even with defense, let alone counterattacking. The spectating players' discussions never stopped. What's going on? I remember he was really strong just now. Yeah, earlier he was basically one-shotting everyone without even using skills. Could President Nuanqing really be that fierce? No matter how strong she is, the gap shouldn't be this ridiculous. At this point, Death God's health bar was down to less than 1/3. Nuanqing seized the moment to charge again, her blade still 5 meters from her opponent when her movements suddenly became sluggish as if trapped in a quagmire, slow enough to be visible to the naked eye. What the hell? Lag? System disconnect? Amid the commotion, everyone quickly fell silent. It wasn't lag. Nuanqing had genuinely slowed down. Death God raised his sword and walked leisurely across the yellow sand, his black armor rustling in the wind. Death God held his sharp sword as he walked calmly toward Nuanqing. The oppressive aura emanating from his body made it seem as if a true god of death was approaching her. The Death God approached Nuanqing, slowly raising his sword and thrusting it straight forward. The blade sliced through the air with no wasted movement, one thrust after another, steady and cold. There were no flashy techniques or skill notifications, just the pure and deadly act of piercing. Wound after wound burst open across Nuanqing's chest as he could only watch his health bar being brutally carved away chunk by chunk through the crimson haze filling his screen. What kind of skill is this? Nuanqing's pupils contracted violently. The Death God's previous opponents had been too weak, almost instantly killed at the start of each match, giving him no chance to reveal this technique. But now, Nuanqing finally witnessed it and he was completely helpless, forced to endure it passively. Why didn't he use this from the beginning? Earlier I was chasing him around. Confusion and despair intertwined in his mind. Just as his health was about to hit rock bottom, suddenly the force restraining him loosened like unraveling silk, and he regained control of his body. In that critical moment, Nuanqing rolled away and leaped backward. As he landed, his boots scraped against the arena floor, sending up tiny sparks. He looked up. His opponent had vanished. What? His heart lurched with dread. The next second, a chill seeped from his spine into his very bones. The Death God had somehow appeared behind him, his sword already piercing through Nuanqing's chest. Nuanqing's health dropped to 0, and he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with cut strings. So strong. Is this the power of the #1 player? Nuanqing thought bitterly. It seemed his previous opponents had been too boring. Only when he, a guild leader, appeared did his opponent bother to use this mysterious ability. Boss! Several teammates rushed onto the stage to support him. Damn it! Nuanqing gritted his teeth, but still let his hands fall weakly. Why so dejected? Roaching patted his shoulder, then playfully squeezed his cheeks and stretched them apart. Just get stronger and come back for revenge later. Come on, give your big sister a smile. Sister Roaching, stop teasing me. Nuanqing protested, though the corners of his mouth eventually turned upward. Only then did everyone relax. So what exactly was that skill just now? Someone finally voiced everyone's confusion. Nuanqing frowned, recalling that feeling of helplessness, and turned his gaze to Jiangli, guild leader Jiang. That ability was extremely strange. It was like my speed and strength were being drained away. The more I struggled, the faster they disappeared. Jiangli quietly uttered 2 words, theft. Mu Shun, an excited voice interrupted their discussion. Zuo Mu stepped toward the arena's edge as Meng Duo immediately linked arms with him. The gesture so natural it seemed to declare itself obvious to the world. Following close behind was Su Yi Bai Luo. The professional challenges had just begun, with crowds of players flooding toward the arenas, but Bai Luo had been occupied with other matters. Earlier, she had spent half the day screening and assembling several reliable teams, using coordinates provided by Zuo Mu to scavenge resources outside the nearly empty city. Zuo Mu had contacted her during her return journey. After arriving back in the city, he handed over the guild tokens, scrolls, and equipment he had obtained, then brought her to the arena. Zuo Mu's plan was simple. First, to train Bai Luo's combat abilities and improve her self-defense skills. Second, her hidden profession held great value in reality, and he might need that power in the future. Bai Luo understood immediately, quickly organizing the teams for their next expedition before following him here. Zuo Mu continued explaining that the ability from earlier was a skill from his hidden profession. While it appeared to control Nuanqing, it actually stole his attributes. Steal attributes? Several people looked puzzled. During combat, using special methods to drain the opponent's attribute values, and then unleash them all at once, Zuo Mu explained while gesturing with his hands, and everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Nuanqing's movements suddenly became sluggish halfway through the battle, while the opponent's speed and attacks became erratic. All attributes had been stripped away by the enemy. Isn't this kind of bizarre skill unsolvable? Someone voiced the concern everyone was thinking. Not necessarily. Zuo Mu looked at Bai Luo beside him. As long as your attack method doesn't rely solely on attributes, or you simply stack your attributes so high that even if they're stolen, you can still crush your opponent, you can break through it. Everyone nodded, having nearly fallen into a dead end of despair. After a brief discussion, the professional challenges continued. Nuanqing's challenge failed, so Jiangli immediately clicked on the arena's top ranker Death God, but unfortunately received a system notification. The opponent had reached their daily challenge limit and chose to decline. Jiangli had to settle for second best and challenge the second-ranked player. Nuanqing switched to attacking the third place. Meanwhile, Roaching and Meng Duo firmly held the top spot and also received challenge requests from players one after another. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Bai Luo and Zuo Mu exchanged glances before stepping onto the arena one after another. The big screen prioritized broadcasting Bai Luo's match. Her opponent was a male beast tamer. As the match began, the man raised his hand and released all his pets at once. Fierce beasts like wild lions, lone wolves, and night hawks pounced to the sidelines, their fangs gleaming menacingly. A beast tamer's pet's combat power heavily depended on their master's attributes, and the man was brimming with confidence. Bai Luo also flicked her wrist to summon, and in a flash of light, she produced nearly twice as many pets as her opponent. A big yellow dog, an old hen, a calico cat, a striped snake, a black and white dairy cow, plus a gorilla beating its chest and roaring. The stands immediately erupted. What kind of bizarre contracts are these? Even Zuo Mu couldn't help but cover his face, thinking that Bai Luo's combat skills were practically non-existent. She must have put all her points into strategy and command. The opposing beast tamer laughed even harder. Little sister, does your family run a farm? Bai Luo remained expressionless and raised her hand to cast a skill. Golden light swept across her formation like a tide, and the next second, all her pets roared in unison and charged toward the enemy formation. The moment the two beast groups clashed, the beast tamer's laughter caught in his throat. The big yellow dog bit down hard on the lone wolf's neck, making it howl in pain. The old hen actually took flight, forcing the nighthawk to crash into walls repeatedly. The wild lion fared even worse, getting slapped dizzy by a series of paws from the calico cat. The remaining battle pets were also overwhelmed by the snake, cow, and gorilla, quickly falling into defeat. What's with this damage? The audience exploded. Must be a hidden profession, being able to summon so many pets at once. These domestic pets are fiercer than wild beasts. Bai Luo flicked her fingertips lightly, quietly watching her opponent's complete defeat. Her pets formed ranks around her, powerful yet orderly. Zuo Mu below the stage was also stunned. He had thought Bai Luo simply didn't know how to play, but it seemed he had underestimated her gaming intelligence. The man's pets had charged forward aggressively just moments before, only to retreat in complete defeat, some wounded, others dead. Several pets even turned around and roared as they lunged at their own master. He frantically drew his sword to defend himself, but lasted only a few breaths before becoming completely alone, judged as defeated by the system and ejected from the arena. The strategist is so strong. Luoer, you're amazing. Roaching and the others raised their hands high in the audience, cheering enthusiastically. With one match finished, Bai Luo struck while the iron was hot, signing up for another challenge with her sights set directly on the top rank. In the following matches, she barely broke a sweat, summoning all her pets at the start, overwhelming her opponents with sheer numbers, causing instant defeats in completely one-sided battles. On the other side of the stands, Zuo Mu was preparing to begin his own professional challenge matches. Look, God Mu is starting his challenge. Finally, my idol. Still so handsome. God Mu, I want to have your babies. The fans were so excited their voices became hoarse. However, just as Zuo Mu was teleported into the arena, "You're God Mu?" The opposing assassin's eyes widened in terror, and the next second he clicked forfeit. Zuo Mu. He entered the next match. God Mu, came a shocked cry from his opponent. I'm out of here. Another immediate withdrawal. The audience erupted. God Mu's matches are way too easy. Well, when you're that strong, would you bother challenging him if you were in their shoes? Good point. In the third match, the assassin didn't back down, his eyes filled with determination. God Mu, I hope I can make you use your full strength. With those words, he instantly went invisible. Way to go, brother. Now that's a real man. Even if you can't win, never give up. Fighting God Mu is still a great training opportunity. Zuo Mu casually spun his dagger, cast detection, then went invisible and struck with backstab system announcement immediately rang out. Congratulations on your victory. The entire audience fell silent. That was even faster than a direct forfeit. The following matches were practically copy-paste. Detection, invisibility, backstab, instant kill. Zuo Mu fought his way to second place, finally unlocking the challenge against the top-ranked player. This number 1 assassin displayed an extraordinary aura from the moment he appeared. When the match began, instead of immediately going invisible, he raised his hand and summoned a PETA chubby hamster about the size of a small dog. Since the pet system had only recently launched, most players still prioritized investing resources into their own attributes, with few bringing pets directly into combat. The fact that his opponent dared to deploy a pet clearly meant he had something to rely on. After landing, the chubby hamster gave a light hop and burrowed into the ground with a thud, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only then did the assassin slowly cast invisibility. Zuo Mu used his usual detection, but his field of vision was completely empty. Two possibilities. Either his opponent possessed special invisibility that couldn't be detected, or the person simply wasn't in the vicinity. Suddenly, his killing intent perception roared a warning from underground. Zuo Mu instantly spread his black wings and shot into the air. Bang! The spot where he'd been standing exploded in a shower of earth as the assassin burst from the ground, only to strike empty air. Seriously? I can go underground and you can fly too. In the moment the assassin was stunned, Zuo Mu dove down with his blade. His opponent twisted and dove headfirst back into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Only then did Zuo Mu confirm it was the second scenario, likely related to that chubby hamster that had burrowed underground. Seeing his opponent burrow underground again and his phantom blade miss its mark, Zuo Mu summoned his clone, which also hovered in midair. The two figures positioned themselves on the left and right, silently occupying the airspace with their phantom blades gleaming coldly, waiting for the hamster assassin's next emergence. Moments later, a brownish-gray head poked out from the soil, and a cold gleam flashed. The phantom blade struck first. The opponent quickly retreated underground. After several breaths, another section of ground bulged up, and just as the hamster assassin emerged, another phantom blade precisely chopped down. This cycle continued, with mounds of earth rising and falling across the battlefield like a whack-a-mole game at an amusement park, drawing continuous laughter from the spectating players. God Mu's tactics are way too underhanded. But he's just standing in the air. What can you do about it? After repeated probing attempts, Zuo Mu still couldn't force out more of his opponent's trump cards, so he switched strategies. He activated stealth, sacrificed health, and instantly dropped his HP to the danger zone, leaving only a barely detectable sliver hovered motionless like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to show an opening. The underground hamster assassin was frustrated beyond measure. With his burrowing technique, he had eliminated countless players and even managed to reach the top of the professional rankings. Now with his opponent airborne, he could only glare helplessly from underground. If he tried to fight Hedon, he was completely outmatched. Worse still, the challenge match had a time limit, with victory determined by health percentage after time expired. If both were at full health, the defender would automatically win. So he had long decided to drag out the time, burrow as soon as his skill cooldown finished, emerge when it reset, and repeat the cycle. But skills always had gaps, and he would eventually have to surface for air. When his cooldown finished, he reluctantly emerged from the ground, but instead of a phantom blade, a figure suddenly dove down. Zuo Mu used the height advantage to close in instantly, raising his hand to cast a binding circle that locked the hamster assassin in place. His close combat skill combo was swift and decisive, draining his opponent's health bar in a flash of lightning, ending the match. Zuo Mu landed gracefully as his ID jumped to the top of the rankings. The god of the Chinese region had once again proven himself with overwhelming dominance. The audience buzzed with discussion, generally feeling he hadn't even used a tenth of his true strength, since this was merely a main city-level challenge, with the real battles awaiting regional and server-wide competitions. As time passed, the professional rankings gradually stabilized. On the mage leaderboard, Zuo Mu, Ro Qing, Meng Duo, and Bai Luo occupied the top 4 positions, with Zuo Mu naturally holding first place. For warriors, Jiang Li ranked second and Wan Cheng third. Familiar faces like Wu Tianxiang also successfully made the rankings. The tank leaderboard was topped by Kuang Wugui, with Deshan settling for second place. Tank duels had always lacked entertainment value with low attack and high defense. They couldn't produce flashy moves, so the central screen had never broadcast their matches. Considering this competition was limited to players from the same main city, these rankings weren't particularly surprising. Strangely, Long Shu didn't participate in this professional challenge, though the reason remained unknown. Logically, with such a great opportunity to gain fame and establish his reputation, Long Shu shouldn't have been absent. A golden system announcement hung in the air. Congratulations on receiving the first place reward for the Assassin Class Professional Challenge. Beginner title, Who Dares to Compete? Designated attribute, 200. A one-time boost of 200 attribute points was astonishingly generous. Following closely, second place received a dark gold tier equipment piece for their profession. Third place got gold tier equipment, while the remaining ranks only received gold coins and experience. The bustling professional challenge tournament came to an end, and the crowd in the plaza began to disperse. However, Nuancheng and the others gathered around Bai Luo, each rubbing their hands together eagerly, as excited as if they were about to pull off something big. With just a few simple words from Bai Luo, Zuo Mu understood the reason for Long Shu's absence. Among the series of coordinates Zuo Mu had previously given to Bai Luo, there was hidden in strength team mission and a dark gold tier boss. To devour these 2 pieces of fat, they needed to deploy a large number of people, but large-scale operations were extremely prone to information leaks. So Bai Luo set up a scheme. 1. Arrange for her own people to quietly identify the truly critical coordinates. 2. Simultaneously, deliberately leak several treasure coordinates to Long Shu. Given Long Shu's self-proclaimed clever personality, he would surely strike while the iron was hot to pick up easy gains. To make him completely lower his guard, Bai Luo even added several decoy points. Just now, she had someone release the final coordinate with the greatest harvest, having tasted success and lost all vigilance. Long Shu must be rushing over there with great joy. Next would be the perfect opportunity to catch them all in one net. No wonder Nuancheng and the others were excitedly rubbing their hands. This was Bai Luo. While others took one step, she had already rehearsed 5 steps ahead. She cleared away all potential troubles that might interfere with Zuo Mu in advance. By the way, we found another one of his hideouts in reality, Bai Luo added to Zuo Mu. The last sneak attack was very successful. A few more times, and the main character should show himself. Zuo Mu nodded slightly. Call me when needed. Don't worry. Bai Luo smiled sweetly, satisfied that she could help him. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt this relaxed. Everything she had now was brought by Zuo Mu. Her life would henceforth follow Zuo Mu as her creed. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zuo Mu went alone to the city lord's mansion to turn in his quest. On the way, a player quietly setting up a stall caught his attention. After leaving the newbie village with auction houses flourishing, almost no one was willing to spend time setting up stalls unless they were truly short of money, and desperately so. The stall owner was a boy who had just turned 15, still showing traces of childishness. Seeing Zuo Mu approach, hope immediately appeared in his eyes. He had been stationed here during the most bustling time of the challenge tournament, but hadn't waited for a single customer. Hello, the boy said, slightly nervous yet excited, asking carefully. Would you like to look at my items? Zuo Mu nodded and checked his stall, which had only one item displayed, a piece of clothing. Zuo Mu examined the stall and discovered the little boy had only displayed a single item. It was a garment woven from tender green leaves that gleamed faintly in the morning light. Though it appeared disposable at first glance, it was actually called leaf garment. On the surface, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary leaf-made clothing with no apparent defensive attributes whatsoever, leaving no one to imagine its true value. However, Zuo Mu's heart suddenly raced, his blood boiling as if licked by flames, and he nearly lost his composure. He knew all too well the true worth of this item. I have a little secret. He reminded himself to stay calm while maintaining a composed facade. The leaf garment before him wasn't regular equipment, but rather a special item, one of those extremely deceptive, yet heaven-defying artifacts. It was deceptive because its crude description was misleading enough to fool ordinary players. Anyone seeing such a shabby leaf garment would likely sell it to the system shop or simply discard it. Yet it was heaven-defying because it truly was extraordinary. 1. It served only one purpose. to open an additional armor equipment slot for the character, meaning players could wear 2 pieces of defensive gear simultaneously. 2. More terrifyingly, the attributes of the second slot's equipment could be extracted into the real world. Once successfully extracted, any equipment changes in the game would automatically sync and update the real-world attributes. Such powerful technology needed no further explanation. Even so, due to that misleading description, the function wasn't discovered by a handful of players until the game's later stages. Most people didn't even realize they could equip a second piece of armor, let alone bring attributes out of the game. Throughout his entire previous life, Zuo Mu knew of only a few dozen players who possessed a second equipment slot, not counting those secretive powerhouses who chose to remain forever silent. Encountering such items was purely by chance. Money alone was far from sufficient. More challenging still, unlocking the leaf garment required strict prerequisites. One must carry the item to the elven heartland and pray to the sacred tree. The sacred tree blessing wasn't something one could simply decide to do. Just obtaining qualification to enter elven territory blocked 99% of players. Thinking of this, Zuo Mu calculated silently. He must secure elven passage rights as soon as possible and complete the blessing ritual early. With this thought, he had already considered the leaf garment his possession, determined to acquire it regardless of the cost. He looked up, meeting the little boy's timid gaze. "I want this item." "How much?" The price tag at the stall read negotiable. The little boy took a deep breath, his voice trembling yet striving to remain sincere. "Big brother, I actually don't know what it's for. It looks like ordinary clothing, but it's the most valuable thing I have." At this point, pain flashed across his face as he clutched his sleeves tightly. "I really need money desperately. My sister and I were abandoned by our parents since childhood and have depended on each other, but she was just diagnosed with congenital heart disease. I need to raise money for her surgery. So how much do you want to sell it for?" Zuo Mu asked directly. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, but he stubbornly raised his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Big brother, I want to sell it for 1,000 gold coins. I know it's not worth nearly that much, but if you're willing to buy it, I'll definitely pay you back later 5,000 gold coins. Even if it takes my entire lifetime to earn it, I'll repay every single coin." He knew 5,000 gold coins was an astronomical sum for ordinary players, yet he still made such an insane promise, all because he wanted to save his sister's life even if it meant selling his entire future. Zuo Mu saw pain and hope swirling together in the boy's eyes, along with a trace of courage that would risk everything for family. That same courage had once inspired him to forge ahead fearlessly, though it had ultimately been misplaced. Without further hesitation, he poured all 4,376 remaining gold coins from his pouch into the trade window and clicked confirm without delay. The little boy froze, quickly wiping his eyes with his sleeve and squinting as he searched for a decimal point between the 7 and 6 that simply didn't exist. After confirming 3 times, he finally looked up, his voice trembling. "Big brother, did you make a mistake?" Zuo Mu shook his head calmly. "Just confirm it." To him, this item's significance far exceeded what gold could measure, so he simply gave everything he had. The boy could no longer contain his emotions as tears rolled down his cheeks. "Thank you, big brother. I'll definitely repay you." Before he finished speaking, he wiped his tears frantically while struggling to click confirm. The trade completed, he glanced down at the record, then suddenly looked up with his voice rising. "Big brother, are you the legendary Mu god?" Zuo Mu casually closed the trade panel and offered some parting advice. "You'd better use the remaining money to improve your strength. Only with power can you gain more." With that, he turned and walked away. As the slender figure gradually disappeared into the distance, the boy's gratitude was quickly consumed by burning admiration. Zuo Mu had become his lifelong goal to pursue. The unexpected acquisition of a divine tier item put Zuo Mu in excellent spirits. He immediately sent a message to Bai Luo, instructing her to collect any items with ambiguous descriptions and reasonable prices from now on. A reply came quickly. Bai Luo had also noticed many mysterious yet valuable items in heavenly summons and had already begun large-scale collection efforts. Bai Luo's thoroughness further convinced Zuo Mu of her capabilities and completely eliminated his concerns. Just then, the game's public channel was suddenly flooded with megaphone messages. "Long Shu, Bai Luo, how dare you scheme against me? I'll make you experience a fate worse than death." The channel immediately exploded. What happened to the Scholar Guild? President Long Shu has always been so refined. What made him lose it today? Who's Bai Luo to push a big shot this far? Seeing the megaphone messages, Zuo Mu knew Bai Luo's strategy had worked. Long Shu must have suffered a major loss. Otherwise, he would never lose composure publicly. Combined with Wu Tianxiang and others taking out several of his positions in reality, his opponent was now burning with rage. According to Bai Luo's plan, they needed to keep escalating, gradually drawing out Long Shu's anger until he completely lost control. This was luring the snake from its hole. Poor Long Shu's carefully cultivated gentle image over the years was about to be completely ruined by her. After this brief interlude, Zuo Mu intended to visit the city lord's mansion to complete his quest and continue the elf storyline, but was suddenly and silently caught by an arm hooking around his shoulder. With a familiar feminine fragrance entering his nostrils, the boss had arrived. A soft, sweet whisper reached his ear. "Little brother, have you missed me?" Zuo Mu immediately changed direction, leading the succubus toward his small house. Her voluntary appearance meant there was definitely a quest, and the soul chains binding him left no room for refusal. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he couldn't escape this level 100 boss. He grumbled internally. "This is the human capital city. You're being way too bold." Yet still immediately led her inside, closing the door and brewing tea, all in one smooth motion. Upon entering, the succubus first gave him a "you know what's good for you" look, then dropped her disguise, revealing her alluring figure in all its glory. She lifted the teacup, took a delicate sip, and spoke with captivating charm. After sipping her tea, she said, "Come back to the demon realm with me." The succubus entered Zuo Mu's room, and her first words were demanding that he return to the demon realm with her. Moonlight spilled through the window lattice onto the desk, where Zuo Mu was holding a teapot, preparing to refill it. Upon hearing her words, his arm froze midair as steam curled up from the amber-colored tea surface. The level 202 succubus leaned against the doorframe, a hint of suspicion flickering in her golden pupils as she seemed to gauge his reaction. Zuo Mu silently weighed the pros and cons. At this stage, he had originally planned to focus on leveling up, improving his strength, completing the Elven main quest line, and tackling those mysterious side quests in his mind. However, the succubus kept pestering him every few days, forcing him to do her bidding, leaving him unable to accomplish anything. He had already obtained his title, and the city lord had taken notice of him. If it really came to a fight to the death, it was still unclear who would emerge victorious. The only constraint was that soul chain that could track him to the ends of the earth. If he burned bridges and ruined the succubus's plans, and she devoted herself to revenge afterward, he would be completely unable to continue playing. The tea filled the cup to the brim. The succubus seemed to catch the resentment in his eyes and smiled slightly, flicking her fingertips as two items gently landed on the table. Zuo Mu looked down and was stunned. First, upgrade cards, a full 5 of them. Each could allow the holder to directly advance one level. Second, demon pills that only demons could consume, capable of significantly boosting strength, clearly prepared for a you. He first stored the pills in his inventory, then respectfully lifted the teapot, though his mind was rapidly calculating. It had been so long since he'd returned to the demon realm, it seemed. He actually missed it a bit? The succubus's lips curved upward, clearly aware of his change of heart. "If you want the horse to run, you must first feed it grass." She then explained the background of this mission. It turned out that the letter delivered to the demon city lord last time was both a threat and an invitation. The city lord originally belonged to the faction of that old man who bullied her. Strictly speaking, he was the capable subordinate of that old man's capable subordinate, roughly equivalent to a grandson in terms of hierarchy. This time, the succubus had caught the city lord's weakness and forced him to accept Zuo Mu. Now she wanted the city lord to completely defect and work with Zuo Mu to stage a performance, allowing Zuo Mu to smoothly enter that old man's inner circle and ultimately replace the city lord and upgrade in undercover status. The plan was simple. The city lord would publicly announce his defection, while Zuo Mu would display unwavering loyalty, fighting desperately to break through and report to the old man. It was a ruse of self-injury to gain trust while infiltrating from within. After hearing this, Zuo Mu furrowed his brow, not because the mission was difficult, but because he vaguely felt he had boarded a pirate ship heading for the deep sea. Then he secretly gloated. He wasn't the only one being manipulated by the succubusivan. The mighty level 100 demon city lord had to obediently cooperate. "It's already late now. We'll set out for the demon realm tomorrow morning," the succubus said, setting down her teacup with certainty. "Ah." Zuo Mu snapped back to attention and nodded. "Good. I can turn in my quests and pick up new ones." The succubus sipped her tea lightly, her moist eyes gleaming with a faint smile. "Then let's go to sleep." "All right." Zuo Mu responded instinctively, then realized what she'd said. "We? Sleep?" He turned to look at the only bed in the room. How were they supposed to sleep? Zuo Mu's heart tightened. If they really had to share a bed, would he even survive until morning? He awkwardly hunched his shoulders. The succubus seemed to see right through his concerns and giggled sweetly, gracefully walking up to him. Her slender finger lifted his chin as she teased in a soft voice. "Silly little brother, are you thinking of sharing a bed with me?" Zuo Mu knew he was being toyed with again. The succubus's peach blossom beautiful face drew even closer, and he could even feel the warmth of her breath. She smiled with curved eyes. "It's not impossible for me to serve you in bed, as long as you help me take care of everything. Then I'll spend a passionate night with you, young master." As her words fell, she laughed to herself endlessly. See you tomorrow at the demon realm." Her graceful figure faded into a faint shadow and vanished in the blink of an eye. The room returned to silence. And only then did Zuo Mu breathe a sigh of relief. Had clearly caught a trace of weak, but cold, killing intent just moments ago. What a troublesome woman, he clenched his fist secretly. Once I get stronger, I'll definitely pin you down and crush you. Actually, his willingness to venture to the demon realm again had another motive. Don't forget, he also carried the identity of a human spy. With the succubus paving the way for him, his status within the human faction would rise accordingly. The more demon intelligence he gathered, the higher the human's secret favorability toward him would become, making titles and rewards easily obtainable. Moreover, the succubus was generous with her spending, making this spy journey truly kill two birds with one stone. After seeing off the succubus, Zuo Mu tidied up briefly, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. System notification, about to return, extract abilities? Zuo Mu's abilities have been fully extracted, no need for re-extraction. Looking forward to your return tomorrow. A flash of light, and he returned to the real world. The fresh scent of grass that hit his face reminded him he had moved to a remote small village. You're awake. Meichier entered carrying breakfast. The usual clear porridge and cold dishes, but with an extra golden, fragrant grilled fish. Try it quickly. I just caught it from the river. Zuo Mu noticed a small speck of charcoal black on her upturned nose tip and reflexively reached out to wipe it away, then lowered his head to smell the grilled fish. It actually smelled quite good. His eyes lit up as he began eating with gusto. Meichier held her bowl, watching him with a flushed face in a daze. Aren't you eating? Zuo Mu looked up, asking with confusion. Oh. She suddenly snapped back to reality and picked up her chopsticks to start eating too. After the meal, Zuo Mu took out the 4 map fragments he had collected and spread them on the table. The pattern formed by the pieces had a circular hole in the center. No wonder the 4th fragment had such a large gap. We still missing the last piece, he muttered to himself. What a pain, Meichier pouted and complained. Zuo Mu had a flash of inspiration and flipped over the fragment from the Eternal Life Association. On the back were inscribed a few small characters, the path beneath your feet. As expected, he quickly opened the magazine and storybook to cross-reference the translation, Li Town Tower. Li Town Tower? Where's that? Meichier curiously leaned closer. An ancient town that's been abandoned for a long time. Zuo Mu closed the fragment. Then let's set off. He didn't answer immediately, but was pulled back by memory. Xiao Mu, remember this. If you ever go to that place again, you must bring something with you. Dad, but I don't want to go there again. It's so boring, nothing but broken houses. His mother gently stroked his head. Listen to your father. If there really comes a day when you go there again, you must first go to the well in the backyard of the old house and find a key. But Mom, why is the key at the bottom of a well? Silly child, when you get that key, you'll understand. Looking back, Zuo Mu remembered that his parents had taken him to that desolate town when he was just a child. During that visit, he had been completely absorbed in chasing a paper pinwheel around the street corner, oblivious to his parents' true purpose for the trip. He could only vaguely recall their repeated instructions. They must first return to the ancestral home to retrieve a key. He had always kept that instruction in mind, but never ventured to search for the key on his own, and over time, it had faded from memory. It wasn't until today, seeing the town's name again, that those buried memories came flooding back. So are we going to that town now? Seeing Zuo Mu's prolonged silence, Meichier asked softly. No, he collected his thoughts. We need to go somewhere else first. At the National Security Headquarters, in the director's office, Jiang Li knocked and entered. Director, we found the evidence. She placed the file folder containing the documents on the desk. Director Li was momentarily stunned. Then his brow furrowed deeply as he quickly tore open the envelope and began reading. The more he read, the more shocked and furious he became. Finally, he slammed the file shut and threw it on the desk with a loud thud. Outrageous. These vermin. He pulled out a cigarette from his shirt pocket, lit it, and began pacing back and forth in the office. Jiang Li stood in place, waiting silently. Halfway through his cigarette, Director Li stopped pacing and crushed the butt. Keep this matter under wraps for now. No one is to leak this information. I will root out every last one of these parasites. He looked up and added, what about the task force? Is Zuo Mu still tracking that target? This was the operation that had been postponed due to previous circumstances. Wang Gu and the others have been following up, ready to move at any time. Continue the mission. As for old Lu, after something like this, he won't be keeping that position. Yes, sir. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Jiang Li quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had believed Zuo Mu's words, actually seeing the truth was still shocking. This wasn't simply a case of treason. She had uncovered an extremely cautious organization. It seemed that the moment Zuo Mu killed the traitor, the organization had sensed danger and immediately erased all traces. Without the leads Zuo Mu had provided, these connections would likely have been completely wiped clean. Leaving the office, she immediately threw herself into mission preparations. In K City, in front of an old mansion in a remote town. Your family has a house way out here? Meichier looked up at the building. High walls built of blue stone enclosed the courtyard completely, with a weathered 2-story building visible above the wall. Left by my grandparents. Zuo Mu pulled out a rust-covered key. After they passed away, we rarely came here anymore. The key slid into the equally rusty lock, and with stiff clicking sounds, the iron lock finally opened. The courtyard wasn't large, with tables, chairs, and other furnishings still arranged neatly, though covered in dust. Weeds growing through the cracks between the blue bricks had already reached waist height. The two walked around the main house into the back courtyard, where the wild grass grew even thicker. Is this the well? Mei Qi'er leaned over to peer down, seeing only pitch darkness at the bottom. We go down from here. Zuo Mu lifted a cellar-style wooden door nearby. This well dried up long ago and was converted into a cellar. Cough, cough. Zuo Mu opened the small door, stirring up a cloud of dust that made Mei Qi'er quickly wave her hand in front of her face. The two turned on their flashlights and bent down to crawl into the cellar. The damp, musty air clung to their skin, and moss in the corners gleamed with a wet green sheen under the beam of light. Where could the key be? Mei Qi'er looked around. Zuo Mu was also searching in the dim circle of light. The cellar wasn't large, and there didn't seem to be any suitable hiding places within sight. Suddenly, Mei Qi'er stopped and pointed to a corner. Why are there so many oil lamps hanging here? Zuo Mu moved closer. There were 8 oil lamps mounted on the 4 walls, yet the cellar would only need 1 for adequate lighting. This was clearly unusual. Zuo Mu squinted as he examined them, reaching for one of the lamps. After a few seconds of silence, he pulled out his dagger and carefully pried open the lamp cover. The wick was missing. Just as Mei Qi'er was about to ask, a small iron box dropped from inside the lamp cover with a click, landing on the floor. She quickly picked it up and opened the lid. Inside was an antique bronze key and a wax-sealed note. Little Mu, if you're reading this note, it means you've already set foot on an extraordinary path. Zuo Mu's pupils contracted slightly. It was his mother's handwriting. Since you've already taken this path, you must have realized that those games we played with you as a child were actually keys, one after another. Your father and I had hoped to let you live an ordinary life, but things have spiraled beyond our control, which is why we taught you those skills in advance. Don't try to find us. If your father and I can complete that task, we'll come find you. If we can't, those skills will be enough to keep you alive. Many things can't be explained in detail in a note, but remember these 8 words. Face north while sitting south, up is down. Oh, and when you have time, visit Nyang Mountain Temple. There might be something there that can help you. Love, Mom and Dad. This first conversation in years hit him like a wave, making Zuo Mu's chest tighten as he exhaled heavily. The clear affection in the note stirred mixed emotions within him. Past bitterness and grievances, worry for his parents' safety, confusion about the unknown, and deep longing, all intertwined. He muttered self-mockingly. Not look for you? How could that be possible? The note essentially conveyed 3 things. 1. His parents were involved in something extremely dangerous that could cost them their lives. 2. Those 8 cryptic words were left behind, perhaps serving as another key. 3. The mention of Nyang Mountain Temple located deep in the mountains of another city. It had been extremely popular decades ago, where couples prayed for blessings and children. Legend had it that immortals had fallen there, bestowing children and enlightening spiritual beasts. Later, pilgrims flocked there, but now it had long been abandoned. As Zuo Mu read, his mind quickly mapped out routes, but he didn't notice that when Mei Qi'er heard the words Nyang Mountain Temple, a flash of shock crossed her eyes before she forcibly suppressed it, becoming somewhat distracted. What's wrong? Zuo Mu keenly sensed something amiss. Huh? No, nothing. We found the key, let's go. Mei Qi'er hastily looked away. Zuo Mu didn't press further, tucking the key and note into his jacket. He and Mei Qi'er left the cellar one after the other. Just as they reached the front courtyard, 2 uninvited guests pushed through the door. Zuo Mu had just gotten the key and was about to leave when 2 uninvited guests barged in. At the courtyard gate, a nearly 6-foot, burly fat man blocked the way, while a scrawny old man, barely 4.5 feet tall and hunched like a monkey, crept in behind him. Both were getting on in years, but exuded a strong aura of the martial world. What was even stranger was that both wore masks. The tall one had a hippo mask, and the short one wore a monkey face mask. Little boy, this old man has been waiting for you for quite some time. The monkey-faced man spoke with a heavy regional accent, his tone casual and mocking. A low, muffled grunt came from beneath the hippo mask, as if urging him on. Zuo Mu's brow furrowed as he drew his dagger with a swift motion. This circus, that had been absent for so long, had finally appeared again, and it was clear they had been lying in wait. Mei Qi'er quietly moved to his side and whispered, "These are the 2 guys I told you about before." Only then did Zuo Mu remember they were the strange pair who performed in the village but only accepted stones as payment. No wonder they reeked of the martial world. What are you so nervous about, boy? Seeing Zuo Mu brandish his dagger, the monkey-faced man laughed even more relaxedly. We just want what you just picked up, not your life. Before he could finish speaking, the hippo man grunted again, pounded his massive fists together, and suddenly lunged at Zuo Mu. Hey, you fool, this old man hasn't finished talking. The monkey-faced man couldn't stop him in time. Zuo Mu's battle instincts flared as his dark wings spread, and he used stealth and a backstab to appear behind the Hippo Man. The Hippo Man's charge missed, his fist smashing the stone table in the courtyard to pieces. At the same time, Zuo Mu's dagger slashed across his back, but it felt like cutting stone. A deep gash immediately appeared on the Hippo Man's back, reaching down to the bone, yet not a drop of blood flowed. The man himself was equally shocked. His defense, which he considered as thick as a city wall, had been broken with a single strike. "Old bull, your defense was actually broken," the monkey-faced man exclaimed. The Hippo Man roared in fury. "How many times do I have to tell you call me Hippo?" Rage boiling over, he raised his fist and struck at Zuo Mu again. Mei Qi'er raised her hand and conjured a fireball, hurling it at the Hippo Man. "You little girl, you don't follow martial world rules." The monkey-faced man instantly appeared in front of the fireball, pulled out a black cloth from thin air, and covered it. The fireball was extinguished immediately. The monkey-faced man said coldly, "A duel is a duel. If your hands are itching for action, this old man will play with you." Just as Mei Qi'er was about to prepare a powerful attack, Zuo Mu suddenly split into multiple forms, his figure flickering as he launched teleportation strikes against both enemies. The Hippo Man, knowing Zuo Mu's damage was terrifying, immediately crossed his arms to protect his head. The dagger scraped against his arm guards, sending sparks flying. The monkey-faced man also held the black cloth in front of his chest, absorbing all of Zuo Mu's attacks, though the cloth visibly dimmed. What a troublesome little boy. The monkey-faced man's eyes showed impatience. After Zuo Mu completed his strike, his clone smoothly scooped up Mei Qi'er, spread his wings, and flew swiftly away to create distance. Mei Qi'er had to suppress her powerful attack again and looked at him in confusion. Zuo Mu looked down at the strange pair below, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. "Don't damage the house." Mei Qi'er. The Hippo Man had just warmed up for battle when he saw Zuo Mu turning to leave, leaving him utterly frustrated. With a single punch, he shattered another stone bench. "Easy there, old bull. Call me Hippo." The furious man swept his sleeve, veins bulging on his muscular arms. All right, old bull." The monkey-faced man across from him deliberately provoked, raising an eyebrow. "Humph." The monkey-faced man spread a black cloth over his palm, quickly muttering incantations under his breath. The moment he lifted the cloth, a small sparrow curled up in his palm, its round eyes darting about. "Little sparrow, go." With a gentle flick of his wrist, the sparrow shot skyward, fluttering a few times before flying off in the direction Zuo Mu had taken. "Let's go. He can't escape my grasp." The monkey-faced man turned around confidently. "Humph." Zuo Mu returned home with Mei Qi'er. "Are you sure you're not going? You go ahead. I want to rest for a while." Mei Qi'er's eyes avoided his gaze. No sooner had they left the house than Jiang Li's phone rang. Zuo Mu answered, and she explained the situation in detail. The mission would continue, and they needed to gather at the base shortly. After hearing the call, Mei Qi'er suddenly said she wanted to go straight home to rest, and told Zuo Mu to go alone. Usually, she would cling to him and insist on joining missions, so this unusual behavior puzzled Zuo Mu, though he still dropped her off on the way. Zuo Mu, just as he was about to use his lightness technique to fly to the base, Mei Qi'er called out from behind him, "Remember to come home for dinner." Zuo Mu nodded, turned, and leaped into the air, leaving behind the figure gazing longingly after him. As the breeze stirred, she whispered softly to herself, "You jerk, you'd better wait for me to come back." At the entrance of the National Security Department base, Mu God, Wan Gu, Deshan, Jiang Li, and Meng Duo all rushed forward to greet him. "Who would have thought the guy would actually betray us? Thank goodness you saw through it early, Mu Gij, or the consequences would have been unthinkable." Meng Duo threw herself at him, her soft arms wrapping tightly around Zuo Mu's arm. Zuo Mu tried to pull his hand free, but failed. "Zuo Mu, Director Liu has been called in for questioning and investigation. He'll probably lose his position." Jiang Li handed him the latest documents. "Humph, that petty man deserved to be removed." Meng Duo curled her lip in disdain. Jiang Li still had concerns. Even though he's lost his position, the influence he's built up over the years shouldn't be underestimated. "We should still be on guard." Zuo Mu nodded slightly. If the man truly sought revenge, he wouldn't mind eliminating the threat preemptively, had never been one to show mercy. After catching up, Wan Gu started the SUV, and everyone headed straight for the mission location. In the back seat, Zuo Mu was sandwiched between Jiang Li and Meng Duo. Meng Duo kept holding his arm and whispering, "It feels like being carried through a dungeon by a master player again." Jiang Li spread out the documents, explaining the mission details point by point. Deshan in the passenger seat grinned foolishly, while Wan Gu in the driver's seat watched enviously. When would she get to enjoy such treatment? After Jiang Li finished her briefing, Zuo Mu had a general understanding of the situation. 1. The guy they caught last time had provided leads, which they followed to identify hideouts in major cities where players were secretly being kept. 2. They had wanted to dig deeper and find the mastermind behind it all, but the opposition had extremely strong surveillance and counter-surveillance awareness, making investigation progress difficult. 3. The team decided to first take down the frontline strongholds, rescue the coerced players, and search for more clues. While it was called a rescue mission, it was also a test of Zuo Mu's true abilities. Just hearing praise from Jiang Li and the others wasn't enough to fully convince the organization's leadership. Zuo Mu understood this perfectly and carefully reviewed the materials. The Eternal Life Association had surfaced, the circus's power was exposed for the first time, and news of his parents had appeared for the first time as well. He urgently needed to leverage national resources to continue searching for any traces. Closing the file, a confident smile played at the corners of his lips. In that case, let them get a good look at what he could do. As the vehicle gradually drove away, the group finally arrived at their destination, and night had fallen. Surrounded by towering mountains, the darkness was thick. Without the information provided by the captive, they would have never discovered this nearly hidden location. Wang Gu turned off the headlights and applied the brakes, bringing the off-road vehicle to a quiet stop at the end of the mountain road. Let's stop here, but be careful not to alert anyone. Jiang Ling composed herself and followed Wang Ji's gaze, noticing faint lights flickering deep within the mountains. Do you have any thoughts? She asked softly. Zuo Mu was also surveying the base in the valley. Let me check it out, he replied. Before he finished speaking, he activated his shadow wings and swiftly vanished into the night sky. The brief silence in the vehicle was broken as a team member murmured, Captain Jiang, isn't it overkill to send Mu Shun on this mission? We can't afford any mistakes. Being cautious is wise, Jiang Ling replied calmly. She understood Minister Li's true intention. This step was a necessary process to build trust, and there was no need to rush. Unbeknownst to them, among the crevices where they had settled, a few unremarkable mice scurried towards the base deep in the valley. High above, the cold wind howled as Zuo Mu surveyed the area, quickly realizing that it was an abandoned air raid shelter, perfectly camouflaged by the mountain. He landed above the entrance, retracting his wings and blending into the rock. In front of the entrance, two guards huddled together, shivering from the cold. Old Zhang, pass me a cigarette. Damn it, I'm freezing to death. Why hasn't the shift change come yet? I say, with Xiao Bai's ability to scout, it's enough. Who can escape his eyes within 10 miles? Why make the brothers freeze out here? Keep it down. If the boss hears you, you won't be able to handle the consequences. As the guard took the cigarette and raised it to his lips, he trembled slightly, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. The mention of Xiao Bai and 10 miles caught Zuo Mu's attention, and he immediately sent a clone to guard the entrance while he silently slipped inside during the conversation. The interior of the air raid shelter was even more dilapidated than he had imagined. The walls were mottled, and debris was scattered everywhere, deliberately left to confuse outsiders. Zuo Mu deduced that the real passage must be hidden here. Just as he was searching, footsteps approached. The shift change had arrived. Timing couldn't be better. In the corner of the stone wall, an inconspicuous recess was turned, and with a click, a hidden door opened. The person quickly passed through and closed the stone door behind them. Zuo Mu swiftly slipped in just as the door sealed, revealing a spiral staircase leading underground, a damp chill hitting him, mixed with the smells of alcohol, smoke, and mildew. At the bottom of the staircase, a dim yellow light illuminated the scene. Amidst the noise, over a dozen burly men were gathered around wooden crates, the table piled high with bottles and greasy meat bones. Zuo Mu pressed against the wall, focusing his gaze on the leader, a bald man with a scar running across his cheek, his eyes sharp as daggers. Boss, the woman we caught today, can we let the brothers? A drunken subordinate leered, his voice lewd. The bald man kicked him hard, sending him stumbling back 2 steps, causing cups and plates to clatter. How many times have I told you? We can't touch any of these captives. They have other uses. Yeah. Haha. Boss, I've had a bit too much to drink, the subordinate chuckled sheepishly. I want to relax a bit. In a couple of days, I'll send this group out, and then we can really enjoy ourselves. The bald man cheerfully waved his wine glass while brandishing a wooden stick in the air, teasing his subordinates by striking once before tossing a date, building up their anticipation. Oh, awesome. The crowd, already bored, raised their glasses in unison and shouted. In this desolate place, they were strictly ordered, only to guard, not to move around. With the captives set to be escorted away in 2 days, everyone was eager to go out and have a good time. Zuo Mu ignored the noise and quietly slipped into the passage. Water seeped through the walls of the air raid shelter, and the stone walls were covered in mold. Rows of damp cells were neatly lined up, and under the dim yellow light, the players looked pale and defeated. After checking each cell, without finding any more clues, Zuo Mu returned to the hall, drew his pitch-black dagger, and decided to take action. With a swift motion, the dagger flashed coldly as it flew straight toward the bald man's back. Clang! An invincible shield suddenly lit up. Who's there? The bald man jolted, cold sweat trickling down his neck. His drunken subordinates instantly sobered up. Huh, there's an invincible shield? Zuo Mu raised an eyebrow, then activated enemy detected, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The bald man reacted just as quickly. War tread. A shockwave spread out, briefly stunning Zuo Mu. Arrows, fireballs, debuffs, and summoned beasts, all attacks rained down. They were fast, but Zuo Mu was faster. In that moment of dizziness, Zuo Mu activated Sacrifice, triggering his passive ability, which shattered all control effects. He rolled to the side, creating distance, and merged with the shadows using stealth. Boom. The hall shook as if struck by a hammer, the ground trembling. Is he dead? Someone peeked out. Don't let your guard down. If he got this far, he must be formidable. The bald man felt a chill in his heart, scanning the area. The answer was revealed the next second. Zuo Mu warped in an instant, his dagger carving a black arc that took several lives in a flash. The burning effect of Sacrifice combined with the passive ability choice meant that hardly anyone could withstand a single skill from him. Bodies fell to the ground, blood pooling into a crimson lake. Seeing the carnage, the bald man felt a surge of panic. Run. He pushed off with his toes and leaped toward the stairs. But Zuo Mu wouldn't let him escape. With his black wings spread wide, he pursued like a dark meteor. The sound of the dagger slicing through the air was deafening. A chill crept up the bald man's back, making every hair stand on end. If he had hair, it would surely be standing straight up at that moment. The dagger came down, but there was no resistance. The bald man's figure instantly transformed into a puddle of black water, oozing across the ground. A decoy? Zuo Mu's gaze turned cold. A mere gang leader had such a life-saving trick. As the black water dissipated, the real bald man had already darted to the entrance of the air raid shelter. Zuo Mu quickly followed. No one noticed a small, gray mouse stealthily trailing behind. At the entrance, two guards heard the commotion behind them and turned in confusion. Boss? Quick! Stop him! The bald man shouted. Oh! Though the guards were puzzled, they instinctively positioned themselves behind the bald man, launching knives and fireballs at Zuo Mu. Meanwhile, the bald man fled frantically toward the exit without looking back. Facing the two minions the bald man used as human shields, Zuo Mu effortlessly dispatched them and continued pursuing the bald man. At his true speed, he could catch the bald man in a single breath. Yet Zuo Mu deliberately slowed his pace. Behind him, one of the minions who should have been down for good suddenly gasped sharply and sat up with a start, looking around in terror. After figuring out why he was still alive, he mentally cursed the bald man's entire family 18 times over. After finishing his curses, the guy didn't immediately flee but instead staggered back to the basement. The ruined corridor was splattered with blood everywhere, with no survivors in sight. Holding his breath, he pushed open the iron door of a small storage room in the corner, and his eyes immediately lit up. An old canvas bag lay overturned on the ground, bulging with a corner of gleaming gold bars visible. He pounced on it, hands trembling as he stuffed the gold bars back into the bag and slung it over his shoulder. If not for the general enhancement of physical strength that came after the heavenly summons, he wouldn't have been able to carry such a heavy bag of gold. The weight of the gold excited him so much his face flushed red, and his mind began calculating. Tonight he'd call a few girls over for some fun, and he'd be able to lord it over others in the game too. His fantasies hadn't ended when his foot barely stepped out of the air raid shelter entrance before a black snake thicker than an arm suddenly shot out from the shadows, wrapping tightly around his neck. The minion instinctively grabbed at the snake trying to pry it loose, but the black snake coiled tighter and tighter. The snake's head hooked around, and its sharp fangs bit directly into his jaw. In an instant, his face turned from blue to purple. Only choking sounds remained in his throat. White foam spilled from the corners of his mouth. His body convulsed twice, and he fell stiffly onto the gold bars, breathing no more. Atop the wealth he dreamed of could be considered dying without regrets. After the black snake released its bite and slithered back into the tree shade, a seemingly frail scholar emerged. His thin frame and cold gaze formed a stark contrast with the muscular black wolf at his feet. He pulled the gold bars out from under the dead minion and casually tossed them into a cloth bag on the wolf's back. A gray mouse on his shoulder kept grooming its fur, seemingly indifferent to the bloody scene before it. After finishing this, the scholar left along the mountain forest path without looking back. Zuo Mu saw this entire scene clearly from a distance. That gasping minion was precisely the bait he'd deliberately spared. When he'd charged out from underground, he'd sensed an extremely faint killing intent following him, so he quietly placed a clone at the exit, using the living person as bait. Sure enough, the real lurker had been drawn out. Meanwhile, Zuo Mu's main body had long since caught up with the bald man. Though he hadn't killed him, knocked the man unconscious, disabled his limb joints to ensure he couldn't resist for some time, then immediately returned and stealthily followed behind the frail scholar. The scholar moved through the dense forest with extreme familiarity, clearly knowing this mountainous area like the back of his hand. Zuo Mu secretly judged that the other party would most likely lead him to the clues that Jiang Li and the others had been desperately searching for, so he maintained a distance of several dozen meters, following silently. One man, one wolf, one mouse, and one snake moved swiftly ahead, while Zuo Mu remained invisible behind them. Mountain wind rustled through the branches, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense in the whooshing sounds. Suddenly, there was a thunderous boom above the scholar's head. A black shadow crashed down like a cannonball, the tremendous impact shaking the ground and creating a large crater. The scholar reacted extremely quickly, commanding the black wolf and black snake to attack before the dust had even settled. As the dust cleared, the newcomer's figure was revealed, a tall man wearing a hippo mask, currently gripping a black snake with both hands and stretching it taut. A wolf at his feet kept tearing at his calf, but failed to cause any damage. Splash, the hippo-like man extended his massive hands like palm fans, grabbed the black snake coiled around his ankle, and tore it in half with brute force. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere, splattering the grass with a bloody stench. In the next instant, his 5 fingers reached out again, grabbing for the black wolf on the other side. The frail scholar watched with his scalp tingling, instinctively stepping back. Flee, or take the backpack full of gold bars. His gaze darted between the backpack at his feet and the dark forest, his struggle lasting only half a second. The enemy gave him no chance to chew. Cold black cloth silently descended from above, instantly wrapping tight around his head. The black cloth sealed off his breathing. He desperately clawed at it, but couldn't tear it away. His other hand instinctively clutched his throat as his chest heaved violently. Strength drained away bit by bit as he dropped to one knee, emitting low, hoarse heh sounds from his throat. His skin turned from blue to purple. He suddenly gripped his neck with force, then collapsed silently, his convulsions ceasing. Meanwhile, the black wolf had been torn to shreds by the hippo-like man, its remains scattered across the ground. Having dealt with the scholar, the monkey-like man leaped down from the canopy. His gaze was drawn to the golden gleam from the backpack, and he grinned. Not bad luck, found a bag of gold. With that, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. With a splat, when he lifted his foot again, only a flat mouse pancake remained on the ground. Oomph. Don't be hasty, old bull. That kid is nearby. Call me Hippo. All right, comrade bull. The monkey-like man reached into his coat and pulled out the small sparrow used for reconnaissance. The little bird now had its head tucked under its wing, fast asleep. The sparrow's tired. We'll have to search on our own from here. Even if it wakes up, it's lost the trail. He put his ear close and heard faint gurgling sounds. Well then, let's go. The higher-ups have an urgent mission and want us back quickly. The hippo-like man grunted, slung the backpack of gold bars over his shoulder, and strode toward the depths of the mountain forest. Hey, old bull, wait for me. The monkey-like man hurried to catch up. Their every move fell under the watchful eyes of Zuo Mu, hidden in the shadows. I never expected they'd have such tracking methods, able to follow us all the way here. He whispered, then twisted his wrist to draw his dagger. He and his clone simultaneously executed a reverse blade strike, instantly attacking. The monkey-like man reacted extremely quickly, his black cloth whooshing to block behind him. The hippo-like man turned around, crossing his arms across his chest. Blade light flashed past with a crack and muffled impact. The hippo-like man's outer skin shattered completely, exposing stark white bone, yet not a drop of blood flowed. The monkey-like man's black cloth dimmed considerably, and his eyes were full of pain. Wait! The monkey-like man stepped back, cupping his hands in salute. Today is not convenient for further battle. Until we meet again. Before he finished speaking, Zuo Mu was already lunging forward again. He frantically fumbled in his coat for a metal sphere. You kid, how can you not follow the code of honor? The sphere hit the ground. Bang! Smoke exploded outward, and the forest in the night became pitch black, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Zuo Mu, uncertain whether the smoke was toxic, held his breath and relied on memory to execute a teleportation leap, flipping out of the smoke screen. Unfortunately, the two had already vanished without a trace, and the teleportation caused no damage whatsoever. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.